Welcome to the eternal maritime survival game. From this moment forth, you shall spend the rest of your lives upon the vast ocean. Fear not the afflictions of your bodies, this system shall heal you completely, granting you a relatively equitable starting point. You may navigate freely upon the waters, pursuing whatever aspirations you desire. Whether you become a nameless nobody or a figure of great renown depends solely on your own choices. The ocean presents endless possibilities, yet one caution remains. Keep moving forward and do not allow the encroaching black mist to catch up to you. The black mist currently travels at a swift 10 knots. A strange voice echoed in his mind. He awoke to find himself lying on an antiquated bed. He attempted to rise, only to be overwhelmed by a cloud of dust that made him cough violently. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was in a cramped, dimly lit, dilapidated house. Not far off, a table bore the remains of a desiccated skeleton, its left hand clutching a rusted flintlock pistol. Most of its skull conspicuously absent, it appeared to have taken its own life. What is this? He thought, suppressing any signs of fear as he glanced at his emaciated hands. He found that he could stand. It was nothing short of miraculous. Just moments before, he had been a bedridden patient, now inexplicably restored to health. Diagnosed with multiple sclerosis at the tender age of 12, he had been completely paralyzed by the age of 20. However, he had not surrendered to despair. He had played video games and streamed using only his mouth to support himself until the age of 25. A seasoned player of horror games, he felt little more than mild curiosity at the sight of the immobile skeletal remains. This voice speaks the truth. He murmured as he turned his gaze toward the window. Before him stretched an endless expanse of ocean, waves lapping restlessly against the shore. At that moment, the peculiar voice sounded again, indistinguishable in gender. You should all be aware of your circumstances. Indeed, you are all at sea, each of you separated by more than 500 nautical miles, and will not encounter one another in the short term. Nearby, you should find a small booklet titled Maritime Log. It contains numerous valuable functions that allow you to communicate seamlessly. Simply try it and see for yourselves. As for other details, further announcements will be made in due course. Stay tuned. With that, the voice faded. Looking down, he spotted a small booklet on the bed, emblazoned with the words Maritime Log on its black cover, no larger than the size of his palm. It emitted a faint glow, seemingly urging to open it. He picked it up and opened it, the first page revealing the rules. 1. No one may board your vessel without permission. 2. Items aboard your ship cannot be stolen by other players unless you are deceased. 3. Each ship is equipped with an endless durability grappling hook. Boldly reach for drifting items. 4. You must upgrade and fortify your vessel to ensure it appears sufficiently safe. 5. Be cautious at night. Beware of the mist. If you are ensnared by the black mist behind you, you shall meet your demise. 6. This manual is soul-bound. You can peruse it in your mind. 7. At sea, you shall never feel alone. The booklet felt almost like skin in his hands, prompting to flip to the next page. The second page detailed the day's weather, which he chose to skip for now. The third page contained his status information. Status: healthy, with a simplistic representation of a human figure, entirely in green. An adult's attribute averages are 5, which can be enhanced through training to a maximum of 10. An attribute of 10 represents the pinnacle of mortal capability. Strength: 3050. Spirit: 71080000. The higher the spirit, the greater the resistance to madness, and the quicker the recovery of sanity. Agility: 40100. Constitution: 3050. Perception: 50200. Sanity: 100100. Should sanity drop below 50, madness ensues below 30, suicidal thoughts emerge below 10. Energy: 100,100. Energy below 50 induces drowsiness. Below May 30th lead to fainting. Health: 100,100. Talent: iron will. You are relentless. Your spirit cap increases by 1, ensuring your sanity retains at least 1 point. Should your sanity plummet to 50 or below, you shall enter a frenzied state. Upon finishing the attributes display, he felt a modicum of relief. The experience required for lower attributes was minimal, suggesting he could pursue them with relative ease. Continuing to flip through the pages, he discovered the chat channel. It was divided into world chat, regional chat, and private chat. Currently, the world channel was abuzz with activity as messages flowed in. Is anyone there? What on earth is happening here? I was just on the toilet. mid-wipe, when suddenly I found myself on a ship. Am I the only one here? Does anyone have a phone? I need to call the police. Who kidnapped me? Do you know who my father is? Maybe your father has come here too. Son, is that you? Don't delude yourself. My fractured hand has healed. I can feel pain. This isn't a dream. The online participant count soared into the billions, suggesting that everyone had been drawn into this enigmatic scenario. Yang refrained from speaking immediately, opting instead to observe the chat and gather potential intelligence. Each person was limited to 10 messages in the world chat per day. Exceeding this would require the expenditure of CCOM coins, costing 100 coins per message. Such coins were unfamiliar to Yang. He possessed none in his possession. After several minutes, the chaotic chatter began to wane, evolving into more substantive discourse. Are there 7 rules in your manual as well? Looking for a group? Anyone willing to team up? Distance is vast, and without coordinates, forming a team is essentially impossible. We should share information and assist one another. Have you checked your ships? I found an item of equipment, accompanied by the equipment details. Name, bloodied harpoon. Type, relic. Quality, good. Item grades, ordinary, good, excellent, rare, exceptional, heroic, master. Description, extremely sharp. It can inflict minor damage upon monstrous entities, provoking their ire. Note, using relics carries the risk of lowering one's sanity. With that, the world channel erupted in chaos. What are these monsters? Are there creatures in this world? I haven't found anything, just some fresh water, bread, and vegetables in the cabin. You found vegetables? I only have sausages. Vegetables are far more precious than meat at sea. What about your ships? Are they large? Mine is over 100 meters long, too massive. What? My ship is only 10 meters. The individual quickly provided details about his vessel. Ironclad Heart, Level 1, Durability 50005000, Capacity 8,000 units, Speed 5 knots. Ship Skill, Full Broadside. Increases cannon firing speed to 200 for 15 minutes. Triple Whale Harpoon, capable of penetrating and securing a specific object. Description, its speed may not be fast, but yours had better be swift. That's absurd. This game is completely unfair. His ship has cannons at level 1. Special ships have skills. Mine is utterly bare bones. I want a fresh start. Is there a microtransaction shop? I have plenty of money. Are you all fools? His ship can only reach 5 knots. It's slower than the Black Mist, right? The Black Mist travels at 10 knots. He's doomed. Ah ha ha ha. At that moment, an announcement appeared. Maritime notice. All of you have unique starting conditions. Ships, onboard items, personal talents, and starting locations are tailored to your character and experiences. Any dissent is unwelcome. Who believes that? There must be some rigging involved. Some started with weapons. While I only have food, while others hoard rations, I stockpile weapons. They are my larder. Is it possible that those with cannons will attract monsters nearby, while you will not? He closed the log and began rummaging through the room. He discovered the flintlock pistol in the skeletal hand was, in fact, an item of equipment. Name, waterlogged rusted flintlock. Type, relic. Quality, excellent. Description, once a masterpiece, it has deteriorated severely due to prolonged exposure to water, possessing only a 50 chance of firing, capable of inflicting moderate damage upon monstrous entities. This pistol requires no ammunition and has an automatic reload time of 1 minute, with a chamber capacity of 1. An excellent quality item? Yang's expression turned grave. As the announcement stated, the starting conditions were ostensibly fair. His possession of this firearm then hinted at a hellish beginning, did it not? Pushing aside the remains on the table, he found that a crumbling piece of paper lay beneath the skeleton, its writing barely discernible. There are no supplies left on the ship. I must attempt fishing. Luck was on my side today. I caught a tiger grouper, enough to last 2 days. I managed to snag an antique pistol. While its report is strange, it appears to be worth quite a bit. The rest was stained with blood, with only the final line legible. How could such a thing exist in the sea? Yang mused, frowning slightly as he rose from the captain's quarters. Outside awaited the deck corridor, and he raised his gaze to carefully assess his vessel. Chapter 2. The Phantom Ship Nightmare. Nightmare, Level 1, Durability 300, Capacity 400 units, Speed 40 knots, Ship Skills, Nightmare. Sleeping aboard induces nightmares. Reducing stamina recovery efficiency by 75. Fisherman's Curse. This vessel is cursed, rendering it incapable of catching ordinary fish. Description. This ship has drifted upon the seas for centuries, finally welcoming its new master. Upon reviewing the ship's details, Yang's countenance darkened. This vessel was indeed a ghost ship. Its exterior was encrusted with barnacles and seaweed, having gone untended for countless years. The deck was damp, creaking ominously underfoot. Having played numerous horror games, he was well aware that such settings likely concealed lurking horrors. Fortunately, after a thorough search, he found no other moving entities. Yang Yi exhaled in relief. He had no desire to engage in a fierce confrontation with inexplicable creatures right at the outset. He had familiarized himself with the ship's layout. It was approximately 12 meters in length, consisting of the helm, captain's quarters, deck, and hold. The helm was situated on a raised platform at the bow, offering a clear line of sight. Behind it lay the captain's quarters, furnished with a bed and basic amenities. Further back was the ship's midsection, dominated by a tall mast. The stern housed the hold, leading directly into the ship's interior for the storage of cargo. Yang Yi explored the hold, discovering it utterly devoid of any contents, not even insects, only a foul, damp odor assaulting his senses. To begin his journey with zero supplies was disheartening. After all, this ghost ship had been adrift for an indeterminate number of years. It would indeed be peculiar if it possessed provisions. Yang Yi opened his logbook and continued to peruse the global channel, seeking insights into the discoveries of others. The conversations predominantly showcased individuals boasting about their ships. Most vessels were ordinary, though a few stood out as exceptional. Gale, Level 1, Durability 800, Capacity 500 units, Speed 70 knots, Ship Skill, Wind and Waves. Speed increases by 100 for a duration of 5 minutes. Description: you can't even catch a whiff of its exhaust, trust me. This was likely the fastest ship currently afloat. Other unremarkable ships, depending on their size, boasted speeds ranging from 30 to 40 knots, with larger vessels generally exhibiting higher durability but slower speeds. Yang Yi's nightmare was considered to have a speed slightly above average. Sakura, Level 1, Durability 1000, Capacity 1000 units, Speed 35 knots, Fortune's Radiance. The cherry blossom tree aboard emits evolutionary light, occasionally altering crew attributes and potentially triggering evolution. Description: let us hope the crew retains their humanity. Upon this revelation, the global channel experienced an unusual lull for several seconds. Haha. My ship is impressive. I can feel myself evolving. Are you certain that it's not mutation, Sakura? I advise you to sail faster and avoid crossing paths with me. Otherwise, I shall certainly ram my cannon into your XX. The speaker was the Iron Will, having revealed his identity, complete with a photograph captured via the log's screenshot function. It was a heavily armed ironclad warship, bristling with weaponry, boasting no less than 20 cannons on either side. A veritable display of firepower and martial virtue. However, the mere thought of its speed being a mere 5 knots elicited uncontrollable laughter from everyone. Baka, you'd better survive until tomorrow to speak again. Damn it, just wait for me. The latter part was a cacophony of meaningless curses, many of which were obscured. It seems that regardless of language, the system translates everything into one's native tongue. Yang Yi silently typed, "Count me in." He then scrolled up and finally discovered some intriguing information. Have you ever tried fishing? Shut up. I'm currently fishing. Upon realizing the possibility of fishing, he suddenly felt reluctant to return. I fish once a week. And each time, I fish for a whole week. I've just set up my fishing spot. Your boat is moving. How can you possibly set up a spot? Are you foolish? Damn it. If you had said so earlier, I would have adjusted. I was just getting used to it. My precious black bread. Guess what I caught? A bottle of Farm Woman's 3 punches. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. If he could fish in freshwater, then things would be much easier. His boat also had a fishing rod, lying on the deck. Name: barnacle-covered, moldy fishing rod. Type: tool artifact. Quality: good. Description: reduces the probability of catching normal fish. Slightly increases the probability of catching unidentified objects. Trust me, you won't like what it catches. This unidentified object surely includes freshwater, Yang Yi deduced. However, before commencing to fish, he needed to adjust the boat's course and speed. Currently, he had no specific destination and intended to sail straight ahead at full speed in the default direction. In the distance, at the edge of his vision, lay a dark silhouette, which he presumed to be the boundary of the black mist. Thus, sailing forward was undoubtedly the right choice. The operation of the boat was quite simple, requiring no technical skills, merely magic. He only needed to hold the helm to easily alter the boat's direction and control its movement. This included adjusting the boat's speed and utilizing onboard equipment, such as grappling hooks. Overall, the experience felt reminiscent of the sailing games he had played, even simpler than driving a car. it bypassed learning, allowing for a seamless integration of man and vessel. The helm was located at the bow, enabling players to steer while constantly observing the sea ahead. Were it not for this, it would be nearly impossible for one person to operate the boat. As for the power, Yang Yi glanced at the mast, where a few tattered rags hung symbolically. He decided not to dwell on the issue and focused on collecting floating debris. Rotten wood 1, rotten wood 1, rag strip 1, rotten wood 1. The maritime log continuously displayed new activity records. This gameplay was quite similar to the gold miner, except the targets were dynamic. Once an item was captured, it would be converted into resources and stored in the cabin, accessible for review in the log. Each piece of rotten wood had a chance to convert into 1 unit of lumber, while rag strips would yield 1 unit of fabric. Yang Yi quickly calculated that this probability was less than 10. Thus, capturing 10 pieces of rotten wood would yield approximately 1 unit of lumber. If he consciously aimed to collect some visually appealing driftwood, the probability would increase. Yang Yi collected over 100 pieces of floating debris, ultimately acquiring 5 units of wood and 3 units of fabric, taking 3 hours, an inefficient endeavor. However, this was a skillful task, and as proficiency increased, efficiency would improve. These materials could be used to upgrade the vessel. Yang Yi's ship has ascended to level 2, requiring the following materials. With 200, fabric 100, captain's remains. As for the remains, he has already deduced that they must be the corpse from the captain's quarters. Hence, this skeletal relic cannot be discarded. Collecting such a substantial amount of wood and fabric will conservatively take over a week. And this is for a level 1 ship. As he progresses to higher levels, it is likely that the upgrade process will become even more arduous. However, the fact that upgrading a vessel necessitates remains is quite alarming. Yang Yi suddenly realizes that the materials required for upgrading special ships might differ significantly. He promptly opens the chat channel to inquire, and indeed, he discovers that this is the case. The upgrade materials for a standard ship are comparatively lesser, requiring only wood 100 and fabric 50. With no need for any remains. As for the ship named Ironheart, it astonishingly requires iron for its upgrades. Damn, where on this vast ocean would one procure iron? What a futile endeavor. It is common knowledge that iron sinks. Resting at the ocean's depths, fishermen can catch anything. I just reeled in a unit of iron. Huh, high prices for iron. Whoever supplies me with iron will be welcomed as my underling. You fool, you think you can survive until tomorrow? The black mist is already upon you. The Sakura. Have some guts and don't hide behind anonymity. Just wait until I catch you. Yang Yi closes the log. It seems that special ships do not solely possess advantages. The difficulty in upgrading could easily lead to a lag in levels. He picks up his fishing rod, preparing to fish. Chapter 3. You call this a fish? Today's weather. Clear skies, not a cloud in sight. Perfect for fishing. Location, Sea of Origins. Remaining sunlight, 5 hours. Temperature, 12 to 20 C. Wind speed, level 1. Yang Yi takes a deep breath, glancing at his status. Sanity, 100 stamina, 9100. He utilizes the simplified crafting function in his log to fashion a rudimentary spear from 5 units of wood. For unforeseen circumstances, simultaneously, he secures a flintlock pistol at his waist. Should he catch a colossal creature, he might need to employ physical means to subdue it. As for bait, Yang Yi has confirmed in his log that fishing here does not require bait, presumably due to the system's power. However, using bait would enhance his fishing efficiency. Preparations are complete. Now let the fishing commence. Yang Yi casts his line, the hook tracing an arc as it plunges into the sea. He is not particularly adept at fishing, but now he certainly has ample time to learn. 15 minutes pass, and the bobber shows no signs of activity. Yang Yi opens the world channel to see what others have caught. In order to mentally prepare himself, how do you all know I've caught something? 100 cm, accompanied by a photo of a large bass. Damn it, who asked you? I also caught a giant creature. How big? Enormous, but I couldn't reel it in. Then what's the point of your words? Yang Yi scrolls up and finally spots an intriguing comment. Fisherman, be cautious. If you encounter anything suspicious, remember to cut the line immediately. There are no penalties as long as the rod is not lost. The fishing line regenerates infinitely. What did you catch? It looked like a human silhouette, but I cut the line right away. Oh, mermaid, you have released your wife. There is certainly something amiss. Just observe my fishing rod and you will understand. Name, carbon fiber refined fishing rod. Type, tool, grade, premium, description, an exceptional fishing rod. One that can be passed down to your grandchildren. It enhances the probability of a successful catch. reduces the exertion involved in fishing, and slightly increases the chance of reeling in mysterious objects. What a splendid item! Why does my fishing rod appear to be a mere ordinary white blank? Be content. As a seasoned angler, I find myself without a proper rod, still resorting to hooks. While a rudimentary fishing rod requires 10 pieces of wood to craft, you are envious too soon. Take a look at my vessel. Fisherman S vessel, level 1, durability 345-400, capacity 500 units, speed 25 knots. Hull skill, none. Description, it is neither sturdy nor equipped with skills. Yet it allows you to embody the essence of a fisherman. Upon witnessing the 25-knot speed of my small boat, the number of envious onlookers diminished by half. How has the durability of your fishing boat declined? I just pulled up a 3-meter great white shark that nearly devoured me. Now, for larger catches, I simply cut the line. Otherwise, who knows who might end up as the meal? Yang Yi continued to browse, discovering that fishing could yield not only fish but also a myriad of extraordinary items, including treasure chest and freshwater. I have caught a treasure chest. A treasure chest? What lies within? A secret. While you all manage to catch fish, I have yet to glimpse even a shadow of one. I've only caught socks, the farmer S3 punches, and even balloons. The farmer S3 punches the is this balloon legitimate? Surely it cannot be used. Through the examination of chat records, one can discern that fishing here can result in an astonishing array of finds, even monsters. Yang Yi was mentally prepared. Should anything peculiar surface, he would sever the line immediately. Minutes later, the bobber began to tremble, indicating something was nibbling at the bait. Yang Yi held his breath, focused intently. Armed with a spear and a pistol, he believed any fish would pose little trouble. As the bobber submerged, now was the moment. He yanked the rod. Yang Yi pulled with all his might. Fixated on the azure expanse of the sea, he did not perceive any colossal shadow. With a casual tug, he drew the creature from the depths without resistance. What emerged was a small fish, approximately the thickness of a thumb, though not entirely fish-like. Measuring roughly 3 centimeters in length, its streamlined body resembled that of a typical sardine. Yet, this fish sported 4 5-centimeter-long legs on either side, standing upright on the deck of the boat. Yang Yi was taken aback, locking eyes with the creature. Is this a fish? Yang Yi was astonished. You have discovered a peculiar fish. Sanity decreases by 2 points. In the next instant, the fish adeptly utilized its elongated legs to flee into the sea, only to be struck down by Yang Yi's spear. Name, long-legged sardine. Type, food. Description, a denizen of the abyss. It is said that frequent consumption may lead to the development of long legs. Edible, non-toxic, and delicious, yet consuming it requires courage, as it may diminish one's sanity. Yang Yi grasped the fish, which weighed no more than 100 grams. Its 4 pale, elongated legs already fractured, resembling human limbs in structure, with a pleasantly springy texture. Can this be consumed? He recalled the ship's peculiar skill, the angler's curse, the inability to catch normal fish. He documented the encounter in his logbook, capturing a photograph of the fish and sharing it on the World Channel. Has anyone ever caught such a fish? A ripple of reactions ensued. What on earth is this? It's a mental pollution, -8 sanity. You call this a fish? Why would you assault my eyes? -10 sanity. Blocked. Blocked. Never to be seen again. In an instant, Yang Yi found himself blocked by over 1 billion people, each experiencing varying degrees of sanity decline. Yet, one individual suddenly reached out to him privately. Is the water in your area black? You should leave quickly. Otherwise, you might encounter some unidentified monstrous entity. Yang Yi glanced at the azure expanse beneath his ship, feeling somewhat speechless. No, my ship is a ghost ship. Wow, you're impressive. Let us be friends. The captain of the Gale, Suda, sent a friend request. Yang Yi accepted, adding a friend posed no risk. You really shouldn't post such photos again. My sanity is only at 54, and if it drops further, I might go insane. Understood. Yang Yi recognized the gravity of the situation, but for the sake of food and fresh water, he had to persist in fishing. You have caught a long-legged sardine. You have caught a long-legged sardine. You have caught a long-legged sardine with a missing leg. Shit. Your sanity decreases by 1. Yang Yi felt as though the system was deliberately tormenting him, providing him with an abnormal ship. Any ordinary person would have gone mad after a day of futile fishing. After 3 hours, he had caught 8 long-legged sardines, some of which were missing a leg. Yet, fresh water remained elusive. Where was the promised bounty of the harvest? Without food, one could survive for over a week, but without water, a person would perish within 3 to 5 days, unless they resorted to drinking their own urine. Yang Yi was unwilling to reach that desperate point. Resolutely, he seized a long-legged sardine as bait for his next fishing attempt. Chapter 4. The waterlogged treasure chest after an hour of fishing. The sky began to darken. The first night was approaching. Yang Yi was now ravenously hungry, and the scattered long-legged sardines appeared increasingly appetizing. However, consuming such fish would likely result in a significant drop in sanity. Unless absolutely necessary, he was not keen on the idea, especially since there was no stove aboard the ship. He would have to eat it raw. The buoy trembled, and Yang Yi was instantly alert. He yanked forcefully, and a black fish was pulled up. This fish lacked long legs, covered instead in sharp spines, its surface slick and gelatinous, resembling edematous mucus. As it landed on the deck, the mucus burst, releasing a foul, black, putrid liquid. This fish is repulsive. Your sanity decreases by 2. Before Yang Yi could pierce it with his spear, the fish succumbed to its demise. Name: cystic pufferfish. Type: food. Description: a deep-sea fish whose bodily fluid is highly toxic. Ordinarily, no sane person would consume it, unless point one has a wish to meet their demise. Toxic. Yang Yi hesitated to approach, opting instead to pierce it with a spear and toss it into the cabin. He deliberately jabbed it several more times until the spear tip was stained black, transforming it into a venomous wooden spear. As dusk approached, with less than an hour until darkness enveloped the sea. The system had warned of nighttime dangers, prompting Yang Yi to refrain from fishing after sunset. However, just as he was about to stow his fishing rod and return to the captain's quarters, an unusual object drifted across the surface of the water. It was a box, specifically a treasure chest, roughly the size of a briefcase, floating by the side of the Nightmare. Yang Yi's heart raced. He quickly approached the helm, steering the vessel towards the treasure chest. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. He maneuvered the ship's grappling hook towards the chest, yet it slipped away like a living creature, evading capture. After considerable effort, he finally managed to secure the chest and hurried inside the cabin to inspect it. Name: waterlogged rotting wood chest. Type: treasure chest. Description: this may not be the type of treasure you were hoping for. Yang Yi remained cautious, aiming his flintlock pistol at the chest while prying it open with his spear. Inside laid out a severed head, devoid of hair, with skin a ghastly gray, seemingly coated in a layer of slime. As soon as the chest was opened, the head reacted, its murky eyes fluttering open as it began to speak. Sir, may I trouble you for a few moments to introduce you to the omniscient and omnipotent Lord? You cannot comprehend its words. Sanity decreases by 5 points. Yang Yi felt a shiver run down his spine, his body trembling. Sir, may I in the next instant, the head leapt forth, revealing its true form. A grotesque octopus with a human head perched atop a mass of twisted tentacles. It lunged at Yang Yi, extending its appendages, baring its beak-like teeth as if to bite him. But what awaited it was. Bang! Sparks erupted from the muzzle of the gun, which did not misfire. The dull roar of the shot echoed. Reminiscent of a beast's growl, the octopus exploded into a shower of gory fragments. Hearing the bizarre gunshot, your sanity decreases by 3. Yang Yi felt a surge of pent-up frustration rise within him, inducing a slight nausea, prompting him to check his status. Sanity: 88-100 energy, 62-100 vitality, 100-100. It seemed the decline in sanity could interfere with one's mental state. Fortunately, Yang Yi possessed a remarkably high mental attribute. His will tempered like steel, allowing him to quickly regain his composure and examine the creature's remains. Name: human-headed octopus. Type: food material. Description: a deep-sea fish species. Do not attempt to decipher its words, as they are merely a tactic to distract you for a surprise attack. However, if you can understand its speech, then all that remains is to wish you good luck. Edible and usable as material. Possesses mild toxicity. Consuming it temporarily increases strength by 1, constitution by 1, but decreases spirit by -1 and sanity by -20. Note: the limits of mundane attributes cannot be surpassed. The maximum limit for mundane attributes is 10. This creature possesses some value after all. Yang Yi gathered the scattered pieces of flesh and arranged them neatly before resuming his examination of the treasure chest's interior. Inside lay a collection of corroded coins. He retrieved one, adorned with the image of a conch shell, while the reverse featured a cartoonish octopus head. You have acquired 100 conch coins. Aside from this, the chest was utterly devoid of any other contents. Where was the promised fresh water? Conch coins were of no use. The sky was rapidly darkening. Yang Yi disposed of the captain's skeletal remains into the cabin and returned to the captain's quarters. He had no intention of fishing or foraging during the night. As the system had cautioned him of potential dangers, he was not inclined to take unnecessary risks from the outset, as for fresh water. He could continue his efforts tomorrow. In terms of food, he could always resort to eating long-legged sardines. To survive, Yang Yi had no qualms about consuming peculiar items, provided they offered protein and energy. He was not one to easily surrender. He had done so in the past, and he would do so now. Lying upon the aged bed, he tossed and turned. The bedding was damp and carried a musty odor, rendering it quite uncomfortable. Yet, he had no alternative. Night had fully descended. Only a sliver of moonlight filtered through, and aside from the rhythmic sound of the waves and the wind, there was no other noise. Yang Yi found himself wide awake, and thus opened the world channel to peruse its contents. A grappling hook could indeed seize treasure chest. He dispatched a piece of information into the ether. This tidbit held little value, as anyone who spied a treasure chest would undoubtedly pursue it. However, sharing it could yield goodwill and further intelligence from others. It was true. He had once captured a wooden resource chest, which yielded 1 unit of steel, 20 units of wood, and 20 units of cloth. Then you must be on the brink of upgrading your ship. How enviable. I captured a bronze equipment chest and obtained a treasure. A bloodstained pearl necklace. Type, relic, quality, good, description. Once a bride's dowry. Its owner is still in search of it. Wearing it grants 1 agility, -1 spirit, and reduces sanity cap by -5. I don't think this item qualifies as a treasure. You are simply envious of me. It's pitch dark. My ship lacks lights, probably needs an upgrade for that. Without even a blanket, I'm freezing to death. I can't sleep. Have you all noticed that the waves on the surface seem to be growing larger? The stronger the winds and waves, the pricier the fish. Brothers, let's go fishing. Night fishing 1.2.10086. Did you hear that singing? It's quite lovely. No, stop scaring me. Where would singing come from on the open sea? I saw it. A beautiful woman is singing, so enchanting, and she's waving at me. Dude, pay attention to your sanity. That's a siren. For heaven's sake, she's stunning. She's swimming toward me. Quick, hide in the captain's quarters and lock the door. It's over. He's already been enchanted. Hey, are you still there? Stop scaring me in the dead of night. Hello? There was no further response from that individual. Yang Yi furrowed his brow. The system's warnings were certainly not without merit. He listened intently, but the melody he sought eluded him. Rising, he pushed open the door to the captain's quarters. The door of this ghostly vessel was ancient and decrepit, its lock long since broken, serving merely as a decorative relic. He nudged it ajar, peering outside, illuminated by the moonlight as he surveyed his surroundings. After several minutes of scrutiny and determining that all was still, he dashed out, making his way to the bow of the ship where he took command of the helm, reducing the vessel's speed to 10 knots. Lowering the speed would diminish the likelihood of encountering any aberrations. The thought of encountering a monster while asleep was truly terrifying, a fate from which one might not even comprehend their demise. Yet remaining stationary was hardly a prudent choice either. Yang Yi deemed a speed of 10 knots to be just right, maintaining a safe distance from the ominous black mist trailing behind. Once he had settled everything, he returned to the captain's quarters, placing his flintlock pistol on the bedside and leaning his spear against the wall. He continued to observe the chat channel for a while longer, and only as the night deepened did he finally succumb to slumber, the faint sound of whispers lingering in his ears. His brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as if he were ensnared in a nightmare. Chapter 5. The first nightmare. The first night at sea was destined to be one of restlessness. Yang Yi was unaware of how long he had tossed and turned before finally drifting off, his forehead slick with cold sweat. He was ensnared in a nightmare. Meanwhile, within the hold of the nightmarish vessel, the skeletal remains of the captain stirred, the bones beginning to tremble, a flicker of soul fire igniting within the shattered skull. Creak, creak, the bones clashed and scraped against one another as the skeleton rose to its feet. It exited the cabin, making its way to the captain's quarters, gently pushing the door open. Inside, Yang Yi remained lost in slumber, occasionally shifting in his sleep. The corpse gazed at him, its stare lingering for a considerable time before being drawn to a fishing rod nearby. Encrusted with barnacles. It approached, seized the rod, and without hesitation, exited the room, heading to the relatively spacious midship area to commence fishing. Minutes later, something tugged at the line. A pallid, loaded hand emerged from the depths, grasping the fishing line. Yang Yi was still ensnared in his nightmare. He suddenly awoke, instinctively reaching for his abdomen. Reassured to find it intact, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he had dreamt of a swollen corpse silently pushing the door open and entering. The dream felt so vivid, As if he had witnessed it with his own eyes, he recalled the sound of the corpse's movements. Squelch, squelch, like a damp mop slapping against the floor. As Yang Yi awoke, the drowned body was alarmingly close. Without a second thought, he grasped the flintlock pistol from the bedside and fired at the corpse. Click. The gun misfired. In the next instant, he was pinned to the bed by the corpse, rendered helpless as it eviscerated him, spilling his crimson, seething innards across the floor. You have experienced death, brutally slain and devoured. Sanity decreased by 15. Phew. Thank goodness it was just a dream. Yang Yi sighed in relief. But suddenly, he realized that the captain's quarters door was ajar. Grabbing the flintlock pistol in hand, he wondered, was it the wind? Impossible, for there was hardly a breeze on the sea today. Squelch, squelch, the familiar sound of footsteps approached. A bloated corpse appeared at the threshold. It seemed to have been submerged for an extended period, now swollen and reeking, clad in tattered sailor's garb, festooned with seaweed. At that moment, it fixed its ghastly, pale gaze upon Yang E. Fxxk. Upon encountering an unidentified creature, your sanity decreases by 5. Yang Yi let out an angry curse and immediately opened fire. Click. The gun jammed. The drowned corpse seemed to retain a semblance of consciousness. Upon witnessing the pistol misfire, it broke into a wide grin. A few teeth were missing, and a crab crawled out from its mouth. This scene bore an unsettling resemblance to a nightmare, hence Yang Yi was already prepared. As the gun remained silent, he hurled the flintlock like a stone, striking the drowned corpse squarely on the head. Seizing the opportunity while the corpse was momentarily stunned, Yang Yi snatched up a spear nearby and charged at the creature, driving the spear into its neck before colliding with its body. However, his intention was not to inflict harm, but to hastily exit the captain's cabin. Only by escaping this confined space and reaching the deck could he hope to engage the drowned corpse in battle. With considerable force and his own weight, Yang Yi managed to squeeze past the corpse, despite the nauseating stench of decay nearly causing him to retch. The repulsive odor causes your sanity to decrease by 5, lacking great strength. Yang Yi knew he could not simply overpower the drowned corpse. That he pressed on, racing towards the bow of the ship. Here, he found ample space to maneuver around the creature. Yang Yi glanced back. As expected, the bloated and clumsy body of the drowned corpse was no match for his speed. Victory was within reach. Yang Yi felt a surge of excitement as adrenaline coursed through him. His breath quickening. At the bow, a raised platform housed the ship's wheel. All he needed to do was emulate the wise ancients, using the tall wheel as cover, circling around it to evade the drowned corpse's pursuit. Meanwhile, he began counting down in his mind. 48.47 that the wooden spear had pierced the corpse's neck, yet it continued its relentless chase, seemingly unfazed. 3. No longer circling, Yang Yi turned and dashed back towards the captain's cabin. At the doorway, he picked up the flintlock and aimed it at the drowned corpse, holding his breath to steady his aim at such a close range. With the target so large, there was little reason for him to miss. As long as it didn't jam again. Bang! The gunshot rang out, deafening and piercing, akin to a shrill wail, inducing nausea. The peculiar gunfire causes your sanity to decrease by 2. Although slightly off target, he still managed to hit. The majority of the creature's head shattered, dark, putrid liquid splattering onto the floor, and it staggered unsteadily before collapsing forward. He had won. Yang Yi's taut nerves began to unwind. He approached the drowned corpse to retrieve the spear from the ground. But just then, what he thought was a lifeless body suddenly stirred. Even with most of its head blown apart, it could still move. Its pale hand grasped Yang Yi's ankle with immense strength, sinking deep into his flesh and leaving behind claw marks. Damn, it's still alive? Yang Yi quickly regained his composure, a fierce glint in his eyes as he picked up the spear once more and thrust it toward the corpse. The spear pierced directly through the gaping hole in its skull. After the strike, the grip of the drowned corpse weakened. It seemed effective. Yet, for reasons unknown, in its final moments, the corpse turned its head to gaze at Yang Yi. Malice radiating from its eyes. Suddenly, its abdomen began to swell rapidly. Self-detonation. Yang Yi reacted instinctively. Retreating at once, a muffled explosion ensued, and the foul stench of rotting flesh and shattered bone erupted forth, akin to a rain of blood. The drowned corpse had self-exploded, creating quite a commotion. Fortunately, the drowned corpse lay face down, its belly pressed against the deck. Thus most of the impact was borne by the surface beneath. Yang Yi managed to fall at the right moment, evading the splattering of shattered bones and putrid flesh. However, his foot was not spared misfortune. A sharp pain surged through his left foot as 2 teeth pierced through the sole, breaking the skin. His right arm was grazed by an unknown shard of bone, but fortunately, the wound was shallowed at AS for the fallen flesh and blood. It had lost its lethality when it dripped onto Yang Yi. It merely induced a wave of nausea. The grotesque fragments of the corpse are repulsive, causing a decline in rationality by 2. Yang Yi struggled to rise, prying the severed hand from his right ankle to assess his condition. Status: injured. On the humanoid diagram, both the left and right feet had turned yellow. Rationality: 55-100, stamina, 40-100, vitality, 91-100. He removed his left shoe and, gritting his teeth against the pain, extracted the teeth embedded in his foot. Thankfully, the force was not akin to a bullet. Upon piercing the sole, it merely broke the skin. Otherwise, it could have been fatal. Yang Yi stood up despite the agony, casting his gaze towards the drowned corpse, and immediately gasped in horror. On the deck remained a skeletal remnant, its spine entirely absent, presumably cast into the sea. The ribs, resembling arrows, were embedded into the deck, penetrating deeply. The explosive force was considerable. He was merely positioned at the angle of minimal impact. Had he been struck by those arrow-like ribs, the consequences would have been dire. Simultaneously, a new entry appeared in his logbook regarding the drowned corpse. Name: Drowned One. Description: an unfortunate soul who perished in the sea, now rising again, filled with resentment towards the living. Can be used in the monster gotcha machine. What on earth is a monster gotcha machine? Yang Yi found himself in a state of confusion. However, upon regaining his composure, he recognized a concerning oversight. The drowned one approached the captain's quarters, and Yang Yi happened to catch sight of it. Yet, what had opened the door to the captain's quarters? The door had been ajar long before the drowned one's appearance. With this thought, a chill ran down his spine as he heard footsteps approaching from behind, followed by a sharp pain in his left shoulder. Something had pierced him. Chapter 6. Madness. There are still things aboard the ship, Yang Yi realized, but it was too late. A fishing rod lunged at him, penetrating his left shoulder and embedding itself into the flesh. He immediately ran forward, turning back to clutch his shoulder wound with his right hand. Before him stood a skeleton, missing half of its skull, within which burned a ghastly green flame of the soul. It was the skeleton of the captain, reanimated, wielding a fishing rod now stained with Yang Yi's blood. It gazed at him, its jaw moving incessantly, as if mocking him. "You old rascal," Yang Yi cursed, his vision clouded by fury. Attacked by the deceased, your rationality decreases by 10. With rationality below 50, you enter a state of madness, becoming immune to most mental debuffs. Strength 2, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Mentality-2, Insensitivity to pain, Tirelessness, and Fearless bravery, until rationality is restored. Mental debuffs include enchantment, mind control, fear, despair, etc. PS. When stamina reaches 0, vitality will be consumed instead. The limit of madness attributes is capped at 10, and cannot surpass the limits of the mundane. Yang Yi raised his hand and fired a shot at the skeleton. Click. The gun misfired. The skeleton, brandishing the fishing rod like a spear, charged at him. Though Yang Yi was devoid of pain, the injury on his foot would inevitably impact his movements to some extent. Engaging the skeleton in its injured state posed an excessive risk. A moment's inattention could result in being impaled by the 2-meter-long fishing rod. After a brief contemplation, Yang Yi altered his strategy, opting to advance rather than retreat. He hurled his spear, striking the skeleton and lodging it amidst its bones, causing it to momentarily stiffen. Seizing this opportunity, he closed the distance, initiating close combat. He still possessed another weapon, a bludgeon. Grasping the barrel of the flintlock, he transformed it into a makeshift hammer, exceptionally effective against the skeleton. He raised the flintlock high, aiming for the fissure in the skeleton's skull, targeting its soul fire. However, the skeleton reacted swiftly, extending its hands to obstruct him. It seemed to harbor a profound fear of the weapon, discarding the fishing rod in its eagerness to seize the flintlock. Naturally, Yang Yi would not yield it. Thus began a struggle for possession. The skeleton's strength was slightly inferior to that of the frenzied Yang Yi, likely a fort. Yet, amidst the entanglement, Yang Yi found it challenging to launch a decisive attack. Should the firearm misfire and strike him, it would spell disaster. He needed to devise a countermeasure. Even in his frenzied state, Yang Yi remained lucid and soon conceived a solution that if it desired the flintlock, then he would relinquish it. Timing his movements carefully, after a brief tussle, he aimed for a direction and pulled the trigger. Click. The gun misfired. Without hesitation, he discarded the weapon as anticipated. The skeleton's focus was predominantly on the flintlock. Yang Yi successfully extricated himself from the struggle and sprinted towards the cabin. By the time the skeleton arrived, it only beheld a dim silhouette within the cabin. That was Yang Yi, shrouded in darkness. Ravenously devouring a pool of unknown flesh and blood, the skeleton pulled the trigger, but the gun remained unresponsive, still in cooldown. The distance from bow to stern was merely a few meters, and both had run. Hence the flintlock was still recharging. That a firearm incapable of firing was no different from a hammer. Yang Yi charged forward, his mouth smeared with dark, viscous substance, his eyes bloodshot. You have consumed the head octopus. Strength 1, Constitution 1, Spirit-1, Sanity-20, duration 1 minute. Thus, Yang Yi's strength surged from 3 to 6, a complete doubling. Frenzy 2. Moreover, Yang Yi discerned that the strength reflected in the data did not grow linearly, but exponentially. This indicated that an increase of 2 points in strength would allow him to easily overpower his foe. Yang Yi pressed forward at that moment. The skeleton was still in a state of confusion. Seemingly bewildered as to why the gun had failed to fire. In the next second, he tackled the skeleton to the ground, tearing off 2 of its arm bones and flinging them aside. Relentless in his advantage, Yang Yi thrust his hand through the fracture in the skeleton's skull, reaching for the soul fire within. Only then did the skeleton exhibit signs of fear, its jaw clattering as if pleading for mercy. Yet it was too late. It possessed no means of resistance. Yang Yi grasped the flame, which was not at all scorching but rather warm. The skeleton reacted violently, trembling all over before disintegrating into a heap of unremarkable bones. Its soul fire extinguished entirely, but had the skeleton truly perished? Not necessarily. Having been previously deceived by the drowned, he now exercised greater caution, clutching the skeleton's skull. Yang Yi retrieved the flintlock and placed the skull upon the ship's railing. He harbored grave suspicions that the skull had not met its demise, despite the fact that its information was now accessible. Name: Captain's remains. Description: he was once a captain who cherished fishing, until he hooked something that could be fed into a monstrous gotcha machine. 2 minutes later, as anticipated, a ghastly green light flickered to life within the cranium. Without uttering a word, Yang Yi decisively fired his weapon. Bang! Flames erupted, and the sharp crack of the gun echoed. The skull was obliterated into fragments by the blunderbuss. The gunshot was peculiar. Your sanity decreases by 1. It appeared that subduing or slaying monsters could yield their intelligence. Yang Yi concluded. Yet, what exactly was this gotcha machine for monsters? It was an enigma to Yang Yi, one he had never encountered, nor was there any on the ship, to err on the side of caution. It would be prudent to retain the remains of these creatures. Yang Yi disposed of them in the cabin and took possession of the skull's arm and thigh bones. After all, a headless skeleton soldier might still exist. Yang Yi had witnessed such a phenomenon in games before. Better to take a portion of its body, just in case. Having learned from past misfortunes, Yang Yi felt as if he had acquired 100 additional instincts. After hastily dressing his wounds with some fabric, he returned to the captain's quarters, where he began to assess his own condition. Yang Yi's status: injured. On the human figure, both left and right feet had turned yellow, as well as the left shoulder. Sanity: 24-100 stamina, 21-100 health, 82-100. With such low stamina, it was no wonder he felt utterly exhausted. Yang Yi opened the global chat channel and casually typed a line. When you go to bed tonight, remember to lock your doors. Responses flooded in swiftly. Bro, what did you encounter? A siren? No way, you didn't take it down, did you? Was it challenging? Did it drop any loot? Yang Yi replied curtly. Not at all, just pure torment. He paid no mind to the ensuing replies, shutting off the global channel and lying on his bed, placing the thigh bone beneath his mattress to serve as a pillow. Meanwhile, he kept his firearm close at hand, ensuring it was within easy reach. Tonight was perilous. Any misstep could lead to his irrevocable downfall. Tomorrow, he planned to set up some noise traps to serve as early warnings. If he could detect dangers in advance, many threats could be averted. As he pondered these thoughts, he endeavored to fall asleep. Yet, until dawn broke, slumber eluded him. Chapter 7. The monster gotcha machine. Yang Yi had scarcely slept in the latter half of the night. With the break of day, he resolved to rise, disposing of the decayed bones he had kept under his mattress into the space beneath the bed. After all this time, the captain's remains should have been utterly lifeless. After a night of restless anticipation, Yang Yi appeared transformed. His complexion was pallid, deep dark circles adorned his eyes, and they glistened with bloodshot veins. As he stepped out of the captain's quarters, he was taken aback to discover a statue At the bow of the ship sat a cartoonish octopus creature, adorned with wings, squatting atop a rock. What was this to AT that moment? A notification from the log appeared. Last night, a total of 13,000 individuals successfully vanquished the aberrant demons, among whom one person achieved the astonishing feat of a double kill. The system will reward you with a unique talent based on your performance. Simultaneously, the monster gacha machine became operational, allowing individuals to deposit the remains of monstrous entities to receive rewards in return. However, caution is advised. One must refrain from indiscriminately discarding refuse into the machine, and certainly, do not attempt to insert living creatures, lest you incur the wrath of the gacha machine. The World Channel instantly erupted with excitement. Are there truly monsters in this realm? What do they look like? Has anyone encountered them? Please release me. I can offer you anything. The existence of talent rewards is a significant loss. Just last night, a skeletal creature knocked on my door, but I did not respond. Had I known, I might have opened the door for a chance at fortune. If you had, you might not have survived a monster gacha machine. Have any of you found such a contraption? I discovered one at the bow of the ship. It's a large, adorable cat face. Mine is located in the cabin and resembles a cartoon robot. Damn, mine is a clown. It truly frightened me. And it's positioned in the captain's quarters. Aren't each of your machines unique? Yang Yi turned to gaze at his own gacha machine, which featured a cartoonish octopus creature with its mouth agape, eagerly awaiting sustenance, its mouth adorned with tentacles. Reward distribution. You have acquired the talent. Unlock conditions. Attempt 03. What is this? It requires unlocking as well? This is rather frustrating. Yang Yi opened the chat channel. Others were also inquiring why the gifted talent necessitated unlocking. Each person's unlocking conditions varied. Some required tens of thousands or even millions of attempts, while others needed only a few dozen. He only needed 3 attempts, which was relatively minimal. Soon, individuals began to uncover their unlocking conditions, which were generally straightforward. Mine requires walking a total of 100,000 steps. How absurd. Yours is better. Mine necessitates breathing 3 million times, so I shall leave it to fate. You seem to have a goal. Mine stands at 100, leaving me utterly clueless. Perhaps it entails surviving for 100 days. This system. If you do not wish to grant talents, you need not. Yang Yi glanced at his 03 attempts, shook his head, and resolved to leave it to chance for now. He entered the cabin, intending to exchange the monster remains within for a gacha prize. The captain's bones could not be used for gacha, as there was only one. Thus, he took the severed hand of a drowned victim and deposited it into the octopus gacha machine. As soon as he did, the machine's eyes illuminated with a red glow, and the tentacles on its chin shimmered like ribbons in a spectrum of colors. Yang Yi twisted the dial on its chest, and the sounds of colliding gacha capsules echoed within the atmosphere. Truly a wicked sense of amusement, Yang Yi remarked. Before long, a luminous orb rolled out. He picked it up, and it transformed into a bottle of ethereal blue potion. Name: Grievance of the Drowned. Type: Consumable. Quality: Good. Description: Upon consumption, sanity-20. For 1 minute, the user will be regarded as a drowned victim, thus evading active attacks from lower-tier aberrations. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. This item could serve as a valuable life-saving tool in a survival game. Such an item holds considerable worth. The World Channel buzzed with activity as a multitude of individuals showcased their prizes. I drew a token. Name: White Bone Token. Type: Relic. Quality: Exquisite. Description: This artifact allows the summoning of a skeleton, which can be commanded to fight on your behalf for a duration of 15 minutes. Once the time elapses, it will lose control and turn against its summoner, disappearing upon death. The cooldown period is 24 hours. When utilizing this token, it is advisable to ensure that you are capable of defeating the skeleton. How formidable! Sell it to me. I offer 100 million. 100 million is futile here. We must use conch coins, and there are no means of transaction unless we meet face to face. What about this dagger? Name: Serrated Dagger. Type: Treasure. Quality: Exquisite. Description: A sharp dagger with a comfortable grip, capable of inflicting minor damage. Its sole drawback is its short length. Well, we are all aware of its brevity. I wouldn't want to purchase that weapon. I cannot afford to lose face. Many have showcased their gacha spoils, yet exquisite items are scarce. These are the only 2 I've seen. The rest are merely of good quality. Overall, relics tend to possess superior effects compared to treasures, albeit with the risk of diminishing sanity and potential side effects. The rusted flintlock rifle in Yang Yi's possession can inflict moderate damage, while most other exquisite weapons inflict minimal damage. Quite impressive indeed. though the limitations are significant. 1 shot per minute, and it may misfire, detracting from sanity. It serves as a form of balance. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and swallowed half of a long-legged sardine in one gulp. He was famished, and after last night's ordeal, his concerns had lessened considerably. To survive, these matters were trivial. Eating raw long-legged sardine decreases your sanity by 2 points. This fish had somewhat lost its freshness. But thankfully it had not rotted. Tea provided energy and a modicum of moisture. Yang Yi consumed the entire sardine, achieving a semblance of satiety, and then checked his status, following a night of rest. Both his energy and sanity had recovered, yet due to nightmares and insomnia, the restoration of energy was quite poor. His wounds had not healed properly, and he was uncertain if they might become infected. Yang Yi's status: injured, a large human silhouette with the wound marked in yellow. Sanity: 74 100 energy, 52 100 vitality, 83 100. He entered the ship's cabin. Today's pressing task was to create sound traps. These otherworldly beings possessed limited intelligence, hence the traps need not be overly concealed. Utilizing the simple synthesis function, he crafted some long ropes and pierced large holes in thin wooden planks to string them together. The wood was readily available, as he could simply take in this game. Wood can be transformed into any cubic shape, with 1 unit roughly equating to 1 cubic decimeter of timber, after stringing the wooden planks and tying knots for separation. He hung them in the corridor before the captain's quarters and on the door. Yang Yi tested the setup. The sound produced by the wind and by someone colliding with it varied significantly, providing a certain degree of alert. Once he completed this task, the entire morning had passed, and the previously gathered wood and fabric had been entirely consumed. Yang Yi was not in haste regarding these resources. The utmost priority remained fresh water. He must fish extensively, while keeping an eye out for floating supplies, in hopes of discovering treasure chests. As Yang Yi pondered, he suddenly sensed an unusual discomfort in his body. A wave of heat washed over him, his face flushed, and a dull ache settled in his abdomen. Instantly alert, he scrutinized his condition anew. Yang Yi's status: injured corpse poison infection, mild, food poisoning, mild. Diarrhea: his entire body had taken on a yellow hue, with the areas around his wounds appearing darker. Alas, the scenario he dreaded most had come to pass. The drowned had been tainted with corpse poison, and he had succumbed to its influence. Yet here he was, adrift upon the vast ocean, devoid of any medicinal provisions. Chapter 8. Did he catch some fruit? Today's weather: a splendid sunny day, ideal for fishing and netting. Location: the sea of origin. Remaining sunlight: 8 hours. Temperature: 15 to 25 C. Wind force: level 1. Yang Yi was fervently engaged in fishing. He was in dire need of fresh water and urgently required medical supplies. Both could potentially be procured through fishing. A glance at the World Channel revealed that others had previously caught ordinary quality medical bandages, which offered accelerated healing and anti-inflammatory properties. Although these bandages would provide little relief for Yang Yi's current injuries, it was certain that other medical items existed. He had to seize the moment and fish with fervor. You caught a piece of rotten wood. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a piece of tattered cloth. FK. Yang Yi cursed vehemently, seizing a long-legged sardine and biting off its head in a single motion, then swallowing it whole along with its entrails and long legs. He recalled the words of a survival expert who had once stated that removing the head made it edible. Yang Yi was ravenous. Thus he consumed each catch as he reeled it in. As for the potential decline in sanity from consuming raw long-legged sardines, that was a concern he could ill afford to entertain at present. With hunger gnawing at him, the state of his rationality was the least of his worries. When desperation sets in, one will eat anything. After gorging himself, Yang Yi made a new discovery. Diminishing sanity was a phenomenon that would recur and gradually diminish with repetition of the same event. For instance, after consuming a long-legged sardine, his sanity would decrease by only 1 point. Occasionally too, that if this continued, he would likely become accustomed to eating them, no longer suffering a loss of sanity. Furthermore, his mental experience points were rapidly increasing. The growth of his mental state appeared to correlate with the stimulation of his sanity. After 2 more hours of fishing, Yang Yi felt his condition deteriorating further. The wounds itched unbearably. He fought against the urge to scratch, determined not to exacerbate the infection. Meanwhile, due to his diarrhea, he had lost a significant amount of fluids and salts. Coupled with his fever, his vision began to blur, and he felt increasingly unsteady on his feet. Status: injured corpse poison infection, moderate, fever, food poisoning, mild, diarrhea, Just a bit longer. Surely he would reel in the life-saving medicine. Summoning his remaining strength, Yang Yi persisted in fishing, and at last, he caught something he had never seen before. You caught an eyeball fruit. It was a fruit resembling an eyeball, capable of blinking, roughly the size of a fist. Name, eyeball fruit. Description, though its appearance is peculiar, it is a fruit native to the abyss. Mildly sweet, and replenishes vitamins, salts, and fluids. Without a word, Yang Yi swiftly sank his teeth into the fruit, causing a dark liquid to splatter, while the eyeball fruit trembled slightly in his grasp. Your sanity has decreased by 2. Although this fruit was terrifying, its flavor surpassed that of sardines by a considerable margin. The flesh was grainy and subtly sweet, and Yang Yi devoured it entirely. After consuming the eyeball fruit, Yang Yi felt significantly better. The diarrhea had mostly ceased, yet the effects of the corpse poison lingered. Could it be that the fisherman had no antidote for the corpse poison? Unthinkable. Fishermen could catch anything. However, by nightfall, he had yet to reel in any medical supplies. He did manage to catch a bottle of fresh water, with the following haul: eyeball fruit X2, long-legged sardine X8, wood X10, fabric X9, cystic pufferfish X1. Freshwater 1L. Everything else had been consumed by Yang Yi. This 1L of freshwater constituted 1 unit, storable within the cabin, but it required a container for extraction. The cabin was not a physical space in the conventional sense. It housed invisible data for resource storage, such as wood, fabric, freshwater, and steel, which could be retrieved when needed. Yang Yi, feeling parched, had already consumed a third of a 1.5L bottle of Farmer's 3 Fists. He had to ration his drinking carefully. As the yield of freshwater was low as night fell, Yang Yi dared not linger on the deck. He concluded his fishing and retreated to the captain's quarters. As per routine, he placed his flintlock pistol by his side and lay down to sleep. However, the fever and the infection from his wounds relentlessly tormented him. It was destined to be a sleepless night, fraught with nightmarish curses. Unable to find slumber, Yang Yi opened the chat channel to peruse its contents. It remained lively, yet a keen observer would notice the absence of displayed online participants. The dead do not voice their presence. Their disappearance is eerily silent. I just crafted 2 long spears. If the skeleton dares to come tonight, I'll have it raining gold coins. Brother, haven't you ever played a game? Don't you know that skeletons lack flesh and possess innate piercing resistance? Using a spear is no better than swinging your fists. I need 982 more units of steel. Message me for specifics. Steelheart, you're still alive, you rascal. For crying out loud, you all are dead. Yet I remain unscathed. How can you outrun the black fog with a speed of 5 knots? Give me steel, and I'll tell you. Hold it. I'm not interested in knowing. Behind all the vessels, a steel warship was racing for its life. Not far behind it loomed the black fog, advancing at a speed of 10 knots. The seabed was teeming with fish, all equally terrified of the black fog. Fleeing in a frenzy, a portly middle-aged man stood on the bridge, scruffy and smoking a cigarette, his hand gripping the helm. Despite his brash demeanor in the chat, he was inwardly trembling with anxiety. A moment's lapse in focus could spell his doom. Chatting was one of the few ways he could relieve his stress. His ship had ample supplies, infinite ammunition, and remarkable durability, but its sole drawback was its sluggish speed, leaving it vulnerable to the pursuing black fog. Moreover, he had started perilously close to the fog. Fortunately, he had not been left without options. His ship was equipped with a massive harpoon gun, designed to penetrate the bodies of gigantic marine creatures. Making it difficult to extricate, he was currently seeking his next target, hoping to have this oceanic behemoth tow him along, thereby increasing his vessel's speed. Goodness, can't this foolish fish endure just a bit longer? Such a lack of stamina. He retracted his harpoon, aiming for the next target, striving to select those that swam swiftly and were larger in size. As a result, he had only managed to snatch 3 hours of sleep thus far. The remainder of his time was spent searching for prey. After all, even these colossal fish bleed, tire, and succumb to death. As for the oblivious fish that dared to assault him, he would impart to them a lesson on the meaning of firepower suppression and the civility of cannons. The following day, Yang Yi awoke with great difficulty, his head pounding as if it might split. He was unaware of when he had fallen asleep, only that he had dreamt of some disconcerting things that made him feel nauseous. This vessel was in a far worse condition than he had anticipated. Without additional means to recuperate his energy, his efficiency in the game would decline drastically after a full night of rest. His vitality had only restored to a mere 30. Moreover, the effects of the corpse poison had intensified. His wounds were no longer itchy but merely a slight sting, which was not a good sign. Furthermore, the wounds emitted a nauseating stench, reminiscent of long-dead fish, akin to the scent of a drowned corpse. The human immune system was no match for the venom of the dead. His attributes, including strength, agility, and constitution, had all diminished by 2, plunging him into a state of weakness. Yet, Yang Yi did not succumb to despair. He had faced far worse circumstances, being bedridden for 5 years that he emerged from the captain's cabin, made his way to the hold, consumed 2 eyeball fruits and a few long-legged sardines for breakfast, and then resumed his fishing. Today, fortune smiled upon him, as he caught an eyeball fruit right at the start. You have caught an eyeball fruit. You have caught a long-legged sardine. You have caught a piece of rotten wood. You have caught. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Yang Yi, and he collapsed onto the deck, slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 9. Unlocking Trade and Cold Arrows. System Announcement. Congratulations to all players for successfully surviving the 5th day. The trading system is now officially open. Please refer to the logs for specifics. A peculiar voice echoed in Yang Yi's mind as he slowly regained consciousness. The 5th day. Had I truly been unconscious for over 2 days? Yang Yi felt as though his limbs were laden with lead. His body icy cold, lips cracked, and throat ablaze. He promptly examined his status. Severe injury, corpse poison infection, severe. The entire body appears red. Rationality, 100 energy. 100 vitality. 100, below 100 indicates injury. Below 50 indicates moderate injury. Below 30 indicates severe injury. Below 10 indicates near death. Being attacked in a near-death state may result in instant demise. Yang Yi's condition was perilously close to death. He struggled to rise, parched and desperate for hydration, intending first to consume something to replenish his fluids before checking the trading channel to see if he could procure life-saving medicines. But just as he stood, he was taken aback to find a ship docked beside him. It was a pirate ship flying a skull flag, measuring over 20 meters in length, with 2 grappling hooks securing it to the nightmarish dream. Moreover, a plank had been laid between the 2 vessels, forming a narrow bridge. This was not good. Instantly alert, Yang Yi realized it was too late. An arrow shot forth, striking his left arm with great force, piercing through. This arrow reduced Yang Yi's vitality to a mere 9 points, plunging him into a near-death state. He collapsed instantly, taking refuge beneath the edge of the boat. Soon after, a sound resonated between the 2 vessels. Someone was crossing the bridge. It seemed he had come to ascertain Yang Yi's fate. The arrow, while not fatal, had struck him swiftly, and the assailant likely needed to confirm his condition up close. Bound by rules, he could not directly board the nightmarish vessel. Thus, he followed closely, awaiting the appearance of the shipmaster, Yang Yi, so he could eliminate him and then seize the opportunity to board in an instant. Yang Yi grasped the unfolding situation, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. If they sought to kill him, then surely they would meet their demise without any grievances. He resolved silently, having set his heart on vengeance. Although his left arm bore a wound, it was not painful. His right arm remained unscathed. Capable of aiming and pulling the trigger, he gripped the flintlock pistol, discreetly disengaging the boarding restrictions. He was certain the adversary possessed no formidable firearms. Otherwise, they would have launched an assault by now. As the man boarded, his gaze immediately fell upon a figure sprawled on the deck. The pallor of his face was ghostly, his eyes a deep crimson. Resembling a zombie, exuding a nauseating stench of decay, the foul odor of corpse poison. More terrifying still, this zombie clutched a large-caliber flintlock pistol, its dark muzzle aimed squarely at him. Do not move. The moment you dare to draw your bow or make any aggressive gesture, I shall blow your head off, Yang Yi threatened, rising slowly from the ground. The man, held at gunpoint, hesitated, frozen in place. Yet, in truth, Yang Yi was equally reluctant to fire. After all, when the weapon remained unfired, it posed the greatest threat. Once he pulled the trigger, 2 outcomes loomed: a misfire or a discharge. Should the former occur, Yang Yi would be doomed. If the latter, the adversary would likely be obliterated by the flintlock's tremendous power. Throw your weapon down, and do not make any unnecessary movements. Yang Yi's voice was low and hoarse, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The man hesitated, caught in a moment of indecision, unsure whether to comply. Yang Yi, indifferent, stood up, a thick, pungent stench of brine and rot wafting from him, enough to induce nausea. An arrow was still lodged in his left arm, yet he appeared unfazed, not even blinking as he withdrew a massive eyeball from within his garments and took a bite. The eyeball quivered, seemingly pleading for mercy. However, Yang Yi, overwhelmed by thirst, could not resist, devouring it in 3 greedy bites. The dark, viscous juices smeared across his lips, leaving the man utterly dumbfounded. Stimulated, your sanity decreases by 10. He glanced down to find several putrid long-legged sardines on the deck, a foul cystic puffer fish, and a heap of severed sardine heads. You observe some unidentified creatures, showing signs of consumption. Your sanity decreases by 7. Your sanity now falls below 30. Notifications from the activity log continued to echo, yet the man remained oblivious, as an overwhelming fear surged within him. This terror clouded his perception, leading him to act irrationally, to suspect and attack the weak, or, confronted with danger, to flee in panic. The man let out a blood-curdling scream, startling Yang Yi, who nearly fired his weapon. In a frantic moment, the man discarded his weapon and turned to flee in disarray. Yang Yi, perplexed, could not comprehend this man's sudden madness. However, he seized the opportunity, aiming his pistol, and as the man distanced himself, he pulled the trigger of the flintlock. Click! The gun misfired, the sound barely audible, leaving the man entirely unaware. Yang Yi immediately went to retrieve his bow and arrows. Name: pirate longbow. Type: treasure. Quality: good. Description: slightly enhances archery accuracy and reduces the strength required to draw the string. A fine companion for pirates. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yi decisively thrust the arrowhead into the cystic pufferfish and then drew his bow to aim. Whoosh! The arrow was released, though Yang Yi's body was weak and he could not fully draw the bowstring. His aim was still somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, with the distance between the two ships being merely 3 to 4 meters, he managed to strike the opponent's thigh, causing only a superficial wound. In truth, however, he had aimed for the chest. But a hit was a hit. The adversary swiftly removed the arrow and, without pausing, dashed toward the bow of the ship, seemingly intent on fleeing. Yang Yi had no intention of pursuing. Instead, he reclined back down. His current condition was rather dire. Should the opponent retaliate, it would be quite precarious. Fortunately, the foe was so frightened that he fled in his vessel. It was only when the sounds faded from his ears that Yang Yi mustered the strength to rise. He now resembled a zombie. But indeed, he was at risk of becoming one. He felt no pain. His wound bled not. Yet he was dizzy and his body felt slightly sluggish. He entered the cabin to replenish some fluids, consumed all the eyeball fruit, and after regaining a modicum of strength, he gazed out at the sea. The enemy had already fled quite far, their ship now a mere shadow. Yang Yi maneuvered the nightmarish vessel. Trailing behind at a distance, he awaited the moment the opponent succumbed to the poison. After all, the cystic pufferfish, by its very name, suggested a potent toxin, likely a result of abyssal contamination. The toxin of the pufferfish was notorious for its lethal potency. After pursuing for nearly a quarter of an hour, he finally caught up. He then repeated his earlier tactics, using his grappling claw to seize the enemy's ship, and upon drawing near, constructed a bridge from timber. It must be said, Yang Yi was in such poor condition that even lifting the planks required 3 or 4 rests. Once aboard the enemy's vessel, with a flintlock pistol in hand, he remained vigilant as he slowly approached the bow deck. The opponent appeared lifeless, lying motionless on the ground. Yet this could very well be a ruse to lower Yang Yi's guard. He might possess an antidote. Yang Yi remained cautious, from a safe distance of 4 to 5 meters. He fired a shot at the adversary's head. Click! The firearm misfired, leaving one utterly speechless. Yet, Yang Yi was remarkably patient. A minute later, bang! The entire head of the opponent exploded into a puddle of mush. At this point, Yang Yi felt entirely reassured to approach. Once bitten by a snake, one is wary of ropes for 10 years. After being ensnared by the dead, Yang Yi had become exceedingly cautious. He examined the corpse and discovered a luminous orb. You have obtained conch coins 400. This was likely the opponent's currency. Furthermore, the pirate attire he wore was also of good quality. Bloodstained, magnificent pirate outfit. Type: relic. Quality: good. Description: this garment belonged to a self-important fool. Agility 1. Wearing it causes a gradual decline in sanity, but if one's sanity is above 8, one is immune to this effect. The one wearing such attire was unlikely to have much sanity left. Perhaps he had already gone mad. Yang Yi accepted the clothing, preparing to scour the pirate ship for more loot. Yet he suddenly noticed the unlocking condition for his skill had changed from 0-3 to 1-3. Could it be that his unlocking condition was to kill? Yang Yi was uncertain. as he was unaware of the precise moment it had been added. In Chapter 10, titled The First Transaction and the First Kill. Yang Yi experienced no psychological burden. Perhaps it was due to his elevated spirits and high tolerance that he donned the pirate attire and made his way towards the cabin of the pirate ship. This outfit is rather chilling. Your sanity decreases by 5. As for the persistent sanity-depleting debuff, Yang Yi, with his robust mental state, could easily disregard it. Upon entering the cabin, he immediately acquired information about the vessel. It was a unique ship. Pirate ship, level 1. Durability 1000, capacity 800 units, speed 45 knots. Ship skills, extra grappling hooks. This ship possesses 2 grappling hooks on each side, capable of seizing objects and other vessels. Pirate assault, speed increased by 25 for 15 minutes. Description: the skull flag is the soul of this ship. Strive to become the pirate king. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yi attempted to change vessels. But after a lengthy search through the logbook, he found no relevant options. It appeared that changing ships was not permitted, nor did Yang Yi intend to do so. Although this ship was commendable, boasting 4 additional grappling hooks compared to ordinary vessels, if utilized skillfully, resource acquisition efficiency would significantly improve. However, it could not compare to the nightmarish ship. The nightmarish vessel with foresight capabilities was far rarer than grappling hooks. Yang Yi scoured every room in the cabin, unexpectedly discovering a female corpse. She lay completely naked, and it seemed she had endured considerable abuse prior to her death. One of her plump thighs was mysteriously missing, and her neck bore distinct marks of strangulation. The bloodstains were still fresh, indicating that her demise had occurred recently. Thus, Yang Yi surmised he was the second victim. The first had already perished. You ponder the fate of that missing thigh. Your sanity decreases by 2. Yang Yi furrowed his brow. The sanity of the ship's former owner was likely even lower than he had anticipated, and their mental state was concerning. He began to examine the supplies he had discovered, which included 2 hard loaves of black bread, sufficient to provide sustenance for 2 days, as well as 5 liters of fresh water, 125 units of timber, and 98 units of fabric. System notification: you have successfully claimed an unclaimed ship, the Islander. You may choose to dismantle the vessel, and the basic supplies within will be transferred to your cabin. Before dismantling, please ensure your ship's capacity is adequate. Otherwise, excess supplies may damage the hull. From this dismantling, you will receive 100 units of timber, 50 units of fabric, and 1 blueprint for the pirate ship, which can only be obtained by dismantling a special ship. Each ship can only be modified once with a blueprint, so choose wisely. This notification appears only during the initial dismantling of a special ship. No wonder this vessel contained such an abundance of timber. The previous owner must have dismantled an ordinary ship. He glanced at the nightmarish ship, which had a limited capacity of only 400 units, with its current load being 25,400, 14 units of timber, 10 units of fabric, and 1 liter of fresh water, calculated as 1 liter if less than 1 liter. Only supplies occupied ship capacity. Other items, such as equipment and weapons, could be placed freely, even discarded on the deck. Whether excess items would lead to overloading the ship would have to be tested later. Yang Yi performed a quick calculation. After dismantling the vessel, he found that his ship was just sufficient to accommodate all the supplies, which were ample enough to elevate his ship to level 2. One could say he had stumbled upon a significant fortune. After conducting a thorough search and confirming the absence of any other valuable items, he returned to the nightmarish, now equipped with a dozen makeshift arrows. Subsequently, Yang Yi operated on the log to ensure the dismantling of the pirate ship. Instantly, the ship disintegrated before his very eyes, transforming into a myriad of fragmented pieces, which then surged into the hold of the nightmarish. He now possessed enough resources to upgrade to a level 2 vessel. However, before proceeding, he had a more pressing matter to address: utilizing the trading system to procure medical supplies for his survival. Should he fail to secure enough resources for medicinal items due to the ship upgrade, he would find himself in dire straits. Yang Yi remained vigilant, closely monitoring his condition. His vitality had diminished by a mere point, and the decline was gradual. The wound showed no signs of bleeding, likely a result of the corpse poison. Instead, his sanity was steadily eroding, having fallen below 80. This was not attributed to the pirate attire, but rather the insidious effects of the corpse poison. Without delay, Yang Yi opened the chat channel to peruse available offerings. First aid bandages for sale, 10 conch coins, only 5 left. Name: First aid bandages. Type: consumable. Quality: ordinary. Description: clean bandages that effectively staunch bleeding and prevent wound infection. Rum, also useful for disinfection. 30 conch coins per bottle. Only one bottle remaining. Balloon for sale. Those in the know understand. Yang Yi quickly scanned the listings. With the trading just commencing, the conch coins in circulation were limited, leading to a lack of pricing standards, and bids were largely based on intuition. Many were engaging in barter, with some refusing conch coins altogether, believing it to be a safer option. Few were selling resources. Currently, timber and cloth served as the hard currency of trade, more sought after than conch coins. Salt for sale, 100 conch coins per pack. Name: sacred salt. Type: consumable. Quality: good. Description: can dispel minor curses, and when scattered, wards off evil. Of course, it is also edible. This was not a viable option that he continued scrolling, finally discovering his target: a limited quantity of holy water of exquisite quality, available through private messaging. Name: holy water. Type: consumable. Quality: exquisite. Description: blessed water, suitable for internal or external use, can also be used as a throwing item. When facing otherworldly fiends, holy water is always in abundance. It can cure various toxins, curses, accelerate wound healing, and slightly restore vitality. This is precisely what I need. Yang Yi assessed the assets he had available for trade, which included the grievance of the drowned: a pirate longbow, a rusty flintlock, a bloodstained pirate attire, a barnacle-encrusted fishing rod, the pirate ship blueprint, and assorted resources along with 500 conch coins that, if possible, he wished to retain his weaponry, the pirate attire, the fishing rod, and sufficient resources to upgrade to a level 2 vessel. The pirate ship blueprint could be traded, but its value was undoubtedly high, making it ill-suited for immediate sale. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yi privately messaged the seller. Before adding friends, all players remain anonymous by default, with the option to display their real names or ship names. Yang Yi inquired, "How do we proceed with the sale?" After a few minutes, the counterpart finally replied, indicating that he was receiving numerous messages. The anonymous individual stated, "I require a substantial quantity of fabric, as well as life-saving tools, equipment, fresh water, and food. These are all acceptable." Yang Yi furrowed his brow. The power to negotiate was in his hands, yet he felt rather passive. If he offered too low a price, he risked being perceived as a nuisance. If too high, he would suffer considerable losses. However, with his life hanging by a thread, he had no inclination to haggle. He promptly presented his maximum acceptable offer, ready to trade immediately if possible, and to abandon the deal if not. Thus, he sent a private message: "The grievance of the drowned, attributes for your review, is a quality life-saving tool.in addition. I offer 400 conch coins, 30 units of wood, 58 units of fabric, 1 black loaf of bread, and 4 liters of fresh water." He included the attributes of the grievance of the drowned. Without waiting for a reply, he continued browsing other items. Yet this time, the response came swiftly, within mere seconds. "Your offer is far more sincere than others." Simultaneously, a friend request arrived. "Captain Zhou Dai of the Glorious Goddess has requested to add you as a friend." Yang Yi agreed without hesitation, and soon received several messages. "Compared to you, others are merely causing disruptions. I have 4 vials of holy water at my disposal, but given your dire circumstances, 1 vial may not suffice. Therefore, I shall gift you 2 vials as a token of our first meeting. My name is Zhou Dai. My ship can produce holy water, and we could establish a long-term partnership." "Ha! May the Glorious Goddess bless you." Yang Yi could hardly believe the smoothness of the transaction. It seemed that the other party genuinely required the grievance of the drowned as a life-saving tool, and she appeared to be quite benevolent, at least based on this exchange, the Glorious Goddess. It appeared that a player's ship bore a connection to their character. On the other hand, aboard the Glorious Goddess, a pristine 3-masted sailing vessel crafted from sturdy white oak exuded an aura of purity. Captain Zhou Dai, with her golden hair and azure eyes, possessed a statuesque and voluptuous figure, yet her delicate facial features suggested an Asian heritage, indicating mixed ancestry. Within this ship's unique structure, known as the prayer chamber, stood a statue of the Glorious Goddess. Currently, the ship was at level 1, and the prayer chamber could produce holy water, albeit at a low yield. Additionally, Zhou Dai faced a significant dilemma. She was frequently visited by spectral entities at sea, particularly during the night. Thus, She was compelled to retreat into the prayer chamber each evening. That a life-saving tool like the grievance of the drowned was precisely what she desired, as long as she had means of survival. She would have ample time to seek refuge in the prayer chamber. Chapter 11. The astrologer. The transaction was swiftly concluded. It merely required confirming the details in the log and locking them in. Next, the traded items were to be deposited into the monster gacha machine, which would then teleport them to the other party's vessel. There was no need to worry about breach of contract, as the gacha machine ensured the completion of the transaction. Generally, items like the gacha machine, which deviated so starkly in style, were considered outlier bosses, best not to test their power. Yang Yi placed the agreed-upon items into the machine. As for the resources, the system would automatically deduct them from the hold. Shortly after, 2 vials of holy water were dispensed from the monster gacha machine. These vials contained a pristine, colorless liquid. Yang Yi uncorked a bottle, inhaled deeply, but detected no discernible scent, and then consumed its contents in one swift motion. Almost immediately, he felt as though his body was ablaze, an unbearable burning sensation enveloping him, even emitting a foul odor. Yet, remarkably, his mental state had improved considerably, leaving him feeling invigorated, effective. Yang Yi was overjoyed as he assessed his condition. The corpse poison had transformed into a moderate level, and his vitality was gradually on the rise. Thus, he downed another bottle to reinforce the effects. He then spent 50 conch coins to procure 5 emergency bandages. This item appeared to be crafted from fabric, but lacking the recipe, Yang Yi had no choice but to purchase it. He extracted the arrow embedded in his left arm, a sharp pain causing him to grimace. But the pain was a good sign. It indicated a reduction in the corpse poison. After cleansing the wound with a small amount of fresh water, Yang Yi proceeded to bandage himself, then checked his status once more. Yang Yi's status: injured corpse poison infection, mild, improving. A faintly yellow human silhouette, with darker shades at the wound sites. Rationality: 93-100 energy, 35-100 vitality, 19-100, gradually recovering. He exhaled deeply. He had finally survived. The remaining resources could be used to upgrade the nightmarish vessel, and he resolutely initiated the upgrade. Resources sufficient. Are you certain you wish to upgrade? Yang Yi clicked confirm. The nightmarish vessel emitted a ghastly green light, as if phantoms were swirling around the ship, and the hull began to extend outward. Upgrade complete. The nightmarish vessel has been upgraded to level 2. Specific changes can be viewed in the ship interface. Nautical announcement: the number of level 2 vessels has surpassed 10,000, and the origin sea will undergo significant transformations in 3 days. An unprecedented storm will descend upon this region. All players are advised to prepare accordingly. As soon as the announcement was made, the chat channel erupted with fervor. 10,000 level 2 vessels. Damn it, I still need 8 more pieces of wood. Is anyone selling wood? Folks, does anyone understand? I've entered the game world, yet it's still this competitive. Buying wood and fabric at high prices. Please DM me. A surge of upgrading fervor swept through the channel, causing prices for wood and fabric to skyrocket. However, the greatest disadvantage fell upon those with special ships requiring additional materials for upgrades. Steel heart. Trade fish for iron. Please DM for long-term supplies of fresh fish. Everyone, don't buy from him. His fish has a gunpowder taste, utterly inedible. Just ask if it's fresh or not. I guarantee it's fresh killed and sold. Does anyone have low-tier wind essence? Prices are negotiable. The speaker was Gale, a friend of Yang Yi. Thus his messages were no longer anonymous. He was selling organic cucumbers, organic cabbage, organic apples, and organic bananas, rich in vitamins and moisture. Those in the know would understand. And he was also offering high prices for seeds. Where did you get those vegetables and fruits? Can your ship farm? You clever little rascal, you guessed it right. He provided his ship information afterward. Farming vessel, level 1, durability 600, capacity 1,000 units, speed 25 knots, ship skill, efficient cultivation. The ship contains land, and the harvest time varies based on the type of seed. Description: farmer? No, you now call me daddy. Yang Yi was somewhat taken aback. To his astonishment, there exists a vessel capable of agriculture, which is truly an overwhelming fortune. Each special ship boasts its own unique advantages. Yang Yi glanced at the blueprint in his hand. This item is undoubtedly a treasure. Name: Pirate Blueprint. Type: Blueprint. Quality: Special. Description: allows you to transform your ship into a pirate vessel, endowing it with greater speed, more grappling hooks, and even cannons. Yang Yi did not observe any cannons on the pirate vessel, likely indicating that such features would only be available post-upgrade. As he had surmised, utilizing the blueprint incurs no material cost. This implies that high-tier blank ships will reap substantial benefits from using the blueprint. For instance, a level 3 blank ship, upon applying the blueprint, will transform into a level 3 special ship, significantly reducing the materials required for upgrades. The higher the level, the greater the savings. Thus, the value of this blueprint will remain stable in the later stages. He then examined his ship interface. Nightmare, level 2, durability 600, capacity 1000 units, sailing speed 50 knots, ship skills. Nightmare. The quality of sleep aboard is abysmal, leading to nightmares, with a stamina recovery efficiency of -75. Fisherman's Curse. Normal fish are incompatible with this ship, increasing the likelihood of encountering abnormal entities. Description. This ship has grown larger, yet the fact of its dilapidation remains unchanged. The ship's durability has doubled, yet it remains quite low and cannot withstand much turmoil. Its length has extended to 20 meters, with the bow bound by a rusted iron chain to a skeleton, the remains of the previous captain. The cabin has also gained an additional room available for expansion, along with 3 branching routes to choose from. 1. Extra cargo hold, increasing ship capacity by 100, requiring 300 units of wood. 2. An ancient battle room, providing 2 submerged cannons for offensive use, requiring 200 units of wood, 10 units of steel, and 10 units of sulfur. 3. Grand statue, capable of intimidating passing vessels and instilling panic, requiring 300 units of wood, 300 units of fabric, and a carcass of an aberrant creature. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Yi set his sights on the ancient battle room. Nothing instills a greater sense of security than cannons. In maritime warfare, cannons are indispensable. Currently, his resources are as follows: capacity 11 1000 wood 9, fabric 0, freshwater 2L, counting less than 2 liters as 2 liters. Steel and sulfur are likely high-tier resources, which he has yet to encounter. The upgrade interface for level 3 vessels has not yet been unlocked, presumably requiring the completion of the expansion first. After organizing everything, Yang Yi commenced fishing, as he needed to prepare more food. Behind the Nightmare, separated by dozens of nautical miles, lies a peculiar ship, approximately 10 meters in length, adorned with an enormous crystal ball exceeding 3 meters in diameter. Astrologer, level 1, durability 500, capacity 800 units. Sailing speed 50 knots, ship skills, astrologer. Displays nautical charts of the surrounding 100 nautical miles, showcasing ship names. Scrying. Can reveal the image of a specific ship on the nautical chart. But islands cannot be viewed, limited to 1 target per day. Description, merely revealing maps. It is not considered cheating. The captain is a strikingly beautiful woman with black hair and brown skin. Her eyes a rare shade of red. She had previously taken note of the nightmarish vessel. After all, it was quite rare for 2 ships to sail side by side, and it was only later that a change occurred. The icon of the pirate ship suddenly vanished from the nautical chart. Had it been eliminated, the woman gazed into the crystal orb before her, no larger than the size of a palm, which displayed the maritime map of the surrounding waters, including the names of the ships. She extended her hand to manipulate it, employing her scrying skill to observe the image of the nightmarish ship. She beheld Yang Yi aboard, engaged in fishing. A long-legged sardine was caught by him, and before it even touched the ground, it was devoured whole. The woman's crimson eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. Moments later, another eyeball was reeled in, only to be consumed again. Finally, a cystic pufferfish was disdainfully discarded by the man. Yet, upon seeing this venomous creature, the woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. How did he manage to catch such treasures? She mused with envy. Rather than losing her composure, her curiosity intensified, for she possessed a unique talent. Blood of a witch. Your thirst for knowledge is insatiable. Your red eyes are both your proof and your inherent curse, granting you a mental limit increase of 2. You exhibit high resistance to bizarre creatures and phenomena. But remember, to touch the forbidden will result in expulsion by holy light and the searing of sacred fire. Chapter 12. Islands and tree climbing. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed continuously, each shot slightly distinct. Yang Yi was honing his marksmanship. The flintlock was unreliable, thus he needed to enhance his accuracy to compensate for this flaw. A piece of wood dangled at the stern of the ship while Yang Yi stood at the bow, taking aim. Each shot was spaced a minute apart. Misfires were of no concern, as it was merely practice. Beside him lay a fishing rod, and he occasionally glanced at the sea to see if he had any catches. After a morning of practice, he had only managed to hit a dozen times. Still a far cry from being a sharpshooter. Yang Yi consumed a long-legged sardine, why now. He had grown accustomed to its taste, discovering that the long-legged sardine was exceptionally delectable, especially the 4 crispy legs. Reminiscent of chicken. In just one more day, the storm foretold by the system would arrive. Yang Yi had stocked up on 10 eyeball fruits, a black loaf of bread, 6 liters of fresh water, and several long-legged sardines. During this time, he had also caught a sizable creature, measuring half a meter long. Name, scarlet lip eel. Type, food. Description, a fine specimen with fiery red lips, regrettably located within the fish's mouth. Would you dare to engage in a passionate kiss with it? A creature from the abyss, edible and non-toxic, with tender lips. The appearance of this fish startled him at first. To consume it raw would inevitably involve gnawing on those fiery red lips, which even Yang Yi found somewhat daunting unless he were truly famished. Gazing at the scarlet lip eel, Yang Yi recalled the nightmare from the previous night. The memory of the dream was vivid. He had been confronted by a red-eyed woman, a gun pointed at his head. Those vividly crimson eyes sent shivers down his spine. Your heart races, rationality decreases by 8. The gun in her hand was all too familiar to Yang Yi. It was his own flintlock, though he could not fathom how it had ended up in her possession. Just the thought of it sent a wave of dread coursing through him. Why this token? Yang Yi once again found himself deprived of restful slumber, his eyes burdened with pronounced dark circles. Fortunately, the corpse poison within his body had been purged, and his wounds had nearly healed to a significant extent. With his vitality at a level of 76, however, his energy recovery was excruciatingly slow. After a night's sleep, his vitality would only restore by approximately 30, severely limiting his daytime activities. Prolonged continuation of this state was untenable. He needed to discover a method to swiftly rejuvenate his energy to counteract this disadvantage. For instance, holy water possesses energy-restoring properties, yet its cost is exorbitant and its restorative effects are rather weak. As he pondered, he suddenly received an anonymous message. Glancing to the upper right, he noticed an island. "Who are you?" Yang Yi replied, yet the other party remained silent. That I in this world, to initiate a private conversation with someone, one would typically need to know their ship's name, and if it were not a special vessel, the individual's name as well. Yet Yang Yi had never voluntarily disclosed any of his information. How had this person acquired such knowledge? Could they possess some form of cheat? After a moment of contemplation, he arrived at 2 conclusions. Point 1, that the individual might possess a unique skill that allowed them to see him and ascertain his ship's name, and they were not far from him. 2, this could be a special mission bestowed by the system. He circumnavigated his ship, but saw no suspicious vessels. Indeed, there was an island in the upper right. The island was modest in size, adorned with a hint of greenery, likely hosting trees. These trees could probably be felled for lumber. Moreover, the island might yield other bounties. Had he stumbled upon this discovery by chance, he would have likely ventured ashore to explore. However, now that someone had alerted him, he felt a sense of uncertainty. Ultimately, Yang Yi decided to first circle the island, observing closely. If he found no signs of other vessels or player activity, he would select a suitable spot to go ashore. The firearm in his possession instilled confidence within him. At this stage, few players wielded guns. At least, none had appeared in the chat channels. As the ship approached, Yang Yi discerned the full visage of the island. It was a tropical isle, approximately 3 kilometers in diameter, not particularly large. The periphery was lined with golden sands, where a few shellfish and crabs scuttled about. Yet in Yang Yi's eyes, these were merely sources of protein. However, the most captivating sight was the coconut trees dotting the island. The tallest among them bore a bronze treasure chest. Furthermore, there were no signs of players having disembarked upon the island. These coconuts remained untouched. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Yi resolved to set foot on the island. He chose an appropriate spot to anchor his vessel and then disembarked. The moment his feet touched the land, he felt an almost surreal disconnection from reality. Despite having only been at sea for a few days, he gathered some food from the beach, such as blue crabs, clams, and scallops. Name: blue crab. Type: food. Description: a common crab, entirely natural and unpolluted, with succulent flesh. Name: clam. Type: ingredient. Description: a common shellfish, edible and perfect for crafting a delicious clam soup. Name, scallop. Type, food. Description, if paired with garlic and vermicelli. Grilling a few will leave a lasting impression. Yang Yi collected a bounty, stowing it away in the ship's cabin for later consumption. Now, the main event awaited him. The lush, verdant coconut trees. The trees in this area generally reach heights of 7 to 8 meters, with the tallest soaring over 10 meters, adorned with heavy coconuts. These coconuts represent a vital source of fresh water, renowned for their excellent storability. While the flesh offers dietary fiber, their flavor is quite pleasant, making them a treasure that one cannot overlook upon encountering. However, Yang Yi is not particularly adept at climbing trees. A careless misstep could result in a broken leg or even a spinal injury. Lacking any means to heal, he cannot afford such risks. Using a gun to sever the coconuts would be quite convenient, yet the noise it generates could attract unwanted attention from any lurking creatures on the island. As he strolled along the base of the trees, his attention was drawn to several stones of varying sizes. Name, stone. Type, resource. Description, can be collected as building material, useful for crafting. If they are large stones, it is advisable to prepare a pickaxe. Yang Yi promptly gathered a handful of suitably sized stones and placed them along the shore. He then swam back to the nightmare, adjusted his position, and used a grappling hook to haul them aboard. After 2 trips, he successfully collected a total of 25 units of stone. Crafting a simple stone axe requires 5 units of stone and 5 units of wood. This is a functionality provided by the logbook, allowing the creation of basic tools such as fishing rods, spears, bows, and arrows, albeit of significantly inferior quality, as they lack any attributes and are even worse than standard equipment. He disembarked with a stone axe in hand and proceeded towards the tallest coconut tree, which bore over a dozen large coconuts along with a bronze treasure chest. This was the first tree he intended to harvest. Chapter 13. Vital Coconut Juice. The sailing logbook offers a plethora of convenient features. However, once one departs from the logbook, this world becomes indistinguishable from reality. Chopping down trees is both a labor-intensive and skillful endeavor, especially with a stone axe that lacks sharpness and delivers a jarring impact. As Yang Yi felled the largest coconut tree, he immediately lost 13 points of energy, leaving him with only 30 points. At full capacity, he could manage to chop down a maximum of 5 or 6 trees. Beyond that, he risks fainting if his energy drops below 30. But once the tree collapsed, Yang Yi hurried to collect the coconuts. And as soon as he grasped one, his face illuminated with delight. Name, Vital Coconut. Type, food. Description, a rare and special coconut, rich in vitamins and minerals. The coconut water within accelerates energy recovery. Without hesitation, Yang Yi split open a coconut and drank deeply, receiving a buff that enhances his energy recovery. This was precisely what he desperately needed, making this venture exceedingly rewarding. He opened the bronze treasure chest, and several glowing orbs emerged, transforming into 3 items upon contact. Name, Vital Coconut Juice Recipe. Type, recipe. Quality, good. Description, grants the recipe for vital coconut juice upon use. Requires a reagent bottle, salt, and a vital coconut. Name, edible sea salt, 500 grams. Type, food. Description, a seasoning that enhances flavor and replenishes salt content. Name, reagent rack. Type, tool. Quality, good. Description, an essential tool for crafting various reagents. Can be synthesized with crystals. It provides reagent bottles, which disappear once the reagent is consumed. A treasure chest, not only containing a recipe, but also the 2 additional ingredients required for its creation. Yang Yi was elated, immediately utilizing the recipe and setting about concocting the vital coconut juice. Required materials, vital coconut 1, 10 grams of salt. Essential tool, reagent rack. Yang Yi successfully produced a bottle. Name, Vital Coconut Juice. Type, consumable. Quality, good. Description, a beverage that invigorates the spirit, restores 10 energy points, increases energy recovery rate by 50, lasting for 8 hours, activation interval of 24 hours. Yang Yi smiled and turned his gaze toward the coastline, where an abundance of coconuts awaited. With his axe dancing through the air, he felt a surge of energy. With his energy nearing 30, he decided to recline on the beach and rest, intending to continue chopping trees once he had recovered. By evening, he had felled 4 trees, yielding a total of 38 vital coconuts and 43 pieces of lumber, all transported back to the nightmarish vessel. Each tree, depending on its thickness and length, could provide 5 to 15 pieces of lumber, with larger trees yielding even more. He had no intention of departing just yet, planning to spend the night aboard the ship and resume his endeavors the following day. However, before returning, he made a new discovery. On the beach lay a shimmering, luminous trail, a mere 100 meters from Yang. As dusk descended, the traces emitted a faint glow, catching his attention. The trail led inland, the glowing substance appearing to be some sort of slime from a living organism, reeking with an unpleasant odor. He ventured a few steps along the trail, where the absence of crashing waves rendered the marks more distinct. Judging by their shape, they resembled the tracks of a serpent-like creature. Yang measured with his palm. This serpent was at least half a meter in diameter, quite a sizable specimen. Not bringing a firearm proved to be the right decision. Yang reconsidered, opting not to spend the night by the shore, but rather to retreat further away, for there was some form of large creature on the island. Gripping his flintlock tightly, he remained vigilant and retraced his steps. Once back aboard the nightmarish vessel, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Sitting in the captain's quarters, he pondered for some time, ultimately deciding to gather more vital coconuts. Despite the potential risks, such treasures are rare and can mitigate the vessel's drawbacks. He could not afford to let such an opportunity slip away. Future islands might not yield such coconuts. He navigated the nightmarish vessel away from the island, anchoring approximately 20 nautical miles distant. At this distance, the island was no longer visible. Even if the unknown creatures on the island could swim, they would have no reason to venture so far for a meager meal of his flesh. Surely, dining on the abundant fish of the sea would be far more appealing. He drank a bottle of coconut juice, feasted on several scallops, an eyeball fruit, and half a red-lipped eel. Before succumbing to slumber, he gripped his flintlock with his right hand, letting it dangle beneath the bed, his fingers carefully avoiding the trigger. This was Yang's latest tactic, allowing him to draw and fire at any creatures that might approach the door with remarkable speed. He soon fell into a deep sleep, plagued by nightmares. In the dead of night, a melodious female voice wafted through the air outside the ship, ethereal and enchanting, akin to a celestial serenade. But this was the ocean. Where could a woman be singing? Yang drowsily sat up, his eyes clouded with confusion, irresistibly drawn to the captivating melody. Losing all sense of control, that a look of obsession crossed his face as he gazed toward the door of the captain's quarters. There stood a humanoid creature, half woman, half fish, resembling the fabled mermaid. With flowing golden hair and an alluring, seductive form, she was drenched from head to toe, as if she had just emerged from a bath. Her bosom concealed by 2 enormous shells. Her waist was remarkably slender, and below her navel, delicate scales began to appear, culminating in a fishtail for her lower half. Such a creature is commonly referred to as a mermaid. However, at sea, she bore another name, Siren, the nightmare of sailors from ages past. The siren sang sweetly, flashing a beguiling smile at Yang, flaunting her allure. The sound trap at the entrance was triggered, producing a series of chimes. Yet, Yang had lost all control. The trap became utterly ineffective. He was enraptured, moving towards the siren, a flintlock pistol still clutched in his hand. Entranced by the enchanting melody, you have lost control of your body. Intellect reduced by 10. You behold an extraordinarily beautiful woman, succumbing entirely. Intellect diminished by 7. Approximately 50 nautical miles from the nightmare, another ship lingered nearby. Astrology, which had been tailing closely behind. Captain Suna sat in the captain's cabin, scribbling in a small booklet. She could expressionlessly consume bizarre food and, without a hint of hesitation, kiss an eel, engaging in a feast of red-lipped eel. More astonishingly, she exhibited no signs of madness. This was utterly incredible. The booklet was titled XX Observation Diary. Having not learned Yang Yi's true name, she had yet to inscribe it. Within its pages lay details of Yang Yi's private life, including how long he slept, when he arose, what he caught, and what he consumed. Such behavior was akin to that of a stalker. In a normal society, she would undoubtedly be classified as a dangerous individual. Locked away for re-education, did she not feel feared? Suna pondered, biting the cap of her pen. The intelligence regarding the island was supplied by her, merely to observe how this individual would react. Just then, on the nautical chart, the nightmare suddenly stirred, racing towards the island at full speed. Something was amiss. Suna had been using the astrology's scrying ability to spy on Yang for several days. Knowing he was a cautious man who would not take risks at night, let alone venture onto the island after dark. She immediately employed her scrying skill to track the nightmare. Was that a siren? Su-na exclaimed, her eyes alight with a mixture of fervor and astonishment. Chapter 14. I hold a gun. Yang-yi experienced a harrowing nightmare. In his dream, he found himself encircled by three exquisitely beautiful women, who silently gazed at him. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically. One of the women produced an object and began to gnaw on it, savoring each bite, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth at its first. Yang-yi was bewildered, but upon closer inspection, he realized that it appeared to be his own right arm. Moreover, he discerned the features of these women. Although their upper bodies were human, from the waist down they bore scales. And further below, they transformed into fish tails. His own arm had been severed, an excruciating pain surging through him. Damn! Yang-yi awoke with a start, finding himself completely naked on a slick floor. The dim light suggested he was in some sort of cavern, with walls and floors smeared in a bioluminescent liquid, as if a mollusk had crawled through, leaving behind its viscous residue. A thick layer coated his body, and a whiff of it invigorated him. Reminiscent of 3 days without sustenance, he quickly glanced to his right. Fortunately, his right arm was intact. The source of the pain was a woman, who was fiercely biting into Yang-yi's arm with her pearly teeth, sinking 3 points deep into the flesh, causing him to grimace in agony. Let go. Are you a dog? Why are you biting me? Yang-yi exclaimed in anger. Upon hearing his voice, the woman finally released her grip, leaving 2 deep impressions of her teeth on his shoulder. Awake now? I thought you were still unconscious, she remarked with dissatisfaction, her crimson eyes glistening with a seductive allure. I've already sat up. Do you think I'm still asleep? Yang-yi replied, somewhat irked, as he rubbed his right arm, seemingly in pain from the bite. He scrutinized the woman before him. She possessed a quintessentially Asian visage, quite beautiful, with a slender frame that appeared slightly malnourished, her skin a tempting shade of wheat. She was ensnared by a tangle of unknown aquatic weeds, with traces on the ground indicating her arduous crawl. Who are you? Yang-yi inquired, his head pounding. You were enchanted by a siren. I saved your life, the woman reminded him. Upon hearing this, Yang-yi promptly checked his activity log, which displayed a series of enchantment alerts. His rationality lingered at a precarious level. Rationality 51100. It's a miracle that these sirens have kept you alive and well fed for 3 days, the woman continued, gazing at him. Yang-yi soon comprehended the situation. I was captured by sirens, and 3 days have passed. Indeed, and not just one siren. Correct, there are 3 in total. They are gregarious beings, adept at enchanting men with their songs, using them for mating. And as sustenance. Yang-yi glanced down at his bare body, an unsettling chill coursing through him. Nearby lay discarded pirate attire and a rusted flintlock pistol. They are the legendary fantastical beings, yet they exist in this world. Their habits mirroring the tales. The woman continued, seemingly fascinated by the sirens. However, Yang-yi felt a wave of apprehension and quickly donned the pirate garb, seizing the flintlock from the ground. Putting on the blood-stained pirate attire, he felt an inexplicable chill. Rationality decreased by 1. At that moment, his rationality teetered at 50. Any further decline would plunge him into madness. This slime is revolting. How can sirens secrete such filth? In the ocean, many soft-bodied or scaleless creatures excrete slime for protection, so it's quite normal for sirens to do the same. Moreover, this slime glows in the dark, illuminating and attracting prey, akin to the lantern of an anglerfish, facilitating the display of their enticing forms to aid in the hunting process. Noticing Yang-yi's bewilderment, the woman began to elucidate the logic behind it, interspersed with her personal views on sirens. You must be a player. How did you end up here? Yang-yi suddenly asked. This woman, shrouded in mystery, exuded an odd aura, particularly her striking red eyes, which sent chills down his spine, reminiscent of those he had encountered in his nightmares. This heightened Yang-yi's wariness. Despite her seemingly benign intentions, as if she were attempting to rescue him, she nonetheless aroused his suspicion. My name is Suna. I'm a passing player who unfortunately fell into the clutches of sirens and became emergency rations. Didn't you say sirens target only males? Why would they capture you? Yang-yi inquired in response. Suna had already prepared her words. She did not intend to speak the truth, but instead gestured towards a corner. I am not alone. My companion has been devoured by the sea monster. Yet, for some reason, they did not consume you, Suna elucidated. Yang-yi followed her gaze. There lay a partially devoured male corpse, already decaying, with its abdomen opened, entrails hollowed out, a grotesque visage, and mutilated limbs, suggesting it had suffered unspeakable torment in life. Scattered nearby were numerous human bones, stripped bare, exemplifying the ferocity of the sea monsters. But did Suna truly know that man? Not at all. She merely exploited this corpse to fabricate a lie, rendering her capture seem more reasonable. In reality, Suna had come alone, stealthily trailing Yang Yi and the sea monsters. She had become entranced by the sea monsters, only to be encircled suddenly by two of them. She had initially believed there to be only one. As for the corpse, the man had been there before Yang Yi's arrival. However, upon Yang Yi's arrival, the man appeared to have lost his worth and was subsequently consumed by the sea monsters. Thus, Suna remained unaware of the identity or origins of this unfortunate man. After hearing Suna's words, Yang Yi believed her somewhat, but remained vigilant. You mentioned 3 days, yet I do not feel the slightest hunger, Yang Yi queried. He examined his condition, discovering that apart from diminished sanity, all other metrics were nearly full. Suna then indicated another corner. There lay a large marlin, a ferocious fish known for its sharp upper jaw, as pointed as a spear. However, this marlin was deceased, its body marked with bite marks. It seemed that during this time, Yang Yi had survived by consuming this marlin. But what about water? Am I not meant to drink? Yang Yi pondered, feeling disoriented and detached, with no recollection of the past 3 days. Meanwhile, Suna grew increasingly anxious. Could you please assist me in unbinding? In half an hour, those sea monsters will return. I do not wish to miss this opportunity, Suna urged. Until now, she remained in a restrained state, able only to squirm like a caterpillar. After observing the sea monsters for 3 days and discerning their habits, she had taken the risk to crawl over and attempt to awaken Yang Yi. Yet, Yang Yi regarded her with a complex expression. This woman was astute and seemingly devoid of malice. Yet, the more this was the case, the more wary Yang Yi became, sensing that she was not to be underestimated. She remained exceedingly composed. Were another person bound in such dire straits, how could they speak so fluently? Moreover, she had appeared in his nightmares. The nightmares foretold that this woman would aim a gun at his head, intending to kill him. Thus, Yang Yi's heart was conflicted, uncertain whether to rescue her. However, to take the life of a woman who bore him no ill will, and perhaps even a hint of kindness, proved too difficult. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yi finally reached a decision that he sensed that this woman was certainly concealing something from him and resolved to probe her further, regardless of the truth. Yang Yi's gaze turned cold as he looked at Suna, directing the dark muzzle of his gun at her, threateningly stating, "Woman, 3 sentences, give me a reason not to kill you." Suna's pupils dilated sharply, seemingly unable to comprehend Yang Yi's line of reasoning. "What are you saying? Has a siren devoured your mind?" "I possess a firearm," Yang Yi replied with a smile, casually twirling the gun in his hand like a lawless brigand. He raised a finger to remind her, "This is the first sentence. You have 2 more. Seize the opportunity." The ominous black muzzle loomed silently, and the atmosphere became oppressive in an instant. After several tense seconds, a flicker of panic crossed Suna's face, mingled with regret and frustration. She spoke rapidly. "I can offer you all my resources and equipment, including the food on the ship." Yang Yi shook his head. "Not enough. That I only need to kill you, and these will naturally become mine." Suna's breathing quickened, her gaze wavering. Moments later, she divulged her secret. "I can provide you with a nautical chart. It will make your navigation much safer." "A nautical chart?" Yang Yi inquired. "My ship is named Astrologer. It can access the charts of nearby waters." "Oh, that's how it is." Yang Yi's smile turned chilling. "You lured me here, didn't you?" He remained unfazed, rummaging through the pocket of his pirate attire, producing a piece of parchment. "You probably haven't seen this before, have you? This is a ship blueprint. If I kill the ship's owner, I can dismantle his special grade vessel to acquire it. Tell me, why shouldn't I kill you and claim the skills of your ship for myself?" Suna's complexion turned ashen. This was the first time she had heard of such blueprints' existence. Moreover, she realized that Yang Yi was not lying. The pirate's vessel had indeed been taken down by him. In the end, she displayed a furious expression of unwillingness. Her calm demeanor shattered as she glared at Yang Yi. "You are truly a greedy, despicable wretch. I spit on you. Go ahead and shoot. I shall curse you at the gates of hell." With that, she closed her eyes, awaiting the sound of the gunshot. There was a certain defiance in her stance. "Then I shall grant your wish," Yang Yi replied coldly. Suna trembled slightly. Yet, after a prolonged silence, No pain nor gunfire ensued. She opened her eyes to find Yang Yi approaching with a sharp, broken bone he had unearthed from the pile of remains. Surrender half of your ship's supplies and provide a month's worth of nautical charts, and I shall spare you, Yang Yi stated earnestly. Initially, Su Na's face reflected surprise, which swiftly morphed into anger. She understood that Yang Yi was deliberately deceiving her. Enraged, she retorted, "What if I refuse? I possess a gun. You have no choice but to comply," Yang Yi declared, brandishing the firearm once more in a victorious manner. Su Na, left with no alternative, begrudgingly acquiesced to Yang Yi's demands, though she felt no remorse. After all, her ship's supplies consisted merely of 8 units of timber, 5 units of fabric, and 4 liters of fresh water. Parting with half of these was of little consequence. Her ship, the Astrologer, was unique, requiring crystals and steel for upgrades rather than timber and fabric. Thus, the wood and cloth held little value for her, as she had exchanged them for food and water. Naturally, she would not divulge to Yang Yi that she was, in fact, destitute. Moreover, she was eager to witness the expression on Yang Yi's face when the truth was revealed. Yang Yi was entirely oblivious to the situation, believing he had extorted a considerable sum from the other party, for the disparity in information led him to underestimate Su Na's dire financial state. He employed a broken bone to sever the seaweed binding Su Na, thus granting her freedom. However, having been tied for an extended period and deprived of sustenance for several days, she was exceedingly weak and could not rise immediately. Yet, the actions of her hands left Yang Yi utterly astonished. "What are you doing?" he inquired, perplexed. Su Na was gathering the viscous substance from the ground, forming it into a small mound, and then opened her mouth to ingest it. It was worth noting that this slime was overwhelmingly foul. "I am parched. The mucus secreted by the sea creature can provide me with moisture, salt, and some nutrients," Su Na replied, her brow furrowed. Clearly, the taste was far from pleasant. Yet she stifled her nausea and refrained from expelling it. "Aren't you afraid that this slime might be toxic?" Yang Yi asked. "Not at all. You've consumed it for 3 days without any signs of poisoning." Yang Yi found himself at a loss for words, sensing that the woman before him was somewhat unhinged. After replenishing her fluids, Su Na appeared considerably revitalized. She retrieved a small knife from within her garments, crouched low, and approached the corpse of the large marlin, slicing through its skin to carve off several pieces of fresh fish meat to chew and swallow. This small knife was also an item of equipment. Name: Witch's Dagger. Type: Artifact. Quality: Good. Description: A dagger favored by witches. Serving various purposes, including the ability to slice open your abdomen. It inflicts minimal damage to otherworldly beings. As Su Na gradually regained her strength, Yang Yi began to survey the cavern. The space was limited, featuring a single passage leading to the outside, where the sound of pattering rain and howling winds could be heard. Inside the cave, there was also a bottomless pool of water, likely connected to the sea. He examined the male corpse, concluding that it had been dead for some time. Upon touching the body, he found no valuable items. "From where do the sea creatures typically return?" Yang Yi inquired of Su Na. "Any of those places is possible," she replied. They act in unison? Not necessarily. Su Na had observed this group of sea creatures for 3 days and had discerned certain patterns. They typically divided into 2 groups, with the larger one acting independently while the 2 smaller ones, approximately 1.4 meters in length, usually move together. So, which typically returns first, the larger or the smaller? It varies. There is no set pattern, but the intervals between their returns are not lengthy, roughly around 15 minutes. Yang Yi nodded, grasping the situation that if the 3 sea creatures were accustomed to acting in concert, the best course of action was to flee. After all, engaging in direct combat with 3 sea creatures posed too great a risk. However, if it was merely 2, then there was a chance of victory. "Can you ensnare one?" Yang Yi asked. "If it's one of the smaller ones, I should be able to. I have fought them before," Su Na's voice responded. After replenishing her salt and water intake and consuming fish meat, she gradually regained her composure. It was evident that her physical constitution was not lacking, perhaps even superior to Yang Yi's. The primary weapon of the sea creatures was their song, yet it was ineffective against females. Moreover, their upper body strength was comparable to that of an average woman, estimated to be around 4, similar to his OW and I in the event of combat on land. It suffices to merely evade their claws and teeth, Su Na elucidated. She bore several superficial lacerations, likely inflicted by the sea sirens. "Had I known there were 3 sirens, I would not have been ensnared," With a firearm in your possession, you have ample means to confront them. Simply block your ears and fire at the earliest opportunity. Unbeknownst to Su Na, Yang Yi's gun was prone to misfire, leading her to underestimate the challenge they faced. Yang Yi, however, had no intention of divulging his vulnerabilities, as it was not in his nature to expose such weaknesses. He began to examine his attribute panel. Yang Yi's status: healthy, a large human figure depicted, entirely in green. Strength: 3, 4950. Spirit: 71, 892, 8000. Talent bonus: agility. For 1, 69 100. Pirate outfit bonus: constitution. 4 for 100. Perception: 5, 32 200. Rationality: 50 100. Vitality: 92 100. Sustained a loss of 1 vitality from Su Na's bite. He had discerned the conditions for the growth of each attribute. Engaging in physical exercise could enhance strength, constitution, and agility. Sustaining injuries and recovering could further augment constitution experience. Fluctuations in rationality, particularly severe ones, could significantly boost spirit experience. Activities such as fishing, shooting, and grappling would improve perception experience. The methods of enhancement were decidedly realistic. Coupled with Su Na's intelligence, it was evident that the sea sirens possessed average combat prowess on land, with a strength of approximately 4, and they did not act in unison. Thus, if he were to elevate his strength to 4, combined with the berserk strength bonus, 2, he would be capable of overpowering the sirens. After all, they were creatures of the sea, and their agility on land would be decidedly inferior. The only aspect to remain vigilant about was their powerful tails, which could deliver devastating blows to vital areas. With clarity of thought, Yang Yi sprang into action, confident that gaining a modicum of experience would be advantageous. He scanned the cave for suitable weights to facilitate his training. At first glance, the cave appeared barren, filled only with stone walls and ethereal bones. However, his agile mind was not constrained. He swiftly considered alternative objects. For instance, Su Na could be used to enhance his strength. The deceased swordfish on the ground also seemed appropriately weighted. Furthermore, there was the male corpse lying nearby. Weighing the options, Yang Yi deemed the male corpse the most suitable choice. Opting for the swordfish would lack a solid leverage point, while choosing Su Na would likely provoke resistance and potential bites. Thus, the male corpse was ideal, incapable of resistance and devoid of teeth. Though it had only half an arm remaining, its weight was just right, and the head and neck remained intact, providing a good grip. Consequently, Yang Yi grasped the corpse by the neck with both hands, lifting it to commence his weight training. Have you lost your mind? Are you out of your wits? Su Na gazed at Yang Yi, profoundly shocked by his bizarre behavior. Pray tell, what is your remaining rationality level? Fear not, my rationality stands at a commendable 50. 50? Su Na stared at Yang Yi, her eyes brimming with incredulity. The diminishment of rationality undoubtedly impacts one's mental state. Even if it does not plummet below 50, it still exerts a considerable influence. However, Yang Yi appears utterly indifferent to his rationality score, or perhaps he perpetually dwells in a state of subtle madness. Su Na's gaze towards Yang Yi gradually ignites with fervor, as if she were beholding a rare and exquisite creature. Oblivious to her scrutiny, Yang Yi continues his lifting exercises. Regrettably, just as he completes his 9th lift, a peculiar sound of writhing emanates from the tunnel's entrance. Judging by the noise, it seems to be a singular entity. She has returned. Quickly, insert this into your ears. Su Na presents Yang Yi with 2 appropriately sized morsels of fish, freshly severed from a tuna. Yet, Yang Yi shakes his head in refusal. No need. I have my own methods. He turns his gaze towards the siren. Chapter 16. The storm approaches. Before them stands a siren, approximately 2 meters in length, dragging a substantial portion of her fishtail along the ground to support her form. Upon spotting the 2 humans, the siren is momentarily taken aback, particularly by the sight of Yang Yi gripping a corpse by the neck. However, her reaction is swift. She immediately begins to sing a melodious tune. You hear a captivating melody, ensnared by its charm, and your rationality decreases by 5. Yang Yi abruptly halts his movements, discarding the corpse, his hands falling limply to his sides. It's over. This fool has succumbed to enchantment once more. Su Na tightens her grip on her dagger, bracing for a desperate fight. This time, the siren would likely not spare her. Considering her as potential emergency rations, a bead of cold sweat trickles down Su Na's forehead. In stark contrast, Yang Yi seems utterly enthralled by the siren, his steps light and unsteady as he ambles toward her. The siren is breathtakingly beautiful, a quintessential enchantress, with cascading golden waves of hair and exquisitely striking features. Her voice is heavenly, her skin glistening like fine porcelain, and her figure is voluptuous and alluring. Yet simultaneously, she possesses teeth capable of piercing skulls, claws sharp enough to slice open bellies, and a tail powerful enough to shatter human bones. Yang Yi is ensorcelled by her charm, yearning for an embrace. Nestling into her arms, the siren seems equally captivated by her prey, momentarily abandoning her intent to attack. Her gaze softens, and although she repeatedly parts her lips, she refrains from biting Yang Yi. Apologies. After all, we are not of the same species. Yang Yi whispers gently within the siren's embrace. With rationality below 50, you have succumbed to a state of madness. Strength 2, agility 1, constitution 1, mental -2. Immunity to most mental abnormalities. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Yi has drawn out a flintlock pistol, pressing it against the siren's body, aiming for her head. By the time the siren perceives the anomaly, it is too late. Boom! The gunshot reverberates, echoing with an almost lingering resonance. This time, the flintlock lives up to expectations, the initial shot ringing throughout the cavern. The half-sharp bone fragment tucked into his waistband seems destined to remain unused. You can resist enchantment. Then why did you approach me willingly? Su Na's crimson eyes brim with confusion and incredulity. Your gun sound is peculiar. How could it have cost me a fraction of my rationality? Just a fraction. Yang Yi seizes upon the critical point. This woman is indeed abnormal. Even with a mental score of 8, the first time he hears that gunshot, he loses 3 points of rationality. Yang Yi had no intention of providing an explanation. Instead, he took a step back and observed the headless corpse of the sea monster before him as it slowly sagged, quivering incessantly. Viscous, dark red fluid and fragments of flesh splattered onto him. Su Na hurried over, gazing at the sea monster's corpse with a hint of regret in her eyes. The power of your gun is excessive. Could you refrain from shooting the head and leave me a complete sea monster's skull? She inexplicably produced a vial from her possession and began to collect the sea monster's blood, brain matter, and surface mucus. What are you doing? I killed this sea monster. The spoils belong to me. Yang Yi frowned, promptly picking up a piece of flesh to stow away in his pocket, reminding Su Na. After all, the capsule toy required only a small quantity of tissue, and subsequently, the monster's body would be reclaimed by the system, thereby preventing the possibility of using the same corpse for the capsule toy twice. Upon hearing this, Su Na halted her actions and looked up at Yang Yi, deep in contemplation. In that case, you leave me the most intact corpse, and I will provide you with all the resources on the ship, plus an additional month's worth of navigational charts. How does that sound? Yang Yi pondered for a brief moment before agreeing. The sea monster was not as formidable as the drowned ones. Without its song, the majority of adult men wielding spears could easily slay it on land. Thus, its spoils were unlikely to be of great value, whereas the navigational charts were far more useful. You mentioned earlier that the intervals between the returns of the 2 batches of sea monsters are approximately 15 minutes, correct? Yang Yi inquired. Indeed, the intervals for the 3 occurrences were 20 minutes, 17 minutes, and 18 minutes, Su Na replied, indicating she remembered clearly. Then you must add a new piece of data. Less than 2 minutes. Yang Yi pulled Su Na closer to him. In the next moment, 2 smaller sea monsters erupted from the pool behind Su Na, lunging towards the spot where she had originally stood, but they missed entirely. Just moments ago, Yang Yi had noticed ripples on the surface of the pool, which had raised his alarm. Upon seeing a head emerge from the water, he immediately yanked Su Na to safety, averting disaster. The 2 diminutive sea monsters, upon spotting the corpse of their kin on the ground, fell into a fit of rage, emitting menacing threats. Their pale skin began to flush, and they bared their sharp teeth. A melodious tune echoed once more, this time a duet, the sound somewhat shrill, reverberating throughout the cavern. Even Su Na found herself dazed by the cacophony. The song is both jarring and enchanting. Your rationality decreases by 5. Though Yang Yi was immune to charm, the sound still caused his chest to constrict, his eardrums to ache, and even began to sap his vitality. He promptly raised his gun to aim. Click. The gun misfired. We need to leave. Let us head outside. The space here is too confined, and their song reverberates within the cave, putting us at a disadvantage, Yang Yi decisively commanded. Su Na was not faring well either. Blood trickled from one of her ears, leaving her somewhat dazed. Yang Yi took her hand and dashed towards the cave's exit. Fortunately, the sea monsters were not particularly swift, lacking legs. Their fishtails were ill-suited for terrestrial movement, rendering them relatively slow. The two managed to escape the cave, at which point Suna regained her composure and no longer required Yang Yi's assistance. Your handgun, while not needing to be reloaded, occasionally misfires, doesn't it? She inquired. Yang Yi frowned, slightly displeased. This woman had a penchant for focusing on matters that bore her no benefit. The two continued to sprint forward. Yang Yi sought to buy time until the cooldown of his flintlock concluded, thereby securing an easier victory. However, the two had scarcely run for long before they halted, confronted by a murky sea. The island was submerged for the most part, leaving no path ahead. Above them, the sun was obscured by dense clouds, and torrential rain fell in sheets. Only the occasional flash of lightning illuminated the world. Followed by a deafening clap of thunder, the tempest at sea. Yang Yi instantly recalled the system announcement that had warned of an impending storm. What you haven't been told is that the storm has already been raging for 2 days. Now all players are desperately fleeing this maritime expanse, Suna explained. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Would it have made a difference? We still need to contend with the sea monsters, Suna replied with a calm demeanor. Her assertion held merit. Failing to deal with the sea monsters would inevitably lead to their pursuit amidst the storm, a most undesirable predicament. Calculating the time, Yang Yi glanced back. The two sea monsters were still nearly 20 meters away. By the time they closed the distance to 5 meters, the cooldown of the flintlock would be expiring, and 5 meters was a range in which Yang Yi felt relatively confident, with a high probability of hitting his target. He raised his weapon and began to aim. Holding his breath in concentration as the sea monsters entered the 5-meter range, he fired. Bang! The shot rang out, and an arm flew into the air. Yet, the sea monster's head remained intact. Yang Yi had missed his mark. Your marksmanship is atrocious. Suna scoffed. As if your aim is any better. Yang Yi retorted nonchalantly. You distract the one with the severed arm. I'll take care of the other. Then I'll return to assist you. Agreed. The two dashed towards their respective targets. Chapter 17. The murky sea. Yang Yi charged toward the left, targeting the sea monster that still had its body intact. He wielded no weapon, having long since lost the broken bone. However, they were on land. While other resources might be scarce, stones were abundant. He seized a rock and rushed forward. Midway, his strength leveled up, raising his base power to 4 points, which, when enhanced, soared to an impressive 6 points. Humph! The sea monster emitted a threatening growl, its scales erupting. She was astute enough to realize that her current adversary was impervious to her enchantments, thus abandoning her song in favor of employing her sharp claws and teeth to rend this man asunder. What she failed to comprehend was that, stripped of magic, humanity reigned as the singular and absolute sovereign of the land. Even without firearms, this status remained unshaken, for humans wielded various weapons in combat, often denying their foes the chance for close-quarters engagement. Yang Yi epitomized this principle, displaying no chivalry in battle. Sensing the proximity of their confrontation, he hurled the stone directly at the sea monster's face. With 6 points of strength, surpassing the average of 5, he struck her hard enough to stagger her, blood streaming from her wound. Seizing the opportunity, he mounted her, grasping a hefty cobblestone and unleashing a flurry of blows upon her visage. Devoid of any semblance of mercy, this was a carnivorous beast clad in a deceptive exterior. A normal person would show no leniency, let alone a frenzied Yang Yi. Strike after strike rained down, until Yang Yi sensed he had shattered something, and the sea monster beneath him ceased to resist, prompting him to finally halt. He was not unscathed. His back bore bruises from the whip-like tail, and several scratches marred his skin, blood welling from the wounds. The formidable power of the mermaid's tail is indeed somewhat intimidating. Fortunately, as Suna mentioned, her upper body possesses strength comparable to that of a human as long as the battle takes place on land. Humanity retains the advantage, whereas the situation would reverse in the water. After dispatching the sea demon, Yang Yi casually picked up a piece of tissue and stowed it in his pocket, then sprinted towards the last remaining sea demon. The combat here was in a state of intense struggle. Suna and the sea demon were entangled in each other, rolling about like a tumbling gourd, their faces and bodies smeared with muddy water. The sea demon had sustained injuries and lost an arm, while Suna, weakened, found herself in a stalemate with her opponent. That it was only when Yang Yi intervened that the balance was disrupted in a 2-on-1 scenario. Yang Yi firmly pinned the sea demon down with his foot, drew his flintlock pistol, and prepared to deliver a fatal shot. "Idio not fire. I require it intact, especially the head." Yang Yi recalled Suna's earlier request and halted, inquiring, "What would you have me do? I have observed that her thoracic cavity exhibits movement. It is highly probable that she breathes using lungs. Try throttling her." Suna, using her full weight to restrain the sea demon, gestured for Yang Yi to act. The latter nodded without hesitation and gripped the sea demon's throat with both hands. Before long, the sea demon's struggles began to wane. Minutes later, she lay utterly still. Her eyes rolled back as if she had succumbed to death to prevent any feigned death or resurgence. Yang Yi maintained his grip for 5 additional minutes until Suna tapped him, prompting him to release her. Thus, all 3 sea demons had been vanquished. Who would have thought that sea demons also breathe through their mouths? I presumed they had gills. Yang Yi jested while scrutinizing the sea demon at a first glance. It appeared as though a human and a fish had been forcibly amalgamated. Suna, meanwhile, was exploring behind the sea demon's ears. She does possess gills, situated behind the ears. The specific function will need to be clarified through dissection. Suna continued to probe the sea demon's body, akin to a child with a cherished new toy, incessantly manipulating it. Yang Yi, however, found little interest. He merely needed to ascertain the creature's weaknesses and methods of extermination, without a need for meticulous understanding of its anatomical structure. He opened his log to examine the sea demon's detailed information. Name: Lesser Sea Demon. Description: the sea demon is an otherworldly creature that ensnares males with song and beauty. Being half human and half fish, typically found in groups, they delight in toying with their prey before devouring them bit by bit. This specimen is of a lesser variety, possessing limited intelligence and strength. There are higher-tier sea demons. Yang Yi's mind was filled with trepidation. Had he encountered a higher-tier sea demon, he might have perished in a state of bliss before triggering his frenzy. Even if he did trigger it, he would likely be unable to prevail. Truly, a terrifying entity. He hoped that should he encounter one again, he would possess the fortitude to resist its allure. Elsewhere, Suna had commenced the dismemberment of the sea demon's corpse. The scene rather gruesome, prompting Yang Yi to avert his gaze and check the weather forecast. He needed to swiftly gather intelligence and unravel what had transpired over the past 3 days. Today's weather: a storm approaches. Seek refuge from the ominous clouds above. Location: the Sea of Origins. Stormy waters. Sunlight duration: uncertain temperature. 12-20 wind force. Level 8. Yang Yi began to peruse the announcements from the preceding days. An unprecedented tempest swept through the Sea of Origins, compelling you to hastily escape this impending maelstrom. A gentle reminder: the speed of the black mist will escalate to 15 knots, should you lag behind. Peril may ensue. Upon reading this, Yang Yi furrowed his brow. 2 days had been squandered. He must embark without delay. He began to search for the traces of the nightmarish vessel. At present, the island had been largely submerged by the sea, with the land's diameter reduced to less than a kilometer. The original boundaries of the isle were now marked only by a few treetops protruding above the water, with an estimated depth of around 10 meters. He spotted the shadow of the nightmarish vessel to his left, thankfully not swept away by the winds. Perhaps due to the tattered nature of its sails, the distance to the nearest land was a few hundred meters. Certainly less than a kilometer. In the vast expanse of the ocean, this constituted a considerable distance, particularly for terrestrial beings. Yang Yi was not an adept swimmer. He had merely learned the basics as a child. And while he could manage a few dozen meters, swimming several hundred was an altogether different challenge. Moreover, the tumultuous waters might conceal treacherous currents beneath. In a moment of despair, he beheld Suna stuffing a piece of a sea monster's corpse into her abdomen. What? Yang Yi focused intently. He soon discerned that beneath Suna's garments, a black pouch adhered to her belly. This is a spatial pouch? Yang Yi was taken aback by the presence of such a rare item. Name: Witch's personal treasure bag. Type: artifact. Quality: exquisite. Description: it can be affixed to any position on your body and cannot be stolen. It provides a cubic meter of space for storage. But living beings cannot be stored within. A qualified, which must first possess her own treasure pouch. An idea sparked within Yang Yi, prompting him to approach Suna. Chapter 18. The Madness of Combat Styles. How could one fold a lowly sea monster to occupy the least amount of space within a cubic meter? Suna, disinterested in pondering this dilemma, opted for a more expedient method. She decided to divide it into several pieces. A section for the tail, another for the torso, and the limbs and head could also be detached. Neatly arranging them would minimize the space taken up. Su-na was currently engaged in this task. Yang Yi approached and inquired, "Do you possess any simple rope?" "I have 15 units, Su-na replied. 1 unit equals 1 meter. "Splendid," Yang Yi exclaimed with delight. "Please hand over the rope. I shall construct a raft. This way, we can traverse the sea upon it. Swimming would be far too perilous given the distance." Hearing this, Su-na paused her actions and gazed out at the sea. Her astrological vessel was anchored beside the nightmarish vessel, approximately a kilometer from land. Swimming indeed posed a significant risk. Very well. After a brief contemplation, Su-na acquiesced to Yang Yi's proposal and relinquished the rope to him. Given the circumstances, cooperation was the wisest choice. Additionally, the recent battle had fostered a fundamental trust between the two. Yang Yi accepted the rope and hurried back to the cave, transforming the clothing from the male corpse into fabric. He then rummaged through the pile of bones, ultimately acquiring 5 units of fabric, which he combined to create 5 units of simple rope. Thus, he now possessed a total of 20 units of rope. Next, he would need some timber. Yang Yi held a flintlock pistol in his hand, a weapon of considerable might, capable of severing even a moderately thick tree with a single shot. With a bit of time dedicated to firing a few rounds, they would have ample timber at their disposal. Subsequently, employing the witch's dagger for meticulous refinement of the logs, they would then bind them securely with rope. Thus, a modest wooden raft, merely 1 meter in width, would come into existence. The endeavor required a total of 13 units of rope and 8 logs. The surplus rope could be fastened around the waists of both Su-na and Yang Yi, ensuring that should one of them unfortunate enough to fall into the water, the other could effect a timely rescue. With preparations complete, it was now a matter of the duo's execution, considering their brief acquaintance and the myriad of uncertainties it entailed. "All right, come aboard. The raft is ready," Yang Yi announced to Su-na. He had inspected the raft, confirming its buoyancy was sufficient to support 2 individuals without issue. Su-na, having completed her task of dismantling the siren, approached and climbed onto the raft, each armed with a rudimentary paddle fashioned from the dagger. They propelled the raft towards the ship. Due to the proximity of trees and the island, this stretch of water was notably calmer compared to the outside. The journey proceeded smoothly as they swiftly drew nearer to the vessel. Yang Yi even contemplated the coconut trees, still laden with fruit despite being submerged, pondering how to retrieve them with a grappling hook. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a tremendous force surged from beneath the raft, nearly toppling both into the sea. Something substantial lurked below the surface. Yang Yi's senses heightened, and he instinctively aimed the flintlock towards the water. Su-na, having narrowly avoided a fall, now lay prone on the raft. Catching a glimpse of a shadow darting past in her peripheral vision, "There's a massive serpent in the water, right over there," she exclaimed, pointing in alarm. Yang Yi turned to investigate, but the raft was suddenly thrust upward again, a rope snapping violently, causing the structure to become precarious. Should such disturbances continue, the raft would surely disintegrate. The thought of plunging into the depths and becoming prey to the sea serpent was a harrowing prospect. With only 200 meters separating them from the ship, swimming there in a short span was utterly implausible. Darkness flooded Yang Yi's eyes, igniting a fierce resolve within him. He was in a frenzied state. Courageous and combative, if the serpent sought to devour him, he would gladly reciprocate. A grin spread across his face as he attempted to submerge the flintlock and fire. Boom! Water splashed violently. As anticipated, the flintlock was impervious to water. Rain or submersion did nothing to hinder its firing capability. Hearing the commotion, Su-na turned to him, inquiring, "What are you doing?" "Testing the gun," he replied. Su-na frowned, bewildered by his words, and offered her own suggestion. "Perhaps we could lure it away with the siren's blood and flesh that I could throw it farther." "Unnecessary. That would be futile," Yang Yi countered, his gaze fixed on the shadow in the water. "That I can sense it. It has locked onto me, beckoning me to descend for a duel. Sense. Have you lost your mind? What's left of your rationality?" Yang Yi ignored her, resembling a madman as he leaped into the water, leaving behind a chilling remark. "If there's commotion below, just pull me up. You intend to wrestle with it in the water? That's sheer madness." In truth, Yang Yi held a considerable advantage, and a high probability of success. He remained remarkably composed, meticulously calculating the time that in just 15 seconds, he would be ready to fire once more. With the formidable power of this flintlock, a single shot would suffice to claim the life of the serpent. While the snake would require several minutes to vanquish him, the serpent, lacking the shredding teeth to tear apart its prey, typically resorts to strangulation. During this interval, Yang Yi could potentially fire 3 or even 4 shots. Should he succeed in landing just one shot, the serpent would be severed in 2 on the spot. The prey, descending on its own, was precisely what the sea serpent desired, and it swiftly coiled around him. This serpent was as thick as an adult's thigh, agile as a fish, and adept in the water on land. Yang Yi might have stood a chance against it, but in the water, without a suitable weapon, his odds of victory plummeted to nearly 0. If the serpent had him ensnared, and he could barely free his right hand to take aim, what did it matter if the rest of him was ensnared? Soon, he squeezed the trigger for the first time. Click! The gun misfired, and no matter. He still had another chance. The sea serpent constricted tighter, and Yang Yi felt his ribs grinding against one another, rendering him unable to resist. Counting the seconds, he fired a second shot. Click! Again, a misfire. The air was expelled from his lungs, his ribs were at risk of fracturing, and his entire body was numb. Yet he remained composed, awaiting another opportunity to fire. The sea serpent sensed something amiss. Yang Yi was unlike any prey it had encountered before. It aimed to deliver a fatal blow, sinking its fangs into Yang Yi's left shoulder. "So you dare to bite me? Then I shall bite you back." Yang Yi retaliated, sinking his teeth into the serpent's flesh with such force that he pierced through its scales. Simultaneously, his third shot was fired, targeting the serpent's head upon his shoulder. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from beneath the water. This shot obliterated half of the sea serpent's brain. Though it did not die immediately, it emitted a piercing shriek and relinquished its grip on its troublesome prey. Yet its demise was inevitable. Victory was his. Yang Yi felt a wave of relief and relaxation wash over him. Despite the arduous ordeal, he had triumphed. His body began to sink slowly. "Oh no, I must swim to the surface." Yang Yi attempted to control his body, only to discover, to his dismay, that he lacked the strength to do so. Above the water, a tremendous splash erupted, sending water spraying into the air. Shortly thereafter, a torrent of dark blood surfaced. Suna had been attentively monitoring the commotion below the surface, and upon hearing the gunfire, she immediately tugged at the rope around her waist. However, the other end of the rope was severed. At some point, the cord had snapped during the struggle between Yang Yi and the sea serpent. Suna glanced at the water's surface, hesitating for several seconds before ultimately leaping in. Minutes later, Yang Yi expelled a large mouthful of water, along with a piece of serpent skin that had been bitten off. As he regained his breath, his vitality surged back, and his consciousness returned. It was Suna who had rescued him. Administering cardiopulmonary resuscitation. "Thank you. I owe you my life," Yang Yi expressed gratefully. He had noticed the broken rope before losing consciousness, believing he was doomed, yet he had not anticipated that this woman would dive in to save him. Meanwhile, he also observed that the conditions for unlocking his question mark skill had changed to 2-3. By this point, Yang Yi had roughly surmised what the conditions entailed, likely 3 near-death experiences. On the other hand, Suna was equally overwhelmed with mixed emotions. The way she looked at Yang Yi was peculiar. As if she were gazing upon some rare creature. To wager one's life in such a battle, without hesitation, was a breach of instinct for any living being. It is indeed peculiar. I must remember to document this in my observation diary. Upon reflection, she noticed the wound on Yang Yi's shoulder. "You have been bitten. This serpent is likely venomous." Suna leaned closer, attempting to extract the poisonous blood from Yang Yi with her mouth. She only ceased her efforts when the expelled blood turned a vivid crimson. Yang Yi gazed at her, feeling a surge of gratitude within. After all, such actions entailed considerable risk. Although snake venom predominantly consists of proteins that can be digested by gastric juices, the presence of any mucosal damage in the oral cavity or digestive tract could lead to dire consequences, potentially resulting in poisoning. Once the situation was resolved, Yang Yi regained his composure. The two of them successfully approached the vessels and boarded their respective boats. Yang Yi's observation diary. His frenzied state is utterly captivating. He would never falter, possessing a clear awareness and the ability to devise strategic plans. Yet, he might not even realize the extent of his own thirst for battle, his fervent desire to eliminate his adversary, unhesitatingly willing to sacrifice himself in the process. But what if the opponent is overwhelmingly powerful? What choice would he make then? This remains to be further observed. Which Suna Chapter 19. A second transaction upon returning to the ship. The earlier caught fish and shellfish had already spoiled and were no longer edible. Yang Yi retained only a single pufferfish with cysts, returning all the rest to the sea. His provisions consisted solely of 1 black loaf of bread, 3 eyeball fruits, and 38 vitality coconuts. He also had 1 liter of fresh water. Yang Yi consumed 3 eyeball fruits and picked up a vitality coconut, preparing to concoct a refreshing vitality coconut juice to restore his energy. Player Su Na requests to board the ship. Yang Yi readily agreed. She boarded from the stern, swiftly entering the cabin of the nightmarish vessel at that moment. Yang Yi was in the midst of preparing the vitality coconut juice. "You can create potions?" Su Na exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, I acquired a formula on the island that allows me to concoct vitality coconut juice using salt and vitality coconuts. Would you care to try some?" Yang Yi extended the prepared coconut juice towards Su Na. Given that she had saved his life, gifting her something seemed inconsequential. Su Na accepted it, examining it with curiosity, yet refrained from drinking, choosing instead to stow it away in her treasure pouch. "I shall not take any of the supplies from your vessel," Yang Yi suggested. "Why not drink the freshly prepared vitality coconut juice?" Su Na appeared indifferent, as the astrological vessel was scarcely stocked, nearly destitute. "Shall we collaborate once more?" Yang Yi proposed. The tempest at sea was fierce, and their cooperation would significantly enhance their chances of survival. Furthermore, the astrological vessel could provide navigational charts, preventing them from losing their way amidst the storm. "Agreed," Su Na assented, for that was indeed her purpose for coming. Yang Yi stepped out of the cabin, only to be met with a dimly lit exterior, the sky shrouded in dark clouds. The howling winds, mingled with sea spray, caused the ship to sway precariously. He had no intention of setting sail immediately, as there were urgent matters to address. He had been poisoned by the serpent and required antidotes. The status panel of his diary already indicated the condition of poisoning. Moreover, the information regarding the sea serpent confirmed its venomous nature. Yang Yi approached the monster gacha machine, depositing the flesh of the 2 sea sirens along with the serpent's skin into it. Name: Great Sea Serpent. Description: a cunning serpentine giant dwelling beneath the waves, larger than an ordinary python, delighting in the torment of its prey. It can be exchanged for a monster gacha. Possessing mild venom. Are you quite sure you don't wish to exchange that sea witch's corpse for a gacha? Yang Yi suddenly inquired, turning back, for within Su Na's treasure pouch lay yet another sea witch's remains. Absolutely not. Su Na's head shook vigorously, akin to a rattling drum in her eyes. This corpse held immense value, far surpassing that of a gacha. By examining the physiological structure of the sea witch, she could acquire the knowledge she sought. And knowledge, indeed, is far more precious than mere artifacts. Yang Yi shrugged, refraining from further persuasion, and turned back to the octopus-headed gacha machine, spinning the dial on its chest, producing the sound of capsules colliding. In a short while, 3 capsules were ejected. Su Na, standing behind Yang Yi, observed his every move and diligently jotted down notes. Yang Yi resides on a ghost ship. His mental state is concerning. His gacha machine resembles a fearsome octopus head, yet he appears quite fond of it. Unbeknownst to him, he picked up a luminous orb from the ground. The first item was a tin can adorned with a mermaid illustration. Name: Voice of the Sea Witch. Type: consumable. Quality: good. Description: contains a special gas. When opened and inhaled, it emits a piercing shriek, temporarily paralyzing nearby creatures and diminishing their rationality. Inhalation results in a loss of 20 rationality. You have acquired the voice of the sea witch, yet it is evident that you lack the ability to sing. The second item was a blue crystal pendant. Name: Tears of the Sea Witch. Type: relic. Quality: good. Description: wearing it reduces mental acuity by 2. Grants immunity to charm effects. Upon hearing the song of the sea witch, it transforms into a shrill lament, occasionally induces auditory hallucinations, as if a sea witch whispers in your ear, leading to a decrease in rationality. You may only hear me sing. You belong to me. The third item was a short sword. Name: Fong of the Sea Serpent. Type: treasure. Quality: good. Description: a short sword crafted from the teeth of a great sea serpent, possessing a slight paralyzing effect, capable of inflicting minor damage upon aberrant entities. Yang Yi was fortunate. 3 capsules yielded 2 pieces of equipment, one of which was a weapon, perfectly suited to alleviate the awkwardness of low output during the cool-down of his flintlock. As for the other 2 items, Yang Yi pondered for a while, contemplating whether to sell or trade them. The tears of the sea which were a formidable weapon against sea witches, yet due to his madness state, which granted him immunity, these tears proved somewhat redundant as for the charm effect. Such mental attacks could be swiftly adapted to by players with high mental attributes. The first time he fell victim to charm, Yang Yi lost 10 points of rationality, but subsequently, it only deducted 5 that should he encounter it again, he likely would not lose even 5 points, rendering it ineffective. The voice of the sea witch, however, seemed to be a useful item. Yet, Yang Yi was in urgent need of healing and reluctantly decided to part with it. He promptly messaged Captain Zhou Dai of the Radiant Goddess. Yang Yi, I require 2 vials of holy water. Do you have any in stock? It seemed she was quite busy, as several minutes passed before a reply was received. Zhou Dai. To make a long story short, I am currently occupied with navigating the ship and lack the time to produce holy water. My stock is limited. Yang Yi understood her implication to it was clear that she had stock available, but the price was steep. Nevertheless, Yang Yi was well prepared with ample bargaining chips. Thus he responded, 1 bottle of vitality coconut juice, along with the tears of the siren and the voice of the siren, in exchange for 2 bottles of holy water. On the second occasion, Zhou Dai's response came much more swiftly. You must be a male player, right? You actually defeated a siren? She found it hard to believe, especially since numerous male players in the chat channel had already fallen victim to the siren. At this price, I can offer you 3 bottles of holy water, and we can collaborate further in the future. The transaction was swiftly concluded. Yang Yi tossed the trading items into the monster gacha machine, and before long, 3 bottles of holy water were in his possession. He immediately consumed 1 bottle and then handed another to Suna. You were right. That sea serpent is indeed venomous. Just to be safe, you should drink a bottle as well. It can detoxify and heal. Suna accepted the holy water but did not drink it right away. Instead, she curiously examined the bottle before stowing it away in her treasure bag. That I meant for you to drink it, not to tuck it away. Yang Yi interrupted her actions. If you aren't going to drink it, please return it to me. At the same time, Yang Yi was puzzled, sensing something odd about Suna. Both the vitality coconut juice and the holy water, as well as the siren's body, seemed to intrigue her. Why did she want to stash everything in her treasure bag? Suna stared blankly for a moment, not responding. However, she could tell that Yang Yi was serious, and ultimately relented, uncapping the bottle and drinking the holy water. You can't just hold it in your mouth. Yang Yi, with keen eyes, noticed that she hadn't swallowed, merely puffing her cheeks. That Suna frowned, appearing somewhat displeased, but under Yang Yi's insistence, she reluctantly swallowed it down. Show me your mouth. Suna obediently opened her mouth, appearing to have genuinely consumed it. Yang Yi nodded. In truth, Suna had wounds as well, and this would aid in her recovery. However, secretly, Suna took out a small booklet and began jotting down notes. Yang Yi is quite fierce and enjoys pressuring others. What are you writing? Yang Yi approached her and inquired. Nothing, Suna replied nonchalantly, concealing her booklet. Seeing this, Yang Yi felt it inappropriate to pry further, as it was a matter of her privacy. You have seen the chat channel and announcements, right? Everyone is desperately fleeing this maritime region. We must escape as well. Yang Yi analyzed the situation and inquired about Suna's astrological ship. Her ship was only at level 1, 10 knots slower than the level 2 nightmarish ship. They discussed the plan to use grappling hooks to tie their 2 vessels together. This way, no ship would lag behind and fall out of formation. Before we leave, could you do me one more favor? Yang Yi gestured towards the coconut trees, their crowns barely visible. With coconuts nearly floating on the water, let's circle the island together and gather those coconuts. We'll collect as many as we can in one round. But we won't linger. Suna nodded in agreement. Yang Yi initially intended to collect them all, but that would consume too much time. The 2 ships circled the small island, ultimately harvesting a total of 92 vitality coconuts. This quantity was quite considerable, and Yang Yi was pleased, generously sharing half with Suna, resulting in each of them receiving 46 coconuts, in addition to the original 34 coconuts aboard the ship. The 2 of them possess a total of 126 vitality coconuts. Yang Yi has 80, while Suna has 46. For the foreseeable future, Yang Yi need not concern himself with replenishing his energy. Chapter 20. The journey through the storm. Today's weather. The storm has intensified. Please be cautious of floating debris at sea. Location: the origin sea, stormy waters, duration of sunshine, unknown temperature, 13 to 18 sea wind force. Level 9. Yang Yi and Suna have formed a fleet and have been navigating the seas for 2 days now. Throughout this time, They have not glimpsed the sun. The ocean's surface remains shrouded in darkness, with visibility severely limited. The wind has escalated by 1 level, and the tumultuous waves have reduced their vessel's speed significantly. Maintaining even half of their previous pace would be commendable. Initially, as the storm began, the wind was merely at level 4, marking a golden opportunity for travel. During this period, Yang Yi was ensnared by the siren's allure, missing the golden window for progress and falling drastically behind. Situated at the rear of the main fleet, from the chat channel, he learned that his friend, Captain Su Day of the Swift Wind, had successfully navigated out of the stormy waters just last night. His vessel, capable of reaching speeds of 70 knots, is currently the fastest ship in the game, and if it had attained level 2, it would likely be even swifter. He disseminated information that beyond the stormy waters, tranquility reigns, accompanied by bright sunshine. It is anticipated that in the subsequent 2 days, numerous faster ships will emerge from the Tempest, except for the 2 unfortunate souls, Yang Yi and Su Na. Curse be this fate. Yang Yi, having gone days without sleep, felt the redness creeping into his eyes, his temper fraying. He consumed a bottle of coconut juice to restore his vitality and privately messaged Su Na in his log. Su Na, are there no islands or hidden reefs ahead? He had no desire to blunder into an island and run aground or collide with a submerged hazard. No, don't disturb me. This is a critical moment. Since returning to the astrologer 2 days prior, she had not shown her face again. What on earth are you doing? Yang Yi inquired, but Su Na remained silent. Within the astrologer's cabin, a wooden table occupied the space, and nearby, a crystal ball the size of a basketball displayed a sea chart covering 100 nautical miles. Yet, her focus was not on the chart, but rather on the corpse of the sea siren laid upon the table. Using the witch's dagger as a surgical instrument, Su Na meticulously incised the siren's skin, examining the intricate network of nerves and blood vessels within, hypothesizing about its organ composition, and documenting her findings in detail. Several organs had already been entirely excised, including the brain and eyes, preserved within glass jars. She had expended considerable resources to procure these jars, all for this moment. This siren, at its anatomical structure, exhibited numerous flaws. It would be more aptly described as a half-fish, half-human entity. Within its body, an immune rejection response persisted, akin to the violent amalgamation of human and fish organs, each repelling the other. It requires the consumption of flesh to alleviate this rejection. As she muttered her discoveries, she diligently recorded her observations. However, this rejection response seemed to be diminishing. Should it completely dissipate, the siren's body might undergo a remarkable transformation. Meanwhile, Yang Yi remained at the helm, skillfully evading the debris propelled by the currents. Were it not for the storm, many would likely be eager to use grappling hooks to seize such flotsam. Yet, in the current circumstances, all were fleeing as if from a plague. The floating debris is large and swift, some of which are merely fragments of ship hulls, the origins of which remain a mystery, perhaps belonging to some unfortunate player. Consequently, Yang Yi has remained perpetually on guard. His senses heightened as he deftly navigates around these obstacles. His nightmarish vessel is in a state of disrepair, its durability a woeful weakness, resting at a meager 600. Constructed from rotten timber. It is utterly devoid of sturdiness. After just 3 collisions, its durability has plummeted by over 100. A few more encounters, and his ship would surely disintegrate. In this dire situation, Yang Yi has contemplated utilizing the pirate ship blueprints. However, the system warns him that the environment is perilous, forbidding any modifications. With no recourse, he must continue to press on with grim determination. At the same time, Yang Yi keeps a vigilant eye on the world channel, monitoring the shifting tides and developments of the sea. The news is predominantly grim, filled with player grievances. It's over. The wind was so strong just now. I think I've lost my way. Can anyone tell me which direction ahead? How much farther is it? I'm in a rush. I'm buying wood, paying top dollar for it. I have millions in my bank account. Just need 10 units of wood, and I'll give you everything. You fool. Damn it, my ship is taking on water. Who is selling wood? 30 sea conch coins per unit. Unlimited buy. Wood can repair ships. Its value will skyrocket, and it's incredibly scarce. Sometimes a single unit of wood can fetch an astronomical 50 sea conch coins. What lurks beneath the waves, assaulting my vessel? Suddenly, a message captures Yang Yi's attention. This could indicate a new development in the waters. Monsters are attacking. His plight draws the attention of numerous players, who begin to inquire. Brother, did you hear that clearly? Did you collide with an obstacle? No, I'm already in the cabin. The hull has been rattling incessantly. Something is definitely striking my ship. My heavens, haha. The monsters have begun to spawn. Enjoy yourselves. I can already see the boundary. Farewell. Help me. It's a merman. The message cuts off abruptly. This individual has likely met their demise, the system broadcasting their unfinished last words. Yang Yi feels a surge of anxiety that a spray of waves splashes against his face, chilling him to the bone. He promptly contacts Su and Ed Yuna. There may be monsters in the sea. We must prepare ourselves. What is happening on your end? Yang Yi inquires. Yuna has completed her dissection, her face flushed with excitement. Her eyes gleam crimson, her breath fragrant as she gazes at the information that has popped up on her log. Conditions met. Dissection research on otherworldly entities 2-2. Your talent unlocked. Forbidden Scholar. Forbidden Scholar. Permanent reduction of rationality limit by 20. Mysticism system unlocked. You can now construct special rooms, develop your own unique formulas, and create distinctive items. You have ultimately succumbed to your curiosity. Little do you know that this may be a path of no return. Suna, I'm asking you something. What are you doing? Respond. Yang Yi's irritation mounts. Only then does Suna take a deep breath, calming herself before replying. What is it? How is your ship's durability? Yang Yi asks that it's almost untouched. Very well. Come aboard the nightmarish vessel. I'll grant you access. Please help me repair the ship and restore its durability to full. Certainly. Suna agrees. She gathered the precious remains of her treasures into a bag of wonders, grasped the crystal sphere, and made her way towards the ship. Nightmarish. The two vessels were tethered together with ropes, positioned closely enough that under normal circumstances, one could easily traverse with a mere plank. However, with both ships swaying slightly, it was prudent to crawl instead. Ensuring greater stability. Suna crawled across the plank and stepped onto the nightmarish. She was summoned by Yang Yi into the cabin. Your permissions have been granted. Use the stone materials to craft a stone hammer. Then replenish the durability of the nightmarish, after which you may remain aboard that we might encounter monsters ahead, and separation could prove perilous. Chapter 21. The greater the storm, the more the fish. The world chat channel buzzed with reports of players being attacked, each encountering distinct creatures. There are numerous red lanterns in the water, and they are converging towards me. Has anyone encountered them? What on earth are they? Just fireflies, no need to fear. Darn it, a dozen little fishmen have cornered me in the captain's quarters. It feels like a one-on-one. Who is that standing on the water blocking my path? A strange demon fell into my trap. It seems to be called the Drowned One, and I've already turned it into a porcupine. Yang Yi offered a moment of silent tribute. It was likely that the Drowned One had claimed yet another victim. Almost every minute, someone fell prey to an attack. Yet, concurrently, several players managed to escape the tempestuous waters unscathed. As for Yang Yi, perhaps due to the delayed departure of the nightmarish, they had not encountered any monsters. Instead, another concern weighed heavily on his mind. They were running low on supplies, while water was plentiful thanks to the vibrant coconuts. Protein and energy were essential. Yuna, do you have any food on board? Yang Yi messaged privately. Only 1 L of water, came Suna's voice in reply. She had just finished repairing the ship and approached the bow deck with the crystal sphere in hand. This crystal sphere served as a dynamic nautical chart, capable of synchronizing the conditions of the surrounding sea within 100 nautical miles. Currently, it displayed only the two vessels, the astrological and the nightmarish. With their markers closely aligned, is your ship's map still disassemblable? Yang Yi inquired with astonishment. This crystal sphere acts as a receiver. As long as we remain within a reasonable distance, it functions perfectly. Suna elucidated. The nautical chart, while rudimentary, displayed only large obstacles at sea, such as massive floating debris represented by a small black dot, and islands depicted as substantial shadows by evading these dark spots. They could effectively steer clear of the chaotic whirlpools created by the colossal flotsam. Moreover, the existence of the chart ensured they would not lose their bearings. Another day passed. Even someone as resilient as Yang Yi needed rest. Their navigation evolved into a shift system, where one would take turns while the other rested in the captain's quarters. The nightmares of the nightmarish seemed to haunt only the captain, as Suna had not mentioned experiencing any nightmares herself. Throughout this time, Yang Yi kept a vigilant eye on the chat channel, hoping to procure some food. Alas, disappointment was his fate. Due to the storm, most players had depleted their supplies and were reluctant to sell. Those who did have food were fortunate souls who had escaped the stormy waters, and even when prices soared, they were still impossible to acquire. Yang Yi sent a private message, but the response came after several minutes, consisting of a mere 3 words, sold out. Some even do not respond. This is the essence of true hunger marketing. Those who cannot buy will starve. This cannot continue. Yang Yi rose from the captain's quarters, his stomach growling incessantly. At present, Su Na was at the helm, and the wind had intensified to level 11. Standing on the deck required a slight crouch to maintain balance. His clothes, perpetually damp, carried a distinct, briny odor. He must find something to eat. Otherwise, when his strength waned, it would be utterly catastrophic. Yang Yi silently resolved to consume a vitality coconut, draining its water and devouring the flesh until nothing remained. With no other food available, coconuts had become his sole sustenance. However, they provided little satiety. He required high-energy food as a foundation. After much contemplation, the only method for procuring food that Yang Yi could envision was fishing. Conveniently, he had a fishing rod in hand. Su Na, if this continues, we shall surely starve. I will attempt to fish. You keep the boat steady for a while longer. Yang Yi sent a private message. Certainly, Su Na responded promptly. With the fishing rod slung over his shoulder, Yang Yi made his way to the ship's courtyard, selecting a suitable spot to cast his line. As the saying goes, the greater the wind and waves, the more valuable the fish. In the current circumstances, it seemed that the more tumultuous the waters, the more peculiar the fish, perhaps even larger. Yet, he underestimated the challenges of fishing amidst a storm. The vessel rocked violently. The surging waves obscured his view of the float, and there were no signs of a catch. An hour passed, and apart from nearly achieving the dubious honor of unlocking the human bait achievement, he caught nothing. 2 hours elapsed, and still, he had no success. Frustration began to set in. He opened the global chat channel and sent a message. Has anyone tried fishing? Along with a photo of fishing amidst the storm. Fishing? Do you still have the luxury of time to fish instead of dodging debris? Indeed, only Yang Yi had the leisure to fish. The others had to be wary of floating hazards that if you catch a mermaid, she might just eat you. In truth, should he truly catch a sea monster, it was uncertain who would consume whom. Amidst a flurry of enthusiastic replies, a single sensible message emerged, presumably from a seasoned angler. The waves are high, and the fish are deep. Your float is utterly useless. If you insist on fishing, remove the float, lengthen the line, and attach a weight to sink it to the depths. Yang Yi suddenly understood. Promptly adjusting the line's length, discarding the float, and affixing a small stone to the hook. After all, in this world, bait was optional. Half an hour passed, and finally, there was a response. The fishing rod's reel spun wildly. Yang Yi yanked it, a tremendous force nearly pulling him into the sea. Luckily, he braced himself against the edge of the boat, preventing his fall. He continued to pull with all his might, but the other end ceased its struggle. What is happening? Did the line snap? Yang Yi leaned over to investigate. A glimmer of red light appeared from the depths, approaching like a crimson lantern, roughly the size of a fist. What is this? He immediately grew alert and drew his flintlock. The next moment, a shark burst forth from the ocean, lunging directly at Yang Yi. It was a hammerhead shark, over a meter long. Its body is sleek, vibrant red. Its head was peculiar, flat like a spade, with 2 eyeballs suspended on either side, glowing a sinister crimson in the darkness. Yet, even more bizarrely, it boasted 2 robust hind legs, knobby and reminiscent of a frog's powerful thighs. Something is amiss with this fish. Your rationality has decreased by 5. A shark broke the surface of the water, its gaping maw wide open, intent on devouring Yang Yi. Fortunately, Yang Yi was prepared. He immediately dropped to the ground to evade the attack, while simultaneously pulling the trigger of his flintlock pistol. Bang! A burst of flame erupted. The force of this shot was tremendous, severing the shark, which was as thick as an adult's waist, into 2 pieces. Yet, it was not dead. The upper half writhed incessantly, threatening to bite Yang Yi. Seizing the moment, Yang Yi grasped the tooth of the sea serpent and mounted the creature. With a swift thrust of his weapon, he plunged it twice into the beast, rendering it utterly lifeless. Name: Devil Shark. Type: Food. Description: the devil shark, tainted by abyssal pollution, is a cruel and bloodthirsty creature. Its flesh is edible and can also be used in gacha. If consumed, it cannot be used for gacha again. You must choose one of the 2 options. Please be advised, this is a social creature. Discovering one signifies that a multitude follows. Upon reading the description, Yang Yi's pupils constricted as he immediately gazed towards the sea. 1 by 1, red lanterns illuminated the water, growing in number as they converged upon the nightmarish vessel. They showed no remorse for their fallen kin, surfacing en masse, revealing their fins, seemingly intent on boarding the ship. The number was likely nearing 100. Desuna. We are in grave danger. Yang Yi swiftly dashed towards the bow of the ship. Suna, having also sensed the peril, abandoned the helm and hurried to join him. Another devil shark leapt onto the deck. This species possessed a degree of mobility on land, utilizing their hind limbs to hop like frogs, albeit clumsily, managing only a leap of 1 to 2 meters at a time. However, their overwhelming numbers made them an insurmountable force. Observing the sharks, Yang Yi suddenly conceived an idea. Chapter 22. Refusing Death. Suna, we must ascend the mast. It is our only chance of survival. Yang Yi deduced he had observed the devil sharks' movements and noted that they could only jump on the deck, relying solely on their hind limbs. This indicated that the devil sharks lacked climbing capabilities. If they could take refuge atop the mast, they would be virtually invincible. Without delay, Yang Yi took action, with the flintlock pistol in his left hand and the tooth of the sea serpent in his right. He was equipped for both ranged and close combat. However, Suna had no suitable weapon at her disposal. It would be far too perilous to confront a shark with that small dagger. I have a bow in my room. I will grab it when I run past, and you can use it. Suna nodded, her hair whipping wildly in the gale. There was no trace of fear on her face. Rather, she appeared somewhat exhilarated, glancing at the devil sharks from time to time. I want a more intact shark, especially with the eyes intact. Suna suddenly exclaimed, we will discuss that once we survive. The two immediately set their plan into motion, sprinting towards the starboard side. The sharks were concentrated on the port side, making the starboard side comparatively safer. They crouched low, braving the fierce wind as they advanced swiftly. The captain's cabin on the starboard side lacked a door, but Yang Yi could create one temporarily using his flintlock pistol. The cooldown should be just right. Yang Yi fired a shot, blasting a large hole that was just wide enough for him to reach inside and retrieve items. He rummaged about and found a pirate longbow tucked in the corner, along with over 20 simple wooden arrows, all coated in poison. He handed the bow and arrows to Suna, and the two then made their way towards the courtyard. The courtyard was considerably less windy, nestled between the captain's cabin and the quarters, with the gusts obstructed for the most part, thus having a minimal impact on archery as soon as they stepped into the courtyard. A devilfish lunged out from the shadows to the side. Had it not been for Yang Yi's timely discovery, he might have found himself knocked to the ground. He drew the tooth of the sea serpent, poised to strike, when an arrow suddenly whizzed from behind, striking the devilfish squarely in its eye. This eye seemed to be the Achilles heel of the double-horned devilfish. Upon being pierced, it descended into utter chaos. Rolling about on the ground, bereft of combat capability, Yang Yi glanced back at Suna. Such exceptional archery skills. The two continued their dash towards the mast. By this point, there were 7 or 8 devilfish on the deck, all congregated on the left side. They leapt towards the duo like frogs. Upon spotting them, Suna exhibited her prowess, drawing her bow and releasing arrows with unerring accuracy, each one hitting the eye of a shark. Despite the size and luminescence of the devilfish's eyes, she hit every target. Truly remarkable. What did you do before? Yang Yi swallowed hard and inquired. I studied medicine. However, during my high school years, I won the provincial archery championship, the kind that could qualify one for the national team. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Yang Yi replied, baffled, recalling how she hadn't wielded a bow during the encounter with the sea creature. I was taken by surprise, and my bow fell into the sea. If only I had known how formidable Suna was, he would have prepared an ample supply of arrows and faced these leaping sharks without fear. Alas, their arrows were limited, and they could not afford to linger in battle. Some devilfish had even swum to the right side, preparing to launch a 2-pronged assault. More sharks continued to leap onto the deck. Fortunately, the two had reached the area beneath the mast. Seizing the opportunity while the newly arrived sharks were still at a distance, they needed to ascend the mast swiftly. You go first. Once you're up, cover me with your arrows. Yang Yi leaned against the mast, his gaze fixed on the approaching sharks on either side. This was the most rational plan he could conceive. If he climbed first, he would only have the flintlock pistol at his disposal. Though powerful, it was far less effective in this scenario than the bow, which allowed for multiple shots. Suna understood Yang Yi's intent and wasted no time. She stowed her bow into her magic bag and began her ascent. Yang Yi gripped the tooth of the sea serpent firmly, holding the pistol in his left hand, assuming a battle-ready stance. The shark on the left arrived first. Leaping towards Yang Yi, he had observed these creatures for long enough to discern a particular trait. They only jumped straight ahead, Before leaping, they would fixate on a direction, their heads pointing where they intended to bound. Capitalizing on this characteristic, Yang Yi deftly sidestepped the shark's assault. As it passed by, he thrust his sword into the gills of the devil fish. The creature continued its momentum, a massive gash opening on its body. Upon landing, a cascade of entrails spilled forth, indicating that it was beyond saving. This is feasible. Yang Yi kept a vigilant eye, narrowly avoiding another shark's attack that he repeated his method. Driving the tooth of the sea serpent into its gilled eye in this manner, he dispatched 3 encircling sharks. Yet, Yang Yi was no seasoned warrior. Not long ago, he had been a bedridden patient, barely able to stand. His rudimentary swordsmanship was merely a result of keen observation and a calm demeanor that allowed him to execute such maneuvers. Moreover, success was not always guaranteed. On the 4th attempt, he faltered, failing to evade in time, and was bitten on the right shoulder by the shark. The excruciating pain nearly caused him to faint. Fortunately, Yang Yi's will was as unyielding as steel. He immediately pressed the flintlock against the flat head of the hammerhead shark. This shot must not go silent. Yang Yi pulled the trigger. Click! The cursed gun misfired yet again at this crucial moment. Damn it! Yang Yi refused to surrender. He swiftly devised another plan, releasing the tooth of the sea serpent from his right hand and transferring it to his left, aiming it at the shark. Just then, an arrow whizzed past Yang Yi's scalp, striking the shark's eye. The creature recoiled in pain, loosening its grip, allowing Yang Yi to break free, though his right arm was already a bloody mess. Get up here quickly, Su Na urged. She perched on the crossbar, approximately 5 meters above the ground. While out of reach of the shark and thus safe at this moment, she drew her bow, unleashing a tremendous force to cover Yang Yi as he climbed. I have only a few arrows left. You had better hurry. Yang Yi tucked the flintlock at his waist, gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain, and began to ascend. The sharks that followed were struck by Su Na's arrows, granting Yang Yi a temporary reprieve. Yet his ascent was painfully slowed. He exerted his legs, pressing his left arm and cheek against the mast, straining upwards. You must hurry. I only have 3 arrows left. Just after climbing 2 meters, dire news reached him. Soon, the last 3 arrows were expended, as Su Na could only cling tightly to the mast with one hand, trying to lower her body in an attempt to assist Yang Yi. Alas, the distance was insufficient to at that moment. A shark leapt toward Yang Yi, sinking its teeth into his calf. The sound of teeth clashing against bone was chilling. Yang Yi, Su Na cried out. Yang Yi momentarily froze, his body trembling violently, nausea overwhelming him from the intense pain. Yet, he dared not let go. Gritting his teeth to endure it, he understood that if he released his grip and fell, he would undoubtedly perish. The shark clung to Yang Yi's leg, its sharp teeth tearing at his wound. Yang Yi felt dizzy and short of breath, his vision blurred by tears. He glanced down at the shark and met its 2 enormous crimson eyes. It seemed to mock him, mocking Yang Yi's futile struggle against death. Not a chance. Suddenly, an inferno of rage erupted within Yang Yi's chest, searing hot. Simultaneously, a message popped up in his log. Condition met. Face death 3-3. You have unlocked the talent. Refusal of death. Refusal of death triggers when health falls below 10 or when inflicted with fatal damage. Health cannot drop below 1, refusing death for 5 minutes. In addition, all attributes except Spirit 2, Spirit-2, Sanity-50, followed by a 24-hour period of weakness, during which all attributes except Spirit-2. During the weakness period, refusal of death will no longer take effect. P.S. Refusal of death can transcend the limits of mortal attributes. Your sanity is below 50, entering a state of madness, immune to most negative mental states, Strength 2, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Spirit-2, Pain ignored, Tirelessness, Fearless bravery, until sanity is restored. Under this dual enhancement, Yang Yi's strength surged to an astonishing 8 points, while his spirit dwindled to 4 points. His eyes reddened, filled with bloodshot veins, and his previously limp right arm inexplicably regained its strength, gripping the mast with all its might. Simultaneously, he extended his left hand and grasped the eye of the devil shark below him. With a casual squeeze, he unexpectedly crushed the eyeball, causing its juices to splatter. In Chapter 23, titled A Great Harvest and the Golden Legend, Yang Yi, utilizing sheer brute force, obliterated the eyeball of the shark beneath him. The creature, racked with excruciating pain, released its grip, yet Yang Yi did not relent. He seized the shattered eyeball and lifted it, hurling it at another shark, with his strength now reaching an impressive level of 8. Even a punch from him could effortlessly shatter the shark's skull. However, Yang Yi was no fool. He would not engage in close combat when he could dominate from a distance, at least not at this moment. He exerted power through his right arm, leaping into the air with agility surpassing that of a monkey, landing directly on the horizontal beam. From this point forward, it was my turn. Yang Yi's expression remained stoic as the dark muzzle of his weapon aimed at the devil shark below. Bang! One devil shark was instantly cleaved in two. What just transpired? Su Na gazed at Yang Yi in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed from the brink of death to executing a counterattack, reversing the situation in an instant. Such a remarkable turn of events. Su Na's gaze towards Yang Yi ignited a fervent desire, as if she wished to consume him whole and unravel his essence. This blatant stare made Yang Yi somewhat uncomfortable. He merely responded nonchalantly, stating, "It's nothing. I unlocked a new talent. That so?" Su Na did not press further. Even if she had, Yang Yi was not inclined to divulge the specifics. This was his trump card, immensely powerful, capable of turning the tide at critical moments. Moreover, the side effects of this talent were equally dire, with a debilitating weakness lasting up to 24 hours. Thus, the fewer who knew, the better. Meanwhile, Su Na felt a twinge of fear. Her rationality had plummeted by over 20 points, almost compelling her to succumb to the urge to dissect Yang Yi with her dagger. Fortunately, she managed to restrain herself, her composure stabilizing just above 50. Su Na, patience is key. You must endure. Yang Yi is exceptional. Observation is essential. She silently admonished herself. Yang Yi remained oblivious to the chaotic thoughts of the deranged woman beside him. He retrieved the holy water, consuming 2/3 of it, and poured the remaining third onto his wounds. The effect was remarkable, as the bleeding quickly subsided. He then took out his flintlock pistol, aimed, and fired. One misfire followed by a successful shot, killing another shark. These sharks, frustrated by their inability to reach the two, grew increasingly agitated, with some gnawing at the mast while others began to feast on their deceased kin. However, the mast was constructed from the sturdiest wood of this ghost ship. Robust and thick, the shark's jaws were insufficient to inflict damage in the short term. Yet, the risk remained. It was a race to see whether the mast would break first or the sharks would perish. With over 30 uninjured sharks remaining, Yang Yi felt his chances of victory were substantial. "Wait, there's no need to shoot anymore," Su Na suddenly called out to Yang Yi. "Why?" He turned his head to inquire. "Look, the toxin from the cystic pufferfish is starting to take effect." She pointed to a shark that had been struck in the eye. This shark appeared to be the first to be hit, now lying on the deck, motionless. Soon, its corpse was being devoured by its peers. Yang Yi quickly understood. Cannibalism among peers was a phenomenon commonly observed in insects. Thus, some pesticides are designed to delay death, allowing insects to return to their nests before succumbing, effectively eradicating an entire colony. Su Na explained. "I see." Yang Yi nodded, pulling the trigger to dispatch another shark. "Yet, if I were to shoot, would it not expedite their demise?" "After all, bullets cost nothing," Su Na replied. A little while later, all the sharks lay lifeless, not a single one remaining. The deck was strewn with the carcasses of the sharks, reeking of blood. Yang Yi, in a state of weakness, struggled to climb the mast, taking quite a while to do so. His vitality had dwindled to a mere 15, necessitating caution. A single misstep could plunge him into the brink of death. Su Na had already descended. She had her sights set on the largest and most intact shark corpse, immediately commencing its dissection to prepare it for storage in her treasure chest. "I've struck gold. This could yield around 70 gacha pulls." Yang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his previous mobile gaming experiences, he relished the card-drawing segments the most, often deleting the game thereafter. "Shall we split it down the middle?" Yang Yi asked, glancing at Su Na. "You go ahead and pull. I only need one," Su Na replied nonchalantly, seemingly uninterested in the gacha. "What a pity. I suppose I shall begrudgingly pull for you then." Yang Yi eagerly began to slice the corpse of the double-horned devil shark on the ground. With each batch he cut, more bodies gradually vanished. In total, he made 72 pulls. There were 74 double-horned devil sharks. One had been dismembered by Su Na, and another was set aside as rations to avoid the risk of poisoning. Yang Yi deliberately chose the first one that had been sliced in half. Fortunately, this particular shark had not been consumed by its kin, making it suitable for food. After the processing was complete, Yang Yi checked the heading and map once more. confirming that all was well before turning his attention to the gacha machine below. There lay 72 luminous orbs. He refrained from opening any, opting to save them for a collective unveiling. What treasures might await him? Yang Yi was filled with anticipation as he began to pull from the gacha. You have obtained 1 unit of steel. What? You have obtained 200 conch coins. You have obtained 5 units of lumber. You have obtained 5 units of stone. I'm infuriated, Yang Yi exclaimed as he smashed the piece of lumber onto the deck. The latter slowly faded away, transferred to storage. Did he, Yang Yi, lack such trivial resources? What of relics, treasures? At the very least, he should have received some trinkets. As the pulls continued, Yang Yi gradually grew numb, his expectations waning. Most of the contents were basic resources, including freshwater, steel, lumber, fabric, and even crystals. There were also 12 loaves of black bread, 5 sausages, and 3 watermelons. Perhaps the devil sharks were too weak to compare with the sea witches and the drowned. Or perhaps it was simply a matter of poor luck. By the end, Yang Yi had acquired only 3 items of note, 1 exquisite, 1 good, and 1 ordinary. Name, low-tier fire element. Type, consumable material. Quality, exquisite. Description, can be affixed to equipment to bestow the power of fire. P.S. Equipment can be transformed repeatedly, with the last transformation's attributes prevailing. Name, glowing fishing net. Type, tool. Quality, good. Description, can be placed at the side of the ship to capture hapless fish. Though this net emits an unsettling red glow, causing normal fish to steer clear. This red light, where have you seen it before? Name, sharkskin swimsuit. Type, treasure. Quality, comment. Description, while swimming. Increases speed by 25 and reduces energy consumption. It will ensure your effortless victory in swimming competitions. Yang Yi carefully stored these 3 items. The appalling drop rate reminded him of some rather unpleasant memories. However, he soon considered a possibility. Could it be that submitting the same type of monster multiple times would drastically reduce the gacha drop rate? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. The system might be attempting to encourage players to hunt a variety of unfamiliar monsters. The method to verify this hypothesis was quite simple. Have others try their luck with the gacha. Without hesitation, Yang Yi summoned Su Na, who was still in the courtyard, and handed her a fish fin to test the gacha. This devil shark was initially intended as food, but with an ample supply of black bread available, there was no need to risk eating raw. Give it a try, Yang Yi urged. That if Su Na received a good item, it would confirm Yang Yi's conclusion that repeatedly submitting the same monster's corpse would lead to a significant drop in the drop rate. Conversely, if Su Na received nothing, it might simply be a matter of luck. Su Na tossed the fish fin into the gacha and turned the handle. The octopus head's twin eyes suddenly glowed with golden light, and even its tentacles transformed into a golden hue. Wow, a golden legend. Yang Yi thought he was hearing things. That a golden orb of light was expelled from the mouth of the octopus head, which Su Na eagerly caught. Could this be the difference between the fortunate and the unfortunate? Yang Yi felt a flush of warmth as he experienced, for the first time, the game's inherent unfairness. Laden with malice. Chapter 24. The shadow shaking in the storm. Su Na picked up the glowing orb, her eyes sparkling, and promptly stored it in her bag of treasures. What did you get? Yang Yi inquired, leaning in with curiosity. Oh, you want to know? Beg me, and I shall reveal it, Su Na replied, her expression ambiguous, her eyes narrowing like crescent moons. That if you want to share, then so be it. Yang Yi was not one to indulge her, nor was he envious. After all, he possessed 3 treasures. Though not golden, his quantity was indisputable. Meanwhile, numerous esoteric hypotheses floated through his mind. Could it be that this shark, having perished earliest, yielded the best rewards? This possibility could not be dismissed. Yet, the specifics would require further experimentation to ascertain. One thing was certain. The drop rate would significantly decline with repeated submissions of the same monster's corpse. Yang Yi instructed Su Na to continue steering while he tidied up the battlefield. It must be said that the monster gacha machine was remarkably convenient, as both the shark's carcass and blood were efficiently recovered. However, the damaged deck, mast, and the gaping hole in the captain's cabin would necessitate material repairs. Additionally, during the skirmish, they had collided with several floating objects, causing damage to the hull. The repairs alone consumed 40 units of wood. Fortunately, the gacha machine also yielded resources. The current inventory of food and resources is as follows. Food: black bread 12, sausages 5, freshwater 8L, vitality coconuts 67, watermelons 3. There are over 40 vitality coconuts remaining in the Suna's cabin. Resources: lumber 55, fabric 45, stone 32, steel 10, crystals 8, sulfur 6. Conch coins 2050. Steel, crystals, and sulfur are considered advanced resources, with an exchange ratio of 5:1 in the gacha system. Food is currently sufficient, unless faced with dire circumstances. Yang Yi will not resort to fishing in the stormy seas again, that he opened the world channel and began to leave a message to it is best not to fish in the stormy seas. You might catch a monster. You are truly brave. You didn't die. Impressive, you can still speak and be alive. Do you have a picture? I find it hard to believe. Yang Yi had no intention of defending himself. The reason for not sharing a picture was to protect their sanity. A day swiftly passed. This marks the 6th day since the storm's onset. Today, the chat channel was bustling, with numerous players leaving messages, indicating they had escaped the stormy seas. It seems that most players are not far from the exit and will soon depart from this region. Only Yang Yi and Suna still have a considerable distance to cover. They lagged 2 days behind the time the storm began. The winds were mild, allowing everyone to sail swiftly. It was only later, as the storm intensified and debris and monsters appeared, that their speed diminished. Yang Yi checked the weather forecast. Today's weather location: Sea of Origins, stormy seas, daylight duration, unknown temperature, 8 to 12 wind force. Level 10. The wind had intensified further and the temperature had dropped, causing Yang Yi to feel slightly chilly, though still bearable. In contrast, Suna, dressed in her original outfit, appeared completely unfazed by the cold. Yang Yi stepped out of the captain's cabin and approached the bow of the ship. Suna, it's time for a shift, he called out. She nodded, handed over the crystal ball, and after completing the handover, made her way towards the captain's cabin of the Nightmare. By the way, don't you feel cold in that light attire? Yang Yi inquired curiously. Not at all. This outfit keeps me warm, Suna replied, sending a private message. Name, which is casual wear. Type, treasure. Quality, premium. Description, warm and waterproof. Enhances sanity recovery speed. Asa witch. One must prepare a set of casual wear to conceal one's identity as a witch. This was a premium piece of equipment that could enhance sanity recovery speed. Starting off with a complete set for a witch? Yang Yi once again questioned the fairness of the game, but felt powerless to change it. Fortunately, he possessed a formidable flintlock. Not long ago, he had utilized a low-grade fire essence to imbue the sea serpent's fang with a mutated property. Initially, he had intended to mutate the flintlock, but it had proven unreliable, occasionally misfiring. The mutation merely added attributes to enhance its power, providing no substantial remedy for the weapon's inherent flaws. Moreover, given the high grade of the flintlock, a premium low-grade fire essence would likely yield minimal changes. It would be better to mutate the sea serpent's fang instead. The result was quite satisfactory. The sea serpent's fang had evolved into a premium piece of equipment. Name: Fang of the Sea Serpent, decomposed. Type: treasure. Quality: exquisite. Description: a short sword crafted from the fangs of a sea serpent, now imbued with the power of fire due to its degradation. Capable of inflicting burn wounds and containing fiery poison. The blade of the fang of the sea serpent had transformed into a crimson hue, and prolonged contact would render it scalding to the touch. Significantly sharper than before, Yang Yi continued to steer the vessel, alternating shifts with Suna. After yet another day had passed, Yang Yi awoke from the captain's quarters. Glancing at the logbook, he realized he had scarcely slept for 3 hours. He had once again endured a nightmarish slumber, and this time it was a sequence of dreams. In the first, he envisioned Suna aiming a gun at his head, her gaze icy and unyielding. Yet, how could this be possible? If she truly intended to harm him, she could have done so during the battle with the sea serpent when he fell into the water. Why wait until now? Dismissing the thought, he shook his head, feeling a slight headache from his lack of sleep. In the second dream, he found himself devoured by an enormous, centipede-like creature. But where would one find such a colossal centipede at sea? Could this so-called prophetic effect merely be coincidence and happenstance? After all, the system had not indicated so. Yang Yi succumbed to self-doubt momentarily, yet swiftly dispelled the notion. Regardless, he had no intention of allowing nightmares to dictate his actions. Even if the dream held prophetic significance, the decision-maker could only be himself, not the nightmare. Otherwise, would he not become a disciple of his own fears? After consuming a vitality coconut, Yang Yi felt considerably better. His wounds had nearly healed. The holy water proved effective. With just a couple more days of rest, he would be fully recovered. Why was it so dark? Yang Yi pushed open the door, startled by the sight before him. Outside, it was pitch black. It had not been this dark in previous days. He promptly checked the weather forecast. Location: Sea of Origins. Sunlight duration: none. Temperature: 12 to 18 C. Wind force: level 10. Compared to yesterday, the temperature had risen. Yet sunlight duration had changed from unknown to none. A sense of unease washed over him as he steadied himself against the ship's railing. Making his way toward the BOWS Yuna. Are you there? Yang Yi shouted, but no response came. He retrieved the navigation log, a small booklet that glowed, allowing him to see in the dark. It was then he realized the nightmarish had come to a halt. Not in motion, merely undetected due to the surging waves. A pang of anxiety gripped Yang Yi as he dashed to the ship's deck, discovering the helm devoid of any presence. Where was Suna? His pupils dilated, heart racing. As he scanned the surroundings for any sign of her, a faint light glimmered to his left, seemingly obscured by a shadow. Yang Yi hurried towards it, only to find Suna standing there, cradling a crystal orb, utterly still, her expression vacant as she gazed intently at the roiling sea ahead, as if entranced by some unseen spectacle. Yang Yi, exasperated, remarked, "I've been calling your name. Why do you not respond?" The latter showed little reaction, merely extending a finger towards the horizon, murmuring, "It seems we are surrounded." Yang Yi immediately followed her gaze. Before them lay an expanse of darkness, and it appeared so. Yet, was it Suna's words that instigated this feeling? Yang Yi began to sense that something was writhing upon the surface of the sea ahead. What could that be? Yang Yi squinted, striving to discern the truth. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning illuminated the scene, and Yang Yi finally discerned the true nature of that creature. It was a colossal, elongated worm, resembling a centipede, segmented along its body, with four blade-like mandibles at its head, opening wide to sever its prey like a guillotine. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the sea-dwelling bobbit worm, albeit on a far grander scale, its diameter difficult to ascertain from such a distance. The length was equally elusive, as much of its body lay concealed beneath the waves. There were countless numbers of them, even visible at the farthest reaches of sight, with the nearest ones approximately a kilometer away from the nightmarish. These gigantic worms swayed in the Tempest, moving their heads as if engaged in some arcane ritual or revelry. Observation of an unknown colossal creature results in a 20-point decrease in rationality. Yang Yi's mind reeled, and he immediately turned to the crystal orb. The nautical chart revealed that they were surrounded by these gigantic worms, numbering no less than 100 on the chart. These monsters manifested as tiny black dots, akin to sesame seeds, distributed around the nightmarish. They were encircled by these monstrous worms. Chapter 25. Desperation, surrounded by giant worms. Yang Yi pulled Suna into the captain's cabin of the nightmarish. What had transpired? He inquired earnestly about the origin of these creatures. About a quarter of an hour ago, the sky suddenly darkened. Suna recounted that I was at the helm when I noticed numerous black dots appearing in the crystal orb's image. That I halted the vessel and moved to the bow to get a clearer view. Suna reflected, and the events that followed were evident to him. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi promptly seized the crystal orb for a meticulous examination. Meanwhile, Suna began to articulate her conjectures regarding these colossal worms. These worms likely lack eyes and visual organs. Otherwise, they would have noticed the nightmarish long ago. They must be creatures adapted to perpetual darkness, relying on their auditory, olfactory, or other sensory modalities to hunt. The storm has significantly narrowed their perceptual range, rendering them oblivious to the presence of the nightmarish, Suna deduced. Yang Yi, furrowing his brow, scrutinized the nautical chart. Simultaneously, he activated the global channel to ascertain the conditions of other players. As he entered, he was met with a cacophony of voices. "Why is it so dark? I've completely lost my way. Can someone tell me where the exit is? There are numerous giant worms in the water, and the nearest one is less than 200 meters away. My goodness! God, have you forsaken me?" New dangers had arisen in the stormy sea, and those who had narrowly escaped reveled in the misfortune of their trapped counterparts. Hurling scornful jabs, another monster spawn. How delightful. Serves you right for being so slow. Have you ever played a battle royale? If you lag behind, the toxic circle will catch you. Blame no one but yourselves. Laka, just wait and die in there. You mustn't perish. If you do, who shall I sell the fish I just caught to? Ha ha ha. High prices for second-hand equipment and items. Damn, even if I were to feed the worms, I wouldn't spare a single coin for you. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't rejoice too soon. Yang Yi switched off the chat channel, his expression grim. The majority had already fled the stormy seas. It seems that as more individuals attempt to escape, the stormy seas have begun to drive and eliminate the players within. Yang Yi and Su Na, having set off 2 days later, have found themselves trapped inside. He paced back and forth, suddenly recalling a crucial piece of information. 200 meters. Yang Yi reopened the chat channel, scrolled through the messages from this acquaintance, and sent a private message. Are you still alive? Are you certain the giant worm is 200 meters away? The response came swiftly, filled with tension. Yes, indeed. It terrified me. The length of this creature feels like several dozens of meters, with a girth of about 3 meters. Calm down. Take another careful look and confirm it's 200 meters. No need to check. I work in surveying, and I can discern that distance at a glance. Yang Yi's brow relaxed, and a thought sparked in his mind. He examined the nautical chart, utilizing its zoom function to set the scale to 1 centimeter representing 200 m, allowing 1 centimeter on the map to signify a distance of 200 meters. He then made a few measurements on the chart. Eureka! Yang Yi's fighting spirit was rekindled, and he turned to Su Na. You were right. These worms lack vision, and their sensory perception is severely limited by the Tempest. We can attempt to navigate through the gaps between them. Although the route may be treacherous, there are considerable spaces between these giant worms, making it feasible. Upon hearing this, Su Na's eyes sparkled with realization. She was deeply captivated by these extraordinary creatures and had not considered fleeing in that direction. However, Yang Yi was different. He yearned to survive, regardless of the cost. But do you know what the safe distance is? Moreover, there may be individual variations among them. An acquaintance provided me with a hint. Yang Yi replied, setting a minimum distance of 200 meters, with no upper limit. The farther, the better, preparing to head toward the exit with this standard in mind. Now, let me take the helm. For safety's sake, you shouldn't remain inside the cabin. It would be best to stand on the deck, so if the creature launches an attack, you can notice it immediately. If you happen to fall into the sea, there may still be a chance for survival. Yang Yi was resolute in execution. Once he had a plan, he acted upon it. One hand clutched the crystal ball map, while the other steered the ship. Adjusting the speed as necessary. As they passed between 2 relatively close giant worms, he slowed down appropriately. As they drew near, illuminated intermittently by flashes of lightning, he truly grasped the enormity of these creatures. Their diameters ranged from 2 to 5 meters, with bodies extending above the surface of the water from several dozens to even hundreds of meters in length. If one were to bite into the ship, the nightmarish would likely disintegrate on the spot. Yang Yi navigated with caution, having changed into a sharkskin swimsuit, should misfortune strike and the ship sink. This swimsuit would prove invaluable. After 2 hours of steady sailing, Yang Yi felt a slight sense of relief. At last, he had discovered a path to survival. Though the journey was fraught with anxiety, it was far better than facing certain death. Yang Yi shared his findings in the World Channel. By doing so, he risked no substantial loss. Conversely, he could gain goodwill and perhaps unexpected rewards. Thus, he sent out the following message. I have discovered that the sensory range of these worms is quite limited. As long as we maintain a distance of over 200 meters, they will not detect or attack us. We can slip through the gaps between them. Is that true? Brother, you are truly brave to have unearthed this. How can one gauge the distance when the night is shrouded in darkness? We must await the thunder, for in those fleeting moments of illumination, visibility is granted. Indeed, they lack navigational charts, which complicates their endeavor even further. Yet, to remain stagnant is undoubtedly a path to demise. In the face of hope for survival, humanity is never lacking in courage. Thank you, my dear friend. I have successfully made my way through, and this method has proven reliable. You are truly my benefactor. Yang Yi received a considerable number of friend requests in an instant, some even accompanied by gifts, albeit not many. Primarily some temporarily unnecessary supplies. He selectively accepted a portion of these requests. The acquired materials include wood X3, fabric X227, stone X12, steel X7, crystal X13, sulfur X4. Additionally, someone gifted him a rare item from Captain He Chi of the Fisherman's ship, and Yang Yi accepted his friend request. The captain's vessel was sluggish, obstructed by these monstrous insects, hesitating to advance, although the exit was not far off. Thank you. Without your assistance, I would have lacked the courage to proceed. This item is my token of gratitude to you. Treasures can be caught again, but life is singular. I wish you luck. When this item was ejected from the beak of the octopus, Yang Yi's eyes bulged in astonishment. Truly, the fisherman's ship is remarkable. The catch is indeed extraordinary. Name: low-level abyss soul stone. Type: consumable. Quality: rare. Description: can enhance relic quality, elevating the quality of exquisite and inferior relics by 1 level. Place this stone to your ear, and you shall hear the whispers from the depths of the ocean. This is a wondrous stone, encased in a shell of translucent black crystal, with a glowing liquid flowing within. I never anticipated that my first rare item would be a gift from another. Yang Yi chuckled. He promptly utilized the soul stone to enhance his rusty flintlock. The soul stone shattered, and the luminous liquid surged into the flintlock, altering its attributes. Name: glimmering rusty flintlock. Type: relic. Quality: rare. Description: once a masterpiece, it is gradually reclaiming its brilliance. Unlocks dual modes. Cannon mode: fires a shot of tremendous power, inflicting significant damage, but with considerable recoil. Aim carefully, as it will enter a 12-hour cooldown period, during which firing will result in a 100 misfire. Standard mode: requires no reloading. Firing rate increased to 1 shot every 10 seconds, causing minimal damage. However, due to corrosion from seawater, there is a 50% chance of misfire. Yang Yi gazed at the rejuvenated flintlock, his heart racing with excitement. A shot every 10 seconds, though less powerful, is indeed a positive enhancement. Moreover, the cannon mode adds to its versatility. His gaze burned with intensity as he beheld the undulating insects. Perhaps Yang Yi fixated on these colossal creatures, his rationality dwindling to 48. Teetering on the brink of madness, his heart eager to unleash his weapon. Yet, he restrained himself, resisting the urge to fire unless absolutely necessary. This is not the course of action to take. Chapter 26. The storm has ceased. Navigating between the gaps of 2 colossal insects is no trivial endeavor, especially when the 2 colossal worms were merely 500 to 600 meters apart. It was akin to dancing on the edge of a razor. A slight miscalculation could lead to utter annihilation. One had to remain perpetually vigilant of their position and the Tempest's impact on the vessel. Yang Yi, with nerves taut as steel, navigated skillfully, meandering for a full 8 hours, with a scattering of vitality coconuts at his feet. The refreshing effects of coconut water manifested every 24 hours, yet vitality coconuts were devoid of such limitations. However, excessive consumption could lead to diminishing returns and a slight discomfort in the abdomen. Thanks to this boon, Yang Yi felt as robust as an Iron Man, still brimming with over 70% vitality. Yet, the extent of his discomfort was a truth known only to him. How far was it to the exit? Doubts began to creep into Yang Yi's mind. Nevertheless, with a will as unyielding as steel, he shook his head, dismissing the thought, and pressed onward resolutely. His private message channel was incessantly flooded with notifications, predominantly expressing gratitude from other players. During this period, a significant number of players had escaped the stormy seas. Their vessels, generally slower, found themselves obstructed by the colossal worms before reaching the exit. It was only after Yang Yi's timely warnings that they mustered the courage to gauge the distance and dashed forth. Thus, many harbored gratitude towards Yang Yi, inundating him with private messages. Of course, there were those who, through misfortune, had been devoured by the worms. However, the deceased could not send messages, leaving Yang Yi unaware of their fate. Concurrently, he gleaned valuable intelligence from the private messages. The waters near the exit were classified as a buffer zone, extending approximately 50 nautical miles, devoid of colossal worms and significantly calmer. Therefore, the sight of vast expanses free of worms indicated that the exit was near. Yang Yi fixated on the crystal ball. Within 100 nautical miles, such tranquil waters were non-existent. As the presence of colossal worms was inevitable, the nightmare, known for its relatively swift pace, coupled with cartographic assistance, should have been nearing the exit by now. 3 more hours passed. At last, he beheld a stretch of ocean devoid of dark spots in the crystal ball that appeared as if it had been erased with an eraser. Strikingly conspicuous, approximately 80 nautical miles from the nightmare. Soon, we are about to emerge, Yang Yi exclaimed with exhilaration. Yet, she did not display any signs of relaxation or joy. Instead, she extended her hand as if sensing something, and suddenly replied, "Do you not feel that the storm seems to be diminishing?" Upon hearing this, Yang Yi's alertness surged. At this juncture, the ocean tempest had become a protective veil for the stranded vessels. If the storm were to subside, it would signify that the sensory range of these colossal worms would gradually expand until it was fully restored. Yang Yi promptly checked the weather forecast. Today's weather: the storm is abating. Surprise. Location: sea of origins, stormy waters, sunlight duration, unknown temperature, 12 to 18 wind force, level 9. Indeed, the storm had lessened. Yang Yi recalled that upon awakening, the wind force was at level 10. Moreover, the sky no longer bore the oppressive darkness of before, gradually illuminating with a faint glow. Having been at the helm for so long, he had been oblivious to these subtle changes, but now he was jolted awake, breaking into a cold sweat. If this continued, the wind force would swiftly diminish to level 8, and even down to levels 4 and 1. By then, these colossal worms would reveal their sharp fangs, tearing apart every vessel in their path. Full speed ahead. Yang Yi nearly shouted his decision, immediately altering the previously determined cautious course. He was now a mere 80 nautical miles away from the buffer zone, and rather than navigating carefully around it, he opted for the shortest possible route, even if it entailed risk, for no one could predict when the storm would cease. Yet, Yang Yi felt this speed was undoubtedly swift, likely exceeding expectations. Soon enough, they would inevitably be besieged by the monstrous worms. Thus, he needed to act with utmost urgency. After more than an hour of navigation, the nightmarish ship finally reached the edge of the buffer zone, with less than 40 nautical miles remaining. Here, the density of the monstrous worms had significantly diminished. However, the wind had subsided to level 4, barely hindering the worms' perception. The global channel was rife with curses. Although it was merely a small group of players, each one was cursing the system as if they had smeared honey on their lips. Damn system. I can't believe it. The worms have detected me. Yang Yi found himself in a similar predicament. Two monstrous worms were trailing behind him, the distance between them gradually closing. He couldn't fathom how these elongated creatures managed to swim so swiftly in the ocean. Suna also noticed the impending danger and immediately rushed to the stern. What are you doing? Yang Yi shouted. I'm going to sever the astrological ship's grappling hook. This way, we can buy ourselves some time. Yang Yi was taken aback, but he made no attempt to dissuade her, for it was indeed a sound strategy. The monstrous worms lacked visual organs and would most likely target the uncrewed astrological ship, thus buying them precious moments. However, this action meant Suna would be left without a vessel. Yet, there was no time to dwell on that. Survival took precedence. With resolute determination, Suna swiftly severed the grappling hook. The astrological ship, already slower than the nightmarish ship, fell behind without the grappling hook's pull, inevitably becoming prey for the two monstrous worms. These worms were not allied. They even began to battle each other over the quarry before them. Seizing the opportunity, the nightmarish ship made a hasty escape, widening the gap significantly. Nevertheless, Yang Yi did not relax. The loss of the astrological ship meant that the crystal ball would no longer display the nautical chart. Yang Yi could only navigate forward based on memory that he recalled there was another monstrous worm ahead that he must confront. This route was indeed the optimal choice. Had he selected an alternative path, he would have been pursued not by 2, but by a dozen monstrous worms. Rather than facing a horde of them, it was better to confront this single worm in a desperate struggle. Suna, it's your turn to take the helm. Just maintain the course, Yang Yi declared solemnly. When I tell you to jump into the sea, do not hesitate. Jump immediately. Do not remain foolishly still at the bow. Suna nodded, taking the helm. Yang Yi stepped forward, positioning himself at the forefront of the vessel. The nightmarish ship bore no weapons, rendering it defenseless against the monstrous worms, merely meat on the chopping block. Furthermore, Yang Yi held no illusions of dodging the worms' attacks by mere chance. Thus, he resolved to take a gamble, determining whether this monstrous worm was relentless or if the prized flintlock in his possession could prevail. He donned a sharkskin swimsuit, standing resolutely at the bow, preparing for what lay ahead. Soon enough, a shadow emerged in the distance. Soon as they passed through the shadowy barrier, a relatively safe buffer zone awaited them. Yang Yi switched his flintlock to cannon mode, a cold smile gracing his lips. Come, let us take a gamble. With the storm's interference abated, the colossal worm's detection range was surprisingly vast, quickly locking onto the nightmare and approaching with ominous intent. Yang Yi's mind was taut with tension, his grip on the gun so forceful that his fingertips turned pale. He was far from being a sharpshooter. Thus, he needed to be within a close enough range to ensure a hit. There would be but one opportunity. Failure meant death. As the creature drew within 300 meters, Yang Yi assessed its size. Approximately 3 meters in diameter, it was not particularly large among its kind. Stretching about 40 meters in length across the it crouched low, charging straight towards him, its four jawbones resembling razor-sharp blades gleaming ominously, akin to an open guillotine, aiming to sever the nightmare in a single strike. Suna, jump into the sea, now, Yang Yi commanded, simultaneously aiming his weapon at the monstrous creature's head. He discerned the intricate structure of its mandibles, two rows of bristly appendages reminiscent of arthropod limbs, circular in shape and akin to a coiled spider. These appendages could deliver prey to its mouth, where a multitude of sharp teeth awaited to pulverize it. And its prey was none other than the nightmare before him. Faced with the imminent threat of death, Yang Yi paradoxically found calmness. Taking deep breaths to steady himself, he gazed at the colossal worm, observing it so clearly that he could almost taste the briny scent emanating from its skin. A scent that spoke of the ocean's depths. Simultaneously, this signified that Yang Yi was now within a dangerously close distance, less than 10 meters. This was the moment. He pulled the trigger. Boom! The tremendous recoil propelled Yang Yi backward. His right arm numbed from the exertion as he crashed into the captain's cabin behind him. The gunfire echoed deafeningly, as if a roar of civilization challenging the vastness of nature itself. Its power was nothing short of terrifying, rivaling that of a cannon. The shot struck true, obliterating the creature's head, mandibles and fragments of its skull scattered across the sea. Yet, the colossal worm pressed on, colliding fiercely with the nightmare. The nightmare took a direct hit, durability-600, hull disintegrating. The fragile nightmare was cleaved in two by the monstrous force of the creature. Chapter 27. I want to merge with you. The winds of the stormy sea had diminished to level 1. The number of survivors plummeted, akin to a deadly poison circle in a survival game. Once time elapsed, those trapped within would meet their end. However, the buffer zone was different. Here, no colossal worms roamed, the waters tranquil, and an island several hundred meters in diameter lay in sight that a man clad in a sharkskin swimsuit struggled ashore. It was Yang Yi. Having swum nearly 2 nautical miles, aided by a fragment of shattered driftwood, upon the driftwood lay a woman. Suna, that you are heavier than I anticipated. Yang Yi gasped. His breath labored as he quipped. His choice of direction had another purpose. There was a small island along this route, positioned at the edge of the buffer zone and not far off. Should their vessel tragically sink, they could attempt to swim to this island for temporary refuge. Yet, Yang Yi had underestimated the distance of 2 nautical miles. Halfway through, his energy had been utterly depleted. Were it not for his frenzied state, he might have substituted his vitality with energy. Otherwise, he would likely have joined the ranks of the drowned. Once ashore, he felt utterly disinclined to do anything, sprawled out in a starfish position on the beach, resembling a lifeless fish. Beside him lay another deceased fish, the unconscious Suna, who had succumbed due to her low energy levels. Although her swimming skills were commendable, her stamina was limited, and she had relied heavily on Yang Yi to make it through the latter part of their ordeal. Consequently, Yang Yi's own vitality had dwindled to a mere 17. He assessed his status. Rationality: 42-100, energy, 0-100, vitality, 17-100. Indeed, he was on the precipice of life and death. Despite the sinking of the nightmarish vessel, Yang Yi harbored no despair. Long before the astrologer's ship had succumbed, Suna had shared vital information regarding shipwrecks with him that a destroyed vessel could be reconstructed. Yang Yi accessed the ship interface, where the topmost information read, materials required for ship reconstruction, wood 500. Cloth 250. Materials from the cabin may be utilized. Each reconstruction requires a gap of at least 1 month, and items aboard will be frozen. Evaluating his resources, he noted that he was nearly sufficient in cloth, having received a generous supply from others previously. However, the wood shortage was significant, yet trees could be felled. Lost in thought, he succumbed to slumber, this time free from nightmares, enjoying an unprecedented comfort in sleep. He had no sense of how much time had passed when he was roused by the system announcement. Remaining players in the stormy sea. 3. Please evacuate the stormy sea promptly, or you will be consumed by the black mist. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself within the confines of an island. Beside him was Suna, her crimson eyes fixed intently upon him. This scene felt familiar, yet Yang Yi, still groggy from sleep, struggled to comprehend it. Oh, you know how long you've been asleep? Suna inquired. Not really. More than 12 hours. I woke up and dragged you here. It has already been 12 hours. Suna replied. Is that so? No wonder I'm feeling a bit hungry, Yang Yi remarked nonchalantly, patting his empty stomach. The long-awaited slumber had revitalized him, restoring his condition to approximately 70%. Aside from the gnawing hunger, when you were asleep, you were as heavy as a dead pig. I could hardly move you, Suna complained. Likewise, when you fainted, you were just as unyielding, Yang Yi countered instantly. Oh really? Suna, unfazed, revealed a cryptic smile. But it's good that you're awake. Now you can respond to me. Suddenly, her gaze turned icy as she raised her flintlock, aiming it squarely at Yang Yi's forehead. He recognized the weapon intimately. It was his prized possession, the glimmering flintlock. But how had it ended up in Suna's hands? Before he could ponder further, Suna began her interrogation, the content eerily reminiscent of past nightmares. Man, you have 3 sentences. Give me one reason not to kill you. Her scarlet eyes appeared perilous, and her half-smile sent chills down his spine. Simultaneously, Yang Yi recalled the haunting dream wherein a red-eyed woman had pointed a gun at his head. Was this not the very moment? He became alert, adopting a serious demeanor. Suna, you've taken this jest too far. Do I seem to be joking? Suna retorted, unwavering, the gun unwaveringly aimed at him. By the way, that was your first sentence. You still have 2 left. Make the most of the opportunity. Yang Yi was rendered speechless by the direct confrontation. The ominous black barrel of the gun loomed over him, instilling a profound sense of pressure. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that the tide had risen once more, leaving the island with a mere diameter of 50 meters. All the trees that could be felled had been cut down, apparently shattered by musket fire, now reduced to timber piled haphazardly together. Judging by their quantity, there were fewer than 300 pieces, far from sufficient to construct 2 vessels. Was Suna planning to monopolize the timber and solely build the Zodiac? As the implications dawned on him, Yang Yi narrowed his eyes. It is human nature to flee when calamity approaches. His voice turned icy as he responded, I can relinquish all my equipment to you, and the timber on the island shall also be yours. Just spare my life. No, 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 that is insufficient. Suna shook her head vehemently. Have you considered that if I shoot you, everything here naturally becomes mine? You. Yang Yi immediately fell silent, realizing that uttering a third statement would be detrimental. He had not anticipated Suna's ruthlessness. He felt a surge of anger at having placed his trust in her. After much contemplation, he could not conceive of any leverage he still possessed. Ultimately, he could only retort with indignation. Then go ahead and shoot. Yang Yi stood up, preparing to retaliate. The ability to reject death would provide him a temporary shield against being killed. His last resort. Ha ha ha. It's just as I thought. You are flustered when faced with a gun. Suna suddenly burst into laughter, her body trembling, tears streaming down her face. You. Yang Yi's expression hardened, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. Suna continued, how about this? I will take half of everything you possess, and in return, I will grant you a path to survival. What? Yang Yi furrowed his brows. Do you not understand? I mean to merge with you. What? Merge? Yang Yi's expression turned to one of surprise. Yes, precisely, merge, Suna affirmed. Yang Yi was left speechless. Yet, a sense of relief washed over him. Suna did not genuinely wish to kill him. Her intent was merely retribution. After all, he had done something similar not long ago. He sat back down, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry, and retorted, what if I refuse? The gun is in my hand. You have no choice but to acquiesce. Suna brandished the firearm, adopting the demeanor of a victor, and began rummaging through her bag. Yang Yi relaxed completely, thinking, this woman must be out of her mind. Out in the wilderness, she suddenly proposes merging with him, as if he were a transforming mech capable of reshaping into a head. What a ludicrous notion. However, as she searched her bag, she appeared rather earnest, leading him to wonder, could she possibly be retrieving a balloon? His thoughts racing, Yang Yi turned his gaze towards Suna, upon witnessing the bizarre assortment of items she produced. Any lingering hope he had evaporated. The items included the tongue, eyeballs, brain, glands, trachea, and heart of a sea demon, all contained within jars, a collection of peculiar organs. Your rationality decreases by 5. Apologies, there are so many items that it's a bit challenging to locate. At last, Suna found what she sought, not a balloon, but a golden card. Yang Yi accepted it, and, upon glancing at it, felt his vision darken. Name, ship fusion card. Type, consumable. Quality, special. Description, with mutual consent. Allows 2 ships to merge. The newly merged vessel will be considerably larger, featuring more spacious quarters, and will inherit the abilities of both ships. However, a ship can possess the skills of no more than 2 vessels. Thereafter, the materials required for upgrades will be appropriately increased or altered. Is this what you meant by merging? Yang Yi inquired awkwardly, turning his head. What else could it be? What did you think it was? Su-na chuckled, her laughter causing her to tremble with delight. Yang Yi was rendered speechless. This girl was undoubtedly being deliberately mischievous, and that item in question was likely the golden legend she had drawn earlier. Chapter 28. The Merge, Nightmare Astrologer. Captain Su-na of the Astrologer has utilized a rare item, a ship merge card, to request a merger with your vessel. The resources within both ships' holds will be combined. Agree, decline, agree. Please vote for the new captain. In the event of a tie, the merger will fail, and the merge card will be returned. Note: the captain possesses absolute authority. A re-election will only occur upon the captain's demise. Yang Yi cast his vote for himself, knowing that Su-na would do the same. This had been previously agreed upon by both parties prior to the merger. The captain must be Yang Yi. The thought of Su-na as captain left him feeling insecure. Given her temperament, there was a high probability she would steer the ship into some abyss, feeding it to the monsters lurking within, all in an effort to determine whether those creatures had sufficiently large appetites. Upon the completion of the merge, the ship interface in both of their logs became uniform. However, the primary authority remained with Yang Yi. He could allocate certain permissions to Su-na, including resource distribution rights, vessel expansion authority, navigation, and restrictions on access to specific quarters, among others. The ship also received an opportunity for renaming. Its default name, a combination of the 2 unique ships' names, was dubbed Nightmare Astrologer. Finding the name excessively lengthy, Yang Yi promptly excised 2 characters, opting for the more concise title of Nightmare Star. Absent any unforeseen circumstances, Nightmare Star should stand as the first merged ship among players. Typically, merging requires the expenditure of specific resources for vessel modification, but in this instance, those resources were included in the reconstruction. Reconstruct Nightmare Star. A total of 700 wood, 300 fabric, 100 stone, 20 crystal, and 10 steel would be necessary. Upon seeing the steel and stone quantities, Yang Yi felt quite satisfied. This vessel was likely to be sturdier. However, there remained a significant shortfall in wood, with additional shortages in stone and fabric. Yang Yi had initially hoped that Su-na would provide some assistance in terms of resources post-merger. But who would have guessed that her hold was nearly empty? A mere 1 wood and 2 fabric. She was practically poorer than a beggar. Had she truly been earnest about survival? Currently, the ship's wood count stood at 59. With a staggering deficit of 641, the stone count was at 44. Falling short by 56, the fabric count was 274, lacking 26th on the island. Stone was plentiful. Beaches and coastal areas always yielded an abundance of rocks. Fabric, however, would require fishing and a stroke of luck, though fortunately, the deficit was not substantial. But Wood Daiti remained uncertain whether there were enough trees on the island to fell that Su-na. How much would have you managed to gather on your end? Yang Yi inquired. Before he awoke, Su-na had utilized a flintlock to fell numerous trees. The commotion must have been considerable, yet he had been blissfully unaware. No wonder Su-na remarked that she had slept like a log. I have collected a total of 292 wood. If I dig up the roots of those trees, I could probably gather a bit more, she replied. Including the supplies within the cabin, the total amount of wood stands at 351, which is rather insufficient. Yang Yi furrowed his brow. Trading is not an option at present. We must rely solely on gathering. He surveyed his surroundings. Even the trees that were nearby and partially submerged in the sea had been felled by Su-na. Only the treetops of those trees that had not yet been cut down remained visible above the water, situated hundreds of meters away. To procure lumber, he would have to attempt to swim over, shoot them down, and then transport them back. Fortunately, the storm had subsided, and the sea was tranquil, suggesting that the water level would not rise any further. Return my gun. Yang Yi reclaimed his prized flintlock. You gather some stones on the island and near the shore. We need 56 units AS for the tree roots. Don't bother digging them up. It would be better to craft a fishing rod for catching fish. As for me, I'll swim out a bit farther to retrieve some wood, Yang Yi instructed. Understood. Su-na readily agreed. Yang Yi possessed a sharkskin swimsuit, which significantly reduced his energy expenditure while swimming, making him the most suitable for this task. However, before embarking on their respective missions, both needed to satiate their hunger. diving for fish was the most convenient and expedient choice. Yang Yi also had a gun that could be fired underwater, making the task effortless. In just 15 minutes, he managed to catch 2 plump grouper. However, due to using a gun, the fish were somewhat mangled, and they made do with what they had. Subsequently, Yang Yi swam towards the distance while Su Na began collecting stones and fishing. Perhaps due to the buffer zone, there were no monsters in the water. The entire process went smoothly. After swimming over 100 meters, trees began to appear. Bang! Sparks and gunfire erupted underwater, startling the surrounding fish. After another shot, a log with a diameter of over 30 centimeters surfaced. This was the thickest tree in the vicinity. Yang Yi could carry a maximum of 2 logs at a time, so he endeavored to select the thicker ones for greater yield. Half an hour later, he returned with 2 relatively thick logs, which the system identified as 18 wood. The combination of swimming, diving, and pushing the floating logs ashore was akin to a triathlon. This single trip consumed over 30 points of Yang Yi's energy. He could manage only 2 round trips before needing to rest on the island to recover his stamina, without the refreshing vitality of coconut juice. His energy replenishment was painfully slow. By the end of the day, he had only completed 5 trips, yielding a total of 93 wood on Su Na's side. However, the stone collection was more than adequate, amounting to 74 stones. Gathering stones on the island was undoubtedly the simplest and most effortless task, provided one knew where to look. As for fishing, Su Na had exceptional luck, perhaps due to being in a novice protection period. She managed to reel in 2 bottles of Farmer's 3 Punch, each a 2L size. The fish she caught ended up in their stomachs. Additionally, she gathered 5 wood and 8 cloth. At this pace, they could reconstruct their vessel in no more than 4 to 5 days. That night, for safety's sake, both refrained from risky activities such as fishing or logging, instead choosing to hide in the heart of the island. Awaiting the dawn, they had also arranged a watch. Su Na kept watch during the first half of the night, while Yang Yi took the latter half. Although there was no bed, Yang Yi slept soundly. It was far more comfortable than sleeping aboard the nightmarish, free from nightmares. In the chat channel, everyone was speculating about the identities of the 3 remaining players in the stormy sea, wondering why they had not yet emerged. I suspect those 3 are still trapped in the belly of the giant worm, not yet fully digested. It is perhaps for the best that they do not emerge. For this way, the game shall not progress to its next phase, allowing for an opportunity to upgrade the vessels and gather resources. Could it be that they have discovered a hidden dungeon at sea, engaging in clandestine missions? In any case, speculation runs rampant. Yet, they could never fathom that Yang Yi and Su Na's ship has sunk, and they are currently scavenging for materials to construct a new one. As for the other individual, Yang Yi remains oblivious to their circumstances. Perhaps they too are occupied with ship repairs. Several of Yang Yi's friends have inquired about his safety and whether he has resurfaced. Some of those who had gifted him during the stormy seas are among those he has befriended. In response, Yang Yi composed a unified message before bedtime, consisting of merely 7 words. The ship has exploded. I am building another. Incredible. Such is the prowess of a true master. His ship may have met its demise, yet he remains unscathed. Remarkable. Do you happen to need any leg ornaments? Chapter 29. The approaching black fog on the deserted island. A solitary man and woman toil. The man is tasked with swimming and gathering timber, while the woman is responsible for fishing, collecting fabric, fresh water, and food. Although somewhat weary, this endeavor is infinitely more pleasant than the anxious maritime voyage they endured previously. If circumstances allowed, settling on an island like this to cultivate crops would indeed be a splendid choice. However, Yang Yi is acutely aware that such an option is utterly unattainable. He gazes towards the rear, the direction from whence he sailed on that expanse of sea. At the horizon's edge, a deep and foreboding blackness looms. This is the black fog. Today, that darkness has intensified. This ominous sign indicates that the fog has drawn nearer. It is imperative to escape this maritime territory as swiftly as possible. 3 days have elapsed since Yang Yi awoke. Altogether, he and Su Na have resided on this island for nearly 4 days. Today marks the 5th day. Currently, they are still short of 72 units of timber, while the fabric and stone are in ample supply. Yang Yi has instructed Su Na to gather additional stone, intending to transport it aboard the ship for unforeseen circumstances. Although stone is relatively easy to collect here, it becomes exceedingly difficult at sea, where fishing is the only means to procure it, and the efficiency is woefully low. After all, stones, much like iron, Do not float upon the water unless one fortuitously encounters a resource chest. If all goes according to plan, they should be able to amass the materials necessary to reconstruct the nightmare star before day's end. After enjoying breakfast, Yang Yi set out early to commence today's timber gathering. Through these past few days of exertion, he cannot claim to be a swimming champion, but he certainly qualifies as a proficient swimmer. With the enhancement of his sharkskin swimsuit, he would dare to compete even against a swimming champion. The first 3 trips were remarkably successful, yielding 57 units of timber. With just 1 or 2 more trips, he would have enough. Yet, during the 4th trip, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The sea became tumultuous. Yang Yi prepared to sever the second tree with his gun. A massive school of fish surged past him, darkening the water. These fish varied in size, many of which Yang Yi had never encountered before and could not identify. However, they all shared a singular instinct, desperately swimming forward as if pursued by malevolent spirits, fleeing for their lives. Even the notoriously ferocious predatory sharks abandoned their hunting instincts, racing past Yang Yi like a gust of wind. The resulting current struck him like a shockwave, tossing him about beneath the surface. After a considerable struggle, he finally broke free from the depths. Yang Yi was not injured. He had merely swallowed a few mouthfuls of seawater. The fish swam past him, seemingly avoiding him intentionally, unwilling to pause for even a moment. This phenomenon was something Yang Yi had never encountered in his life. As a result, the logs he had prepared were long gone, swept away by the tumultuous waters. Even he was being carried forward by the currents created by the school of fish. Yang Yi, are you all right? Something seems amiss in the sea. Suna sent him a private message. She was fishing on the shore and had also noticed the anomaly, but Yang Yi had detected it earlier and had already experienced it firsthand. Fortunately, it was just a few splashes of water. The fish in the sea had gone mad, frantically swimming forward, likely sensing the impending arrival of the dark mist. I'm swimming towards the shore. Please lend me a hand. Yang Yi replied he was not very energetic and lacked confidence in his ability to swim back, hence his request for Suna's assistance. Thankfully, his foresight paid off, and Suna helped him out. Once ashore, Yang Yi found his energy reduced to 23. With only 15 units of wood remaining to gather, he struggled to rise and glanced back at a swarm of gigantic insects was approaching. Strangely, as soon as these enormous bugs entered the buffer zone, they vanished as if passing through a membrane of a different time and space, entering another world that at least the bugs can't come through. Yang Yi sighed in relief. If they did, he would have no choice but to surrender. Suna, we still need 15 units of wood. It's impossible to dive back in to retrieve it. Fishing is unstable as well. Let us try to dig up some tree roots, Yang Yi instructed. While the 15 units of wood seemed insignificant, acquiring them through fishing could take an entire day for both of them, and the dark mist might not grant them another day's reprieve. After regaining some energy, Yang Yi joined in the effort to dig up tree roots. However, the efficiency of gathering wood this way was painfully low. By evening, they had only managed to unearth 7 units of wood. Still far from the required 15. Yang Yi was in a state of anxious desperation. The shadow of the dark mist was already visible in the distance. Furthermore, 3 enormous insects were swimming closer, each appearing meticulously selected, with diameters of 7 to 8 meters, advancing side by side, colliding with the buffer zone, and then vanishing in the places where the 3 giant insects disappeared. 3 massive harpoons fell. Accompanying this event were cries of despair and howls of anguish. Air, go Dan, where have you 3 vanished to? Following the 3 giant insects was a colossal iron warship. The voice belonged to the ship's captain, Yu Dawei. Yang Yi instantly recognized the vessel. Despite several parts of the hull emitting smoke and charred blackened patches, the iron-forged ship and its imposing 200-meter frame unmistakably belonged to the Steel Ambition. He was unaware of how they had procured 1,000 units of steel, upgrading the ship by 2 levels and breaking free from the swarm of giant insects. The deck bore the scars and bloodstains of fierce battles, with a massive, razor-sharp jaw knife embedded in it, remnants of a misfortunate giant insect that had been destroyed. After the upgrade, the number of cannons was astonishing in addition to a super cannon at the front with a caliber nearing 5 meters. There were at least 40 more cannons protruding from the sides, though many were askew or damaged. Captain Udoe stood alone on the bridge, a cigarette clutched between his lips, muttering curses as he occasionally cast glances towards the ominous black mist lingering not far behind. Not long ago, he had been a portly middle-aged man, but after a series of intense and exhilarating voyages, He had slimmed down to an enviable figure, sporting dark circles under his eyes that rendered him nearly unrecognizable. As for the speed of the iron will, it could not be described as slow. Rather, it was excruciatingly sluggish. Tio Yang, accustomed to vessels cruising at dozens of knots. This ship was pitifully slow. Standing beside him, Su Na watched the colossal vessel with a mixture of awe and concern. Behind them loomed the black mist, moving at 15 knots, yet there remained a significant distance between it and the iron will. Without the monstrous creature's assistance, the iron will could not outpace the encroaching fog, and at that moment, the captain was as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, pacing anxiously. Eventually, he spotted a man and a woman standing on a nearby island. His eyes lighting up as he waved and shouted, "Hey, you two. I'm in dire straits. Could you lend me a hand?" Unfortunately, the distance rendered his voice inaudible. With no other recourse, Yu Dawei decided to steer the ship towards the island. After the upgrade, the Iron Will's movement speed had increased by 100. Iron Will, Level 2, Durability 58, 29, 10,000, Capacity 20,000 units, Speed 10 knots, Ship Skills, Full Firepower. Increases cannon firing rate to 200 for 15 minutes. Triple Shot Harpoon, can penetrate and latch onto a specific object, cooldown time of 1 hour. Sea Monster Slayer, a remarkably powerful super cannon capable of sending sea monsters back to their homes. With a cooldown time of 4 hours per shot. Description: it is larger, stronger, and more robust. Speed increased to 200. Seeing Yang, Yi, and Su Na, Yu Dawei was initially taken aback, but he quickly realized that these two must be the other survivors from the stormy sea. If they were willing to lend him assistance, salvation was within reach. In this buffer zone, he found no suitably sized creature to help pull the ship. When his shouts yielded no results, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he decided to utilize the regional chat feature. Chapter 30. The Nightmare Star set sail. I am Captain Yu Dawei of the Iron Will. Can you see my message? He typed into the regional channel. At this point, only 3 players remained in the buffer zone, so he had no concerns about contacting the wrong individuals. Hello, I am Captain Yang E of the Nightmare Star, came the reply. Captain Yang, where is your ship? I don't see it. Yu Dawei inquired. It sank. What? Yu Dawei was momentarily stunned. He was unaware that a sunken ship could be rebuilt. Believing his own fate was sealed, that it was only after Yang Yi explained the situation that he comprehended the reality. 7 pieces of wood short? No problem. I can send you 100 pieces of wood. Yu Dawei promptly responded, but once your ship is repaired, could you assist me? Yang Yi pondered briefly before agreeing. Time was of the essence. With the black mist closing in, their only chance of survival lay in their cooperation. Relieved by Yang Yi's consent, Yu Dawei's anxious heart finally found solace. That I will approach you now. Please do not attack me. I see you have a pistol hanging from your waist, he cautioned. Yang Yi was taken aback. The steel heart is still at least several thousand meters away from its current position. How could one discern such intricate details? Could it be that Yu Dawei possesses a telescope? In truth, it is Yu Dawei's innate talent that allows for such clarity. He is endowed with 2 remarkable abilities. The first, Eagle Eye, Perception 2. Exceptional eyesight, adept at tracking and aiming. The second ability, unlocked only after he vanquished numerous colossal sea beasts, is Firepower Supremacy. With sufficient firepower at your disposal, you may confront any adversary without your rationality falling below 50. The truth lies solely within the cannon's range. As the steel heart gradually approached the island, a shroud of black mist obscured half the sky. Now merely 15 nautical miles away at this proximity, the few individuals no longer relied on the log to communicate. Their voices carried clearly. Yu Dawei shouted, I shall deliver the timber to you with the whaling gun. Do not be afraid. With that proclamation, the whaling gun of the steel heart discharged, sending forth a sizable bundle of wood that landed a mere 10 meters from Yang Yi. This bundle contained exactly 100 units of timber. With ample materials at hand, Yang Yi wasted no time, promptly selecting a suitable location and operating within the log to commence the reconstruction of the vessel. Upon confirming his selection, the materials ascended, dispersing into fine particles that reassembled like building blocks, forming a new ship. The vessel measured approximately 30 meters in length and retained a ghostly appearance, albeit considerably larger than its predecessor. The hull remained weathered and encrusted with barnacles. The bow adorned with the skeleton of a captain, entwined with strands of seaweed, as if it had just emerged from the depths of the ocean. In comparison to the nightmarish, the most notable distinction lay in the ship's midsection. which now featured a massive crystal ball situated before the mast that a portion of the hull was sheathed in rusted iron, imparting a sense of greater sturdiness than before. Nightmare Star, Level 2, Durability 1000. Capacity 3000 units, Speed 60 knots, Hull Skills, Nightmare. Sleep quality aboard is exceedingly poor, inducing nightmares, with a -75 recovery efficiency for energy, applicable solely to the captain. The Fisherman's Curse. Normal fish cannot be caught. With an increased probability of reeling in abnormal objects, astromancy displays the surrounding sea chart within a radius of 150 nautical miles, viewable through the crystal ball. Alerts can be set to notify other players of their presence through vibrations. Scrying allows for the retrieval of ship names, player names, and coordinates, as well as viewing the ship's imagery, limited to one target per day. Description: choose to merge with the ghost ship. May you not regret it. After reviewing the ship's information, Yang Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. The merger had fortified the vessel and increased its speed. Furthermore, the skills of the astromancer had evolved, expanding the range of the sea chart. While the scrying skill now encompassed the entire map, let us board. Yang Yi beckoned to Suna. Upon entering the Nightmare Star, Yang Yi noted the interior had also transformed, adjacent to the captain's quarters. An additional bedroom had been added, designated for Suna. The cabin was larger than before, featuring 2 expansion spaces for constructing additional buildings, effectively merging the potential of 2 ships. All the original supplies remained intact, including pirate attire, fishing nets, rods, coconuts, and various provisions alongside fresh water. Remarkably, a portion of the giant worm's carcass, which Yang Yi had previously dispatched, was preserved, a delightful surprise. Meanwhile, Yu Dawei felt a twinge of anxiety. He feared that Yang Yi might abandon him and set sail without a second thought. Although Yu Dawei was confident in retaining the Nightmare Star, should it truly come to that, his fate would be sealed. Fortunately, Yang Yi was no fool. Captain Yang Yi of the Nightmare Star requests to add you as a friend. Yu Dawei immediately consented. Shortly thereafter, Yang Yi sent a private message. I am now at the stern of the ship. Please throw over the grappling hook. Upon reading the message, Yu Dawei exhaled deeply and stepped out of the bridge, making his way to the bow deck, where he found himself face to face with Yang Yi. However, the iron will was larger than the Nightmare Star, so Yang Yi could only see half of Yu Dawei's figure. Although the latter bore a hint of wariness, he approached nonetheless. Captain Yu, your ship is quite massive. Therefore, I must make it clear beforehand. If my vessel cannot tow your iron will at a speed of 15 knots, do not blame me for abandoning you, and please refrain from attacking me. How does that sound? After a moment of contemplation, Yu Dawei's expression fluctuated. Eventually, he replied, if that is the case, may I come aboard your ship for a while? No problem. Yang Yi responded decisively. After all, a ship could be rebuilt, but personnel were of utmost importance. If lives were lost, that would be the end. Yu Dawei tossed the grappling hook across. Yang Yi caught it and secured it in multiple places to distribute the load, preventing any single point from bearing too much strain. As for the durability of the grappling line, there was no need for concern. The log indicated it possessed infinite durability. Once secured, Yang Yi sent a message to Suna, instructing her to proceed at full speed. The iron will also powered up to its maximum. Both captains felt their hearts racing as they watched the speed gradually increase. 11 knots, 12 knots. It wasn't until the speed surpassed 15 knots, reaching 16 knots, that the tension between them began to ease. Should the speed fall below 15 knots, that it would indeed pose a significant problem. Fortunately, the Nightmare Star's power was formidable as well. Ultimately, the vessel's speed reached 17 knots, surpassing the encroaching dark mist by 2 nautical miles. Chapter 31. The sea chart and the approaching extreme cold. The Nightmare Star towed the iron will away from the buffer zone. Just as they broke through the boundaries of the stormy seas, the sky suddenly brightened, and the 3 men beheld the long-awaited sunlight. Almost immediately, the system announced, you have exited the stormy sea area. Nautical announcement. All players have now exited the stormy sea area. The speed of the dark mist has decreased to 10 knots. The sea chart is now open, and you may view your coordinates on it. The number of level 3 ships has exceeded 10,000. The extreme winter sea is beginning to spread, so please take care to keep warm. Yang Yi promptly checked the log and discovered an additional page. It was a rudimentary map of the sea, documenting the paths traversed by players and the surrounding maritime conditions. Areas yet to be explored remained shrouded in a yellow-brown fog of war. The Nightmare Star, equipped with its own small sea chart, recorded a broader range, encompassing an area of 150 nautical miles. The primary functions of this sea chart were threefold. First, players could ascertain their positional coordinates, facilitating meetings by simply agreeing upon a coordinate. However, what transpired during these encounters would depend on their own judgments in any case. Young E believed that it was best to minimize meetings whenever possible. In the vast ocean, devoid of legal constraints, it was exceedingly difficult to discern the true intentions of others. Secondly, players can observe the names of the maritime regions and their boundaries. Although the map of the ocean is shrouded in the fog of war, the names of the vast sea areas remain visible. For instance, the region behind is known as the Stormy Sea, while the one ahead is referred to as the Frozen Wasteland. The borders of these maritime domains are not mere straight lines. Instead, they undulate and resemble tectonic plates. The frozen wasteland to the front is currently extending downward. Thirdly, the limits of the black mist are also depicted on the ocean map, allowing players to constantly gauge their distance from it. This feature effectively prevents any sudden and unforeseen engulfment by the black mist. Yang Yi promptly opened the chat channel to gauge the players' reactions and gather first-hand intelligence that, oh wow, no wonder it's so cold. I must be nearing the frozen wasteland. The speaker was the ship named Swift Wind, and Yang Yi recognized the name as it belonged to one of his friends. Hey, what is your ship's speed? How cold is it? Let me know so I can prepare myself. I'm cruising at 100 knots, currently on the outskirts of the frozen wasteland, with temperatures ranging from 0 to 2 degrees. It's definitely below 0 ahead, 100 knots. That's twice my speed. You must have a special ship, right? I need to gather sufficient supplies to fend off the cold that I'm collecting food, something that can be preserved long-term. Message me privately if you're selling. Anyone need winter coats? 100 pieces of fabric for each, customizable colors, just looking to make a little profit. Name, winter coat. Type, treasure. Quality, ordinary. Description, provides excellent insulation against the cold. But beware, it must not get wet. 100 pieces of fabric. Why don't you go steal some? 80 pieces of fabric. It can't go any lower. Get lost. You're not the only one who can sell. I'm selling down jackets, which are more effective than winter coats. Good quality gear for 120 pieces of fabric. Name, insulated down jacket. Type, treasure. Quality, good. Description, who can resist the warmth offered by a down jacket in winter? After browsing through the offers, Yang Yi realized that warm clothing was indeed essential. When temperatures plummet to below -10 or even 30 degrees, the pirate outfit would provide no protection whatsoever. Only by donning a winter coat or down jacket could he ensure he wouldn't freeze to death. Which attire offered some degree of warmth, yet it appeared rather flimsy, likely akin to thermal underwear. Thus, Yang Yi resolved that once market prices stabilized, he must acquire several winter coats or down jackets, preparing at least 4, with one set kept as a backup, just in case. He made his way to the stern of the ship. The iron wool was anchored behind him. However, it was now safe, as the black mist would not catch up, rendering it unnecessary to keep it tethered indefinitely. Captain Yu Dawei shared the same sentiment, and their paths fortuitously crossed. Brother Yang, I have high hopes for you. Would you care to join my Iron Brotherhood? Iron Brotherhood? Yang Yi echoed, perplexed by the term. In fact, I've already gathered several younger brothers, and I'm preparing to rendezvous with them. Yang Yi suddenly grasped the implication. The Iron Brotherhood was an organization that Yu Dawei intended to establish. Although the log system lacked a guild feature, players could spontaneously congregate to form organizations, and they were now able to coordinate through their coordinates. However, Yang Yi had no intention of joining any faction and politely declined Yu Dawei's offer. I apologize, but I have grown accustomed to my freedom and do not wish to join an organization at this time, Yang Yi replied. Very well. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. I shall protect you, Yu Dawei proclaimed with great enthusiasm. After narrowly escaping danger, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Moreover, it could not be deemed mere boastfulness when Yu Dawei made such statements. The steel resolve beneath his feet possessed the capability to back them up. It was no wonder that numerous players sought his protection. Yet, the speed of the steel resolve was somewhat lacking. Yang Yi's imagination conjured a vivid scene of small vessels towing this colossal iron beast through the waters. It wasn't so much a fault, as it was rather peculiar. Subsequently, Yu Dawei tossed him a small piece of meat. What is this? Yang Yi inquired, his spirits lifting upon seeing the information. Name, giant bobbit worm. Description, a bobbit worm mutated due to abyssal corruption, reaching a colossal size with individual lengths exceeding 100 meters, capable of swift movement in the ocean and possessing highly developed hearing. Pleasant cooperation. This is a gift for you. It holds little significance for me. The more I extract, the worse the offerings become. Yu Dawei chuckled. If his assumptions were correct, that 1,000 steel he possessed was accumulated through monster hunting and gacha pulls. Had he relied solely on fishing, even with his subordinates supplying him steel, he would never have amassed such a quantity. Thank you. Yang Yi expressed his gratitude without hesitation, accepting the gift. The two exchanged a knowing smile before parting ways. The Night Star's speed far exceeded that of the Steel Resolve, reaching 60 knots, and soon, it left the Steel Resolve far behind. Yu Dawei stood at the bow, watching as the Night Star vanished into the horizon. Nightmare. Has the Night Star merged with the Nightmare? Yu Dawei mused to himself. He recognized Yang Yi's identity as the one who had found a way to survive at the very moment the giant worms appeared. One of Yu Dawei's subordinates had successfully escaped due to Yang Yi's timely warning, and they had even become friends. Thus, Yu Dawei had come to understand Yang Yi's identity and had temporarily changed his mind, deciding to forge a deeper connection by gifting him a piece of flesh. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stood before the monster gacha machine, feeling a surge of excitement. He possessed 2 pieces of giant bobbit worm flesh, one given by the Steel Resolve and one left on the deck of the Night Star. This allowed him to spin the gacha twice. He first washed his face with fresh water to ensure it appeared sufficiently pale, then he the flesh and began the gacha process. The octopus tentacles flickered incessantly, but no golden light burst forth. After a brief moment, 2 unremarkable gacha capsules were ejected from the octopus's head. Yang Yi felt a twinge of disappointment for not pulling a golden legend. However, upon picking up one of the capsules, his perspective shifted instantly. Yes, a perfect draw. In his hand lay a rare item, specifically a piece of ship equipment. Name: Head of the Giant Bobbit Worm. Type: Ship Equipment, Relic. Quality: Rare. Description: Can be installed at the bow to enhance the ship's durability and impact force. It can sever enemies with its sharp mandibles. Additionally, it possesses a formidable deterrent effect, reducing marine creatures' attacks on the vessel. Yet, it may also provoke even more terrifying monsters. After reading the information, Yang Yi felt a pang of worry. The vessel is equipped with formidable capabilities, yet it bears certain side effects that may attract terrifying creatures. Nevertheless, Yang Yi did not hesitate for long before deciding to proceed with the installation. If he refrained from utilizing this, then the subsequent equipment acquired would be even more daunting to employ. After all, the benefits surely outweigh the drawbacks. Otherwise, the relics would serve no purpose. He extended his hand toward another gacha capsule. Chapter 32. Witch's Laboratory and Potions. Name: Black Iron Resource Chest. Type: Chest. Description: Opening grants a moderate supply of resources. The second gacha capsule did not yield equipment, leaving Yang Yi somewhat disappointed. Yet, resources were indeed urgently needed at this juncture. The recent reconstruction of the ship had nearly depleted their entire savings. Yang Yi opened the chest. You have received wood 200, fabric 200, stone 200, steel 50, crystal 50, sulfur 50. So much? Yang Yi could hardly believe his eyes. Dismissing the wood and fabric, he had never anticipated uncovering so many high-grade resources. The black iron resource chest is indeed terrifying. No wonder the steel will had no qualms about parting with 100 wood. Clearly, they were not in short supply. Suddenly, a private message arrived from Captain Su Dao of the Gale. Brother Yang, I am planning to form a fleet. Would you be interested in joining? Yang Yi was taken aback by his unexpected popularity, yet he politely declined. I apologize, but I currently have no intentions of forming a group. All right, should you change your mind, feel free to message me anytime. My Gale Brigade will certainly reserve a spot for you. Thank you. After graciously declining, Yang Yi couldn't help but marvel at the swiftness of these individuals. The map had only just opened, and they were already eager to establish their own fleets. Perhaps I should form a fleet as well? Yang Yi suddenly pondered. He did not wish to be dependent on others, yet the thought of managing a fleet seemed cumbersome and unwieldy. As he contemplated, Su Na came running over, her face flushed with excitement. Did you just acquire a significant amount of resources? Indeed, I just opened a black iron resource chest. What about this on the ground? Su Na's gaze was immediately drawn to the massive head of a bobbit worm lying on the floor. Before installation, it had been no larger than the palm of his hand, easily graspable, and exquisitely crafted, appearing lifelike. Su Na picked it up, examining it closely, touching here and there while taking notes. Seeing her pull out a dagger, Yang Yi could no longer contain himself and snatched the worm head back. Stop! This is a precious piece of equipment. What if you damage it? Su Na, halted by Yang Yi's admonition, abandoned her intention of using the knife and stated her purpose that I wish to construct an expansion building. Which one? Su Na proceeded with a flurry of actions in her log, and soon Yang Yi received a construction request. Crew member Su Na requests to construct a witch's laboratory. Construction requirements. Expansion space 2. Wood 200, fabric 200, stone 100, steel 50, crystal 50, sulfur 20. This building, once constructed, cannot be dismantled. Please consider carefully. A witch's laboratory? Yang Yi was utterly perplexed that he recalled that this option was not even listed among the expansion buildings. Moreover, with such an abundance of supplies, it occupies 2 expansion spaces. Yang Yi promptly examined the list of expansion constructions. Aside from the additional cargo hold that the nightmarish vessel originally possessed, the ancient operations room, and the grand statue, there were also 2 expansions derived from the astrologer watchtower, capable of scanning 1,000 nautical miles around. Any islands present will be displayed on the nautical chart once every 3 days. Construction requirements. Expansion space 1, wood 200, fabric 100, stone 100, crystal 30, glass cannon. A formidable artillery piece of great power, albeit unstable and prone to shatter. Construction requirements. Expansion space 1, crystal 100, sulfur 20. Where did you see a witch's laboratory? It's not on my list, Yang Yi remarked with a hint of peculiarity. This is an additional expansion granted by my innate talent. Constructing it will undoubtedly yield benefits, Su Na asserted confidently. This, Yang Yi hesitated. He had initially intended to construct the cannon so that he would possess the means to contend against colossal creatures like the giant bobbit worm encountered at sea. Furthermore, he planned to build the watchtower, as island resources are more abundant than those at sea and may even yield treasure chests. If he could frequently procure resources from the islands, it would establish a significant advantage. However, the functions of this witch's laboratory remained unclear, and it required 2 expansion spaces. This implied that prior to upgrading to level 3, the nightmarish vessel would lack the additional expansion space to build the cannon that if they were to encounter a ship armed with cannons, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. No, Yang Yi decisively refused, prioritizing the cannon. Everything else was inconsequential, to be discussed later. Build it. Su Na persisted, tugging at him. I have, but this one request. I want to question your future constructions. All right? Speak properly, without the tugging, Yang Yi admonished sharply, interrupting Su Na's actions. This woman was no simpleton. Her coquetry was merely a facade. Simultaneously, Yang Yi recognized the necessity of managing the relationships among the crew. Any conflicts could lead to endless troubles such as backstabbing. Thus, he began to inquire about the functions of the building. What exactly does this witch's laboratory do? Yang Yi asked. Upon hearing this, Su Na's crimson eyes sparkled with excitement. Sensing her chance, she had nearly given up, but now she began to elaborate in detail. This laboratory can provide various research tools, enabling me to study the anatomical structure of and develop new formulas. You can develop formulas? Yang Yi's interest was piqued. Seizing the moment, Su Na produced a vial of liquid. For instance, this bottle of invigorating coconut juice. Does its formula represent the optimal ratio? What if we were to add something else? She handed Yang Yi a reagent vial, which the system did not reveal specific information about, but instead displayed. Name: unknown potion. Type: consumable potion. Unique. Quality. Description: you'll only know what it is after you drink it. Give it a taste. If I have a laboratory, I can create something even better, Su Na urged. Are you certain there's no poison in it? This vial is absolutely free of poison. So, does that mean the others might be poisonous? All medicines have their risks. Just drink it. Su Na pouted, snatching the potion back and promptly drinking half of it. She had already taken such actions. And Yang Yi felt embarrassed to continue his nagging. With a sense of trepidation, he swallowed the potion in one gulp. The texture was smooth and viscous, and a familiar, fishy odor surged into his senses. Just as Yang Yi was about to curse, he hesitated. The potion had acquired a name. Energy Restoration 10, Energy Recovery Speed increased by 50, having only consumed half. Name: Vitality Siren Juice. Type: consumable potion. Unique. Quality: premium. Description: a potion originally crafted by the witch Su Na, concocted from the mucus secreted by sirens, salt, and vitality coconuts. Upon consumption, it restores 15 energy, increases energy recovery speed by 75, and lasts for 8 hours. Overconsumption may lead to poisoning. This that you made this? Yang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, if I had a laboratory, I could create even better potions. Yang Yi was astounded. The ability to develop formulas independently was nothing short of remarkable, a realization that was easily grasped. Suna, that was like a moving treasure trove. With her presence, there was no need to worry about how to restore energy once the vitality coconuts were depleted. Wouldn't it be better to ask her to develop an entirely new potion? As the captain, it was only natural to impose certain demands on the crew, who must comply. Thus, the decision was made to build this laboratory. Yang Yi acquiesced, promptly agreeing to Suna's request in his journal. Little did he know that he might regret this decision in the future, regret that he had consumed the intoxicating concoction given to him by this woman. Chapter 33. The establishment of a new world. The Phantom Star welcomed its first expansion, the Witch's Laboratory. Once construction was confirmed, a blue light emanated from the ship's hull, followed by the system notification indicating completion. Witch's Laboratory construction complete. Please proceed to the ship's interior for inspection. The two entered the cabin from the stern, discovering an additional room. This room was quite spacious, occupying nearly half of the hull, with a tidy floor that was not the decaying, moldy wooden planks but rather dark, smooth stone, providing a sturdy footing. The room was largely empty, furnished only with 2 large metal tables that seemed to possess their own illumination, though Yang Yi could not discern where the light originated. Lining the walls were rows of metal shelves, their surface icy to the touch, adorned with numerous empty glass containers. There's nothing in here, Yang Yi mused, feeling that the materials had been wasted. However, Suna's face radiated excitement, as she alone understood the function of this room and how to utilize it. Her journal contained an extra page, the mysticism interface. Here, one could procure experimental equipment using conch coins for mystical research. The information regarding the Witch's Laboratory was as follows. Witch's Laboratory, a special building that can only be constructed by witches who covet forbidden knowledge. Within the laboratory, energy consumption is reduced by 50, sanity loss by 25, and samples of aberrant beings will not decay. Displayed aberrant samples will enhance the witch's inspiration. Currently, sample count is 0, inspiration occurrence rate is 0. Note, mystical research carries risks, including but not limited to sanity decline. Upon reading the information, Suna immediately retrieved the aberrant flesh fragments from her bag of treasures and placed them into the glass containers on the shelves. These fragments, which had been on the verge of decay, gradually regained vitality once enclosed within these vessels, as if freshly harvested. The scene was somewhat unsettling. Your sanity decreases by 2. Yang Yi frowned. He felt it would be wise to limit his visits to the laboratory. At that moment, the body of the double-horned devil shark, which should have been covered, was taken out, divided into 3 large sections, and awaited dissection. Alongside it, there was a dried specimen of a small fishman, measuring only 30 centimeters. This creature was a first for Yang Yi, yet it felt oddly familiar. Prior to their meeting, Suna must have encountered and slain a fishman. With the addition of these 3 items, the laboratory sample count had reached 3, thereby enhancing the likelihood of inspiration by 3%, but I still require a substantial amount of conch coins. I have no money on me. Suna extended her hand to Yang Yi, resembling a researcher soliciting funding for her studies. Yang Yi, on the other hand, found himself in the role of the unwitting benefactor. What do you need so many conch coins for? The equipment in the laboratory needs to be purchased with conch coins, Suna explained. The laboratory's equipment requires payment. Yang Yi suddenly realized that this laboratory might indeed be a vast pit, one that could never be filled. However, with resources already expended, he could not afford to abandon it. The sunk cost was too great. Thus, he transferred 1,000 conch coins to Suna. This was already a considerable sum. After giving it to her, Yang Yi was left with only 1,050 conch coins. Suna appeared dissatisfied with the amount, but refrained from voicing her concerns, instead immersing herself in the dissection of the devil shark. Now wielding a well-suited scalpel, Yang Yi swiftly retreated to the deck, eager to avoid further monetary requests. Moreover, he was reluctant to remain in the laboratory, feeling that he might easily become one of the specimens himself. Please prioritize the research on the stamina recovery potion and the healing potion, and it would be best not to use vitality coconuts as raw materials, as they are difficult to find. He sent a private message to Suna and then began to plan his own affairs. To venture into the extreme winter sea, he needed to prepare ample supplies for warmth in addition to winter clothing. Yang Yi deemed fire to be indispensable. Fire not only provided hot water and cooked food, but also offered warmth and illumination in the frigid winter, a true lifesaver. Furthermore, he needed to stockpile sufficient provisions. Preparing a substantial quantity of non-perishable food and fresh water in the icy wilderness, food supplies would undoubtedly be scarce. Lastly, it would be prudent to upgrade the ship to level 3 and construct cannons. However, the materials required for a level 3 ship were excessive, so he relegated this task to the bottom of his priority list. Through the World Channel, Yang Yi learned that upgrading an ordinary ship to level 3 required 500 units of wood, 300 units of fabric, 100 units of stone, and 20 units of steel. For the Night Star, it required 1,200 units of wood, 500 units of fabric, 300 units of stone, 50 units of steel, 100 units of crystal, and 10 corpses of otherworldly demons. Setting aside the vast array of materials, the demand for those 10 otherworldly demon corpses left Yang Yi utterly perplexed, reducing him to relying on luck. Sticking to the plan, Yang Yi opened the chat channel and began searching for any fire-starting tools available for sale. To his surprise, there was indeed something. A lighter was for sale, with the cost to be negotiated privately. Name: longevity lighter. Type: tool. Quality: good. Description: an extraordinarily durable lighter, the ideal choice for igniting fires. One need never worry about it running out of fuel in their lifetime. Yang Yi immediately messaged the seller. How much for the lighter? You're too late. It's already been sold. The one I have is for my own use. Yang Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. Simultaneously, he came to a realization. The ideas he conceived were likely shared by other players as well. Everyone was scouring for fire-starting tools, resulting in a market plagued by scarcity. Just as he was deep in thought, Yang Yi suddenly noticed an influx of activity in the World Channel, with new messages refreshing incessantly. He quickly flipped to the latest updates, revealing that someone was recruiting players. I am Captain Shun Guanchuan of the Hope, as well as the leader of the New World Fleet. We have already gathered over a dozen like-minded captains, including the Farmer and Ironhead, among several other unique vessels. Our New World Fleet imposes no entry barriers. Anyone can join. However, players wishing to enlist must grant access to their ships, disarm themselves, comply with assignments, and surrender all equipment and resources for redistribution by the fleet. In return, your safety will be assured. We have guards responsible for combat, fishermen for angling, and farmers for cultivation. The division of labor will expand as we strive together to rebuild human civilization. I, Shun Guanchuan, guarantee that as long as I have a morsel to eat, none of you shall face starvation or exposure to the cold. Those willing to join, please proceed to the following coordinates. X, 38,201. Y, 53182. Remember to disarm and grant access. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. The New World Fleet will remain here for half a month. These statements seemed premeditated, delivered in a single breath. The response was overwhelmingly negative. The vast majority perceived this as a trap, disarming and relinquishing all your resources. Did that not render us mere fish on a chopping block? Why should we place our trust in you? Only a fool would comply. Skepticism abounded. Yet Shun Guanchuan offered no rebuttal. Some would inevitably come. His target was those players. After all, with such a large player base, even if merely 100 individuals showed up, his New World Fleet would experience unprecedented growth. Nevertheless, the name of the Hope was rather imposing. It remained uncertain whether it was a special vessel. However, Yang Yi had a method to ascertain the truth. He hurried to the courtyard of the Nightmare and picked up a small crystal ball nearby. Upon merging, the small crystal ball multiplied into two, positioned beside the larger one, allowing both Yang Yi and Su Na to consult the nautical chart at any moment. Activating the spy skill, retrieving Hope, Shun Guanchuan. Soon, an image of the Hope materialized within the crystal ball. Shun Guanchuan could never have anticipated that a player could employ a skill to spy on him. Chapter 34. A major deal. The captain of the Hope was not deceiving. He indeed anchored at the specified coordinates. However, his ship was far from special. It was an ordinary large sailboat, lacking any distinctive features. The word Hope emblazoned on the sail was likely his own handiwork. The ship's name was probably altered by him, as ordinary vessels are granted one opportunity for renaming, while special ships cannot be renamed unless merged. Surrounding the Hope were several ships tethered by ropes. The crystal ball's imagery could not fully capture the appearance of these vessels, yet Yang Yi could still deduce a few. The hull was substantial, with fields atop and individuals engaged in cultivation, likely belonging to the farmer. The vessel, adorned with formidable and sharp horns, boasts a dark hull encased in iron armor, undoubtedly belonging to the Ironhead class. Another ship, just emerging from the depths of the sea, possesses a sealed hull, suggesting its capability to submerge. Yang Yi remains unaware of the ship's name and shall temporarily refer to it as the submersible. The captain of the Hope, whom Yang Yi also glimpsed, is a man of imposing presence, donned in a pristine white captain's uniform, exuding an air of meticulous authority that it is uncertain how he managed to unite these individuals. Yang Yi cannot perceive Shun Guanxuan's talents. Had he the ability to do so, his confusion would dissipate. Shun Guanxuan possesses two remarkable abilities: psychological suggestion. Through verbal stimulation, one can elevate or diminish their own or another's attributes and sanity, with attribute variations ranging from 1 and sanity from 20, while those with elevated mental attributes may be exempt from suggestion. This effect lasts for 24 hours, with a single activation per day. Cannot exceed the limits of mortal capabilities. Great leader. You are a natural leader, effortlessly garnering the affection and trust of others, prompting them to lower their defenses. Your followers, excluding mental attributes, experience a growth rate increase of 25. Those with high mental attributes may evade this effect. How long has the ocean map been open? Not even a day. It is implausible for Shun Guanxuan to have rallied such a multitude of players in such a brief period. The only conceivable explanation is that they had united long before the ocean map's unveiling, perhaps by chance or through entanglement in a certain event, of which Yang Yi remains unaware. Currently, he harbors no interest in forming alliances. Without cannons, he is reluctant to engage with other players. It would be far too passive. Moreover, having to forfeit equipment and resources feels akin to relinquishing his very life into another's hands. Yang Yi possesses a detailed map, enabling him to effectively evade contact with other players, which is one reason he consented to first construct the Witch's Laboratory. However, various organizations have emerged in the World Channel, all seeking to recruit members, placing considerable pressure on Yang Yi's survival. For now, he is faring well, but as these organizations expand, the space and resources available to lone wolves will inevitably be constrained. He must become sufficiently powerful, or perhaps join a fleet, albeit with absolute freedom. Yang Yi is accustomed to seizing his fate into his own hands that he finds Shun Guanxuan's message and sends a private note. The resources in his possession must be substantial, making him an attractive trading partner, and Yang Yi happens to possess a blueprint he can sell. Your ship is a standard vessel. SNT it. I have a blueprint for a special ship. Would you be interested in purchasing it? Yang Yi attaches the details of the pirate ship blueprint. Who are you? And how do you know so much? That is of no concern to you. I merely wish to conduct a transaction. Yang Yi responds anonymously. There is a silence from the other end for several minutes before a reply arrives. Since you possess a blueprint, you should understand that the upgrade efficiency of standard ships surpasses that of special ships. I am not in haste to utilize the blueprint, and furthermore, the pirate ship blueprint is not what I desired. A simple statement, yet laden with multiple implications. Firstly, it indicates that this is not his first encounter with ship blueprints, suggesting he has taken lives and that the opposing party possesses special vessels to chill suddenly courses through Yang Yi. The special ships surrounding the Hope may very well not belong to their original owners. Secondly, the pirate ship blueprint is not of interest to him, suggesting that any offered price would be rather modest. Items such as blueprints have yet to be publicly sold on the global market, their worth remaining uncertain. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Yi tentatively quoted an exorbitant price. The other party, possessing a farmer's account, likely held considerable resources that I require 2 months' worth of food, capable of long-term preservation, alongside 200 liters of fresh water, 1,200 units of timber, 800 pieces of fabric, 400 stones, 100 crystals, and 100 steel ingots, as well as 5,000 conch coins and fire-starting tools for the ship, such as a lighter. That a minute later, Shun Guanxuan finally replied. You truly are asking for a king's ransom. I'm no longer interested. This blueprint is not worth what you think. Very well, farewell. Yang Yi responded decisively. Not worth anything? What a farce. Special ships are limited in number, and the higher the class of the special ship, the greater the disparity from ordinary vessels. As time progresses, the value of the blueprint will only increase. There will be no shortage of buyers. Indeed, It wasn't long before Shen Guanchuan sent a friend request. Captain of the Hope, Shen Guanchuan, requests to add you as a friend. Yang Yi promptly declined. He had no desire to reveal his identity. Once he accepted the friend request, both his name and ship's name would be disclosed to the other party. You are truly overly cautious. Would you be interested in joining my new world fleet? I can offer you a substantial starting point. You think to benefit at my expense? Not a chance. Shen Guanchuan sent a smirk emoji. Your asking price is too steep. I cannot meet it at this moment. How about this? I have non-perishable rations in stock, but can only provide you with a month's worth, while the other month's provisions will be exchanged for fresh food, such as fruits, vegetables, and fish.as for the supplies. I can only offer you half of what you requested, as I am also eager to upgrade several of my ships. The 5,000 conch coins are not an issue, but regarding the fire-starting tools, I cannot produce those. My supply is limited, and I must prioritize the safety of my crew. Thus, I cannot sell them to you. However, I can offer you a rare spatial artifact, which is undoubtedly of considerable value. He attached the information for the artifact. Name, greedy stomach. Type, relic. Quality, exceptional. Description, the stomach of an unknown beast, retaining its vitality even when severed. It contains a space of 10 cubic meters for item storage. But each time it is accessed, food must be offered. Otherwise, it will bite. PS. Food cannot be stored, as the remains of any otherworldly creature will be completely consumed, leaving only bones and shells, which does not affect capsule gacha. Upon reviewing this artifact's details, Yang Yi gasped in astonishment. Shen Guanchuan was indeed quite extravagant, particularly this stomach, which was an unexpected delight. Yang Yi was eager to acquire it. However, such an item would certainly come with significant side effects. It was far from merely biting, and its usage would undoubtedly diminish one's sanity points, which was likely why Shen Guanchuan was willing to part with it. Thus, he hesitantly inquired, "This stomach is a relic. Does it not cause a loss of sanity points each time it is opened?" "Well, that I won't conceal it from you. It does cost 20 sanity points. If you are not interested, I have other items, though their quality is not as high." "Never mind," Yang Yi quickly interjected. "Let us settle on this. I desire high quality, and I can always manage the frequency of use." Thus, the transaction was successfully concluded. A delightful cooperation indeed. Should you wish to sell anything further in the future, please feel free to contact me first. I assure you, I will not shortchange you on the price. If anything arises, I shall reach out to you proactively. Yang Yi exits the chat channel. At long last, the blueprint has been sold. Considering its potential value, Yang Yi may have incurred a slight loss. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, achieving this selling price for the blueprint is commendable. He cast the blueprint into the octopus head gumball machine, and shortly thereafter, a plethora of resources began to pour in. The octopus head continuously spewed forth food, 20 loaves of black bread, 10 sausages, and a heap of dried fish. Additionally, there were fresh fruits and vegetables, including 5 heads of cabbage, 5 cucumbers, 1 apple, and 1 pear, along with a fresh giant tuna. Altogether, this bounty could sustain a single person for 60 days. Finally, it regurgitated a glossy, palm-sized bag, smooth to the touch, reminiscent of a century egg. Indeed, it was the gluttonous pouch. Yang Yi attempted to open the bag, exerting all his strength to pry it apart, but it promptly emitted a howl that startled him. "Strange noise, your sanity decreases by 5? How does one even use this thing?" He tried inserting a piece of dried fish, and this time the bag responded, sucking the fish inside before obediently opening its mouth. Yang Yi cautiously extended his hand inside. The sensation was somewhat numb and rather slimy, provoking a sense of disgust, while the pouch emitted laughter, as if tickled. "You feel inexplicably nauseous. Sanity decreases by 10. Yang Yi frowned. The side effects of this contraption were indeed significant, and it was likely that few would dare to use it. The interior space was ample, alleviating Yang Yi's concerns about storage, and the pouch was conveniently suited to be worn at the waist. He opened his log to review the cargo data, discovering that the supplies were indeed accounted for. The conch coins had all been credited to Yang Yi's account. "Did you sell something? Could you spare me some conch coins?" Suna almost instantaneously sent a message, seemingly catching wind of the situation. The ship's interface sharing had its drawbacks. One could not conceal their goods. With a sense of resignation, Yang Yi replied, "I can give you a maximum of 1,000 conch coins. But no more." He transferred another 1,000 coins her way. Hopefully, Suna would produce results swiftly. Otherwise, he would struggle to maintain his livelihood. Yang Yi moved all the food into the cabin and reinstalled the head of the bobbit worm. Once affixed, the head expanded, its jaw opening to a width of 10 meters, impressively lifelike and ready to be maneuvered while steering. The jaw was incredibly sharp, but regrettably, there was nothing available to test it on. He then cast the red glowing fishing net into the sea. Though he had possessed this net for quite some time, it was unsuitable for use during storms, hence its deployment had been delayed until now. The net's effect was to catch a certain quantity of items at regular intervals. Once everything was set, Yang Yi grabbed his fishing rod and began to fish, with 4 hours remaining until nightfall. He aimed to catch as many as he could. Idleness would be a waste of time. Chapter 35. The soaked bronze treasure chest aboard the Hope ship of the New World Fleet. Captain Shen Guanchuan expended considerable resources, food, and a rare relic to acquire the blueprint for the pirate ship. "Boss, why not arrange a meeting with that fellow and simply seize it?" inquired a burly man with a scarred face and a bald head. "Seize, seize, seize. All you ever think about is seizing." Shen Guanchuan, visibly displeased, gave the bald man a sharp rap on his head and continued, "If I ever hear you utter the word rob, I shall toss you into the sea to feed the fish." The leader's words resonated with truth, and the bald man replied, "I shall refrain from using that word henceforth. Yet you still utter it. Come here, and throw him into the sea to feed the fish." Without needing to be compelled, the bald man willingly leapt into the ocean. He was Captain Zhao Tai, also known as Zhao Ironhead. True to his name, he was a single-minded scoundrel and a trusted confidant of Shen Guanchuan. "Enough. Now that he is sober, return to your Ironhead," Shen Guanchuan exclaimed in exasperation that in truth, he himself harbored a desire to meet Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi was exceedingly cautious, not even adding friends, let alone agreeing to a meeting. He glanced at the pirate ship's blueprint in his hand. How should he utilize it? Shen Guanchuan pondered. He did not intend to use it himself, as the image of a pirate captain was at odds with the leader he sought to establish. Instead, a common ship would render him more approachable. What he yearned to create was an empire upon the seas. The first step was to solidify a virtuous and admirable persona, facilitating the recruitment of followers in the early stages. A day later, the Nightmare Star was sailing across the ocean, while Yang Yi was engaged in fishing. "You have caught a long-legged sardine. You have caught a long-legged sardine. You have caught a piece of rotten wood. You have caught an eye fruit. You have caught." In frustration, Yang Yi flung the fishing rod aside and reclined on the deck, surrounded by a pile of long-legged sardines and several eye fruits. "Why am I only catching trash fish?" Yang Yi began to question his existence. But within moments, he rallied his spirits. After fishing for so long, he had come to a realization that in these waters, the likelihood of catching long-legged sardines was high. With a slim chance of eye fruits and cystic pufferfish, and an exceedingly rare chance of red-lipped eels, perhaps he should try the deeper waters? With a thought, Yang Yi sprang into action, baiting a long-legged sardine, removing the float, and beginning to fish for deeper species. Previously, he had caught a hammerhead shark. If he could manage to hook such a fish again, it would surely yield a handsome profit. Those were all capsule toys. Now that he had upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon, and with Suna's archery skills, he felt no pressure in dealing with such fish. During the intervals of waiting for a bite, he browsed the World Channel, hoping to procure tools for starting a fire. Such tools were especially sought after at present. He had seen them twice, but had failed to acquire any. Meanwhile, numerous organizations were recruiting new members. For instance, the Sakura ship had established an organization called New Humanity, exclusively accepting individuals from Sakura Nation. There were also New Rome and Eden, organizations that clearly catered to foreigners. Yang Yi noted that the coordinates publicly shared by Eden were quite distant from him. It seemed that individuals from different regions were born far apart, and it would likely be a long time before they crossed paths. Unable to procure fire-starting tools, Yang Yi decided to post a purchase request. He offered a high price for fire-starting tools, also accepting down jackets or other warm clothing. Before long, he received private messages, but they were all from those selling clothing. A down jacket for 150 fabric. Buy 4 and get a 5 discount. This price was one Yang Yi ignored. A stream of private messages continued to arrive. After reviewing them, he discovered that the lowest price for a down jacket was 120 fabric, requiring a total of 480 fabric for 4 pieces. Opting for a large cotton coat would indeed be more economical. However, Yang Yi is determined to purchase only the finest quality, as time is still on his side. He intends to reevaluate the prices in a few days. Suddenly, the fishing line whirred with rapid motion. Something had taken the bait. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yi tightened the line and exerted force on the rod. The catch was not colossal, and its strength was rather moderate. Within less than 8 minutes, he successfully reeled in his prize. It was a humanoid head. More precisely, a human-headed octopus, adorned with numerous tentacles, while the head itself was a form of mimicry. "Sir, may I trouble you for a moment of your time?" Before it could finish its sentence, Yang Yi crushed it underfoot. "How unfortunate," he cursed, before baiting another long-legged sardine and resuming his fishing. The rate of catches in the deep waters had significantly decreased. As day turned to dusk, Yang Yi managed to haul up 3 items from the depths: a human-headed octopus, a red-lipped eel, and a bronze treasure chest. Under normal circumstances, snagging a bronze treasure chest would warrant celebration. However, Yang Yi felt an ominous sense of foreboding that he had previously encountered lifeless objects, such as the farmer's 3 punches, which posed no struggle upon being caught. Yet this bronze treasure chest was different. It fought back with considerable force. Initially believing he had hooked a large fish, he tugged for nearly half an hour before finally bringing it to the surface. The chest measured approximately half a meter in width, covered in a thick layer of verdigris, bearing numerous signs of marine erosion. With a corner adorned by vibrant red coral, he examined the information about the chest. Name: waterlogged bronze treasure chest. Type: treasure chest. Description: it may contain treasures. But also, this item bore a striking resemblance to a previously opened waterlogged rottenwood chest, from which a human-headed octopus had unexpectedly emerged, startling Yang Yi. Thus, the waterlogged bronze treasure chest might also conceal a creature within. Staying cautious, Yang Yi refrained from directly opening it. He noted that the fishing line was attached to the chest, indicating that the bait had been consumed by it. Taking a step back, he readied his flintlock in his left hand while attempting to pry open the chest with a wooden spear in his right. It was surprisingly tight. The spear did not yield, and its tip broke. Yang Yi promptly affixed the sea serpent's tooth to the spear and continued his efforts with a short sword, probing into the crevice. Suddenly, he felt as though he had pierced something. The chest emitted a strange cry and sprang open. Instantly, a jet of black water shot forth from within, which Yang Yi, having been prepared, deftly sidestepped. "What on earth is this?" "A chest monster," startled, sanity -5. Inside the chest lay tender flesh. It seemed his sword had severed something, causing the chest to thrash violently. After expelling the water jet, it did not close again, seemingly lifeless to guard against feigned death. Yang Yi prodded it with several more strikes, and a transparent liquid oozed from the wound. At last, the creature, suspected to be a chest monster, lay still. That solitary water jet was its only means of attack, possessing a degree of corrosiveness, leaving a wispy white smoke rising from the ground. Name: chest clam. Type: food. Description: a type of bivalve mollusk that, upon reaching adulthood, favors occupying treasure chests as its shell. Capable of expelling corrosive acid to capture small fish, it enjoys collecting shiny objects from the ocean floor, within which one can find sea snail coins and various gleaming treasures. Non-toxic. Edible after the removal of internal organs. It turned out to be a clam. Yang Yi used the fangs of a sea serpent to slice through the clam meat and began to rummage through it. The clam meat was merely a thin layer. Beneath it lay a trove of glistening treasures collected by this treasure chest clam, including a pearl the size of a fist. You have obtained 600 seashell coins. You have obtained a healing pearl. You have obtained 50 crystals. You have obtained 20 stones. Chapter 36. 3 bottles of potion. Name: healing pearl. Type: treasure. Quality: exquisite. Description: soak the pearl in 1 liter of water, and after 12 hours, it will endow the water with healing properties, accelerating wound recovery. Yang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a precious find. It appeared that this treasure chest clam was quite rare, capable of yielding extraordinary items. Noticing that the day was growing late, Yang Yi gathered his fishing net, intending to conclude his day. The net had caught 2 items. Name: one-armed crab. Type: food. Description: since its youth, it is favored using its right hand, with its right claw comprising half its weight. Non-toxic and edible, it boasts a generous amount of claw meat. The other unsightly creature would diminish one's sanity. Strange starfish, your sanity decreases by 3. This starfish, at first glance, resembled a human hand, with 5 fingers of varying lengths, capable of crawling on the ground like a spider. Quite peculiar indeed. Its appearance was rather unusual. Yang Yi crushed it underfoot, picked it up, and upon examining the details, he suddenly found it less unattractive. Name: palm star. Type: food. Description: a starfish twisted by abyssal pollution. Mildly toxic. Consuming it grants 1 agility but reduces sanity by 20 for 1 minute. This item bore similarities to a human-headed octopus. Consuming it could enhance attributes. Perhaps it could be concocted into a potion. With this thought in mind, Yang Yi hurriedly made his way to the cabin. Carrying these bizarre fish, Suna, take a look at these. In the laboratory, Suna was still dissecting a double-headed devil shark. .2 vibrant, fist-sized eyeballs had been extracted and were suspended in a glass tank, emanating a faint red glow. Upon noticing Yang Yi, she also spotted the peculiar fish he carried, along with a large pearl. Look at these fish and this pearl. Suna took them into her hands, examining them closely. Did you catch all of these? Indeed. Suddenly, inspiration struck Suna. She glanced at the fish, then at the devil shark's eyeballs, and a thought began to form in her mind. .2 types. No, 3 types. In 3 days, I will provide you with several prototypes. Suna exclaimed, her excitement palpable. There's no rush. It's already evening. You should return to your room and rest. We can discuss it tomorrow. After hesitating for a couple of seconds, Suna ultimately complied and returned to her quarters. Her room was adjacent to the captain's cabin, making it convenient for them to notify each other in case of any disturbances during the night. Yang Yi, holding the crystal ball, proceeded towards the captain's quarters. This crystal ball had a vibration alert function. Should any player's ships appear in the nearby waters, the crystal ball would vibrate to signal a warning. Placing it by his pillow allowed him to forewarn himself of potential dangers. Otherwise, he might find himself surrounded by other players during the night, completely unaware. After preparing everything, Yang Yi shed his jacket, enjoyed a refreshing bottle of coconut juice, and reclined on the ship. He is accustomed to perusing the chat channels before retiring for the night, primarily to observe the fluctuations in the prices of thermal clothing, and to seek out any vendors offering fire-starting tools. As he gazes at the screen, slumber overtakes him, his brow furrowed as he slips into a restless nightmare. In the stillness of the night, a disturbance emanates from the adjacent captain's quarters, and Suna's door creaks open once more. A furtive silhouette darts out, heading towards the stern cabin, with the laboratory as its destination. Suna intends to work late into the night, delving into the study of potions. 3 days pass without any significant events. Yang Yi continues his fishing routine, collecting his nets in the evening and occasionally practicing his marksmanship. He is not fond of using the grappling hook. Although it yields consistent results, it lacks the thrill of fishing that he offers all his catches to Suna, allowing her to determine their utility. With an ample food supply at present, it is prudent to consume the perishable items first, rendering the raw consumption of these peculiar fish unnecessary. The recent haul has been average, aside from the bizarre fish. He has caught materials including 28 units of wood, 25 units of fabric, 650 sea snail coins, and 9 liters of freshwater. He notices a disparity between the yields from fishing and the nets. The nets tend to capture a greater variety of shrimp, crabs, and shellfish. During this time, he also reels in 2 resource chests. The wooden resource chest yields 20 units of wood and 20 units of fabric, barely worth mentioning. The bronze resource chest, however, proves significantly more rewarding, providing 100 units of wood, 100 units of fabric, and 20 units of steel. Among the fish, he discovers 2 new species. Name: eyeball octopus. Type: food. Description: an octopus tainted by abyssal corruption. Its tentacle ends resembling eyeballs, slightly poisonous. Consuming it grants 1 perception for a brief duration of 1 minute. Name: abdominal lobster. Type: food. Description: a lobster affected by abyssal pollution, adorned with 6 abdominal muscles. Slightly poisonous. Consuming it grants 1 constitution for a brief duration of 1 minute. Alongside the head octopus and the palm star, these specimens perfectly correspond to the 4 primary attributes, excluding mental acuity. He presents all these unusual fish to Su in as evening descends. Yang Yi, having had little success in fishing, begins to review the chat messages as anticipated. With the passage of time, the price of down jackets continues to decline, as an increasing number of individuals have acquired the skills to craft them. The current market price for a jacket is merely 105 units of fabric. It is estimated that the production cost of such a jacket hovers around 100 units of fabric, suggesting that the price has reached its nadir. He assesses his total inventory. 841 units of wood, 560 units of fabric, for 8 units of stone, 5,700 sea snail coins, 208 liters of freshwater, 77 units of steel, 51 units of crystal, and 40 units of sulfur. While this may appear to be a substantial amount, purchasing cold-weather clothing would deplete over 400 units of fabric. Moreover, leveling up the ship to level 3 necessitates a considerable amount of resources. The journey ahead is indeed daunting. Should he opt to purchase down jackets with sea snail coins, the price would be around 600 coins. However, players tend to favor trading with fabric due to the instability of the sea snail coin exchange rate. Currently, the market rate approximates a conversion of 5:1, meaning 5 sea snail coins equal 1 unit of basic material, though actual transactions may slightly exceed this rate. Higher-tier materials command a steeper price. Roughly 25 sea snail coins for 1 unit. In summary, while Yang Yi may appear affluent, he is, in truth, financially constrained, wary of frivolously spending his resources. The cost of fire-starting tools remains uncertain, leaving him apprehensive about the expenditure required to acquire them. He customarily indulged in whispers on the World Channel, private messages about exorbitantly purchasing fire-starting tools, and the bargain sale of cold-proof garments. Just after sending a message, Yang Yi noticed a private message from Suna, which had been sent a few minutes prior. Suna, the potion has been crafted as per your request and is placed on the laboratory table. You may retrieve it yourself. There are 3 types in total. The red one enhances attributes, but may induce slight side effects. The colorless one restores energy. Do give it a try. The pink one is for healing wounds. Upon reading her message, Yang Yi hastened into the witch's laboratory. Such a substantial investment had finally borne fruit. Inside the laboratory, Suna was slumped over the table, seemingly resting. A plethora of instruments cluttered the surface, including a microscope, a test tube rack with test tubes, a conical flask, and even an alcohol lamp. Would this contraption ignite? Yang Yi picked up the alcohol lamp and found it surprisingly light. Upon closer inspection, it was, astonishingly, empty. Laboratory-specific instruments will vanish if taken outside the laboratory. Fuel must be provided. Yang Yi, I truly wonder what Suna purchased this instrument for. Could it be that she too was unaware of its emptiness, only to discover it post-purchase? He placed the alcohol lamp down, his gaze drawn to the 3 vials of differently colored potions on the table. Though all were labeled as unknown potions, Yang Yi had sufficient experience. Consuming them would reveal their specific effects and properties. Chapter 37. Yang Yi's observation diary. The red and pink potions were acceptable, both being pure liquids. However, the colorless potion contained several long, sardine-like legs. It was exceedingly viscous, requiring both drinking and chewing. Suna, what on earth are these potions made from? Yang Yi inquired. Yet, Suna remained unresponsive to Suna. He called out again, but still received no reply. Sensing something amiss, Yang Yi reached out to touch her, discovering her body was slightly feverish. This woman, he immediately opened the nautical log and checked Suna's information on the crew page. This information solely encompassed her health status, excluding attributes and talents. Suna status: injured, fevered, collapsed from exhaustion, an outline of a human figure. The entire body faintly yellowed. Sanity, 3580, madness, obsession, vitality, 82-100, energy, 12-100. The maximum sanity limit is merely 80. Yang Yi furrowed his brow. This was his first instance of actively checking Suna's information. After perusing it, he comprehended the situation. Suna must have scarcely slept these past few days, remaining in the laboratory, neglecting her health, ultimately exhausting her own body. With energy below 30, she was at risk of fainting at any moment. Obsession. This was the first time Yang Yi encountered the madness state. It seemed there were various types. His unique talent rendered him immune to madness. Thus he received no notifications, even if his sanity plummeted to 1. What a troublesome woman, unable to even care for herself. Yang Yi frowned. As the captain, he held the highest authority, including the power to restrict access to rooms. Therefore, Yang Yi promptly imposed restrictions on Suna, revoking her rights to enter and exit the laboratory. He then procured salt and vitality coconuts, concocting a refreshing coconut juice on the spot, lifting Suna's chin to feed it to her. Although it spilled profusely, it mattered not. He had initially intended to administer the colorless potion to Suna, but the concoction was thick and viscous, requiring chewing, with its effects remaining uncertain. To offer it to a patient would be perilously reckless, prompting him to abandon the thought. What a weight! Yang Yi lamented. In his normal state, his strength measured only 4, below the average for an adult. making it quite strenuous to carry Suna. After considerable effort, his strength experience increased by a single point, allowing him to finally transport Suna back to her room, panting heavily. This woman must be made of cement. Her bosom is not ample, and she does not appear overweight. Why is she so heavy? Fortunately, the ship Yenshing is not large. Had it been a colossal vessel like the Iron Heart, Yang Yi would have had to resort to dragging her. Suna's chamber was adjacent to the captain's quarters, and it was his first time entering. The interior bore no resemblance to his captain's quarters, lacking any musty odor, with sturdy wooden floors beneath his feet that a few luminous crystal orbs were even embedded in the ceiling, providing illumination. This room must have been modeled after the original captain's quarters of the astrologer, starkly contrasting with the ghost ship. Yang Yi laid Suna on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and left a note in the log that I have restricted your access to the laboratory. Check the activity log upon your awakening. You are utterly oblivious to your own madness. But do those who have lost their sanity truly concern themselves with activity logs and their sanity levels? Yang Yi had never succumbed to madness, so he could not say. After dispatching his private message, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, he noticed a small booklet on the table beside him, inscribed with the words, Yang Yi's observation diary. What is this? Curiosity piqued. He opened it, and after reading just a few pages, he felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. That IT meticulously documented his every detail. What he ate, when he slept, how long he rested, when he relieved himself, and for how long, down to the minutiae. Suna, his sanity is below 50. He cannot go mad. Could he possess some unique talent? I am eager to examine the structure of his brain. Upon reaching this point, a shiver of dread gripped Yang Yi, his gaze turning icy as he looked at the slumbering Suna. This woman, has she always regarded him as an experimental subject? A flicker of murderous intent stirred within him. Fortunately, the tone of the diary shifted dramatically towards the end. He was also capable of being flustered. The expression on his face when I pointed a gun at him was utterly hilarious. I captured it in my diary through surreptitious notes. He thought fusion meant something else. How amusingly mistaken he was. He is quite the lecher. He promised to help me construct a witch's laboratory. I must hasten to produce some results. After perusing the entries, Yang Yi's murderous intent dissipated. He carefully arranged the diary to appear untouched before cautiously retreating. Suna was unharmed. Her fever was merely due to lack of rest, and she would likely recover after a day of sleep. With a few hours remaining before nightfall, Yang Yi resumed fishing. He sought to acquire fire-starting tools like lighters, offering high prices. Additionally, he needed to procure warm clothing. As was his custom, he sent out a request for fire-starting equipment and prepared to purchase 4 down jackets, awaiting sellers to approach him. Before long, he received a flurry of private messages. Just as he was about to purchase the 4 down jackets for 105 fabric, he unexpectedly received a distinct private message. Would you like fire fleece sweaters? They are lighter than down jackets and even warmer, requiring only 100 conch coins as a crafting fee. Name, fire fleece sweater. Type, treasure. Quality, premium. Description, a sweater crafted from fire fleece. Renowned for its exceptional warmth, akin to being enveloped in a heating pad, lightweight and easy to move in. However, caution is advised. Exposure to water significantly diminishes its insulating properties, so steer clear of snowstorms. Yang Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. This garment was evidently superior to a down jacket. Its thinness allowed it to be worn underneath, topped with a pirate coat, thus safeguarding the sweater from melting snow. Yet, freezing rain must still be avoided. Yang Yi promptly sent a private message to the seller, eager to purchase this fire fleece sweater. What do you mean by handcraft fee? The seller replied swiftly, literally, what it implies. This sweater requires special materials, fire fleece, for its creation that I have exhausted my supply. So you must provide the materials yourself. 10 units of fire fleece are sufficient to craft one sweater, and if desired, I can also make you a pair of fleece pants that I only charge a handcraft fee of 100 conch coins. You supply the materials. The price was reasonable, yet Yang Yi wondered where he could procure fire fleece. Just as he pondered this, the seller sent another message. I will provide you with a coordinate. There is an island where a plant known as fire fleece grass grows. You only need to collect 10 stalks to craft a sweater. Then why don't you gather it yourself and sell the finished product? I've sold all my stock. I only have 2 left, which I intend to keep as spares. Moreover, I am no longer in that maritime region. If you wish to obtain it, bring the materials to me. If not, then so be it. Yang Yi fell into contemplation that he indeed desired the fire fleece sweater, Yet the seller's insistence on having him gather the materials seemed peculiar. Sensing Yang Yi's suspicion, the seller sent another private message. Believe it or not, aside from me, you are the third person to know this coordinate. The previous transactions went smoothly, and I cannot ascertain how much fire fleece grass remains on the island. If you want it, it is best to act quickly. Yang Yi was not convinced by his words and inquired, how much for those 2 sets you have? Sorry, but these 2 are not for sale. I am keeping them for personal use. Yang Yi frowned, glancing at the coordinate the seller had provided. It was not far away. If he traveled at full speed, he could reach it in just 2 days. Then let's add each other as friends, Yang Yi proposed. All right, Captain Hui of the Great Sailboat requests to add you as a friend. Yang Yi immediately accepted. Names like XX ship were typical for ordinary vessels, but ship owners could rename them. Nightmare Star. Is that a special ship? Indeed. When you gather the materials, just message me. Understood. That I am quite a distance away, and it will take me about 5 days to arrive. I will contact you then. Okay. Yang Yi ended the communication. He was certain that this person had ulterior motives, yet the fire fleece sweater was the finest cold-resistant garment he had encountered thus far, and he genuinely wished to possess it. If he was to obtain it, he should aim for the best. Yang Yi took out a crystal ball and activated the skill of the Nightmare Star to search. Retrieving Great Sailboat.HUA. 3 results appeared, leaving Yang Yi dumbfounded. Ordinary ships could easily share names, which was understandable. However, he did not expect that players could coincidentally share the same name, with 3 others appearing. It seemed that the current player base was quite substantial. To differentiate, each of the 3 outcomes was numbered from 1 to 3. Yang Yi randomly selected 1, and an image materialized within the crystal ball. It depicted a 2-tiered vessel, distant from the island, appearing to be unrelated to the individual Yang Yi sought. After casually observing for several minutes, he terminated the projection. Tomorrow, he would consider another individual. Yang Yi adjusted his course towards the island, intending to navigate in that direction. After all, he possessed nautical charts, thus retaining the initiative. Even if ambushes lay in wait, he could evade them in advance. Chapter 38. The euphoric elixir. That evening, Yang Yi reclined upon his bed. As per his usual ritual, he would consume a bottle of invigorating coconut juice before sleep. However, today he was presented with an additional option, a colorless potion. This elixir purportedly possessed revitalizing properties, and surely Su Na would not deceive him. So, should he drink it or abstain? Yang Yi scrutinized the vial of potion. It was clear and viscous, with several long appendages floating within in a darkened environment. It emitted a faint glow. After contemplating for a few minutes, Yang Yi resolved to sample a small quantity. Given such a significant investment, he felt compelled to experiment. He could start with half the vial. Pinching his nose, he attempted to disregard the nature of this viscous substance, uncapped the bottle, and endeavored to draw out a bit of liquid. Yet, to his surprise, the fluid was so thick that he could not even bite through it. Moreover, it exuded an unpleasant odor, reminiscent of some foul creature dwelling in a sewer. Yang Yi fought against the urge to retch, chewed through the long appendages within, and swallowed. You have ingested an unknown potion. As the potion slid down his esophagus, a wave of warmth surged from his stomach, sweeping away his fatigue. Such remarkable efficacy. Almost immediately, a notification appeared. Energy restored. 30. Energy recovery rate increased by 125. Duration, 8 hours. Impressive indeed. But suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Various parts of his body began to flush, particularly his eyes, and, you have entered an exhilarated state. Duration, 1 hour. Damn, I knew this concoction was suspect. Yang Yi's eyes reddened as he sat up abruptly, and the potion's details were also revealed. Name, euphoric elixir. Type, consumable potion unique. Quality, premium. Description, a potion crafted by the witch Su Na. Comprising ingredients such as the sea siren's pituitary secretions, siren saliva, siren glandular mucus, and long-legged sardine limbs. Upon consumption, energy 30, sanity-20, energy recovery rate 125, duration 8 hours, with an effect interval of 24 hours, will induce an exhilarated state. Lasting 1 hour. Repeated ingestion may extend the exhilaration duration, but carries a risk of poisoning. The side effects. Yang Yi found it challenging to articulate that if marketed, it would undoubtedly be a sensation. Yet, he had no intention of selling the potion, as its description included the creator's name. He deemed this a potential source of unwarranted trouble. An hour later, Yang Yi reclined once more. he would need to ask Su-na to refine the potion. Eliminating its adverse effects, he left a message for Su-na. The side effects of your potion are far too severe. It requires modification. Next time, you should try it yourself to assess its effects before I do. Having sent the message, he drifted off to sleep. The nightmare persists. Yang Yi's quality of sleep remains abysmal. However, with the aid of a potion, he need not fret over the restoration of his vitality. Though dark circles under his eyes are an inevitable consequence on the following morning, he is abruptly roused by a persistent knocking at the door, just as he was engulfed in a horrifying dream. He awakens in terror, instinctively aiming his gun at the entrance. "Who is it?" "It's me," comes the voice of Su-na. Yang Yi relaxes his tense muscles. He had just dreamt of a multitude of spiders crawling from within him, feasting upon his flesh until nothing remained, and he awakens drenched in sweat. Once he regains his composure, he retorts grumpily, "What are you knocking for so early in the morning?" Su-na, equally irate, replies, "Why did you disable the laboratory access? Did you not see the message I sent you?" At that moment, Su-na begins to check the log for messages. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yi casts a glance at Su-na's sanity level. Fortunately, it has nearly returned to full sanity level. 76/80. The recovery rate is quite impressive. Her mental attributes must be substantial, not to mention the added benefit from her attire. "You entered a state of madness yesterday. Did you know?" Su-na, only now realizing, appears to awaken from her stupor. It seems that those ensnared in madness remain blissfully unaware of their condition and neglect to monitor their sanity levels. How effective is the potion? Su-na, no longer angry, swiftly shifts her focus to the elixir. The effects are commendable, but the side effects, well, you can see for yourself. Yang Yi relays the potion's attributes to her. "I see. However, every potion undoubtedly comes with some side effects." Su-na elucidates. "This side effect is unacceptable. You must modify it. I cannot guarantee the efficacy if I do." "No problem. What about the other 2 vials? Have you consumed them?" At this juncture, Yang Yi expresses a hint of dissatisfaction. "Why must you insist that I be the one to sample it? I am not a guinea pig. The potion might diminish sanity. It's not safe for me to drink." Su-na retorts with conviction, adding, "Moreover, the potion is quite unpleasant." So you are also aware of its unpalatable nature." Yang Yi responds, "Your sanity may decrease without leading to madness, making it suitable for you." Su-na adds. Yang Yi finds himself speechless, realizing he cannot escape the grim fate of being a test subject. A vial of the stimulant potion will deduct 20 sanity points. If Su-na mistakenly consumes a more potent variant, she would plunge directly into madness. How many vials of this potion can be produced? Yang Yi suddenly inquires. After all, the concoction requires materials, primarily sourced from otherworldly creatures and some indescribable beings. We can still produce 3 vials of the stimulant potion. If you dislike it, I can alter the formula and experiment with different combinations. Su-na explains. As for the red potion, it necessitates the eye of a devil shark. So we can produce at most 2 vials. The pink potion, primarily composed of the water infused with healing pearls, can yield numerous vials. Su-na elaborates. For the energy-boosting potion, please adjust the formula. It may be less potent, but the materials must be readily accessible. After all, creatures like sirens are not easily encountered. Su-na nods in agreement. Additionally, you must restrict your time in the laboratory to a maximum of 8 hours daily. Once that limit is reached, I will revoke your access immediately. Although Su-na is somewhat displeased, she does not contest, for Yang Yi's words ring true. Upon granting access, Su-na was promptly alerted and rushed to the laboratory. This woman truly delights in meddling with these peculiar contraptions. As Yang Yi emerged from the captain's quarters, he seized his fishing rod, preparing to cast his line, when suddenly he recalled something crucial: the fire plush sweater. He had forgotten to mention this to Su-na that he intended to approach the potentially existing island for a closer inspection. Without delay, Yang Yi activated the surveillance skill of the Nightmare Star, seeking the true whereabouts of Hu Wei. Searching, tall ship. Hu Wei. This time, he chose another individual. Soon, the crystal ball revealed an image. It depicted a substantial sailing ship, evidently upgraded to level 3, boasting 2 cannon ports on either side. Equipped with cannons, the captain, a fair-skinned youth, was peering through a telescope at something. His location was in close proximity to the island's coordinates, less than 10 nautical miles away. Therefore, the identity of this individual became abundantly clear. It was indeed the Hu Wei he sought. What was he observing? Yang Yi cross-referenced the map. Sensing that Hu Wei was gazing in the direction of that very island, "To be prudent," he sent a private message. If a fire plush sweater and pants set is needed, how many fire plush herbs would suffice? The person in the image immediately responded, confirming it was indeed him. Just like the sweater, the pants also required 10 herbs. So for a complete set, preparing 20 would be sufficient. With a labor fee of 200 conch coins. Very well, Yang Yi chuckled, continuing to observe the image. This individual was rather peculiar, standing at the ship's edge for a moment before departing. However, he did not venture far, maintaining a distance of 100 nautical miles from the island. Subsequently, every 3 to 4 hours, he would return to check again. This, Yang Yi's eyes narrowed. Chapter 39. Ambush. Yang Yi relayed the information regarding the fire plush sweater and the island to Su Na. She concurred with the idea of investigating further. After all, the island's resources were far more abundant. Should they encounter any, they ought not to miss the opportunity, unless it proved excessively perilous. The dangers here encompassed not only the unknown creatures residing on the island, but also other ill-intentioned players. If there are any peculiar life forms on the island, I require several specimens. Su Na articulated her request. This may well be the fundamental reason for her agreement to venture to the island. 2 days later, Yang Yi had already arrived in the vicinity of the island. Indeed, there lay an island, approximately 5 kilometers in diameter, which could be observed on the nautical chart, should Yang Yi wish to proceed. He could do so at any moment. However, prior to embarking, he needed to address the potential threats. Through 2 days of observation, he had discerned Hu Wei's activities. He was fishing, employing bait to entice other players to the island. Yet, it appeared that there existed some exceedingly dangerous creatures or traps on the island, leading to the swift demise of players who ventured there. Following these deaths, Hu Wei would come to claim and salvage the abandoned vessels, thereby acquiring a substantial bounty of supplies. This was a nefarious yet lucrative endeavor, albeit not without risks. No one could ascertain the identities of the players arriving, should he encounter a formidable opponent, such as Yang Yi with his surveillance skill. It would be a case of losing the hen while attempting to catch the egg, or even losing his life. Hu Wei could scarcely imagine that there existed a pair of eyes capable of disregarding distance and the fog of war, scrutinizing his every move. Through keen observation, Yang Yi had gathered a wealth of intelligence. Before approaching the player's vessel, Hu Wei meticulously surveyed the surroundings with his telescope, ensuring that no one was aboard before he cautiously drew near. Only after a symbolic cannon fire to further confirm the absence of crew members did he attempt to board the ship. He refrained from directly firing upon the hull, as any potential damage could adversely affect the spoils of disassembly. Over the course of 3 days, Hu Wei employed this method to dismantle 2 vessels. Yang Yi observed the entire process and subsequently shared his thoughts with Su Na. I am certain there exists some form of perilous creature on this island. Su Na asserted confidently. This what I was implying. Were you even listening to me? Yang Yi scratched his head, clarifying, what I meant was to turn the tables and set a trap for him. He would never expect someone to lie in wait for him. When we lift the boarding restrictions, he will assume we are dead upon discovering he can access the ship at that moment. We shall conceal ourselves in the cabin and ambush him as soon as he steps inside. But what if he doesn't come in? It is inconceivable that he wouldn't. If I were in his position, I would certainly enter. Besides, once he is aboard, how could he escape the bullets? Yang Yi spoke with unwavering confidence. Having previously dismantled ships, he was well acquainted with the process of commandeering a vessel. This endeavor required not only the demise of the ship's owner, but also a period of occupation lasting approximately 10 minutes before the system would issue a notification permitting the disassembly of the ship. However, the act of disassembling a vessel would not fully reclaim the items aboard. The equipment and tools would necessitate personal scavenging. Yang Yi deduced that Hu Wei would not overlook any corner of the ship, including the cabin. If it were Yang Yi himself, he would ensure to loot every inch thoroughly and swiftly. Su Na nodded in agreement, indicating her approval of the plan. For safety's sake, Yang Yi instructed Su Na to concoct 3 additional bottles of restorative pink potion, ensuring that each of them would have 2, thus preparing for any eventuality. The following morning, he intended to set sail for the island and feign death in the cabin, intending to surprise Hu Wei. On the next day, Yang Yi took the helm and steered towards the island. The journey was smooth, devoid of any peril. This was Yang Yi's first opportunity to observe the island with his own eyes. Its exterior appeared unremarkable, featuring sturdy dark brown rocks along the coastline, smooth and refined by the relentless waves. Barnacles clung to the rocky surface, and numerous crabs inhabited the crevices between the stones. Dense forests blanketed the island, concealing whatever lay within. Yang Yi found no signs of struggle along the shoreline, not even a trace of blood. This indicated that the site of the incident was not at the water's edge, but rather deeper within. Or perhaps something had been dragged into the depths of the thicket. Regardless of the circumstances, Yang Yi had no intention of setting foot ashore. He consulted the crystal ball, which revealed that the adversary was en route, still several dozen nautical miles away from the island. Although the distance was considerable, Yang Yi nonetheless called for Suna, and they retreated into the cabin, relinquishing the ship's docking privileges. Upon entering the cabin of the Night Star, they found a corridor that veered left, at the end of the corridor. A staircase descended to the bottom of the ship. The lighting was dim, with only small windows on either side allowing a scant amount of light to filter through, creating a shadowy and damp atmosphere. The witch's laboratory was situated here, an independent chamber. The two stood in their designated positions as planned. Suna concealed herself in the shadows at the bottom of the cabin. Grasping a pirate longbow, her gaze fixed intently on the entrance. She bore a rudimentary quiver upon her back, containing over 30 arrows, each adorned with steel tips that surpassed the sharpness of their wooden counterparts. Following Suna's remarkable display of archery prowess, Yang Yi had provided her with superior projectiles. Each arrow was coated with the venom of a cystic pufferfish, rendering them lethally effective. Yang Yi positioned himself at the end of the corridor. Atop the staircase, a mere 4 meters from the door, he would be the first to strike. Should the flintlock fail to fire, it would be Suna's moment to unleash her arrows, ensuring that their adversary would not have the slightest chance to react, sealing their fate irrevocably. Meanwhile, Huwei had finally approached the island and he retrieved his binoculars to survey the scene that as anticipated. He spotted the Nightmare Star, a ship of peculiar design. Elation surged within him, prompting him to leap with joy. Unbeknownst to him, his every movement was observed by Yang Yi, who held a crystal ball in his possession. Huwei waited on the spot for a full hour, ensuring that no shadows lingered before he cautiously advanced. Discharging a symbolic cannon shot, his aim was poor. He had no intention of hitting anything, and the shell landed before the Nightmare Star, sending up a spray of water. This was a familiar tactic, one Yang Yi had scrutinized in the footage beforehand. After another 15 minutes had elapsed without any sign of activity from the ship, Huwei accelerated his approach. He had a mere 10 minutes left before boarding. Yang Yi reminded Suna to stow the crystal ball within her greedy pouch, while simultaneously holding her breath, her gaze fixed intently on the hatch. Anticipating the arrival of their prey at it was Suna's first experience in an ambush, and a tinge of nervousness coursed through her. Yet, her psychological fortitude was exceptional, and she felt no fear. Before long, the vessel resonated with the sounds of hooks clashing, soon followed by the unmistakable noise of a plank being laid. Their quarry had taken the bait. Yang Yi raised his firearm, aiming at the hatch. The dim light within would likely prevent the adversary from perceiving him until it was too late. Time slipped by, each second laden with tension. Enhanced the realism of their ruse. Yang Yi carelessly discarded fishing rods and nets upon the deck, while their unsuspecting target likely reveled in gathering the spoils. Oblivious to the fact that Yang Yi had granted him the privilege to do so, the enormous head of a creature was swiftly stowed away in the ship's hold to prevent any unnecessary delay on deck. His ultimate aim was to lure Huwei into the cabin as swiftly as possible, a strategy deemed the safest. Should the time approach 9 minutes, Yang Yi and Suna would have to take the initiative. Fortunately, within 5 minutes, the cabin stirred to life. With a click, the hatch swung open. Huwei, beaming with triumph, swaggered inside, his back burdened with barnacle-covered fishing rods and a vibrant red net. Brimming with pride that he marveled at his bountiful harvest. But in the next heartbeat, gunfire erupted to his left. Bang! A bullet struck Huwei in the abdomen, sending him crumpling to the ground. Clutching his wound. It was then that he noticed the figure standing beside him, brandishing a flintlock, the barrel still emitting wisps of smoke. How could you? Huwei stammered, disbelief etched upon his face. I have been waiting here for quite some time, Yang Yi replied with a smile. He refrained from aiming for Huwei's head, wary of a misfire, and possessed questions he wished to pose. Chapter 40. The Kiss of the Spider. What lies upon this island? Yang Yi inquired coldly. The reason he spared Huwei's life was to pose this very question. If I tell you, will you let me go? Huwei sat slumped on the ground, straining to lift his gaze to Yang Yi. You can trust me. Yang Yi lowered his weapon. Liar, your eyes are filled with murderous intent. Hu Wei began to cough, each utterance appearing to drain his strength. Yang Yi furrowed his brow. Indeed, he had never considered granting Hu Wei a reprieve. You are formidable. I concede defeat, so there is no need for you to take action. As for what lies on the island, that is for you to discover on your own. Hu Wei grinned ominously. His mouth stained with blood, a vivid crimson hue. What does this mean? Hu Wei did not respond. Instead, he drew a kitchen knife from behind his waist. Yang Yi immediately grew alert, raising his gun to aim, yet refrained from pulling the trigger, for Hu Wei had already taken his own life. With resolute determination, he plunged the blade into his own throat, devoid of any hesitation. This fellow is indeed a ruthless individual. Though unseen, Hu Wei's log still updated with information. You have died. Prequest oath failed. Completion rate 610. 2 luminous orbs fell beside him, presumably the loot from a player's demise. Just as Yang Yi prepared to collect them, he sensed something amiss. He heard a rustling sound, akin to numerous entities crawling. The source of the noise was none other than Hu Wei's lifeless body. In the next moment, his corpse convulsed, trembling as if in a spasm. Simultaneously, countless spiders, each the size of a fingernail, emerged from the wounds and orifices of his body. What the hell? You are frightened. Sanity decreased by 5. Yang Yi squeezed the trigger, just in case, employing the powerful cannon mode. Boom! The shot was tremendously impactful. Hu Wei's body, along with the hatch, was obliterated, and the ship itself bore a gaping hole, sunlight streaming in. The recoil sent Yang Yi flying, crashing against the wall. What are you doing? He is already dead. Su Na rushed over, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction that if that shot had been any lower, it would have breached her beloved witch's laboratory. There are spiders within him, a multitude of spiders. Yang Yi explained, recalling the previous scene, still haunted by in the nightmare. His fate mirrored that of Hu Wei. But how could spiders emerge from within a human body? Su Na glanced at the ruins. Spiders? Where are the spiders? I see none. She scanned the surroundings. Isn't it right there? Yang Yi pointed toward a nearby debris, but suddenly froze. He could swear that he had just seen spiders on the ground, albeit tiny, yet conspicuous. Yet now, aside from scattered flesh, broken wood, and splattered blood, there was nothing. I most certainly saw spiders, Yang Yi asserted firmly. Enough? Do you not realize your arm is dislocated? Yang Yi's left hand hung limply at his side, his shoulder joint misaligned. Fortunately, Su Na was a medical student. Although she had not specialized in orthopedics, she was a rare polymath. Swiftly resetting Yang Yi's dislocated left arm, he continued to search for traces of the spiders. It is impossible. I definitely saw spiders. Suddenly, his nose twitched, and a trickle of blood flowed, likely a result of the firearm's recoil. Yet the itch persisted, as if something were crawling inside. Unable to resist, Yang Yi probed his nose and surprisingly extracted a black spider the size of a grain of rice. A spider crawled out of your body. Sanity decreased by 10. Yang Yi was startled and promptly crushed the spider, continuing to probe his nose, relieved that no second spider emerged. There truly were spiders. When did you inhale? You Na bent down to retrieve the spider's corpse from the ground. Inhale? Yang Yi felt that matters were far from simple. The spider must have crawled out from within him. He immediately checked his status. Injured, large human silhouette, back and left arm appearing pale yellow. Rationality. 85, 100 energy. 94, 100 vitality. 93, 100 everything here seemed normal, but after the talents. An additional status emerged. Spider's kiss. A gift from the spider mother. Spiders may occasionally crawl out from the wound, but you will soon grow accustomed to it. Unlocks prerequisite quest for the vow. Hostility from spider-like aberrations towards you -100. When did this status appear? You promptly checked the activity log. You have received the spider's kiss. Based on the timing, it should have occurred at the very moment Hu Wei met his demise. Upon his death, did this status transfer to me? Yang Yi narrowed his eyes as Su Na, unafraid of spiders, prepared to step into the sunlight for a closer inspection. However, to her surprise, the spider evaporated upon exposure to sunlight. Yang Yi noticed this scene and immediately approached. Grasping Su Na's hand that actually vanished, he exclaimed in disbelief. Let go. You're hurting me. Su Na protested, withdrawing her hand. Yet Yang Yi paid her no mind. His thoughts racing. This status must be inextricably linked to Hu Wei's death. After he perished, the next successor would emerge. Su Na. Check your status bar for a negative status named Spider's Kiss, Yang Yi urged. The latter immediately checked and shook her head. I don't have it here. It seems this curse targets only one individual. When considering Hu Wei's recent actions, that the answer became glaringly apparent. This spider's kiss is related to this island. We must leave at once. My flintlock has activated cannon mode and requires a 12-hour cooldown. Moreover, the nightmare star has suffered significant damage and needs repairs. Yang Yi instructed. Suna nodded, assisting Yang Yi in gathering the spoils. The matter of the spider would have to be set aside for now. They needed to address the battlefield. The 2 luminous orbs dropped by Hu Wei were collected, one of which fell into the sea. They were worth 1250 conch coins, and the recipe for the firewall sweater. Firewall sweater requires 100 units of firewall spider's fur. An adult firewall spider can yield 8 to 12 units of fur. What a farce about firewall grass. Such a creature as the firewall spider must surely exist on this island. Even more astonishing to Yang Yi was the fact that a player's death could yield recipes. With this thought, he turned to Suna. This woman possesses a unique talent for creating distinctive recipes. If she were to die, would these created recipes also drop? That would indeed be perilous, as it would attract attention. Yang Yi immediately cautioned. Suna, do not sell or give away the potions you create. Are you suggesting I should just drink them all myself? Suna replied, we can discuss that later. Yang Yi recalled that bottle of unending, exhilarating potion and suddenly felt a wave of nausea. After they finished cleaning the battlefield, they discovered 3 items of equipment. Name, webbed gloves. Type, treasure. Quality, good. Description, enhances grip strength, enabling one to climb walls without being ensnared by webs. Indeed, with it, you can traverse walls and ceilings. Name, delectable chef's knife. Type, relic. Quality, exquisite. Description, a remarkably sharp kitchen knife, when used to cut any item, renders it extraordinarily delicious, making it highly addictive. A favorite among those with anorexia, the delightful effects last for 5 days, but for objects exceeding 3 cubic meters in volume, only a localized effect occurs. Name, healing spray. Type, consumable. Quality, exquisite. Description, spraying it on wounds accelerates healing. With a usage limit of 310. Yang Yi grasped the chef's knife, which measured no more than 30 centimeters in length. Would anything truly become delicious when sliced by this blade? His expression turned peculiar as he caught a hint of sweetness in the air. Chapter 41. Tiny Spiders. Hu Wei's vessel was a 3rd-tier ship. Both expansion spaces on the ship had been utilized for constructing cannons. Name, ordinary cannon. Type, ship equipment. Quality, ordinary. Description, a standard cannon with a range of 200 meters. The fixed cannon in the combat room is non-removable. Yang Yi contemplated whether he could transfer the cannon to his own ship, but upon reviewing the information, he abandoned the idea altogether. Yet, Hu Wei truly was affluent, stockpiling a plethora of supplies, all of which had now fallen into Yang Yi's hands. The supplies aboard the ship included wood 912, cloth 808, stone 995, iron 83, crystal 63, sulfur 35, fresh water 50L, and various food items such as sausage and bread, sufficient for Yang Yi and Su Na to sustain themselves for half a month. The equipment comprised a standard quality telescope, a rudimentary fishing rod, and 2 pieces of flint woolen sweaters. Yang Yi calculated that these resources were ample for elevating the Night Star to Tier 3. However, he currently had no leads on the required alien demon corpses. Dismantling this 3rd-tier sailing ship would yield an additional wood 520, cloth 233, stone 240, iron 20. The total quantity of materials had surpassed the capacity limit of the Nightmare. At this juncture, the most prudent course of action was to refrain from dismantling the ship for the time being, waiting until he acquired the alien demon corpses, at which point he could elevate the Night Star to Tier 3 before disassembling this ship. For now, it could serve as a storage facility, towed behind them. After Yang Yi and Su Na transferred the food, fresh water, and high-grade supplies onto the Night Star, they skillfully maneuvered the ship away from the island. Upon sailing 200 nautical miles, Yang Yi's expression suddenly changed. He was beset by an unbearable itch. As if countless insects were crawling and biting him, he immediately halted the ship and turned back, and the itch subsided. Yang Yi realized why Hu Wei remained anchored to this island. He was unable to leave at all. What has transpired? Su Na noticed the commotion and emerged from the cabin. The spiders within me want to allow me to stray far from this island, Yang Yi said, his face dark with concern. Su Na furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Stop the ship. Come with me." She took Yang Yi by the hand and led him to the laboratory. There were two large metallic tables. One was adorned with various instruments and a heap of minced flesh. Hu Wei's dismembered remains, collected by Suna, and I have just completed my examination. It can now be conclusively stated that this corpse is hollow. The expression on Suna's face was unprecedentedly grave. Empty? Indeed. There were no organs, no bones, only a thin layer of skin. Suna picked up a piece of flesh with tweezers and explained, "Did you not notice the remarkably scant amount of shredded meat in the corpse, and the minimal blood loss? At first, I thought he had fallen into the sea, but upon examining each fragment, I found absolutely no skeleton or internal organs. It was merely the superficial skin and muscle of the human body." Yang Yi suddenly grasped the situation. This corpse was hollow, devoid of brain, intestines, and heart. All of this must have occurred in an instant after Hu Wei's demise. Every internal organ and bone had been consumed by the spiders. Suna articulated her conclusion. After listening to her account, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Yang Yi's forehead. That it was likely that such spiders also existed within him, rendering his life precarious, as he could be devoured at any moment. Transforming into an empty shell, suddenly, Yang Yi became aware of a delightful aroma. Once recognized, this fragrance was impossible to ignore, eliciting salivation and involuntary swallowing. This was the power of the gourmet chef's knife, which rendered Hu Wei's corpse delectable. "Suna, you haven't pilfered a taste, have you?" Yang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Given her nature, it wouldn't be surprising if she had sampled a piece to assess the flavor. "What are you saying? This is a precious specimen. How could I possibly steal a taste?" Suna retorted with a hint of displeasure. "Well, that's a relief," Yang Yi responded. Feeling a sense of ease, he believed that consuming something created by the gourmet chef's knife would be exceedingly unwise, potentially leading to an addiction. "All right, now it's your turn." Suna collected Hu Wei's corpse into a glass vessel, cleared the table, and motioned for Yang Yi to lie down. "What is this to examine your body and determine how the spiders within you emerged?" Suna clarified. Yang Yi felt a twinge of anxiety, yet ultimately reclined on the metallic table, eager to ascertain what had transpired within him. Suna commenced her examination, probing and feeling. "Everything appears normal. Open your mouth," she instructed. Yang Yi complied. Suna used a magnifying glass to inspect the interior, then scraped off some mucous tissue to create a makeshift slide, placing it under the optical microscope for observation. Noticing her furrowed brow, Yang Yi felt as though he were seated on pins and needles, akin to a patient awaiting a doctor's verdict. The more hesitant the doctor appeared, the more anxious the patient became. Minutes later, Suna approached, brandishing a sharp dagger. "What are you doing?" Yang Yi exclaimed, sitting up abruptly and retreating to maintain distance. "What are you so nervous about? If you're afraid of pain, just give me some money." "I'm out of conch coins." Suna, dagger in hand, exuded an aura of authority without raising her voice. Yang Yi, agile, swiftly transferred 2,000 conch coins to Suna. She efficiently recorded the transaction, and in no time, a modern blood collection kit materialized in her hands. "Are you going to draw blood?" Yang Yi inquired. "Yes. Initially, I intended to make an incision, but seeing that you seem rather averse to pain, I opted for this instead." Suna approached with the blood collection kit. "Damn, this woman must be staging this charade to swindle my conch coins." Although Yang Yi had no evidence, he suspected it was highly probable as the blood was drawn. Yang Yi inquired about the laboratory's resources. "Does this laboratory provide all necessary tools?" "There are considerable limitations. Essentially, only experimental apparatus and medical tools can be provided, and the more intricate and larger they are, the more expensive they become." "What about lighters?" "Lighters are permissible, but they lack fuel. Currently, the laboratory can only produce items such as glass, metal, ceramics, and plastics, but fuels like alcohol are not supplied, and all equipment purchased by the laboratory cannot be removed." Suna replied, "I see." Yang Yi nodded. "No wonder the alcohol lamp I saw earlier was devoid of alcohol. Can you generate flint or other fire-starting tools?" Yang Yi inquired once more. "No, but you might try friction fire." "Forget it." Yang Yi did not believe he could obtain fire by friction in the dampness of the sea. Even if he succeeded, such a method would not be sustainable once in the extreme winter seas. He feared he could drill until eternity without success. Suna drew 300 cc of Yang Yi's blood and prepared a blood smear for further observation. "Indeed, come over and take a look." She beckoned Yang Yi. Although he possessed scant knowledge of biology, he managed to adjust the microscope to eye in his field of view. Alongside the red blood cells, there were many tiny particles. Have you spotted those black particles? Prepare yourself. Suna adjusted the magnification and focal distance of the microscope, and Yang Yi was immediately seized by a cold sweat at the sight before him. They were tiny, curled-up spiders, requiring significant magnification to barely discern their outlines. Theoretically, there should not exist spiders smaller than cells. Yet, Yang Yi found himself witnessing them under the microscope. It was highly probable that his body was teeming with these minuscule spiders, lying in slumber. And once awakened, Yang Yi would endure unimaginable torment, ultimately being devoured entirely, leading to his demise. It seems that visiting the island is imperative. There must be a solution available there. Don't rush. Give me a moment. Suna urged. I can attempt to eliminate the spiders within you. Chapter 42. Maritime Weekly. The Nightmare Star sustained a significant breach, and the repairs proved quite costly, consuming 332 units of wood, 125 units of fabric, 108 units of stone, and 20 units of steel, taking half a day to complete. This system indeed comprehends resource recovery. The materials obtained from dismantling the ship were severely reduced, while the resources required for repairs had directly doubled. However, Yang Yi did not regret pulling the trigger. Even if given another chance, he would unhesitatingly squeeze the trigger again. Who knows what would transpire once that swarm of spiders emerged? They might bite, or perhaps converge into a monstrous entity. In any case, it would be prudent to exercise caution. The gains were substantial, and he lacked for nothing in terms of resources. 3 days later, the Nightmare Star continued to drift around the island. Yang Yi possessed a sea chart, granting him an inherent advantage, allowing him to monitor the movements surrounding the island. Yet, for 3 consecutive days, not a single ship had appeared in the vicinity. It was possible that Hui had perished. Other deceived players, upon discovering that he was unreachable through private messages, likely grew wary and ceased approaching this coordinate. Of course, it was also conceivable that Hui had only managed to deceive a handful of individuals, with Yang Yi being the last. Perhaps, for the past 3 days, Suna had sequestered herself within the confines of the laboratory, making only fleeting appearances aside from drawing several vials of blood from Yang Yi. As dusk approached and the night began to envelop the surroundings, Yang Yi entered the cabin, raising his voice to call out to her. Suna, it's time to retire for the evening. The 8-hour workday was a rigid rule imposed by Yang Yi, allowing Suna a maximum of 8 hours in the lab. This was a strategy to effectively prevent her from descending into a state of madness due to diminished rationality. Suna, Yang Yi called again, his expression tinged with impatience. Just 5 more minutes, she pleaded. You are not haggling here. It's 5 minutes too long. Come out this instant, or I shall forcibly remove you, Yang Yi declared menacingly, possessing the authority of a captain. He could indeed expel Suna from the laboratory, quite literally commanding the system to eject her from the room. Please no. I'll come out on my own. After a brief commotion, Suna emerged. Have you made any progress? Yang Yi inquired, still lacking a bit. Suna appeared somewhat dazed, as if her mind were elsewhere. Yang Yi, accustomed to her behavior, understood that she was lost in her own thoughts, and simply urged, very well, return to your quarters, and we shall discuss it tomorrow. Suna exhibited little reaction, shuffling towards her room like a soulless automaton. Upon returning to the deck, Yang Yi maneuvered the vessel to a halt, maintaining a distance of over 100 nautical miles from the island. Over the past few days, his fishing endeavors had yielded only the same old catches, save for one peculiar fish, which he had reeled in from the abyss using an eyeball bait, measuring approximately half a meter in length. It was encrusted with coral, resembling a bamboo basket at first glance. However, the fish itself was merely the size of a palm, situated in the center of the coral. Name, coral cage fish. Type, food. Description, a species from the depths. Its surface is covered in highly toxic coral, encasing and protecting itself like a cage. The flesh is also toxic and not advisable for consumption. Upon reading the word toxic, Yang Yi had no desire to even touch the fish. He speared the creature with a wooden harpoon, akin to pricking a ball, and transported it to the laboratory. Luck had not been on his side these past few days. He had not encountered a single treasure chest. And aside from fish, he had only caught wood 12 and cloth 15. The shortcomings of fishing were glaringly apparent, with yields being highly unstable and contingent upon both luck and skill. Yet even the most proficient angler could not entirely escape the phenomenon of a barren haul. When the barren hauls became frequent, fishermen often succumbed to self-doubt, leading them to chase after superstitions, Some believed in the precise timing of casting their lines to increase the likelihood of treasure chests appearing. Others would mindlessly cast their lines repeatedly, regardless of whether they had caught anything. Some would meticulously record the locations of treasure chests or large fish, intending to fish there again, i.e. carving a boat to catch fish. Additionally, some would prostrate themselves before their fishing rods, hoping to curry favor and achieve a bountiful catch. Yang Yi dismissed these notions as mere fabrications, steeped in superstition. Having already tested these beliefs, he found them utterly ineffective. Now, he lay in bed like a salted fish, perusing the World Channel. Seeking a lighter, Yang Yi routinely left a message, hoping someone might take the initiative to reach out to him. After flipping through several pages, he was intrigued by an organization called the Special Fleet of the Great Newspaper Society. This organization had emerged a few days prior and was actively recruiting members. The leader appeared to be the owner of a special vessel, seemingly capable of printing newspapers. Thus, he prepared to establish a newspaper dedicated to collecting the latest maritime intelligence, to be sold in the form of a weekly publication. After much anticipation, their inaugural issue was finally ready for release. The first edition has been completed, featuring sections on trade, maritime affairs, and monster intelligence, with additional content still in the works. The weekly publication is priced at 100 conch coins, while a membership plan for a month is available for 300 conch coins. All are encouraged to actively provide news tips, for which rewards in conch coins will be given based on the quality of the content. However, anyone who submits false news will face permanent blacklisting. Additionally, there are advertising slots available for rent. It must be said that the president of this newspaper is a commercial genius. The price of the paper is modest, yet it allows for high sales volume. With just a few thousand customers, the influx of revenue is simply unimaginable. The key, of course, is to establish a solid reputation for the newspaper. Yang Yi also took an interest in this publication and sent a private message expressing his desire to purchase a copy. A prompt response followed. He was instructed to make a payment first, and then leave a note regarding the preferred language of the newspaper. Subsequently, the paper would be delivered through a free transaction. One could also add friends to subscribe for a membership, which includes at least 4 issues of the newspaper for 300 conch coins a month. Currently, there is a promotion where subscribing for 3 months grants an additional month free. Yang Yi decided against the membership for now and opted for a single copy instead. He promptly transferred 100 conch coins. A membership required adding friends, and Yang Yi was too lazy to do so. He anonymously purchased a copy, intending to assess its value first. If the content proved worthwhile, he could continue purchasing in the future. The newspaper's efficiency was commendable. It even dispatched orders at night, and within mere minutes. The product was transmitted through the trading system. What he received was an exceedingly rudimentary newspaper, printed with ink. It resembled the old-fashioned newspapers of yore, and a vigorous rub would smudge the ink. Yet, at this moment, no one cared about such trivialities, as long as the content was valuable. The inching star was devoid of light and fire, save for the witch's laboratory and Suna's room, which were illuminated. Yang Yi had no intention of visiting under the pretense of reading the newspaper. Rather, he stealthily entered the witch's laboratory. It was eerily quiet, akin to another realm, the air thick with an indescribable scent. A complex amalgamation of fishy odors and the unique essence of otherworldly flesh. Glass jars filled with various organs adorned the walls, but Yang Yi chose not to gaze too long, fearing it might diminish his sanity, an unnecessary risk. He unfolded the newspaper and began to read. The paper was printed on both sides. The front featured the trading section, listing various trade opportunities, including requests for purchases and offers for sale, all clearly priced and accompanied by the names and IDs of the shipowners, enabling private negotiations at any time. Most of the items for sale were self-produced goods. As Yang Yi scanned the listings, he spotted an old acquaintance, Zhou Dai, captain of the Dawn Goddess. She was promoting holy water, priced rather steeply at 2,000 conch coins per bottle, or available for trade with items or equipment. Given these circumstances, her pricing was already a friendly internal rate, likely due to the initial chaos in pricing and scarcity of essential resources. Continuing his perusal, Yang Yi came across a rather intriguing relic. Name: Beginner's Guide to Cannibalism. Type: Relic. Quality: Rare. Description: This tome details 18 methods of consuming corpses, truly embodying the concept of like nourishes like. Whatever you consume will replenish the corresponding part of your being. Except for your intellect, of course. After reading, Yang Yi felt a wave of darkness wash over him. This newspaper must be destroyed at once. It must not fall into Su Na's hands. Otherwise, that insane woman would undoubtedly go to any lengths to acquire this book and delve into its contents. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine as he envisioned Su Na devouring a corpse. Resolutely, he revoked Su Na's trading rights, extinguishing that possibility entirely. The other items, however, were not so sinister. Yang Yi skimmed through them and found that they were either overpriced or ineffective. If they had been of good quality and reasonable price, they would have been sold in the chat channel long ago. Nevertheless, he stumbled upon an intriguing piece of ship equipment. Name: barbaric catapult. Type: ship equipment. Quality: good. Description: capable of launching projectiles for long-range strikes. Effective range 0, 500 meters. If too heavy, the range becomes 0. Before installation, a minimum of 1 square meter of deck space must be confirmed. What the Yinqing was currently lacking was a means for ranged attacks, and this catapult could serve as a temporary solution, provided the price was reasonable. Upon inspecting the price tag of 2,000 conch coins, he scoffed that it would be more prudent to raid for such an item. Upgrading the ship to craft cannons would be far more effective than this cumbersome catapult. The power of cannons far surpasses that of a catapult. The only advantage of the catapult is its slightly longer range compared to the average cannon. But the speed of the stones it launches cannot compete with that of cannonballs, making them easily avoidable. Thus, Yang Yi concluded that this contraption was hardly worth 2,000 conch coins. However, a price of 500 would be acceptable. He sent a private message to the seller. 500 for one catapult. Interested in private negotiations, the seller did not respond, perhaps having gone to sleep, so Yang Yi decided to check back tomorrow. He then perused the purchasing section, which was filled with familiar organizations such as the New World, New Humanity, and the Steel Brotherhood, all seeking to acquire supplies, equipment, fire-starting tools, and other items. The prices were generally slightly below market value, emphasizing quick turnover for immediate liquidity, and no wonder resources were so scarce. Yang Yi clicked his tongue in realization. He personally could not compete financially with these fleets. His warehouse was simply too small. After finishing this page, Yang Yi flipped to the other side of the newspaper. This page was divided into 2 sections: Maritime Dynamics and Monster Intelligence. Chapter 43, Sudden Outbreak. These 2 sections contained little content. Despite the editor's efforts to enlarge the font, the scarcity of information was undeniable. The Maritime Dynamics section documented various intelligence reports and insights, including introductions to certain fleets, coordinates of several publicly known islands, and conjectures about the internal environment of the extreme winter SENAS. For the veracity of the information that was left to personal judgment, one thing was certain: the publicly available island coordinates held little value. Either the trees had been completely felled, or one would have to risk their life to reach them. Yang Yi then spotted a familiar name: Zhou Dai. She was recruiting teammates to conquer a perilous island. It had been confirmed that a formidable werewolf resided on the island. She was seeking allies for the expedition, and those who passed her assessment would be granted the specific coordinates of the island. Werewolves. Yang Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully, in his recollection. Werewolves were terrifying creatures, known for their swift movements, keen sense of smell, and claws and fangs capable of easily tearing apart human flesh. Faced with such a creature, the more companions one has, the better. Thus, in the event of an escape, one need only outpace their allies. Yang Yi chuckled, choosing to overlook the matter. He did not believe that an ordinary person could contend with a werewolf, unless armed with a high-caliber machine gun, and even then, precision would be imperative. He gazed downward. He spotted a valuable insight from the captain of the fisher, whose name remained anonymous. However, Yang Yi, being an acquaintance, knew him to be He Chi, a seasoned angler, on night fishing. Let me first clarify that I do not recommend any player attempt night fishing. This report is intended as a cautionary tale for all. Night fishing makes it exceedingly easy to catch bizarre creatures. I have encountered both little fishmen and drowned souls, the latter nearly costing me my life. The fish reeled and have a 30% chance of being abyssal species, such as sardines with 4 legs, eels with human-like lips, and even octopuses resembling human heads. For the sake of your sanity, I shall refrain from including images. Suffice it to say, they are utterly revolting. Catching these grotesque fish deducts sanity points, and consuming them does the same. I find them to hold little value. If, after reading this, you still wish to engage in night fishing, I advise you to be thoroughly prepared, for with risk comes opportunity. I once hooked a prized fishing rod, yet upon regaining my senses, I was left with a chilling sense of dread at that moment that I might have succumbed to madness while fishing. In any case, night fishing is fraught with danger, and I suspect I shall abstain from it for a considerable time to come. He, true to his title as an angler, accomplished with ease what I dared not attempt. Yang Yi mused. Yet, he recognized all the abyssal fish He had caught, each a familiar face. Now, consuming them would not even cost Yang Yi any sanity points, with the exception of those possessing special effects. Night fishing should be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Yang Yi resolved. The nightmare star is cursed with angler's misfortune. Should I venture out for night fishing again, I might inadvertently catch a colossal bobbit worm and be swiftly overwhelmed by the waters. Yang Yi perused the monster dossier that it detailed several common sea creatures, including their weaknesses, many of which Yang Yi had encountered. The drowned souls are corpulent, their weakness being their clumsiness, yet they can self-detonate with great force. The sirens pose a significant threat to men. Upon hearing their song, it is best to block one's ears within 2 seconds, lest one fall victim to their enchantment. They typically hunt at night, so wearing earplugs while sleeping could prove prudent. However, should a drowned soul approach while one is thus equipped, it would be a direct path to demise. Yang Yi shook his head, unconvinced. Skeleton creatures are rather mediocre in all respects, easily dispatched by shattering their skulls, preferably with a blunt instrument. The little fishmen are small in stature, seldom found alone, and often appear in swarms. The colossal bobbit worm is enormous, blind, with a razor-sharp mandible that can be dispatched with cannon fire. Thanks to the captain of the Iron Heart for the intelligence. Surely, there are more creatures than these, particularly the more formidable ones, as survivors are scarce, making intelligence hard to come by. After reviewing the information, Yang Yi noted the absence of any data on the goblin shark. Thus, he contacted the major newspaper that I possess intelligence on monsters. How much do you typically pay? The newspaper replied, starting from 200 conch coins. The more detailed your report, the greater the payment. With no upper limit, relevant evidence of the spoils or the corpses must be provided. This is not an issue. The laboratory happens to have the organs of a hammerhead shark. The hammerhead shark, which can be caught, is a social creature with large eyes that appear like red lanterns underwater. They possess 2 powerful hind limbs that grant them remarkable leaping abilities, though their weakness lies in their eyes. And they lack climbing skills. Yang Yi sent the information about the shark to the newspaper, and approximately half an hour later, he received a transfer of 800 sea conch coins. Surely, others have encountered this shark. But those who have survived the experience are likely few. The next day, before dawn, Yang Yi suddenly sat up, his body racked with an unbearable sensation akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at him. He understood what was happening and immediately rushed to the helm, navigating the Night Star towards the island at full speed. After sailing for over 10 nautical miles, the excruciating pain began to subside. Due to the urgency of the voyage, Suna was also awakened by the commotion. She stepped outside her room and saw Yang Yi struggling to maintain his balance at the helm, his veins bulging and his eyes bloodshot. What has happened? Suna inquired. Yang Yi began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted as he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, with some spiders crawling among it. He then collapsed into the pool of blood, losing consciousness. Yang Yi experienced a nightmare, finding himself lying on a metallic table. Suna, wearing a bird beak mask reminiscent of the medieval plague doctors, approached him wielding a scalpel. What are you doing? Yang Yi exclaimed in terror, attempting to resist, but it felt as though he were paralyzed by a malevolent force. You are ill. I am treating you, Suna replied calmly. She used the scalpel to slice open Yang Yi's skin, severing veins and muscles as she searched for the spiders within, extracting them amidst a gruesome scene of bloodshed. There are many more inside. I will remove them one by one, Suna declared, continuing her work. No, you will kill me. Yang Yi screamed in horror as Suna's red eyes grew increasingly menacing. With a jolt, he awakened from the nightmare, only to find a scalpel hovering before him, which he hastily pushed away. Awake now, Suna, resembling her dream self, donned the birdbeak mask and goggles, performing surgery on Yang Yi. What are you doing? Yang Yi, still shaken from the nightmare, curled up defensively, exhibiting an inclination towards aggression. Calm down. I am saving you, Suna said flatly, gesturing towards a graduated cylinder on the metallic table that was nearly filled with dead spiders, smeared with blood. If these foreign objects are not removed, it will lead to significant trouble, Suna continued. As Yang Yi recognized the gravity of the situation, he gradually regained his composure. He glanced at his condition, His vitality was below 50, and his rationality had dwindled to 37. The lid of his left eye appeared to have been cut, blood trickling into his vision and staining much of it. As he touched it, 2 small spiders fell from his eyelid. I apologize. I just had a nightmare, Yang Yi said hastily. Fully awake now. It's good that you are awake, Su Na replied with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. Yet, her left hand remained hidden behind her back, tightly grasping a witch's dagger, her fingers trembling slightly with excitement. Chapter 44. The spider's elixir. Yang Yi examined his body and discovered it was covered in a multitude of stitched wounds, densely packed to the point of overwhelming him. The hour had advanced to the depths of night, yet the laboratory remained brightly illuminated without interruption. How long have I been unconscious? Yang Yi inquired. 35 hours and 17 minutes. It is already the 2nd day, Su Na replied. Yang Yi nodded solemnly and began to review the activity log. Following his unconsciousness, the captain's authority had been temporarily transferred to the first mate. On the Nightmare Star, there were only 2 individuals, and naturally, the first mate was Su Na. Granting her full permissions to perform surgery on Yang Yi, he leaped off the metallic table, donned the pirate attire resting nearby, and retrieved the healing spray from his clothing. This was a legacy from Hu Wei, and it was fortuitously needed at this moment. He sprayed it on the larger wound, feeling a refreshing coolness. The healing effect was commendable, though the quantity was limited, as it was exhausted after just 3 sprays. After a moment's contemplation, he produced the pink elixir and, steeling himself, swallowed it. The taste was exceedingly pungent, akin to consuming a bottle of chili oil. You have ingested an unknown elixir, health restored by 20, wound healing accelerated, continuous health recovery. Your wounds itch unbearably, reason -20. Yang Yi's rationality plummeted to 17, and he writhed on the ground like a worm. The wounds rapidly healed amidst his contortions. Su Na observed intently, pulling out a notebook to meticulously record the events, then inquired, "How do you feel? I see your wounds are beginning to scab. Is the effect not remarkable? If you were to rate this elixir on a scale of 1 to 10, what score would you assign?" Yang Yi, drenched in sweat, glared at Su Na with wide eyes. He was on the verge of cursing, yet refrained from doing so. For once he opened his mouth, he might emit a sound akin to a wailing specter. Most unbecoming, he also dared not scratch, fearing it would exacerbate his injuries. After several minutes, Yang Yi finally ceased his writhing and stood as if unscathed, his health having recovered from just over 40 to nearly 70. In terms of efficacy, this elixir was even more potent than holy water. Name, regeneration elixir. Type, consumable elixir. Unique. Quality, premium. Description, an elixir created by the witch Su Na. It possesses a spicy flavor. Crafted from water infused with healing pearls, powdered scales of the little merman, and the secret fiery essence of the red-lipped eel. Upon consumption, health is restored by 20, reason-20, continuous health recovery, and accelerated wound healing. The wounds will itch intolerably. If one can resist scratching, the efficacy will be enhanced. Upon reviewing the information, Yang Yi's expression darkened, and he coldly responded, "I rate it a 0. 0. How is that possible? The effects are evidently quite good. Your wounds have already scabbed," Su Na retorted with dissatisfaction. "You cannot disregard the efficacy simply because of its unpleasant taste." Yang Yi found himself at a loss for words. To be fair, the elixir's effects were outstanding, yet the side effects were undeniably unbearable. "That I will send you the information. You can see for yourself." Yang Yi transmitted the details of the regeneration elixir to Su Na. "By the way, I plan to make a trip to the island. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford any further delays," Yang Yi added. "This incident should be regarded as a warning." The kiss of the spider urges Yang Yi to ascend the island, reducing the previously safe distance of 200 nautical miles to a mere 100. Should another incident occur, it could very well result in his immediate demise. "In truth, I have already developed a potion capable of exterminating the spiders within you. Otherwise, your survival this time would have been uncertain." Su Na produced a vial of black liquid. "What is this?" Yang Yi inquired. "It is my specially concocted poison. The ingredients are derived from the cystic pufferfish and the coral trap fish you recently caught. The toxins within have been meticulously calibrated by me to be minimally harmful to humans, yet exceedingly lethal to spiders," Su Na elucidated. Upon hearing this, Yang Yi promptly took the vial to inspect it. Name, Spider Extermination Potion. Type, consumable potion. Unique. Quality, good. Description, an original potion crafted by the witch Su Na, specifically designed as a potent venom targeting spiders, with minimal toxicity to the human body, yet not to be consumed in large quantities. Will this potion cure me? Yang Yi asked, astonished. Regrettably, it cannot. Su Na shook her head. It can eliminate the spiders within you, but this is only a temporary measure. Once the toxins are metabolized, new spiders will inevitably emerge within you to achieve a permanent solution. We must locate the source from which the spiders originate and address it at its root, thus fully curing your affliction. Affliction? Indeed. Do you not perceive this as resembling a form of illness? Yang Yi pondered, realizing the truth in her words, albeit with a hint of fantastical elements. Exiting the laboratory, he grabbed a piece of black bread and consumed it with sausage, followed by prying open a vitality coconut to replenish his hydration. He had not eaten for nearly 2 days, as the food settled in his stomach. Yang Yi felt revitalized. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to race back to the laboratory. Su Na, you mentioned this poison is highly effective against spiders. Yang Yi hastily inquired. That is indeed correct. How much of the potion can you produce? Could it also be lethal to the colossal spiders that appear in urban legends? Certainly. As long as their physiological structure is classified as a spider, this potion will be effective. Its primary components are sourced from the cystic pufferfish and the coral trap fish. The former is relatively abundant, but the latter is limited to only 1 specimen. Thus, I can produce a maximum of 10 vials, equivalent to approximately 1 liter. Then, as long as we have the coral trap fish, we can manufacture this potion in bulk, correct? A plan began to form in Yang Yi's mind that he intended to poison the spiders on the island before making his ascent. The information gleaned from the fire fluff sweater indicated the presence of a creature known as the fire fluff spider on the island. The following day, Yang Yi awoke, fully re-energized. With his vitality restored to 90, he checked the weather forecast. Today's weather: bright sunshine, gentle sea breezes, an excellent day for fishing. Location: sea of origins. Duration of sunshine: 9 hours. Remaining temperature: 15 to 25. Sea wind force: level 3. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized his fishing rod and stepped outside, first preparing his fishing net, then retrieving several eyeball fruits from the ship's cabin. These had been caught previously and remained untouched. The taste and texture of these fruits were subpar, and with an abundance of food at hand, they were perfectly suited for catching the coral trap fish. Employing the deep-sea fishing method, he used the eyeball fruits as bait. You have caught a red-lipped eel. You have caught a human-headed octopus. You have caught a long-legged sardine. Holy moly! How is it possible to catch a long-legged sardine in such deep waters? Fortunately, after 4 attempts, I finally made a catch. You have caught a coral cage fish. Yang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly speared the fresh coral cage fish with a wooden harpoon and sent it to the laboratory. At this rate, he would soon reel in 10 coral cage fish, allowing him to concoct 100 vials of death spider potion. As he continued fishing, he suddenly received a private message from the seller of the catapult. The very first line read, "Are you really interested in buying? Of course, I won't hide it from you. I possess the formula to create this catapult. However, at 500 sea snail coins for each, I would hardly make a profit. It's 600 sea snail coins for one, and I require you to purchase 4 at a time. If you wish to sell, then we can transact. Otherwise, let's not waste our time." Yang Yi replied instantly. He had previously mentioned 500 sea snail coins for one, and the seller had responded. This indicated that the price of 500 was not outrageously low, likely hovering around the cost line. Thus, Yang Yi added an extra 100, creating a margin for profit. Moreover, it was certain that few players would be inclined to purchase a catapult, as its effectiveness paled in comparison to that of a cannon. Before long, the seller replied, 700 sea snail coins, the lowest price I can offer. It takes time for me to craft this 650 sea snail coins, not a single coin more. You know, in 2 weeks, this contraption won't even be worth 200 sea snail coins. After a few minutes of hesitation, the seller ultimately agreed to the transaction. Chapter 45. A delectable offensive. A whole morning had passed, and Yang had caught 4 coral cage fish. With a bit more effort in the afternoon, he could achieve his target of 10, which would yield 100 vials of death spider potion, equivalent to 10 liters. Shortly thereafter, he received a private message. The second catapult had been completed and was ready for trade. The seller was making them on demand, messaging Yang Yi for each completed unit, each priced at 650 sea snail coins, totaling 4 units for 2,600 sea snail coins. Yang Yi's previously amassed fortune had now dwindled to 1,600. But thankfully, he was well stocked with food and water, free from worries of hunger or thirst. In the afternoon, he successfully caught 5 coral cage fish. After exhausting his eyeball fruit, he initially feared he would not complete his task. However, upon retracting his net, he discovered an unexpected bounty. 1 more coral cage fish. He handed over all the coral cage fish to Suna and then proceeded to the atrium of the Night Star, preparing to find a suitable location to install the catapult. When not installed, the catapult resembled a miniature figurine, only a few centimeters in size, making it easy to transport. It was likely that all ship equipment was designed this way. Otherwise, it would be impossible to move them. Yang Yi conducted a thorough inspection and ultimately installed the catapults symmetrically on both sides of the Night Star's atrium. At last, the Night Star possessed the capability for long-range strikes. However, Yang Yi had an ulterior motive for purchasing this catapult. He opened the chat channel and, as per custom, sent a message, willing to pay a fortune for fire-starting tools, such as lighters. He followed it up with another message, looking to buy rotten fish, spoiled shrimp, decayed meat, wilted vegetable leaves, spoiled fruits, and moldy bread. No fresh items, please. Interested parties can message me privately. Wow. Do you want fish with mold and fur? Yes, absolutely. Brother, your taste is rather excessive, isn't it? Are you composting, intending to cultivate on the ship? Yang Yi, feeling too lazy to elaborate, simply proceeded to make purchases. The price is shockingly low. The vendors of these putrid goods seemed utterly indifferent to the cost, as they were merely preparing to discard their refuse into the sea. Even a single seashell coin would likely suffice for a transaction. Ultimately, Yang Yi acquired several hundred pounds of foul fish and rotten shrimp, along with a half-consumed, decayed sheep and a heap of spoiled vegetable leaves. All for the price of 100 seashell coins. Suddenly, a private message arrived from Captain Udawe of the Steel. Will the D.O.U. want some rancid whale meat? It's yours for the taking. Sure, but not too much. My ship is small. These 3 pieces I didn't manage to dispose of. I'll send them to you. Shortly thereafter, 3 chunks of whale meat were ejected from the gumball machine, each approximately a meter in size. It was a mystery how that octopus, with tentacles the size of fists, managed to expel such enormous objects. Yet, the gumball machine had a peculiar style. There was no need to ponder such details. Yang Yi gazed at the deck, overflowing with foul fish and rotten shrimp, and chuckled. This should suffice. He planned to employ his exquisite chef's knife to transform this spoiled food into a delectable dish. Then coat it with spider venom, launching it toward the island with a catapult. This technique was dubbed delicious poison. How foul. What are you doing? Yang Yi exerted considerable effort to drag the stinking fish and rotten meat into the cabin, much to Suna's discontent as she pinched her nose and stepped outside. Her witch's laboratory was connected to the cabin. Don't worry, soon you'll find it aromatic, he reassured her. But remember, no sneaking a taste, or you can't blame me for not warning you. Yang Yi grinned mischievously. Suna seemed to grasp his intentions, wrinkling her nose as she donned a beaked mask purchased from the laboratory. The two collaborated. Suna was responsible for concocting the poison, while Yang Yi focused on reviving the spoiled food into something delicious. He portioned the food into 1-pound servings, wrapping them in cloth to create ammunition. The total weight exceeded 1,000 pounds, resulting in precisely 1,100 packages. As midnight approached, the cabin brimmed with supplies, yet not a trace of foul odor remained. Instead, a tantalizing aroma filled the air, eliciting salivation. This was the effect of the exquisite chef's knife. Though the knife appeared ordinary and lacked formidable lethality, it was, in truth, extremely perilous. Yang Yi even felt that this chef's knife was more dangerous than all his relics combined. Even he, wielding the knife, had to remain vigilant, fearing that a moment's inattention might lead him to indulge in this abominable feast. The potion is ready. Suna handed over a pile of spider venom, totaling 104 vials. All right, you should go rest. I'll put in some overtime. Yang Yi instructed. Should I assist you? No need. I'm afraid you might overindulge. Yang Yi teased, declining Suna's offer. In truth, he had fully disclosed to Suna that the fragrant aroma emanating from the rotting meat could diminish one's sanity. Yang Yi was fortunate, possessing high spirits and resistance to madness. Even if his sanity waned, he would not lose his mind. However, Suna, with a sanity level below 60, if driven mad, would likely seize upon the putrid feast. Once Suna departed, Yang Yi spent 10 wood to craft a simple wooden barrel, into which he poured the spider venom. The poison amounts to over 10 liters, sufficient only to fill half a barrel. Yang Yi submerged a cloth bundle, laden with decaying flesh and rotten leaves, into the poison and then retrieved it. After allowing it to sit overnight, the desired marinated effect would be achieved. The 10 liters of dead spider venom had been transformed by Yang Yi into 462 rotten meat projectiles. The wooden barrel had completely dried out, with even the last drop of dead spider venom absorbed. The remaining rotten flesh could be reserved for use the following day, as there were still coral trap fish to be caught, and the potion could continue to be brewed. Glancing at the weather forecast, Yang Yi noted that only 2 hours remained until dawn. Time truly flies. Tomorrow, he anticipated a day of fatigue. He needed to urge Su Na to promptly concoct a potion for restoring energy. As the side effects of the stimulant potion were too dreadful, he fell into a deep slumber until dawn. In those brief 2 hours, Yang Yi experienced a vividly unsettling nightmare, though he recalled little of its content. The dream's presence was striking. It seemed to feature a colossal spider, its size defying measurement. Whenever he attempted to recollect, a piercing headache ensued, accompanied by nausea. Such formidable creatures existed on the island. A wave of trepidation washed over Yang Yi. Solidifying his resolve to exterminate these spiders, he checked his energy levels, which were below 70. However, since he did not plan to venture onto the island today, it would suffice that at present, he was quite close to the island. Less than 50 nautical miles away, the Night Star, towing an unassembled sailboat, was nearing the island within 2 hours of travel. Along the way, Yang Yi did not neglect to fish. He brought the 3 newly caught coral trap fish into the laboratory, then used a large cloth to transport the 462 rotten meat projectiles in batches to the courtyard. "Let me treat you to a meal," Yang Yi said with a mischievous grin, tossing a bundle of delicacies into the dense forest. The trebuchet proved effective, capable of launching a pound of rotten meat a distance of 400 meters, although this distance was still on the periphery of the 5-kilometer-wide island. Yang Yi was confident that the spiders would be drawn to the scent and would come forth on their own. The cloth used to wrap the food was not durable, and when it fell to the ground, it would undoubtedly burst open, transforming into a puddle of shredded flesh and spoiled vegetables, easily devoured by multiple spiders. After launching a dozen bundles, Yang Yi sensed commotion in the woods, caused by the movement of some large creature. The plan was working. He maneuvered the Night Star, changing angles and positions before launching again. Soon, the 400-plus bundles of delicacies were nearly depleted, leaving only a few dozen remaining. Yang Yi had also arrived at the opposite side of the island. To his astonishment, the spiders had discovered the Night Star and were emerging from the forest in droves. They varied in size, the smallest merely palm-sized, while the largest measured a meter in length, their long limbs sending shivers down Yang Yi's spine. Among them was a particularly unusual specimen, 3 meters in size, with a desiccated human torso atop its head, devoid of limbs and a skull. Upon encountering an abnormal creature, your sanity decreases by 5. What on earth is this spider? Chapter 46. Uninvited guests. Before the fiery spiders could draw near, Yang Yi had already sprinted to the bow of the ship, preparing to maneuver the Night Star to retreat. The consequences would be unimaginable if so many spiders were to leap aboard. Fortunately, these spiders feared water, halting at the water's edge and taking no further action. Even more astonishingly, these spiders possessed the ability to speak. Spider A exclaimed, "What a delightful aroma!" Spider B, a peculiar individual, chimed in. "There is something delicious here," Spider C added. "It smells absolutely wonderful." Yang Yi stood frozen for a few seconds, utterly incredulous. Could it be that he had lost his mind and was experiencing auditory hallucinations? He swiftly notified Su Na. "Su Na, you must come to the deck. It appears these spiders can converse." Upon receiving the private message, Su Na dashed out with remarkable speed. Her gaze was promptly drawn to the peculiar individual adorned with a segment of human anatomy atop its head. "Did you hear that? These spiders are speaking human language, and in perfect Mandarin no less." Yang Yi inquired. Su Na furrowed her brow, casting a peculiar look at Yang Yi, and asserted that she had heard nothing. A jolt of realization struck Yang Yi. He understood that the issue lay with him. Upon checking his sanity level, he discovered it to be over 80, and he was certainly not on the brink of madness. The only remaining possibility was the kiss of the spider. It had a hidden effect that enabled players to comprehend the speech of spiders, and perhaps even communicate with them. Yang Yi immediately attempted to engage, his face lighting up with an exuberant smile as he called out, "Come, come, come." I still have plenty of delicacies here. Don't forget to take some back to share with everyone." As he spoke, he tossed the few remaining spoiled food items to the spiders. "Spider A exclaimed, 'This is wonderful.' Spider B declared, 'I'll take some back for my mother to try too.' Spider C expressed gratitude. 'Thank you.' Yang E grinned widely, tossing a few more packages of delicacies towards Spider B. He felt no sympathy for these creatures simply because he could converse with them. After all, these spiders were merciless monsters, particularly the one adorned with a segment of human anatomy. They had already claimed the lives of several players before Yang Yi's arrival. As he threw the remaining delicacies, he was met with an abundance of grateful exclamations. He waved warmly, bidding farewell to the massive spider with the human segment atop its head, which departed with a substantial bundle of food trailing behind it on its web. "Eat well, for I shall return tomorrow," Yang Yi shouted, indifferent to whether the spiders comprehended his words. After casting this batch of delicacies, Yang Yi steered his ship away from the island, making the most of the time he had. He caught 3 more coral trap fish and asked Suna to concoct over 60 bottles of dead spider potion. A single poisoning attempt would undoubtedly fail to eradicate all the spiders. Yang Yi resolved to poison multiple times before returning to the island for added safety. Over the next 3 days, Yang Yi repeated the poisoning. Due to the excessive procurement of rotten food, he acquired the nickname Sanitation Worker in the chat channel. Fortunately, Yang Yi preferred anonymity in his transactions, with only a select few friends aware of his true identity. "What exactly are you up to?" inquired Zhou Dai, the captain of the Dawn Goddess, via private message to an old acquaintance. Yang Yi had no intention of concealing the truth. "I am attempting to poison the creatures, to see if I can kill them off." He replied that "It seems you are quite adept at dealing with monsters." "I suppose so. These monsters can indeed perish." On the 4th day, Yang Yi continued his poisoning efforts, and no spider approached him seeking delicacies. This indicated that the spiders on the island had nearly all perished, and he would soon be able to venture onto the island. Today, the ship, Yanshengao, can anchor a little closer in preparation for tomorrow's arrival on the island. In the evening, Yang Yi busied himself in the cabin, meticulously packing his belongings, ensuring all essentials were included while stowing away spare items in his belly bag. Soon, Suna arrived. "What? Are you going too?" Yang Yi inquired with a frown as he turned to Suna. "Yes, I intend to join," she replied. "But if you go, who will guard the Yanshengao? What if we encounter other players?" Yang Yi was reluctant to have Suna accompany him. "We can just take the crystal ball with us. The island isn't that large. We won't stray beyond the signal range," Suna countered. After considerable deliberation, Yang Yi ultimately acquiesced, even if he refused, given Suna's nature. She might sneak along regardless. It was better to allow her to accompany him. They completed their preparations, which included weapons, potions, provisions, and fresh water. Yang Yi's armament consisted of a flintlock pistol, a deteriorated sea serpent's fang, a spare chef's knife, a vial of red unknown potion, 2 vials of regeneration potion, 2 bottles of coconut juice, and 2 bottles of spider venom potion. Yang Yi also entrusted Suna with the task of preparing a few more vials of regeneration potion. Some supplies were placed in the belly bag, along with several long-legged sardines for easy access. Suna's arsenal included a pirate longbow, over 40 poisoned iron arrows, 2 vials of regeneration potion, 2 bottles of coconut juice, 2 bottles of spider venom potion, a witch's dagger, and a magic pouch containing 2 loaves of black bread and sausages for fresh water. Each carried 2 liters. Once ready, they returned to their respective quarters to rest and restore their energy, ensuring they would be in good health for the following day. Yang Yi had a light sleep, troubled by nightmares, relying on coconut juice to recuperate. However, he had barely drifted off when he was jolted awake by a sudden tremor. Sitting upright, the crystal ball by his bedside was vibrating violently, indicating that players were nearby. Alert! Yang Yi immediately consulted the nautical chart. The name of the opposing vessel appeared on the chart, Fortune. He swiftly searched for the ship's name and activated his spying skill. Searching, Fortune. The results yielded a dozen matches, revealing that Fortune was a common ship, a name chosen by a player. Common ships can be renamed once, provided they do not share a name with a special ship. Yang Yi made a random selection, only to realize he had chosen incorrectly and failed to target the desired vessel. He had no choice but to close the image, consult the nautical chart, and deduce the purpose of this Fortune. The ship was traveling at approximately 40 knots, though it might not be at full speed. Analyzing the route, he estimated it was heading towards the island. Fortune was 100 nautical miles from the island, yet its path was unwaveringly directed straight towards it. This was likely not a coincidence. The other party probably possessed the coordinates of this island. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yi resolved to pilot his ship and follow them to investigate. He had made substantial preparations for conquering this island, and he needed to address the state of Spider's Kiss while on the island. He could not allow others to gain the upper hand. With dawn breaking in 5 hours, he anticipated they would not dare to land on the island during the night. Yang Yi maneuvered Yanshengao to approach Fortune from the side, maintaining a considerable and safe distance. He decided to wait until daylight to ascertain the situation before proceeding with further actions if the ship was armed with cannons. Yang Yi could seek a discreet landing spot and engage in conversation with the player on shore. If it lacked cannons, then the situation would be much simpler. He could simply board without concern. Do not forget, Yang Yi's vessel is equipped with a catapult. Moreover, the Inching boasts a rare ship armament, the head of a colossal bobbit worm. It is guaranteed to create a gaping hole in one swift strike. Are there any other players? Su Na has also awakened, discovering Yang Yi at the helm, his gaze fixated on the crystal ball. Indeed, we shall follow once dawn breaks and investigate. I surmise that no matter how audacious he may be, he would not dare approach the island under the cover of night. There is no need for haste. Several hours later, the sky swiftly brightened. Leaning against the ship's wheel, Yang Yi had been staring at the crystal ball throughout the night. The halyun had ceased its movements as it neared the island, leaving Yang Yi to gaze in solitude. He called Su Na to take the helm as they approached the halyun, while he retrieved his telescope and ascended the mast. Name: ordinary telescope. Type: treasure. Quality: ordinary. Description: a commonplace telescope that allows one to discern ships up to 10 nautical miles away under favorable lighting conditions. As they drew nearer, Yang Yi discerned the opposing vessel. To his astonishment, it bore no cannons. Was it merely a second-tier ordinary ship? Yang Yi was left speechless, realizing he had been overly cautious. This ship resembled Huwei's sailing vessel in design. Albeit smaller, undoubtedly a mere two-tiered craft. He instructed Su Na to rev up the engines and prepare to discover the identity of the occupants. Chapter 47. The Gourmet. The Inching gradually approached the large sailing vessel, halting approximately 300 meters from the halyun. At this distance, a typical bow and arrow would be insufficient to reach them. Yang Yi leapt from the mast, his brow furrowed in confusion. How strange, there was not a single sound. Had the occupants disembarked? Or were they hiding, attempting to outsmart him? Yang Yi scrutinized the halyun. It was a sailing ship less than 20 meters in length, appearing rather ordinary at first glance, and upon closer inspection, even more so. Su Na, you take the helm while I test the waters with a few shots, Yang Yi declared. He retrieved several units of stone from the cabin. Each unit, approximately the size of a cubic decimeter, weighed about 5 to 6 pounds, perfect for the catapult. He aimed and launched, his experience with the catapult ensuring that the first projectile landed squarely on the deck of the halyun, creating a tremendous commotion. Yet failing to pierce the deck. It was surprisingly sturdy. Yang Yi fired off another 6 or 7 shots, one of which managed to create a hole in the deck, yet still, there was no response. Su Na, draw closer and breach the hull. Let me see if there are any stowaways within, Yang Yi commanded. Having previously executed similar tactics against others, he was particularly cautious, determined not to falter in this regard. However, he had overthought the situation. The head of the bobbit worm, with its 4 razor-sharp mandibles, swiftly severed a section of the halyun's stern, exposing the interior of the cabin. But to his dismay, it was utterly empty. Yang Yi stood frozen, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. After such a grand display of force, he found himself engaged in a battle of wits with mere air. Without further hesitation, he directed Su Na to draw closer, deploying a plank for boarding, armed with a flintlock pistol, ready to seize the halyun. Then, to his astonishment, he boarded without any resistance. 10 minutes later, Yang Yi received a notification indicating that the halyun could be dismantled. This signified that the ship's owner was unequivocally gone. But how had it come to this? What could have led to such a swift demise? As dawn broke, I arrived here, and it has been less than an hour since. Even if one were to release a pig onto the island, it could not possibly perish so swiftly. I have nearly exterminated all the spiders on the island, Yang Yi lamented to Su Na. How was I to know? Do you wish to apply more poison? No, I am convinced that the spiders are not the issue. We must simply exercise caution when the time comes. Ultimately, Yang Yi dismantled the Fortune and resolved to seek vengeance on the island. The supplies gathered were as follows: black bread 2, fresh water 2L, wood 23, cloth 15, and a fishing rod. Dismantling the fortune, you acquired wood 143, cloth 95. The vessel was damaged, indeed, leading to a reduction in the spoils of dismantling. A few hours prior, when the sun had yet to rise, the fortune had just docked. Captain Li Rong cast aside his fishing rod and waded ashore. Yang Yi could hardly fathom Li Rong's audacity to brave the island in the darkness of night. He, sneaking onto the island under the cover of night, an element of surprise. There shall be no ambush. Li Rong felt quite pleased with himself, his eyes glistening with excitement. Had he glanced at his own condition, he would have discovered Li Rong energy, 67-100 rationality, 42-100 madness, hubris, vitality, 100-100. Upon reaching the shore, Li Rong unsheathed his machete and swaggered towards the island. He intended to stealthily search for fire moss and perhaps uncover any hidden treasure chests. If he were to stumble upon the recipe for a fire moss sweater, he would strike it rich. However, Li Rong had taken but a few steps before halting. He caught a whiff of an intoxicating aroma that was utterly irresistible. It was simply too fragrant. You detect a sweet scent, rationality -10. Following the scent, Li Rong discovered a pool of chocolate smeared on the ground. Numerous maggots crawled upon it, yet Li Rong disregarded them. Perhaps it was the darkness that obscured his vision, or some other reason. He scooped the chocolate into his palm and inhaled deeply. Truly delightful. The fragrance is overwhelming. Your rationality -10. Rationality below 30. You succumb to an unusual hunger. Li Rong devoured the chocolate in one bite. A look of unprecedented satisfaction spreading across his face. How delectable. In his ravenous state, he consumed all the chocolate from the ground, even scraping away a layer of dirt, his abdomen swelling, and his fingernails curling outward. As for the machete, it had long been discarded. Grateful for nature's bountiful gift, Li Rong's expression contorted with delight over the exquisite flavor. His nose twitched. Could there be more? Li Rong hurriedly dashed to the next location, scooping up a pile of decaying leaves to consume, a blissful expression gracing his features. Having tasted an unparalleled delicacy, your body and mind are satiated. Rationality -20. Rationality below 10. Before setting foot on the island, Yang Yi inspected his own condition, status, health. A large, human-shaped figure, entirely in green strength. 4, 97-100, spirit. 7-1, 2,388, 8,000. Talent bonus, agility. 5-1, 23-200. Pirate outfit bonus, constitution. 4, 99-100, perception. 5, 172-200, intelligence. 100-100 energy. 72-100 vitality. 100-100 talent. Iron will. Refusal of death special status. Kiss of the spider. During this period, his agility has seen a slight growth, reaching the human average of 5 points, allowing him to run faster than before. His movements becoming more nimble. Both strength and constitution are on the verge of rising, with perception not lagging far behind. However, the enhancement of spirit proves to be exceedingly arduous. The growth of high attributes is far more challenging than that of low ones. Once prepared, Yang Yi and Su Na exchanged glances and nodded at each other, signaling their readiness. They directly disembarked and ventured into the woods. Yang Yi has been searching for traces left by the captain of the fortune. It is not difficult to discern, as those who disembarked waded through the water, easily leaving clear footprints in the muddy ground. This individual has landed on the island and perished shortly thereafter. Vigilance is paramount. Yang Yi earnestly conveyed to Su Na, leading the way. Unbeknownst to him, the other party had lost their senses and opted to arrive on the island at night. Yang Yi adeptly followed the trail, soon discovering a dropped machete nearby. Name, ordinary machete. Type, treasure. Quality, ordinary. Description, a simple, unremarkable machete. The quality of this blade is rather low. Dare venture onto the island armed with such a commonplace weapon speaks either to this individual's commendable courage or perhaps to their genuine prowess. The two soon noticed peculiar traces beside them. That a layer of soil had been unearthed, though not deeply, and nothing was buried. Yang Yi found himself momentarily perplexed as Su Na, standing behind him, possessed a keener sense of smell and twitched her nose. Looking upward, she discovered a tattered piece of cloth hanging from a branch above the trace and immediately understood. Yang Yi, it seems this person has consumed the rotting flesh you were thrown in with? Huh, no way. That meat was crawling with maggots. Even if it smelled enticing, it wouldn't be fit for consumption, would it? Yang Yi followed Su Na's pointed direction and spotted the rack. Did he really eat it? A shudder ran through Yang Yi. TNT even discerned what it was before he devoured it. This cannot be blamed on me. Chapter 48. The giant. The two continued along the trail, gradually uncovering more evidence of delectable morsels being consumed. Yet, neither spiders nor any other large creatures were in sight. Only remnants of devoured spider shells were found that it was akin to eating crabs. As the flesh and innards of the spider had been entirely extracted, leaving only the lightweight shells, which emanated a foul odor. This indicated that the spiders had likely been dead for some time, their bodies consumed by some other entity. Yang Yi picked up one of the larger shells, gaining information. Name: fire-furred spider monster, adult. Description: a large spider, carnivorous, exhibiting considerable social behavior, capable of collective action to hunt large creatures. With fur on its surface providing excellent insulation, you can invest in the monster gacha machine. PS. The corpses of monsters that players have used as food or crafting materials can no longer be used for gacha. On a segment of the abdomen's carapace, a cluster of downy fibers clings. Name: fire silk spider hair. Type: material, quality, good. Description: a material with superior insulation properties compared to wool and goose down, suitable for crafting into sweaters. Yang Yi collected these carapaces and fibers, placing them into his pouch. Whether they will be used for gacha or crafted into a sweater will depend on the gacha's output rate. Su Na, however, paid no attention to the carapaces, instead focusing intently on a footprint on the ground, gesturing with her hand. What's the matter? Yang Yi inquired as he approached. Don't you think this footprint is larger and deeper than before? And it seems he wasn't wearing shoes, Su Na replied, placing her hand within the footprint to examine it closely. Yang Yi observed for a moment, his brow furrowing. It does seem to be the case. He looked back. The two had been following the footprints, and their owner could not have changed. It was undoubtedly the captain of the Lux ship. Yet, his body appeared to have undergone some extraordinary transformation. A normal human being could not possibly experience such a drastic change in such a short span of time. That was a privilege reserved for insects undergoing metamorphosis, like caterpillars emerging as butterflies. But even then, it wouldn't happen so swiftly. So can this footprint's owner still be referred to as human? Yang Yi pondered over the footprint, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke. Let's go and take a look. He too sought to unravel what this player had encountered, hoping to prepare for any eventualities in the future. After all, he had no way back now. The two continued onward, with Yang Yi leading the way and Su Na closely following. Her eyes remained fixated on the chef's knife at Yang Yi's waist, her thoughts seemingly adrift. As they ventured deeper, they approached the island's center. The density of spiders here was even greater, carapaces littered everywhere, all thoroughly devoured. The player's footprints had reached an astonishing state, swollen and irregularly circular, nearly as thick as an elephant's leg. Its weight must have become quite extraordinary, considering the sheer volume of what it had consumed. Moreover, there was not a trace of excrement along the way. To eat so much without any waste, doesn't that seem a bit exaggerated in terms of digestive capacity? Yang Yi marveled. After advancing several hundred meters, Yang Yi suddenly halted and raised a hand to signal Su Na to stop. Shoo, he urged, indicating silence. Soon, Su Na too began to hear the sounds of labored breathing and gulping. Yang Yi made a gesture, a prearranged signal with Su Na, indicating that he would scout ahead. After proceeding a few meters and maneuvering over a thicket, he finally glimpsed the source of the sounds, discovered a repulsive monster. Your sanity decreases by 5. It was a grotesquely obese giant, exceeding 3 meters in height, its body having rapidly expanded to the point of bursting its skin, appearing as though it had been flayed. Blood oozing profusely, its belly was left with only a translucent membranous layer, filled with a yellowish liquid, resembling fat or some other substance. Even from 5 meters away, Yang Yi could detect the foul stench emanating from it, akin to rancid grease. Moreover, this monster was capable of speech. Where have you hidden the delectable meat? The creature growled, tearing into the body of a nearby fire spider. This particular spider was unique. Its head should have been grafted with a segment of a desiccated human body. But now it was missing, leaving only a gaping void, presumably devoured by the giant. After some effort, the giant located the intestines within the spider's abdomen, squeezing out the undigested remnants of food, which he then poured into his own mouth. These remnants were exquisite morsels, laced with deadly spider venom, toxic to the spider itself. Unperturbed by the nature of his meal, the giant consumed every last bit. Once finished, he seemed unsatisfied and devoured the spider's carcass with alarming speed. This man had transformed into a grotesque being. Su Na sent a private message. Noticing Yang Yi's silence, she cautiously followed, crouching a half-body length behind him. How could he have become such a monster? Yang Yi replied in the log. Both were communicating discreetly through the logs, avoiding any sound that it's unclear. Dissection will reveal the truth, but it likely pertains to the corrupted flesh you discarded. Is it my fault then? Yang Yi scoffed, simultaneously realizing a critical point that in this world, player deaths might be classified into two categories. Point one is corporeal death, such as being killed outright. The other is spiritual death. Players may undergo a transformation into monsters for various reasons. At this juncture, the system would also recognize it as a form of death. This giant was of considerable size, likely difficult to kill. Let me give him a powerful shot. That should shatter him. Yang Yi prepared to strike. No, try to leave a complete specimen for me. I wish to uncover the cause of his transformation. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Yi acquiesced to Su Na's request. For he too sought to understand the reason behind the aberration. Only through understanding could they dispel the fear of the unknown. Suddenly, after finishing the spider, the giant lifted his head, sniffing the air. Oh no, he might have detected us, Su Na messaged. Yang Yi did not respond. He acted swiftly. At a distance of over 5 meters, he aimed for the giant's pig-like head, ensuring he would not miss. Bang! The gunfire erupted, and flames erupted forth. The shot struck the giant's cheek, obliterating half of his face. However, given the giant's considerable size and the hardness of his skull, the bullet failed to penetrate his brain, merely disfiguring him, causing both eyes to explode outward and tearing the flesh to reveal his jawbone. In standard mode, a single shot would not suffice to slay this beast. Moreover, Yang Yi and Su Na's positions were now compromised. Fresh meat. The giant bellowed through his gaping maw, charging towards them with heavy footfalls. The loss of his eyes seemed to have little effect on him. The two quickly retreated, using the trees as cover to maintain their distance. Point two iron arrows, coated with potent poison, struck the giant's abdomen, but proved ineffective. The giant rampaged like a wild beast, toppling trees in his path. Should he collide with a person, the outcome would be catastrophic. Bang! Another shot rang out as Yang Yi hit his knee, causing the giant to collapse. Seemingly enraged, he spat a torrent of pus towards Yang Yi, who deftly dodged, although the tree behind him suffered the brunt of the attack, as if doused with acid, emitting white smoke while its bark peeled away. Beware of the yellow liquid within him, Su Na warned, for it might be his digestive fluid, and the arrow had also been consumed. Yang Yi raised an eyebrow, realizing that the arrow, which had been lodged in the creature's belly, had vanished, now lying on the ground. The arrowhead had completely disappeared, the broken end emitting wisps of white smoke. Fresh meat. The giant charged forward once more. It appeared to possess the ability to heal, as the wounds on its face were gradually mending. Yang Yi dared not linger, taking flight while contemplating a strategy. However, as he ran, an unexpected silence fell behind him. Turning back, he beheld the giant devouring the earth beneath him. It was the delectable poison Yang Yi had previously cast upon the island. The giant seemed to be driven mad by its exquisite taste. It indiscriminately consumed everything, including the soil. Yang Yi's eyes sparkled with insight, and he swiftly devised a plan. Drawing forth his exquisite chef's knife, he made a swift cut against a nearby tree. Instantly, the tree exuded a sweet aroma. Upon catching a whiff of this fragrance, the giant, as if possessed, raced toward the tree, embracing it and gnawing with fervor. Chapter 49. The gluttonous guessed this giant appeared capable of accelerating its regeneration through consumption. After devouring a tree, new flesh buds sprouted on its face, seemingly reconstructing its visage, albeit in a form entirely different from before. Yang Yi once more employed his chef's knife to score the ground. The giant immediately rushed over to consume the dirt, excavating a massive hole that it could eat anything. Skeptical, Yang Yi carved a prominent stone protruding from the earth, applying a bit of force to leave a white mark. The giant leaped upon it, clasping the stone and biting down, shattering several teeth in the process. Strangely enough, under the influence of its saliva, the once hard stone began to soften, becoming progressively easier to chew. Yang Yi furrowed his brow. This giant seemed capable of digesting anything, including wood, soil, and stone, with a digestive prowess that was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, it appeared to possess little discernment as long as something emitted a sweet aroma. It would risk everything to consume it, indifferent to its true nature. Thus, what would happen if the giant discovered that it itself was the most delectable of all? Yang Yi narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light emanating from them, as he hurled the chef's knife, embedding it into the giant's flesh. Instantly, the giant ceased its assault on the stone, instead sniffing around like a dog, ultimately locking onto Yang Yi. Then, with tremendous force, it bit into its own left hand, severing it cleanly, followed by its left arm and right hand. The scene was horrific. Your sanity decreased by 10. The giant consumed its own arms, gnawing at its feet and part of its calves. Subsequently, its neck began to elongate as it attempted to bite into its own torso. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Yang Yi positioned himself several meters away and fired. After a misfire, the flintlock once again erupted in flames, striking the giant squarely in the forehead. Every 10 seconds thereafter, Yang Yi delivered another shot, after firing 7 or 8 times and experiencing 3 or 4 misfires. The giant's skull was finally shattered, rendering it utterly motionless. Meanwhile, Suna documented the unfolding events. From the moment Yang Yi wielded his chef's knife against the giant, she had recognized that it no longer posed a threat. She had intended to prevent Yang Yi from shattering the giant's skull, for an intact head would be more advantageous for dissection. Yet, without an alternative method to slay the giant, she remained silent, observing quietly. Upon the demise of the giant, a copious amount of corrosive liquid oozed from its body, causing the ground to emit wisps of white smoke. This liquid bore the semblance of its gastric juices, as inferred by Suna, who collected a sample using a glass vial. However, it appeared that this gastric fluid was incapable of digesting glass, at least for the time being. The two lingered in the vicinity until the liquid had nearly drained away, after which Yang Yi employed a twig he had picked up from the roadside to extricate the chef's knife. Following a thorough rinse with fresh water, the knife's attributes underwent a transformation, revealing signs of severe corrosion. Name: corroded delicious chef's knife. Damaged. Type: relic. Quality: ordinary. Description: having been immersed in acidic liquid for an extended period, this knife has suffered considerable corrosion, losing its sharpness, yet it holds a certain probability of rendering the objects it cuts delectable. This weapon had become virtually useless. Yang Yi felt a pang of regret. Despite the inherent danger of the chef's knife, it was a formidable piece of equipment. When wielded appropriately, it had withstood the onslaught of Yang Yi's flintlock, yet faltered against the acidic liquid. Of course, it might also be the case that weapons and equipment do not sustain damage during player versus player encounters. In order to transport the giant's corpse, Yang Yi and Suna commenced digging, covering the giant's body with earth to mitigate the corrosive effects. They then bound it securely with makeshift ropes, preparing to drag it back to the ship together. During this process, Yang Yi gleaned information regarding the giant. Name: gluttonous guest, Li Rome. Description: a human afflicted by low sanity and warped by abyssal corruption. Endowed with unparalleled digestion capabilities, yet ensnared in an insatiable thirst, can be deposited into the monster gacha machine. Yang Yi noted the critical phrase, low sanity. This indicated that a decline in sanity could lead to bodily distortion, transforming a human into something inhuman. Such a notion was terrifying. Yang Yi often disregarded his sanity levels, feeling that a slight decrease was inconsequential, even providing a boost to attributes. However, the possibility of distortion changed everything. He had no intention of relinquishing his humanity. Fortunately, thus far, his sanity had not dipped below 10. A sanity level of 10 appeared to serve as a threshold, delineating the line between human and inhuman. A sanity below 50 signified madness, below 30 hinted at suicidal tendencies, and below 10 would undoubtedly result in distortion. Those who chose to end their lives with a sanity below 30. Perhaps they were not mistaken. At least they would perish while retaining their human identity rather than devolving into monsters. Yet unbeknownst to Yang Yi, the act of diminishing one's sanity, hastening distortion, could also be viewed as a form of suicide. Yang Yi shared his thoughts with Suna, who concurred with his assessment. Above all else, sanity must not fall below 10. After expending considerable time and losing 3 makeshift ropes, the duo finally succeeded in dragging the gluttonous guest's corpse to the shoreline. Once aboard the ship, a simple grapple would suffice to retrieve the body into the hold. Yang Yi glanced at the time. Less than 5 hours of daylight remained. He resolved to postpone further exploration and instead focus on collecting the remains of the deceased fire silk spiders scattered across the island. Suna, on the other hand, entered the laboratory, her eagerness to dissect the corpse palpable. she likely would not heed Yang Yi's calls. Thus, Yang Yi returned to the island alone, intent on gathering the spider corpses. These remains could be categorized into 3 types: juvenile, adult, and colossal. Juveniles could not be used for the gacha, while adults could. The extraordinary giant fire silk spider is indeed a remarkable specimen. Name: giant fire silk spider monster, evolving. Description: a rare individual of the fire silk spider monster, possessing the potential for evolution, which can be achieved through the transplantation of human tissue, resulting in a leap in the level of existence. Yang Yi managed to find only a single giant fire silk spider monster. He encountered 20 adult fire silk spider monsters, alongside a multitude of juvenile spider monsters, whose numbers were particularly abundant. Fortunately, they all possessed some degree of fire silk, making them valuable for collection, suitable for crafting sweaters. In total, he acquired 327 units of fire silk spider hair, excluding the adult spider monsters. After completing this endeavor, the evening was drawing near. Yang Yi returned to the Nightmare Star. He first attempted to upgrade the Nightmare Star using the carcass of an adult spider monster, only to be met with failure. This is a beast and cannot be used for upgrades. It appeared that the monsters in this world were categorized, with only the more sinister ones being classified as aberrant demons. This large spider was merely categorized as a beast. Only the giant fire silk spider monster was classified as an aberrant demon, owing to its ability to graft onto human beings. With this in mind, he decided to proceed with caution. Yang Yi rubbed his hands together, preparing to utilize the corpses of these 20 adult fire silk spider monsters for a gacha draw. Meanwhile, he sent a private message to Suna. Suna, are you certain you don't wish to participate in the gacha draw? Your luck seems to surpass mine. Don't bother me. Suna was currently dissecting a voracious creature and was not in the mood to be disturbed. Yang Yi shrugged. Her refusal was her own loss. Nonetheless, he left her 2 opportunities, primarily to verify the gacha machine's output rules. It appeared that the first 2 attempts at the gacha draw were nearly guaranteed to yield results. However, Yang Yi was uncertain whether their attempts were calculated independently, necessitating verification. He invested flesh and blood, commencing the gacha draw. This time, he refrained from stockpiling. He would open one as soon as he obtained it. You have received an insect shell heart mirror. You have received a silk sack. You have received with 3. Following this, he received various basic materials and a small amount of conch coins, along with an extra bronze material treasure chest. In total, he accumulated wood 138, fabric 112, stone 10, steel 1, sulfur 21, crystal 1, conch coins 100. Had it not been for the treasure chest, the subsequent dozen gacha draws would have been a considerable loss. It would have been more prudent to craft sweaters from these adult fire silk spiders. Nevertheless, he had thoroughly grasped the rules of the gacha machine. For the same type of monster, the first 2 attempts at the gacha draw were almost guaranteed to yield results. But thereafter, it became exceedingly difficult to obtain anything as for the golden legends. It seemed that only the luckiest of individuals would be able to obtain them, likely unrelated to the number of attempts made. Name: insect carapace heart shield. Type: treasure. Quality: premium. Description: a heart shield crafted from the most resilient head carapace of the fire velvet spider, providing exceptional protection. Name: silk sack. Type: consumable. Quality: good. Description: a silk sack that can be squeezed to expel spider silk. Boasting a strength that surpasses ordinary ropes, capable of bearing up to 500 kg. Lightweight and possessing strong adhesive properties, it can bind enemies. Capacity: 100, but vulnerable to fire. Chapter 50. Return to the island during the day. Yang Yi explored merely 1/3 of the island, collecting the remains of 20 adult spiders and 327 units of fluff. Should he conduct a thorough exploration, these numbers could potentially quadruple, and it is certain that spider nests exist on the island, likely housing a considerable number of spiders. If he were to gather all the spider fluff and craft sweaters from it, he would undoubtedly reap a substantial profit. As twilight descended, Yang Yi departed the island, resolving to return the following day. It was unwise to remain too close to the island at night, as unknown creatures could lurk there, especially given that not all areas had been explored. Tomorrow, he planned to rise early and arrive before dawn to ensure ample time for exploration throughout the day. Suna, it's time for you to return to your quarters and rest, Yang Yi called out as he entered the cabin. This woman lacked moderation, easily losing herself in her research. A glance revealed that her sanity had diminished to a mere 53. After several prompts, Suna finally emerged from the laboratory. A look of disbelief etched upon her face as she muttered incoherently. It appeared that she possessed only one organ, an enormous stomach, while her other organs seemed to have been digested, with the fluids consisting entirely of gastric acid. Even her brain appeared directly connected to her stomach, as if the latter were in control of her cognitive functions. If this continued, she might very well find herself no longer in need of a brain. Enough? Let us have a look at your sanity, Yang Yi urged, pushing her onto the deck. You still have 2 chances to spin the gacha. Give it a try. Suna exhibited little enthusiasm for the gacha, her spins lacking any spirit. She carelessly tossed in a piece of flesh, spun the machine a few times, and then left, too indifferent even to collect the gacha prizes scattered on the ground. Yang Yi reluctantly picked them up. You have obtained wood 5. You have obtained crystal 1, all basic resources. This indicated that the gacha spins were shared among the crew of the same ship. After the first 2 spins, the quality of the rewards diminished. Having completed these tasks, Yang Yi returned to the cabin. He had one more task to accomplish: to craft sweaters from the over 300 units of fluff he had gathered. Although he had no prior knowledge of sweater knitting, the system would compel him to learn. After 15 minutes, he miraculously fashioned a pair of woolen pants by hand. The entire process felt almost magical, and Yang Yi himself could not comprehend how he managed it, but somehow he succeeded. He toiled for 45 minutes, expending 9 points of energy, and ultimately produced 2 pairs of woolen pants and 1 sweater. He arranged these 3 items alongside the 2 sweaters left by Hu Wei, intending to keep them for his own use. Subsequently, he returned to the captain's quarters and, as was customary, opened the world chat channel. There remained a multitude of requests for fire-starting tools, as no one had yet discovered a method to generate such tools. Yang Yi attempted to leave a message: sky-high prices for fire-starting tools. Immediately following, someone echoed Yang Yi's words like a parrot. It seemed exceedingly difficult to seize the opportunity. Yang Yi remained unperturbed. After all, there was still a considerable time before the encroachment of the extreme winter sea region. He downed a bottle of invigorating coconut juice, secured the door, and lay down on his bed, drifting into slumber. The next day, before dawn had even broken, Yang Yi was already awake. He assessed his condition and found that, aside from his energy being somewhat lacking at a mere 93, all other aspects were in perfect order. After having breakfast, he meticulously arranged his supplies, which included 2 liters of fresh water, several long-legged sardines, to stimulate his appetite, 2 sausages, a crystal ball, potions, a bottle of coconut juice, and his weaponry, which also featured the newly acquired Heartguard mirror. He stowed some additional items in his stomach pouch, such as silk pouches and a spare regeneration potion. Once organized, Yang Yi rechecked his attributes, discovering that both his strength and constitution had risen to 5. Aligning with the average levels of adulthood, he piloted the Nightmare Star towards the island. This time, Suna did not intend to accompany him. She was wholly engrossed in the study of the corpse of the gluttonous guest. 10 minutes before the break of dawn, Yang Yi reached the island. His objective this time was to locate the spider's nest and eradicate any potential threats lurking on the island, thereby creating a safer and more convenient environment for future endeavors. Moreover, the state known as the spider's kiss should yield answers within the spider's lair. As daybreak arrived, Yang Yi stepped onto the island and made his way towards its center. He recalled that the density of spider carcasses was higher at the core, and the nest was likely situated there. As he walked, he collected several fire silk spider corpses along the way. This gluttonous pouch accepted all corpses without discrimination, eagerly opening to consume them, leaving behind only exoskeletons and tufts of hair. It would even devour the foul-smelling remains. As he continued on, Yang Yi found himself puzzled. What, indeed, did these spiders consume to survive? There were no signs of even a small animal on the island. It was entirely populated by spiders. They could not possibly dive into the water to fish. Yang Yi felt it was rather peculiar. After circling the island's center, he finally discovered an entrance. This was a vertical opening, 2 meters deep, leading into a passage that sloped downward into darkness. The entrance was quite spacious, indicating that creatures of considerable size frequented this area, and the absence of vegetation nearby suggested that something often traversed in and out. Yang Yi approached the opening, noticing a few lifeless small spiders at his feet, each the size of a palm. Their bodies already desiccated. If all went as expected, this should indeed be the nest. He cautiously inhaled the air emanating from the cave, detecting a putrid stench. This indicated a plethora of corpses within. suggesting that the spiders had suffered heavy casualties, perhaps even perished entirely. This was a fortuitous development. Yang Yi picked up a spider carcass at his feet to feed his pouch and retrieved the crystal ball stored inside. This crystal ball not only displayed the nautical chart, but also emitted a faint glow. Though its brightness was inferior to that of a candle, it was certainly better than nothing. With a firearm in one hand and the crystal ball in the other, he leapt inside. There were no immediate dangers. Only the remains of spiders littered the ground. As Yang Yi ventured deeper, the passage widened significantly, spanning 5 meters across and exceeding 3 meters in height, allowing even a giant spider to navigate without hindrance. He remained vigilant until, after advancing 100 meters, he made a notable discovery. Clusters of mushrooms adorned the rocky ceiling, densely arranged and emitting a red luminescence, with each specimen closely resembling the others in size. Name: Firefly mushroom. Description: a unique mushroom that emits a red glow in the dark, growing rapidly. Its juice possesses a certain toxicity, making it inadvisable for consumption. Certain ants and spiders utilize this mushroom as their primary food source. After reading the information, Yang Yi immediately comprehended the situation. These mushrooms were likely cultivated by the fire silk spiders. Astonishingly, they had mastered the art of cultivation. Under the illumination of the red fluorescence, the brilliance of the crystal ball became superfluous. He stowed the crystal ball in his stomach pouch, replacing it with the fangs of a sea serpent, and continued deeper into the cavern. After traversing over 100 meters, the passage widened to approximately 7 or 8 meters, revealing a series of deceased adult fire silk spiders along the way. Yang Yi also noticed a gentle breeze within the cave, the origin of which remained a mystery. Adding an element of intrigue, he did not rush to collect the corpses. Ensuring safety was of paramount importance at this moment. As he ventured further, the density of the corpses increased. He encountered 2 colossal fire silk spiders, each grafted with human tissue. One even bore a human arm, no longer just a bare torso. They were all lifeless, their bodies decayed, posing no threat whatsoever. Yang Yi collected samples of their tissue, unlike the adult fire silk spiders. These giant specimens could be utilized to upgrade the Nightmare Star. It was prudent to take them along. As he passed by an opening, Yang Yi was met with a horrifying sight. Dismembered human remains hung from the rocky ceiling by strands of spider silk, resembling cured meat, awaiting desiccation. Some corpses appeared relatively fresh, suggesting they had been recently suspended, drying the bodies and then attaching them to themselves. Yang Yi found it incomprehensible to fathom the behavior of these spiders or how they accomplished such acts. If it were Su Na, she might have been exhilarated and eager to delve deeper into the mystery. But Yang, he merely wished to slay these repugnant spiders. Chapter 51. The incredible statue. This lair contained numerous side passages, yet it seemed that only one main route existed. Yang Yi was not inclined to risk exploration in the side paths. These diversions were typically narrow, measuring only 1 or 2 meters in width, with some even situated at the rocky ceiling that if danger were to arise within, retreating would prove difficult. He continued along the main path for approximately 1,000 meters, where the ground began to change. The surface was coated with a layer of spider silk, now thoroughly dried and non-sticky, giving the sensation of walking on a carpet. The space here was remarkably vast, with a width of over 10 meters. Yang Yi could not fathom why these spiders would excavate such a large cavern. Ahead lay darkness, and the bioluminescence from the mushrooms atop the rocks was insufficient to illuminate far. Yang Yi pressed onward, unaware that as his right foot touched the silk-covered ground, the disturbance reverberated through the strands deep into the cavern. Within this realm resided an extraordinarily gigantic spider, twice the size of the giant spiders, with a human form grafted onto its head. Unlike the other giant spiders, the human tissue atop its head was no longer emaciated, but rather filled with flesh and blood, its skin gleaming with a reddish-gray hue. This human form possessed 2 arms and 2 legs, affixed to the sides of the torso, albeit positioned awkwardly and mismatched in length, exuding an eerie peculiarity. That a head, presumably the last edition, was slightly withered and tilted to the side. Upon receiving the subtle vibrations transmitted by the cobweb, the eyelids of the head quivered slightly. Unbeknownst to Yang Yi, he continued onward for several hundred meters, encountering not a single living spider along the way. Causing his wariness to diminish, it appeared that the potency of this dead spider's potion exceeded Yang Yi's expectations. Remarkably, not a single survivor was found in this nest of spiders. Throughout his journey, Yang Yi had collected 8 samples of giant spider tissue, bringing his total to 9 when combined with the one already aboard the ship. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the Nightmare Star was poised to ascend to level 3. As he walked, an unexpected tension gripped Yang Yi, prompting him to raise his weapon and take aim ahead. Before him loomed an extraordinarily massive spider, larger than any giant spider, its surface adorned with a profusion of crimson fur. While its exoskeleton and appendages bore thorn-like barbs, this spider exerted immense pressure upon Yang Yi. Upon sighting an unidentified creature, your rationality decreases by 10. This spider was likely the matriarch of the giant spiders, its head adorned with a complete human form, resembling a fantastical being that was part human, part spider. Dai remained motionless, yet its body showed no signs of decay, suggesting it had recently perished, or perhaps was feigning death. Regardless, Yang Yi decided to fire a shot without hesitation. Initially intending to target the head of its humanoid body, he swiftly reconsidered. The research value of this corpse was exceedingly high, and any excessive damage would surely elicit complaints from Suna. To ascertain its state, merely breaking its legs would suffice. There was no reason for it to remain still with fractured limbs. If it were alive, he could always deliver a more decisive blow later. Given its size, he need not fear failure. Yang Yi aimed and fired at the spider's leg. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the cavern. One of the giant spider's legs was severed at the root, releasing a foul, viscous dark red fluid. Yet it remained silent. Indeed, it was dead. Yang Yi stood still for a moment, then fired again, breaking 2 more of its legs. Still, the spider did not stir. Only then did Yang Yi cautiously approach, keeping his weapon trained on the massive spider, and he kicked aside the severed limbs before daring to examine its attributes. Name: Firefluff Spider Queen. In evolution. Description: the queen of the firefluff spider. Responsible for laying eggs to continue the lineage, possessing considerable intelligence, and serving as the leader of the colony. Evolution: Yang Yi gazed at the human form grafted onto the head of the spider queen, contemplating the process of desiccating the human body before integrating it with his own. Was this the essence of evolution? He captured a photograph with his journal and sent it to Suna. Do you want this ominous giant spider? If not, I shall take it to the gacha. Yang Yi inquired. Within 10 seconds, a reply came from Suna that I want it. I have finished dissecting the gluttonous guest. The only valuable part is its stomach. Later, I shall use its gastric juices to concoct a potion for you to sample, ensuring it will whet your appetite. That is quite unnecessary. I usually have a hearty appetite. Why not attempt to concoct something else? Yang Yi swallowed hard. I am on my way now. Please send me your coordinates. Yang Yi glanced at the crystal ball, ensuring no other players were nearby before responding. I am currently in the lair. I will send you the coordinates of the entrance. Just follow the main path to enter. All the spiders along the way are dead, but do remain cautious if you encounter any living ones. Notify me immediately. After imparting his instructions, Yang Yi sent the coordinates to Suna. Suddenly, he felt an unusual sensation at his feet, as though something were crawling upward. Yang Yi immediately became alert and looked down. There lay a fist-sized fire silk spider, its body glistening with mucus, seemingly just hatched from its egg. Without hesitation, Yang Yi flicked it away and crushed it underfoot. Showing no mercy, he despised the idea of spiders crawling on him. Those myriad eyes and countless legs were utterly repugnant to him. More small spiders began to emerge from ahead, each no larger than a fist, and he methodically squashed them all, a total of over a dozen. The eyelid of the spider queen stirred slightly, but in the dim light and with such subtle movement, Yang Yi remained oblivious. He continued his advance. After traversing another dozen meters, he emerged from a cavern and was greeted by a sudden expanse. Rows of eggs, radiating a crimson luminescence, illuminated the entire space. This must be the breeding ground of the fire silk spiders. Those little arachnids were hatched from these very eggs. However, Yang Yi's attention was not drawn to the spider eggs, but rather to a pile of stones that captivated him. These stones were enormous, the largest exceeding 100 meters in length, appearing as though they were naturally heaped together. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discovered something remarkable. 8 elongated stones rested upon an oval boulder, reminiscent of a spider's body and its 8 legs. Moreover, the stone columns were draped with withered vines and weeds, resembling the fine hairs of a spider's exoskeleton. The more he contemplated this, the more the resemblance intensified. Yang Yi found himself entranced by the artistry of nature, Scrutinizing the formation, when he made a new discovery, at the forefront of the oval boulder stood a stone, devoid of any sculpting marks, seemingly shaped by natural erosion. The longer he gazed, the more it resembled a human figure, an enchanting and dignified woman, seated upon the stone with 6 arms and 4 legs. Yang Yi instinctively lowered his gaze, his cheeks tingling and cold sweat breaking out, daring not to look a second time. You have encountered an astonishing statue, sanity -20. Simultaneously, whispers began to echo in his ears. Indistinct yet comprehensible to him. It was offered your devotion. Yang Yi's mind felt as though it were pierced by silver needles, pain seeping into his very marrow, and tears involuntarily welled up. That moment, a notification from his activity log materialized, projected onto Yang Yi's retina. Oath precondition task triggered. Please offer your loyalty to the mother of 10,000 limbs. 1. Offer 1/3 of your flesh and blood. The spider's kiss will stitch your wounds and recreate your body. 2. Offer the bodies of 10 kin, luring them to the island. The spider's kiss will grant you strength. 3. This is a preconditioned task. Upon completion, you shall become a follower of the mother of 10,000 limbs. You may formally bind your oath in the next sea, undergo transformation, and gain extraordinary power. Extraordinary power. Transformation. Mother of 10,000 limbs. Yang Yi repeated this information to himself, comprehending the full scope of it all. These fire silk spiders were the followers or offspring of the mother of 10,000 limbs, and they also served as guardians of this sanctum. The mother of 10,000 limbs was a magnificent entity, a deity. She occasionally bestowed her favor, implanting her progeny within the fortunate, guiding their destinies. More whispers flooded into Yang Yi's consciousness, persuading him further. Offered it up, offered it up, offered it up. Chapter 52. Disbelief in the divine, preceding covenant tasks. Transformation, the extraordinary. Each of these words, when isolated, is sufficient to incite fierce competition among players. Now, such an opportunity lay before Yang. Merely by sacrificing part of his own flesh, or the lives of 10 compatriots, he could fulfill the preceding covenant task and become a follower of the matriarch of 1,000 limbs. What is there to hesitate about? A mere 2 legs would suffice. The matriarch might even reward him with 4 legs. A double boon in return. What is there to ponder? Such thoughts spiraled wildly in Yang Yi's mind, accompanied by a descent into madness. Strange whispers. Your sanity decreases by 10. Strange whispers. Your sanity decreases by 10. Yang Yi lifted his gaze, discovering that the statue had come to life. It had transformed into an enormous black spider, its size beyond description, possessing 8 legs, its body and limbs covered in a myriad of fine hairs. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that these were the limbs of various creatures, from reptiles to mammals, from fish to birds, and from insects to plants. Even bizarre appendages composed of fungi were present. Yang Yi beheld human hands and feet, eagle wings, lobster claws, octopus tentacles, tiger paws, elephant trunks, fish fins. And so forth. In essence, any limb that Yang Yi could conjure in his mind could be found within this spectral form. And upon seeking, its location would become immediately apparent. This apparition resembled a living encyclopedia of biology, embodying the limbs of all creatures. Yang Yi felt dizzy and nauseous, his vision drawn to the silhouette atop the spider's head. It was a dignified maiden, possessing 6 arms and 4 legs. The first pair of arms were slightly elongated, while the remaining 2 pairs were situated at her waist and on either side of her abdomen. Her hands crossed, exuding an aura of sanctity. The maiden's face bore no mouth or nose, replaced instead by a chaotic array of eyeballs, perpetually roving across her gelatinous visage. Gaze upon the visage of the great being. Your sanity decreases by 100. Warning, your sanity is below 10. Yang Yi's eyes burned, akin to gazing directly at the sun, and even more blinding. Tears streamed forth, gradually turning a pale red, yet he did not avert his gaze. Instead, he slowly raised the gun in his hand, attempting to take aim. Among the 3 options for the preceding covenant task, he chose the third. 3. Destroy the statue. The matriarch of 1,000 limbs will withdraw her favor. The spider's kiss status will be lifted, and hostility from spiders and spider-like aberrations towards you will increase by 100. Apologies. Yang, have never believed in deities throughout my life. Moreover, you are rather unappealing. Yang Yi widened his eyes, staring intently at the apparition, his trembling hand gradually steadying as he held the gun. Gaze upon the visage of the great being. Your sanity decreases by 100. Gaze upon the visage of the great being. Your sanity decreases by 100. He disregarded these warnings, focusing solely on his aim, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! Yang Yi targeted the spider's head. He did not manage to precisely hit the shadowy figure. Yet he undoubtedly struck the massive head of the spider. As the phantom dissipated, the bullet actually struck the front of the colossal stone, shattering a small segment. The humanoid stone figure perched atop the boulder subsequently plummeted, breaking into several pieces, and the image of the woman with 6 arms and 4 legs was no longer discernible. As the dust settled, Yang Yi struggled to rise that he spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Moments ago, he had been propelled backward by the recoil, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a halt. Fortunately, having gained some experience, he managed to dissipate the force through his roll. And his arm was not dislocated, though it bore a few abrasions. Suddenly, Yang Yi realized that his left field of vision had vanished, engulfed in an impenetrable darkness. Simultaneously, the entire cavern trembled, as if an earthquake were unfolding. The stone statues crumbled, fracturing into numerous shards, losing whatever power had previously sustained their forms. Yang Yi sensed something was amiss. He had not injured his eyes, so how could he be blind? He reached toward his left eye. The sensation was peculiar, akin to soft jelly, resembling 3 balls stuck together, sticky and seemingly alive. What is this? How could it be on my face? A chill coursed through Yang Yi, a wave of profound terror surging within him, leaving his limbs numb. This thing that could never possibly be his left eye. He immediately checked his activity log, which displayed the following. Warning, rationality below 10. You may be tainted by the abyss. You have unlocked the extraordinary pathway, polluter. The pollution interface has now been unlocked. You may view your status. Yang Yi promptly accessed the pollution interface to Yang Yi, pollution level 4, a large human silhouette, left eye depicted in black, affected area. Left eye aberration device. Third eye, provides 3 perspectives, enabling the perception of most intangible entities. Perception 2. Third eye. Lacking a mirror, Yang Yi dared not look even if he had one. Just then, Suna sent a private message. Yang Yi, are you dead? There was an earthquake on the island. You weren't buried alive, were you? Upon reading her message, Yang Yi nearly spat out in disbelief. This woman truly had a way with words. If she were to be sent to rescue someone, the person in need might very well be exasperated to death. Who asks others if they are dead? If he were dead, would he not have to respond with, "Oh, my apologies, I am indeed deceased"? I'm not dead, Yang Yi replied curtly. That is good to hear. That I noticed your rationality was down to 1 point. I thought you had turned into a monster. Glad to hear you're fine. I'll come over right away. Distracted by Suna, Yang Yi felt the tension in his body ease slightly. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation in his left eye, as if tiny needles were pricking him. And then his left field of vision gradually returned, as though his eyeball and optic nerve had reconnected. However, the world within his view appeared strange, devoid of color. The entire realm had become monotonous, yet astonishingly clear. His left eye had acquired 3 perspectives, functioning in unison as if they were 3 collaborating eyeballs, sharing information. The first perspective resembled thermal imaging, granting Yang Yi night vision, allowing him to see distinctly even in the dim confines of the cavern. The second method involves magnification and reduction, akin to having a built-in magnifying glass and telescope within one's eyes. With just a thought, one can discern the fine hairs on a spider even 100 meters away. While accurately gauging distances, the third method is characterized by exceptional dynamic vision. Yang Yi tilted his head, evading the web strand that was shot at him from an oblique angle behind. His left eye's field of vision expanded remarkably, with 3 eyeballs protruding from their sockets, capable of independent rotation, allowing him to perceive even attacks approaching from behind at an angle. However, the stark contrast between the 2 distinctly different visual fields in his left and right eyes left Yang Yi feeling quite uncomfortable. It was akin to embedding a colorful microcosm within a colorless macrocosm, where the 2 interfered with each other, distorting perception and inducing a sense of dizziness. Rather than endure this discomfort, he decided it would be better to shut his right eye and rely solely on his left. This adjustment brought him a modicum of relief. His left eye seemed to lack the ability to close, perhaps due to the absence of an eyelid. Yet, there was no time for such concerns. Yang Yi turned around to face the Spider Queen behind him. She had severed 2 of her front legs and was emerging from the passageway. Chapter 53. Blindness. Yang Yi cast aside distractions, focusing intently on the adversary before him. This was the Spider Queen. Having recovered somewhat from the venom of the deceased spider, although she had lost 2 legs, her mobility remained unaffected. She could still crawl with 6 legs. Had he known better, he would have completely incapacitated this creature, rendering her unable to approach. Yang Yi silently regretted his oversight. Should he encounter such a creature feigning death again, he vowed to ensure it was thoroughly maimed or killed. A distance of nearly 20 meters separated the man and the spider, each standing in opposition to the other. The circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for Yang Yi. His flintlock was in cooldown, leaving him with only the sea serpent's fang as a weapon. Suddenly, the Spider Queen's emaciated, crooked head let out a shriek, charging forth like a heavy tank. Perhaps due to the loss of 2 legs, her balance appeared compromised. Yang Yi turned and fled, simultaneously consuming a bottle of the enhancing red potion. The liquid was scorching as if he were drinking magma. You have consumed an unknown potion. Your body feels overheated. You are sweating profusely. Strength 1, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Perception 1, Sanity-20, duration 15 minutes. The potion's information was also visible. Name, Crimson Potion. Type, Consumable Potion Unique. Quality, Exquisite. Description, a potion originally created by the witch Suna, utilizing the eyeballs of the double-headed demon shark, the head of an octopus, starfish, lobster with abdominal muscles, and eyeball octopus. The flavor is intensely hot, and no water may be consumed during its effect. Upon consumption, all attributes except for sanity increase by 1, causing overheating, reddening of the skin, and lasting 15 minutes. After which severe dehydration will ensue. P.S. Attributes cannot exceed the limits of mortal beings. The effects of this potion were impressive, albeit somewhat unpalatable, with his sanity reduced to a mere 1. Yang Yi found himself in a state of delirium. Coupled with the potion's effects, all attributes except sanity increased by 1, resulting in the following overall attributes: Strength 521, Sanity 8-1-2, Iron Will 1, Agility 5-1-1-1, Constitution 5-1-1, Perception 5-1-2, Delirium, Strength 2, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Pirate Garb Agility 1. With his perception, strength, and agility all reaching 8 points, Yang Yi, in that moment, felt as though his body was extraordinarily light. As if he could take flight, his spirit, having suffered a prior loss of reason, gained a wealth of experience. Reaching a critical point of clarity, Yang Yi dashed towards the shattered statue, seeking refuge amidst the debris. Surrounding him were fragments of stone, varying in size, some towering over 20 meters high. As Yang Yi maneuvered through the rubble, the Spider Queen, hindered by her enormous size, found herself temporarily unable to pursue him. He had to eliminate the Spider Queen before the effects of the potion wore off. With a steely gaze, Yang Yi picked up an intact spider egg from the ruins, feeding it to his pouch, extracting the silk sac and the venom of a dead spider. This action undoubtedly incited the wrath of the Spider Queen. The spider eggs in the ovary were already scarce, most having been crushed by the debris. Yet, Yang Yi persisted in his destruction, deliberately moving towards areas abundant with spider eggs, crushing one after another beneath his feet. The Spider Queen let out a shrill scream and charged recklessly, no longer evading the small stones that obstructed her path. Violently clearing them away, Yang Yi remained composed. Intentionally provoking the Spider Queen, he positioned himself beneath a massive pile of rubble, awaiting her collision. Boom! The violent impact stirred up a colossal cloud of dust, debris scattering in all directions. The Spider Queen missed Yang Yi. Instead, a lithe shadow descended from the sky, landing upon the Queen's back, clutching strands of in that critical moment. Yang Yi utilized the silk sac to ensnare the top of the enormous rubble. Swiftly scaling the Queen staggered from her collision. Momentarily dazed, Yang Yi leapt onto her back. This sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, akin to a graceful dance. Even an accomplished gymnast would be left astounded, rendered speechless. Yet, this was indeed the merit of the three-eyed. With a unique perspective, Yang Yi's grasp of distance and balance reached an extraordinary level, enabling him to perform an array of challenging maneuvers. He resembled Spider-Man. The webbed gloves and silk sac bestowed upon Yang Yi a three-dimensional mobility. Upon landing on the Spider Queen's back, he quickly ascended to her head, seizing the humanoid neck of the Queen, and, with the sea serpent's fang, executed a swift decapitation. The strike was decisive. effortlessly severing the cervical vertebrae with no resistance. The torrent of dark crimson blood gushed forth from the wound. The skin at the incision site bubbled with fine blisters, akin to a burn, likely a result of the fire poison effect from the sea serpent's fang, compounded by the deadly spider venom smeared on the blade. A lethal combination. The deflated head now rested in Yang Yi's grasp, while the Spider Queen, appearing severely injured, emitted a piercing shriek. The sound emanated from beneath him. She possessed another spider head. The loss of one did not equate to her demise. Yang Yi crouched low, but was still flung away by the enraged Spider Queen. Unable to maintain his footing, he was hurled against the rubble, a metallic taste flooding his throat as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet, his gaze remained fixed upon the Spider Queen, and with a powerful push, he narrowly evaded a pool of viscous webbing. Should he become ensnared, it would spell certain doom. This creature proved rather challenging to slay. Yang Yi found himself in a predicament that he had attempted to pierce the tough carapace atop the Spider Queen's head, but the sea serpent's fang could not penetrate it. He needed to target her weak points. Yang Yi shifted his focus to the Spider Queen's eyes, 6 in total, arranged in 2 rows on her head, with the first row consisting of 2 large eyes, and the second row housing 4 compound eyes. Yet, even the compound eye, though no larger than a fist, was a target Yang Yi felt confident in striking. As he sprinted, he assessed the capacity of his silk sacks and discovered he still had 86 units remaining, sufficient for his needs. He picked up a small stone from the ground and, utilizing spider silk, adhered it to a sea serpent's fang, crafting a makeshift meteor hammer. Once completed, he revealed his position and swiftly hurled the meteor hammer towards the queen's eye. The three-eyed vision bestowed upon Yang Yi transformed him into a marksman of unparalleled skill, whether wielding firearms, bows, or the nearly meter-long silk meteor hammer in his grasp. He struck with pinpoint accuracy. This blow struck the Spider Queen's largest eye, causing her to falter momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yi retracted the meteor hammer and continued to maneuver, refusing to linger. The Spider Queen was nearing madness under Yang Yi's relentless assault. The two continued their fierce battle, with Yang Yi exploiting his smaller stature to remain elusive. He struck multiple times, blinding the queen's remaining 3 compound eyes. One eye after another succumbed to damage. The Spider Queen grew sluggish, often colliding with the massive stones scattered along her path. Despite her formidable exoskeleton, she could not escape injury, particularly as the thinner armor of her abdomen was cleaved open, leaving a deep gash. Yang Yi, too, was not without his own challenges. The exertion of his vigorous sprinting had drained his energy reserves, leaving him with a mere 12 points remaining. That if this continued, he would soon have to substitute vitality for stamina. Another sudden meteor hammer struck, shattering the last of the queen's compound eyes. Only one large eye remained. Although the Spider Queen had managed to protect herself well, the reality of her impending blindness was now indisputable. At that moment, however, the queen seemed to tap into a latent potential, her mind awakening. She arched her rear upwards and unleashed a thick stream of silk towards the rocky summit, then ascended along the thread. Remarkably, she even crawled upside down at the peak, defying gravity. Yang Yi was baffled. How could such a heavy creature scale the summit? With the height nearing 40 meters, he could not reach her, and with only a meager supply of silk remaining in his possession, he could barely muster one final attack. Chapter 54. Blinded continued atop the rocky peak. The Spider Queen moved with ease, while Yang Yi could only watch in helpless frustration. There was nothing he could do. His range of attack was insufficient. The queen's abdomen lifted towards the ground, targeting Yang Yi as she unleashed a torrent of fine, mist-like silk, resembling a downpour. These strands were sticky and tenacious. Should he come into contact with them, escaping would be no simple task. The Spider Queen intended to confine Yang Yi's movements through this method. Yet, Yang Yi embraced the challenge. In a fit of madness, he stomped heavily upon the silk, lifting his legs to discover the effort was taxing. Then glanced up at the Spider Queen, extending a finger towards her. "You come here," Yang Yi taunted. In truth, he had no choice but to act thus. The effect of the crimson potion was waning, with only 2 minutes remaining. Should he continue this way, he would soon enter a state of dehydration. At that point, regardless of the queen's silk, he would be rendered temporarily immobile. Rather than await such a fate, he resolved to fight with all his might while he still possessed the strength. "Are you too afraid to descend? I am already ensnared by your silk." Yang Yi provoked once more. His audacity surpassed the Spider Queen's comprehension. momentarily short-circuiting her thoughts. Yet, she quickly regained her senses, letting out a furious roar before propelling herself downwards with great force. Ah, a timely arrival. Yang Yi was overjoyed. The form of the Spider Queen loomed larger in his sight, and he could even discern her mandibles, dripping with saliva, gaping wide as if intent on devouring him. Yet, the descent of her attack appeared to slow in Yang Yi's perception. With keen precision, he hurled his meteor hammer, targeting her last remaining eye. His prediction proved remarkably accurate, making it seem as though the Spider Queen had propelled her own eyeball toward the meteor hammer. This was the extraordinary dynamic vision of the three-eyed, capable of anticipating enemy movements and assaults to a certain degree. Yang Yi even felt as though his thoughts were forcibly accelerated by the three-eyed. Adapting to this monstrous, dynamic perception, with a resounding thud, the combined forces of their strikes caused the meteor hammer to penetrate deeply into the Spider Queen's eye. Her body convulsed violently in midair. Her actions morphing. The attack intended for Yang Yi transformed into a collision. Boom! Yang Yi was sent sprawling, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing against a jagged stone, blood trailing profusely in his wake. The impact was severe, draining over 50 points from his vitality. 4 or 5 of his ribs were likely fractured, and his left arm was broken into 3 segments. Had it not been for the protective heart shield, his chest cavity would have been left utterly vulnerable to such a blow. Fortunately, he still retained 16 points of vitality, and the instinct to resist death had yet to trigger. You should be unable to see now. Yang Yi struggled as his right hand reached for his waist, only to discover that his regenerative potion had shattered, spilling across the ground. Thankfully, he had a spare. He retrieved a long-legged sardine from his pocket and fed it to his stomach. Extracting the backup regenerative potion within, swallowing it in one gulp. Gurgle, gurgle. You have consumed the regenerative potion, restoring 20 vitality points. Your wounds continue to heal, and a maddening itch spreads across your body. Rationality -20. An indescribable itch coursed through him as his injuries rapidly mended. Enduring the onslaught of this itch, Yang Yi's vitality recovered to 40 points that he managed to rise to his feet, casting his gaze upon the Spider Queen. She appeared as a headless fly, flailing in a frenzy against the debris. Yang Yi approached her with ill intent, yet before he could take his first step, an itch in his nose prompted a sudden flow of blood. And he subsequently lost his vision. It seemed that Yang Yi was blind. What was happening? He promptly opened his right eye, only to find darkness. Both of his eyes were deprived of sight. Soon after, a message alerted him that the effect of the crimson potion had expired. Yang Yi felt as though his throat were being scraped by a blade. Desperately needing hydration, he immediately crouched low to minimize sound, pulling out a foul-smelling long-legged sardine from his pocket to feed his stomach. Retrieving the water stored within and sipping cautiously. 2 minutes later, having consumed the 2 liters of fresh water, Yang Yi gradually emerged from the clutches of dehydration, though he still could not engage in vigorous activity. He strained to listen, realizing that the surroundings were eerily silent. One could hear a pin drop. What was happening? Yang Yi could see nothing and dared not move recklessly. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. When he finally remembered to contact Su in A.Su, please come quickly. I think I've gone blind. Blind? Yes, I cannot see. Yang Yi typed swiftly. Devoid of sight, his only recourse was to check the log and engage in conversation. This log was soul-bound, allowing operation even in the absence of vision. How did you become blind? I am also uncertain. Yang Yi recounted the events to Su Na, omitting the details concerning the mother of all spiders, merely stating that there were too many peculiarities along the way, and having consumed a potion, his reason was completely eroded. Subsequently, his left eye underwent a distortion, rendering his vision bizarre. That enormous spider feigned death. I engaged in a skirmish with her, and then I was left blinded. Be cautious, for I had completely punctured her eyes. Though she is already deceased, I am searching for a suitable place to strike. Her exoskeleton is too resilient, and my dagger proves ineffective. Where are you? Lend me your short sword to attempt to strike. Su-na had actually arrived long ago, rendering Yang Yi's efforts futile. He rose and shouted a few exclamations. Soon after, the sound of footsteps approached, and Su-na dashed over. Her first utterance was, "Your left, Eyeso beautiful." Huh? Although Yang Yi could not see, he had touched it. It was an orb protruding from the eye socket. 3 spherical bodies crammed together, and no matter how one contemplated, it had no connection to the word beautiful. One could only say that Su-na's aesthetic sense was rather unique. Your eyeball is still moving. It should be functioning normally. Can you truly not see? Su-na extended her hand, waving it in front of Yang Yi, then attempted to touch his left do not touch. Yang Yi stepped back, a shiver running down his spine. Yet, Su-na followed closely, almost breathing down his neck. Your left eye lacks eyelids and cannot close autonomously if it indeed transmits 3 perspectives simultaneously as you described. Then your brain must be struggling to cope, Su-na observed while elucidating. Yang Yi began to comprehend. What you mean is, precisely, you are not blind. You have merely triggered a protective mechanism in your brain, severing your visual perception to prevent overload, thus avoiding brain damage and the risk of becoming a fool. Then how long until I recover? Yang Yi inquired eagerly. I cannot say. It could be the next second, perhaps a year from now, or it may never restore at all. The brain is an intricate organ. Su-na refrained from pursuing the topic further and handed Yang Yi an object. Take this. What is it? A piece of chitin. Place it over your left eye to block visual information transmission. It should aid in the restoration of your sight. Chapter 55. The path of the extraordinary Yang Yi was blind, unaware of when he might regain his sight. Under Su-na's guidance, he approached the side of the Spider Queen. Lend me your short sword and gloves. These webs are exceedingly adhesive. You can take the gloves yourself. As for the short sword, it should be lodged within the Spider Queen's head. Su-na retrieved the gloves, her intentions unclear. Had Yang Yi been able to see, he would have observed Su-na rummaging through the eye socket of the Spider Queen, bending low to peer inside, eventually extracting a meteor hammer ensnared in webs. Though the details were obscured, it seemed that her strike had shattered the creature's cerebral tissue, ultimately leading to its demise. Using gloves, Su-na extracted the fangs of a sea serpent from the webbing, subsequently employing them as a makeshift spear. With a vigorous strike against a stone, she drove the fangs into the joints of the Spider Queen's head, prying it loose. Approximately half an hour later, the head was severed from its body, its diameter nearing a meter, with a copious flow of dark crimson liquid spilling forth. Su-na retrieved the humanoid head as well, now possessing 2 heads that she intended to take back with her. Let us return to the ship first. We can retrieve the rest next time, Su-na suggested. Yang Yi had no objections. His current blindness made everything exceedingly inconvenient, and regaining his sight was of paramount importance. The 2 of them rolled the spider heads as they departed the cavern, heading towards the coastline. Stay here and do not move. I shall board the ship first. Then use the grappling hook to pull you up. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. His blindness rendered the act of boarding the vessel quite challenging, as he could not even see the ship, let alone grasp the ladder along its side. Thus, utilizing the grappling hook was indeed the most efficient method. After approximately 10 minutes, a clamp secured around Yang Yi's waist, hoisting him upwards. In the next instant, he found himself within the cabin of the Nightmare Star. Although this method of boarding was peculiar, it posed no harm to his physique. Wait here for a moment. Su-na's voice reached his ears. She had just descended from the deck and retrieved something from the cabin before making her way towards the laboratory. Shortly thereafter, she emerged once more, handing Yang Yi an eye mask. The mask was rather rudimentary, crafted from a suitably sized insect shell with a hole punctured in it, through which fabric had been threaded. Wearing this should prove beneficial. She assisted him in donning the mask before hastily returning to her tasks in the laboratory. Yang Yi stood still for a moment, ultimately resorting to feeling his way up the ladder, relying on memory and sensation to ascend to the deck. He then navigated along the ship's edge back to the captain's quarters. Stripping off his captain's attire, he reclined on the bed to assess his condition. After confronting the spectral form of the mother of all spiders, he had unlocked the extraordinary path of corruption, which had also added a new interface to his log. Corruption interface. Yang Yi, corruption depth 6, a large human figure, with the left eye depicted in black, affected area. Left eye distortion apparatus. 3 eyes warning. If sanity falls below 10, the player will succumb to corruption, which will continue to deepen. However, players with high mental attributes can resist and delay the intensification of corruption. When sanity reaches 0, the player will completely lose control, transforming into a twisted monster. In stark contrast to the other pale blue interfaces, the corruption interface was a dark crimson, signifying danger. Through the means of corruption, players could transcend the boundaries of the mundane, stepping into the extraordinary. Yet this path was akin to walking a tightrope. A moment's carelessness could lead to a plummet into an abyss, resulting in a spiritual demise and transformation into a mindless beast. Even if one were to survive by a stroke of luck, with sanity intact, Their corporeal form would still undergo distortion. Yang Yi reached towards his left eye beneath the mask, which continued to spin slowly. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming urge to gouge out that left eye, yet he ultimately resisted. This eye could grant him greater strength. Only by growing stronger could he distance himself from corruption. The weak, devoid of options, could only passively accept their fate. Yang Yi continued to scrutinize his attribute panel, discovering that the status of Spider's Kiss had vanished. His personal panel has undergone a new transformation. Yang Yi, Fan Wu, Extraordinary Path. Contamination, Depth 6. Extraordinary paths are not singular. Players may explore independently, and an individual player can possess multiple extraordinary paths simultaneously. Status: Injured, a large character-shaped human silhouette. Deep yellow near the left waist. Strength: 5-2, 12-200. Madness bonus: Strength 2, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Spirit -2, Spirit 8-1-2, 119-16,000. Iron Will bonus: Agility 5-1, 23-200. Constitution 5-1, 21-200. Perception 5-2, 192-200. Third Eye bonus. Rationality 3-100. Vitality 17-100. Health 51-100. Magic Essence 9-7. With Spirit below 10. Each point of Spirit attribute will provide 1 point of Magic Essence. Depletion of Magic Essence will result in severe headaches and loss of mobility. Complete restoration of Magic Essence requires 24 hours. And a reduction in Spirit will lower the maximum Magic Essence cap without deducting the current Magic Essence value. Talent: Iron Will, Refusal of Death Spells. None. Spells require active casting. Consume Magic Essence and may necessitate incantations, formation of magical arrays, ritual sacrifices, etc. Ability: Third Eye, a physical ability. Some aspects require the expenditure of Magic Essence. Confronting the phantom of the mother of all spiders has led to an exponential growth in his mental experience, allowing him to break through to 8 points. Terms such as extraordinary paths, Magic Essence, spells, and abilities emerge only after unlocking the extraordinary. However, Yang Yi possesses no spells and has no need for Magic Essence. His sole ability is a grotesque left eye. After deliberating for over 10 minutes, Yang Yi ultimately decided against disclosing this information to Suna. Once this woman learns that her rationality has plummeted below 10, unlocking the extraordinary, who knows what madness she might unleash. Suna, remember to keep an eye on the sea chart to prevent other players from approaching. All right, Suna replied swiftly. Yang Yi had initially intended to ask Suna to venture to the island in search of the corpse of the giant fire spider. With just one more body, the Night Star could upgrade. However, the moment this woman returned to the Night Star, she locked herself in the laboratory, dissecting the queen spider's head. Thus, Yang Yi refrained from disturbing her. The corpse will not resurrect and flee, so a slight delay in retrieval is inconsequential. High-priced fire-starting tools are earnestly sought. Yang Yi, as is his custom, left a message on the World Channel. This time, he quickly received a response. "Oh, you need flint. Name: Strike to ignite flint. Type: Tool. Quality: Good. Description: A flint that, when scraped with a metal edge, emits a plethora of sparks, capable of igniting fabric or wooden debris. Caution: It must be kept dry. Otherwise, it is merely an unremarkable stone with a scent of gunpowder." Yang Yi's eyes brightened. "How much is it?" 300 stone materials. Yang Yi immediately checked the chat history, discovering 2 or 3 players selling this type of flint, with no limit on quantity. This indicates that they have obtained the crafting recipe for this flint. However, the current prices are excessively inflated. A single flint is priced around 200 stone materials, or over 1,000 sea snail coins. The individual selling it for 300 is indeed asking a premium. Yang Yi chose to ignore him. Feeling no concern, the prices of fire-starting tools are bound to decline, much like warm clothing, so there is no need for haste. Furthermore, there may be superior fire-starting tools available, such as lighters. Flint requires a dry environment, making it far less effective than a lighter with an infinite supply of gas. Yang Yi examined the maritime map. The spread of the extreme winter sea region is not swift. There remains a span of 10 days to half a month before it reaches the black mist. Lost in thought, Yang Yi soon drifted off to sleep. After such prolonged tension, he needed time to relax. Chapter 56. Constructing the cannon. 4 hours later, Yang Yi awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by light. His vision had returned. Yang Yi felt a surge of vitality. However, due to his singular eye, His field of vision was slightly reduced, yet it did not hinder his daily life. He attempted to close his eyes, remove the eye patch, and switch to his left eye. Instantly, the world lost its color, yet became remarkably clear. With mere concentration, he could even count the number of his eyebrows without needing a mirror. He exited the captain's quarters. It was still daytime, with 2 hours of sunlight remaining. In truth, the presence or absence of light did not affect his left eye. This triocular vision seemed not to rely on light reception for sight. In his left eye, sunlight was not blinding. It merely appeared as a sphere suspended in the air. Yang Yi retrieved a crystal ball from his satchel, utilizing its reflection to examine his left eye with his right. What he saw were 3 gelatinous eyeballs, closely packed together, each possessing a yellow the size of an almond, seemingly the pupils. They rotated slowly, adjusting their positions as needed. After a brief experiment, he switched to his right eye. Reapplying the eye patch, the vibrant world was far more comfortable. When using his left eye, Yang Yi felt an inexplicable dullness enveloping the world. Were those monstrous eyeballs truly beautiful? He recalled Su Na's initial reaction upon seeing these eyes. Her aesthetic sense must have become distorted. Under normal circumstances, no creature would possess such eyes. Only Su Na could find them exceptionally lovely. If it were Yang Yi, he would only perceive them as grotesque and repulsive. The time limit should be around 10 minutes. For safety's sake, each use of the triocular vision should be confined within 10 minutes. Yang Yi sent a message to Su Na. Su Na, I am awake, and my vision has been restored. I am heading to the island to search for the carcass of the giant fire silk spider, but I must expedite the upgrade of the Nightmare Star. Prolonging the use of this large sailing ship severely hampers the speed of the Nightmare Star. Su Na did not respond, likely preoccupied with her dissection work. He glanced at her sanity level, which stood at 62, still within a safe range. Whenever she finds the time, she should eventually see the message. With 2 hours remaining before nightfall, Yang Yi aimed to make the most of his time searching. Hoping to elevate the Nightmare Star to level 3 by tonight, he decided against venturing into the spider's lair, where the bodies of the giant fire silk spiders had already been partially harvested by him. Even if there were remnants left behind, they would likely be hidden within the maze of paths, making them difficult to locate. Moreover, the distance to and from the lair was considerable, rendering it an unwise choice to enter at this time. He resolved to venture into the nearby woods in search of the corpse of the colossal fire silk spider, while also collecting some fire silk spider hair in preparation for crafting a sweater later. After searching for over an hour, Yang Yi had yet to discover the remains of the giant spider. Just as he was on the verge of giving up and heading home, he fortuitously stumbled upon a colossal fire silk spider on his way back. Taking a different route home proved to be the right choice. Yang Yi beamed with joy and promptly raced back to the Nightmare Star. As he boarded the ship, the sky had not yet darkened, and he began to transport supplies from the large sailing vessel, Huwei's ship, which had not yet been dismantled. Once he gathered enough materials to upgrade to level 3, he immediately accessed the logbook and pressed the confirm button for the upgrade. Instantly, a ghastly green soul erupted from the Nightmare Star, while countless skeletal arms intertwined to ascend the ship's hull, blanketing the deck like a dense layer of armor. Although the size of the ship remained unchanged, its exterior underwent a dramatic transformation. The captain's skull at the bow ignited with soul fire, ensnared by numerous skeletal arms, rendering it a mobile save for the skull itself, which could only nod up and down. Upgrade complete. The Nightmare Star has ascended to a level 3 vessel. Specific changes can be viewed in the ship interface. Yang Yi promptly accessed the ship interface. Nightmare Star, level 3, durability 4500. Capacity 12,000 units, speed 65 knots, PS. 500 durability is derived from the head of a bobbit worm. Ship abilities, Nightmare. The quality of sleep aboard is exceedingly poor, resulting in nightmares and a 75 reduction in energy recovery. Effective only for the captain. Fisherman's curse. Normal fish cannot be caught, while the probability of hooking abnormal objects is increased. Astrology displays the surrounding nautical chart within a radius of 150 nautical miles. Viewable through a crystal ball. Alerts can be set to vibrate, notifying other players of their presence. Scrying allows for the retrieval of ship names, player names, coordinates, and visual imagery of the ship, limited to 1 target per day. Embrace of the dead. Countless skeletal arms protect the ship's hull, enhancing its durability. When durability falls below 2,000, it will self-repair. These skeletal arms will attempt to grasp intruders, though their strength is limited. Description: This ship has begun to grow bones. Are you certain you wish to proceed with further upgrades? Upon reviewing the attributes, a radiant smile spread across Yang Yi's face. The most criticized flaw of this vessel had finally been rectified, with a durability soaring to 4,500. Although its appearance had become somewhat peculiar, it was a ghost ship after all. The presence of animated skeletons aboard was quite normal and hardly a cause for alarm. With time, one would naturally adapt. After reviewing the attributes, Yang Yi accessed the logbook to dismantle Huwei's large sailing vessel, thus acquiring a substantial amount of resources once again. With an exhilarated heart, he entered the ship's cabin. With 2 additional expansion spaces available, he could finally construct the long-desired cannons. It was imperative to maximize the ship's combat prowess. He immediately opted to build an offensive structure, the ancient combat room. Consuming 200 wood, 10 steel, and 10 sulfur, a new room appeared on the right side of the cabin, housing 2 formidable cannons. Such combat rooms could be constructed in pairs, perfectly corresponding to each side of the ship. After a moment of consideration, he decided to build a second one, ensuring he would be prepared should enemies appear on the left side. Without the time to adjust his aim, he stepped into the ancient war room, examining the attributes of the cannon. Name: soaked cannon. Type: ship equipment, relic. Quality: good. Description: this cannon is soaked. The shells it fires do not explode, yet possess an extended range and a low probability of launching inexplicable objects. With a range of 300 meters, the war room's fixed cannon cannot be disassembled. After perusing the information, Yang Yi could not help but scoff. Indeed, nothing normal comes from a soaked contraption. However, what could those inexplicable objects truly be? Yang Yi attempted to fire a dozen shots, yet nothing occurred aside from shattering the coastal rocks. This contraption was essentially a more proficient catapult. Suddenly enlightened, Yang Yi realized that shells that do not explode are quite akin to stones. He discovered that the expansion building could be upgraded as well. To elevate the ship to level 4. All expansion buildings must reach level 2, with the exception of special buildings, such as the Witch's Laboratory. It remained uncertain whether the Witch's Laboratory could be upgraded, as there were currently no upgrade options recorded in the log. After reviewing the information, Yang Yi, without a moment's hesitation, directly upgraded the ancient war room to level 2, consuming wood 100, cloth 400, stone 100, steel 40, sulfur 20, with resources precisely sufficient. A radiant glow enveloped the room, and a layer of moldy carpet appeared on the floor, bubbling beneath his feet as if freshly pulled from the water. The surface of the cannon gained some corroded metallic embellishments, transforming it into a level 2 soaked cannon. Name: level 2 soaked cannon. Type: ship equipment, relic. Quality: fine. Description: this cannon is soaked. The shells it fires do not explode, yet possess an extended range and a certain probability of launching inexplicable objects. With a range of 350 meters, the war room's fixed cannon cannot be disassembled. A range of 350 meters should far surpass that of an ordinary cannon. This is a substantial advantage. In truth, Yang Yi had contemplated constructing a glass cannon, yet its exorbitant cost of 100 crystals and its fragility deterred him. He would consider it later upon further upgrades. After completing the upgrade, his inventory was as follows: wood 535, cloth 285, stone 945, steel 47, crystals 14, sulfur 25, conch coins 1400. Huwei's inheritance had been nearly squandered. The materials required for upgrading to a level 4 ship were also displayed. Requirements included wood 4,000, cloth 2,000, stone 1,000, steel 500, crystals 1,000, sulfur 500, and proliferating flesh 1. Upon witnessing this surging demand for resources, Yang Yi decided to conveniently ignore it. Chapter 57. A stark awakening. Yang Yi fired off another 10 shots, devastating a large stretch of coastline. At last, he finally beheld one of those inexplicable objects. It was a long-legged sardine. Upon exiting the cannon's mouth, it was likely still alive, yet it had collided with the rocks and could no longer be retrieved. This shot inflicted minimal damage, yet was profoundly insulting, leaving Yang Yi at a loss for words. What on earth is the utility of this? Is the intention to induce laughter in the opponent? Of course, this could merely be attributed to Yang Yi's unfortunate luck, resulting in the projectile being a long-legged sardine. If it were to change to an auspicious figure, the creature that would likely emerge would be a double-horned devil shark, possessing a destructive power that would certainly escalate to several tiers, albeit not excessively. However, Why does Suna exhibit no reaction whatsoever? Yang Yi suddenly sensed an anomaly. The upgrade of the nightmare star had occurred, and he had just test-fired the cannon. With such a commotion, how could Suna not even take a glance? His heart tightened as he checked Suna's status, discovering that her rationality had dwindled to a mere 49. While her frenzied state remained one of obsession, Yang Yi promptly entered the witch's laboratory. At that moment, Suna had just finished dissecting the queen spider's head, her cheeks flushed with excitement and blood rush. On the table lay 2 glass jars, containing one large and one small brain. The larger one was incomplete, yet bore a striking resemblance to a human brain. Upon seeing Yang Yi, she exclaimed with fervor, "You finally arrived. I was just about to notify you." Yang Yi furrowed his brow, observing the crazed Suna. "I have made a monumental discovery, akin to unearthing a new continent." Suna spoke rapidly, eager to share her astonishing finding. "I have discovered a new, controllable, and directionally selectable form of evolution within the queen spider. Unlike the protracted accumulation of genetic mutations, these spiders can consciously alter their own bodies, as if editing their very lives. I shall term this evolutionary method Evolution 2.0. Yang Yi raised his hand to interrupt Suna, halting her lengthy exposition, and instead inquired about the ultimate outcome. Suna, what do you intend to do? Yang Yi, do you wish to evolve? Suna retrieved a syringe, exclaiming, "This is the cerebral fluid I extracted from the queen spider. Once further separated and purified, it should also be applicable to humans. By injecting this liquid into the spine, we could, like spiders, attach other limbs to our bodies. Any limbs would suffice." Gradually realizing the evolution of life, Yang Yi suddenly recalled the mother of all limbs. Though his memory was somewhat hazy, he vaguely remembered that she possessed 6 legs, 4 arms, and a massive spider body. Adorned with an array of various limbs, it seemed she had evolved to a pinnacle of existence in such a form. A grand entity, or perhaps one could even refer to her as a deity. Recalling the phantom of the grand entity causes your rationality to decrease by 30. Yang Yi's gaze turned icy, and he threatened in a deep voice, "Suna, cease your reckless thoughts. Do not delve further down this path." "Why not?" Suna inquired, bewildered. "If you do not wish to evolve, I can attempt it myself." "You dare?" Yang Yi bellowed, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell, causing Suna to shrink back. "If you dare to attach any incomprehensible things to yourself, I assure you, I will rip them off one by one. And I mean it." Yang Yi's eyes were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. After a few seconds, Suna pouted and retorted, "Why so fierce?" However, after Yang Yi's admonition, Suna seemed to abandon her plans for evolution. And before Yang Yi, she destroyed the unfinished unknown potion. This action took Yang Yi by surprise. He glanced at Suna's rationality level, only to find it had risen to 51, freeing her from the frenzied state. It turned out that scolding could indeed awaken her. Yang Yi was taken aback, yet maintained an outward composure as he inquired, "Is the restorative potion ready? I have made some progress, but it will take a few more days." "Very well. It's getting late. Let us return and rest." Suna nodded and exited the laboratory, only to discover that the nightmare star had undergone a remarkable transformation. Has it reached level 3? Indeed. Suna began to explore the ship's interface, acclimating herself to the new modifications. As night fell, the previously pitch-black nightmare star was finally illuminated. However, the method of illumination felt rather unsettling. Eerie green will-o'-the-wisps flickered across the deck. Wandering back and forth, they radiated no heat, posing no threat to humans or animals, and could even be touched, resembling a peculiar gas. Their sole purpose was to provide light, albeit adding an air of haunting eeriness to the vessel. Yang Yi commandeered the ship, testing the enhanced acceleration capabilities. Although the maximum speed had only increased by 5 knots, the acceleration was significantly improved. The formidable power could even unsteady those unprepared. Yet, after sailing only a few nautical miles, a disturbance arose behind him. Another tremor struck, the colossal force stirring the seawater, the entire ordeal lasting several seconds. Yang Yi turned. Using his left eye, he noticed that, following the quake, the island had shrunk by several hundred square meters. This had occurred even earlier when Yang Yi had damaged the statue, although he had paid little heed to it at the time due to his blindness. Now, from a distance, it appeared that the island was indeed subsiding. A premonition stirred within him. These earthquakes would grow increasingly frequent, and the island would ultimately submerge. However, this mattered little, for Yang Yi would not linger much longer. Once he had collected the corpses and gathered some resources, he would depart. After all, the black mist was ever in motion. Upon anchoring the ship securely, Yang Yi returned to the captain's quarters. Here, he found new changes. A red velvet carpet adorned the floor, old, yet delightfully comfortable underfoot. A lamp had also been added, a skull with an eerie green flame. It would illuminate when the jaw was opened and extinguish when closed. Though dim, it was certainly better than nothing but as he reclined on his bed. He noticed it had also become softer. This upgrade was proving to be worth the investment. He began to peruse his chat history, noting the increasing number of players selling flint, with prices steadily declining. The major newspaper had also released its latest edition. Yang Yi spent 100 conch coins to purchase a copy, selling information regarding the fire fluff spider, yet refrained from divulging any details about the devourer. The spider queen and the matriarch of 1,000 limbs. Such intelligence was crucial, related to the extraordinary, while the remuneration offered by the newspaper frankly seemed rather modest. Soon, Yang Yi received a payment of 400 conch coins, effectively allowing him to acquire a newspaper for free while earning an additional 300 conch coins. As he flipped through the newspaper, he found little change in the trading section and saw nothing of interest to purchase. However, it seemed that the book and introduction to the cannibal cult had been bought by someone. He wished them good fortune. The Maritime Chronicles recorded several events that Yang Yi had overlooked. Days prior, a gun had been sold for the exorbitant price of 120,000 conch coins in the chat channel. Name: White Rose. Type: treasure. Quality: rare. Description: a meticulously crafted white gilded revolver. Capable of firing silver bullets, it inflicts minimal damage on otherworldly entities and has a suppressive effect on regeneration, able to harm incorporeal beings, such as phantoms. The magazine holds 5 rounds, and it requires 3 minutes for automatic reloading. Such wealth! Yang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. He certainly could not afford such a hefty sum at the same time. He pondered the seller's motives for parting with the firearm. Were he in the seller's position, he would never relinquish it unless he possessed multiple firearms. Nonetheless, this news indicated an increasing prevalence of firearms, prompting Yang Yi to exercise caution. He could not evade bullets. However, with the aid of the three-eyed, he could potentially attempt something. Simultaneously, the maritime Tempest publicly disclosed the coordinates of a newly emerged island. This island, formed by an active volcano, is home to a peculiar creature known as the lava slug, which can traverse through magma. This organism does not actively assault humans, yet its excretions are scaldingly hot, rendering contact fatal. A highly perilous being indeed. However, this creature is not particularly intelligent, and players quickly discovered methods to eliminate it. Simply cooling it down with copious amounts of seawater would suffice. Once cooled, the slug would perish, transforming into a hard stone. Its remains could be used for capsule toys, with a significant likelihood of yielding flint recipes. And there was even a chance of obtaining a lighter. Thus, it became clear why players selling flint had been rapidly increasing. Yang Yi glanced at the nautical map. The island was quite distant, situated in his rear left, requiring an estimated 7 to 8 days of navigation. By the time he arrived, it was likely that the island would have been engulfed by the black mist. He dismissed the notion of joining the fray, resolving that if push came to shove, he could simply purchase a flint for practical use. Chapter 58. The Book of Limbs and Spiders. Part 1. The following day. Before dawn, Yang Yi rose early and knocked on Su Na's door. After a considerable wait, there was movement from within. Su Na opened the door, her expression tinged with displeasure. What is it? The island is sinking. We must hurry and collect the corpses on it. We only need the red hairs from the spider's abdomen. If time permits, we can also gather some wood. Yang Yi instructed. Su Na nodded, and then closed the door. Yang Yi took the helm, steering the nightmare towards the island, and as they approached the shore, daylight broke. Su Na quickly refreshed herself, slinging the pirate longbow over her shoulder, ready to accompany Yang Yi ashore. However, as they waded into the water, Yang Yi suddenly realized something: that if an island were discovered in the frigid winter seas, they would have to wade ashore as well. That time, the icy waters could prove to be exceedingly lethal. It seemed prudent to construct a raft. He resolved to craft one by hand shortly. Once the corpses were collected, he would use the logs and spider silk to create a simple raft. The remaining 10 units of spider silk in the silk pouch should suffice. Upon reaching the island, the two proceeded according to plan, first heading towards the nest. This area held the highest density of spider corpses, and they needed to retrieve the body of the fire silk spider queen from the innermost chamber. If he were alone, it would likely be unfeasible. Subsequently, Suna would be responsible for the area closer to the ship, gathering fire silk spider hairs, while Yang Yi would cover the more distant regions, including the opposite end of the island. They resolved to complete the collection of fire silk spider hairs within the day. This marks their second venture onto the island, and the two navigate with ease, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the lair. The stench here has intensified. Moreover, a new insect has emerged within the cavern, ants the size of grains of rice. These ants seem to have burrowed up from unknown depths, their numbers overwhelming as they devour the bioluminescent mushrooms above and the remains of the fire-spider. Suna captures a few of the ants, examines them, and finds them rather ordinary, lacking any remarkable features. She posits a hypothesis. These ants and the spiders may be in a state of enmity. Once the spiders perish, this cavern transforms into a paradise for the ants. Suna explains. Without lingering, they each harvest the fire spider silk along their path with impressive efficiency. The collection proves effortless, as a simple scrape with a dagger or short sword suffices. They also attempt to scour the side passages. But the too narrow routes are disregarded, as the spiders within are diminutive and difficult to navigate. Soon, they stumble upon an unexpected find in a 2-meter-wide side passage. Yang Yi discovers a curled-up, deceased giant fire spider. The egg-laying frequency of this spider should be calculated independently, making it a worthy specimen to take back for further experimentation. As they delve deeper, they quickly arrive at the entrance of a cavern. This is the very place Yang Yi had previously observed, adorned with the desiccated limbs of humans. Suna, who had paused here momentarily before, refrained from exploring due to the looming presence of an enormous spider queen ahead. Yang Yi steps into the cavern, harvesting the spider silk from the deceased spiders within. He notices a platform marred by dark stains. Suna leans in for a sniff, her brow furrowing. Bloodstains, she remarks. It appears these spiders conducted their dismemberment operations here, with some blood splattering several meters away, raising suspicions that the victims may have still been alive during the dissection. Yang Yi remains silent. Spotting a broken bow and a handful of rudimentary arrows on the ground, no other equipment or items seem to be present. Huwei likely had collected them from this vicinity. There are also no luminous orbs of light from fallen players. Without hesitation, they finish harvesting the fire spider silk in this area and proceed further. They enter the ovary chamber, the terminus of the spider nest. The once majestic stone statue that stood here has crumbled into a pile of rubble. Even a divine being would struggle to discern its original form. Yang Yi observes that numerous freshly hatched fire spiders are present, yet they are immediately beset by the ants and swiftly dispatched. Simultaneously, a plethora of spider eggs are being destroyed by the ants, with even the corpse of the spider queen being swarmed by them, a veritable mass of tiny invaders. Suna does not rush to collect the spider queen's body. Instead, she hurriedly gathers several intact fire spider eggs. These eggs, akin to the size of goose eggs, are regarded as living entities and cannot be stored in her treasure pouch. Consequently, Suna can only carry a limited quantity, placing them into a simple backpack. Meanwhile, Yang Yi fixates on the spider queen's body, contemplating how to transport it back. After all, a spider of 10 meters in size, even without its elongated legs, is significantly larger than an ordinary cow, particularly its rotund abdomen, which measures approximately 3 meters in diameter. It certainly cannot be stowed away in his stomach pouch, for it would be reduced to naught but a shell. Suddenly, the ground beneath them begins to tremble. The island is experiencing yet another earthquake. Yang Yi swiftly pulls Suna to take refuge beneath a massive boulder. The tremors persist for a minute before subsiding, more violent than the previous occurrences, as a multitude of bioluminescent mushrooms cascade down from above. Strangely, however, no stones fall. Even during the initial earthquake, the situation was similar, though Yang Yi had paid little heed to it. However, this time he sensed something amiss. Was the rock face excessively solid? He looked up and noticed that on the broad stone wall of the ovary's ceiling, there seemed to be some kind of intricate pattern, yet the dim light, coupled with the multitude of fireflies that had withered and fallen to the ground, rendered the rock top even harder to discern. Suna also directed her gaze upwards. Was that a form of writing? She squinted her eyes, attempting to decipher some clarity. Without the aid of the third eye, her vision surpassed that of Yang Yi. Yet, if she were to employ the third eye, the experience would be entirely different. Yang Yi removed the eye patch from his left eye and utilized the third eye to inspect the ceiling, and then he beheld. This is Yang Yi froze, his body tensed, unable to divert his gaze any longer. Simultaneously, an overwhelming influx of knowledge flooded his mind, raw and brutal, nearly bursting his brain. Su Na was correct. These patterns were indeed letters. The fact that she recognized them as writing indicated her perceptual attributes were exceptionally high. But constrained by the limitations of the naked eye, she could only glimpse their vague outlines. Yet this also safeguarded her sanity, preventing her from being compelled to read and comprehend these inscriptions as Yang Yi was. This was a form of writing exceedingly ancient. No recorded script in human history bore any relation to it, for this script required no formal learning. Merely seeing its form allowed one to grasp its meaning instantly. Pictographs could only be deemed a crude imitation of this script. The disparity in the information conveyed was akin to the comparison between pure gravel and complex microchips. They were simply incomparable. These characters lacked a fixed form, each one unique, with an overwhelming amount of information, causing Yang Yi's brain to swell, veins bulging on his forehead, on the verge of rupture, his head seemingly expanding. Confronting the bizarre script. Your sanity decreases by 50. You have finished reading the Book of Limbs. Sanity decreases by 100. You have learned limb spider magic, which can be viewed in the interface. Ha. Ha. Yang Yi gasped like a bull, sweat pouring down as though he had just circled the gates of the underworld and returned. Concurrently, his mind felt as though it had been invaded by 100 worms, opening up his consciousness while severing his awareness of the external world. It was only after several minutes that he regained his composure, re-establishing control over his body. At the same time, a warmth surged in his nose, resulting in a spray of blood, some of which even contained fragments of tissue. Yang Yi, what happened to you? Su Na, also gazing at the ceiling without any success, snapped back to reality upon hearing the commotion beside her. Yang Yi, still shaken, hurriedly grasped Su Na's arm, warning her, "Never look up." "What did you see?" Su Na inquired. Yang Yi found himself at a loss for words. He could not articulate to Su Na what he had witnessed. The weight of the meanings contained within those letters was far too profound to be conveyed by the superficiality of human language. Thus, Yang Yi could not find the appropriate words to describe his experiences. That he could only respond, "Open the crew interface and check my sanity value." Su Na understood immediately, promptly checking and discovering that Yang Yi's sanity had plummeted to a mere point. Her excitement surged, and she inquired urgently, "What on earth did you see?" "An ugly, malevolent, repulsive spider," Yang Yi replied. When viewed through the expansive perspective of the three-eyed vision, the text above seemed to interconnect, forming the shape of a spider. "Don't look up anymore. Disassemble the corpse of the Spider Queen, and then we shall return." Yang Yi, feeling somewhat fatigued, was reluctant to prolong this discussion. Su Na, however, appeared conflicted, pausing to ponder, seemingly eager to uncover what lay atop the rocky peak. Yet, Yang Yi did not afford her the opportunity. He retrieved the tooth of the sea serpent and, akin to a skilled butcher dissecting a cow, effortlessly severed the joints of the Spider Queen, swiftly dismembering her into the abdomen, thorax, and several segmented legs. His technique was precise, indicating his intimate understanding of the Spider Queen's anatomy. "Let us go. If we linger, this corpse will be devoured by ants," Yang Yi urged. With no other option, Su Na reluctantly abandoned her curiosity and focused on transporting the Spider Queen's remains. After a brief discussion, they resolved to roll the abdomen back to the shore. Most of the vital organs resided within the abdomen, while the thorax and legs, being relatively small, could be awkwardly stowed in the bag of treasures. They pushed the Spider Queen's abdomen. They eventually reached the cave's entrance. This proved laborious. Even with their combined efforts, they struggled to extract the abdomen from the cave. The vertical ascent of the tunnel was decidedly impractical, as it was not designed for human traversal. The spider's head was manageable, for the queen's brain was naturally sparse and devoid of bodily fluids. It weighed merely a few dozen pounds. The abdomen, however, was an entirely different matter. Yang Yi could only draw his flintlock, firing at an angle to create a slope at the cave's mouth. With the aid of this incline, they finally managed to extricate the enormous spider abdomen from the nest upon their return to the shore. As expected, the island had once again sunk, its area possibly diminished by over 1,000 square meters. Fortunately, both were adept swimmers, particularly Yang Yi, whose frenzied prowess allowed him to glide through the water like a fish. Swiftly approaching the Night Star and boarding the vessel, he maneuvered the Night Star closer and used the grappling claw to haul both Su Na and the Spider Queen's abdomen into the cabin. After a brief respite, they emptied their collected fire silk and, without delay, ventured back to the island. The forest still held numerous corpses awaiting retrieval. Following their plan, Suna took charge of the area nearest the ship, while Yang Yi ventured to the distant end. Alone, Yang Yi began to inspect his panel, noticing it had changed once more. Yang Yi, common being, extraordinary path, pollution, depth 7 Book of the Limb Spider, Book of the Limb Spider. Upon complete reading of the Book of the Limb Spider, you acquire Limb Spider magic. When casting Limb Spider magic, no incantation is required. If under the effect of Spider's Kiss, the consumption of magical essence is reduced by 2 points. Strength, 5-2, 22-200, Madness bonus. Strength 2, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Spirit -2, Spirit, 8-1, 2, 13-20-16,000, Iron Will bonus, Agility, 5-1, 29-200, Constitution, 5-1, 42-200, Perception, 6-2, 22-4,000, Third Eye bonus, Reason, 5-100 Vitality, 87-100 Health, 91-100 Mana, 9-7 Talents, Iron Will. Refusal of death spells, limb enhancement, stimulates and strengthens a specific limb, increasing its power by 0-3. The more powerful the limb, the less effective the enhancement, consumes 5 mana and lasts for 15 minutes, after which the limb will succumb to paralysis. Limb restoration, restores limbs, capable of repairing damaged or severed appendages, requiring a sufficient supply of flesh and blood, consumes 3 mana, and can also reconnect severed limbs. Limb detonation, causes a limb to explode. The casting requires a severed limb, which may also be one's own. The stronger and fresher the limb, the greater the explosion's power, consuming 8 mana. Invocation of the Mother of all limbs, sacrifices all of one's limbs. The more limbs sacrificed, the stronger the invocation, increasing the success rate. Successfully summons the spectral image of the Mother of all limbs. Ability, Third Eye. By reading certain texts, one can achieve the extraordinary. Yang Yi examined the 4 newly acquired spells. If he were in a state of Spider's Kiss, the mana consumption for these spells would be reduced by 2. A significant enhancement indeed. Yet, these spells felt rather off. That shouldn't he begin with Fireball? Yang Yi scratched his head. Although the effects were not explicitly stated, he sensed that using these spells would undoubtedly deduct from his reason. Furthermore, there might be undisclosed side effects. Unless absolutely necessary, he was disinclined to employ these spells, particularly the final invocation, which required the sacrifice of all his limbs to summon the Mother of all limbs. Setting aside the success rate, even if he succeeded in summoning such a creature, it would offer no advantages. Who would wish to perish alongside their foes? Yang Yi could not fathom anyone, save for a madman, willing to do so. Returning to his thoughts, he focused on the task of recovering the spider carcasses. Through the third eye, his efficiency in recovery significantly increased. However, the constant switching between 2 perspectives placed a considerable strain on his mind, prompting him to take breaks periodically. Nevertheless, his pace far surpassed that of Suna. After 4 hours, Yang Yi completed his recovery efforts first, additionally discovering a giant fire silk spider, suitable for gacha purposes. As for Suna, she would likely require another hour. Time was still ample, with 2 hours remaining until dusk. Upon his return, Yang Yi did not remain idle. He felled several logs and utilized the remaining silk in his pouch to craft a rudimentary raft. He then secured the raft aboard the Nightmare Star. With a few days of drying, once the silk had fully hardened, it would be ready for use. This would facilitate future trips to the island, preparing for the harsh conditions of the extreme winter sea. Upon completing these tasks, Suna returned just in time. As twilight descended, the island experienced yet another tremor, this time sinking a quarter of its mass right before their eyes. Chapter 59. Selling sweaters. The rate at which this island is sinking exceeds Yang Yi's expectations. It is highly likely that by tomorrow, the island will be completely submerged. Fortunately, the retrieval of the spider corpses has been accomplished. The 2 individuals have gathered the collected silk from the fire spider, heaping it into a small mountain. Suna has amassed 517 units, while Yang Yi possesses a significantly larger quantity, as the silk from the spiders in the nest has been stored within his stomach pouch, amounting to a staggering 3,695 units, over 7 times Suna's collection. Altogether, this silk could yield 42 sweaters or trousers. Yang Yi currently holds 3 sweaters and 2 pairs of trousers. By crafting 1 additional sweater and 2 more pairs of trousers, He will have a complete set of 4 outfits, perfectly sufficient for 2 individuals. The remaining 39 sweaters and trousers could be sold for a substantial profit. However, before embarking on the sweater-making endeavor, he decides to attempt the gacha twice. Utilizing the remains of the 2 colossal fire dash spiders, Yang Yi prepares to ascend to the deck for the gacha. He suddenly notices a pair of eyes fixated intently upon him. What is it? He inquires of Suna. She is organizing her thoughts, remaining silent for a few moments before finally speaking. In the cave, you saw something, didn't you? Could you possibly illustrate it? There's no need for every detail, just a portion or a rough outline will suffice. She hands Yang Yi paper and a pen, her gaze burning with hope. However, disappointment is inevitable, for Yang Yi's artistic abilities are still at an elementary level, and he possesses little artistic inclination. To expect him to recreate the ancient script is akin to asking a newborn to replicate a QR code from memory. Utterly impossible. I cannot draw it. Yang Yi resolutely declines, turning to leave, but Suna detains him. Please tell me. I will compensate you. Suna begins to tempt him, tugging at her collar. Ha. Yang Yi scoffs, his eyes filled with disdain. What does this woman take herself for? A mere commodity? How absurd. I, Yang Yi, possess a will as unyielding as steel. How could I be swayed by mere beauty? He casts a glance her way, finding her rather unremarkable. With a resigned sigh, Yang Yi accepts the pen, hastily scribbling a haphazard drawing, a rather abstract creation that, upon closer inspection, might resemble a spider. He hands the drawing to Suna and swiftly exits the cabin, eager to avoid further entanglement with her. Suna, holding this rudimentary artwork befitting a 3rd grader, studies it with curiosity. Meanwhile, Yang Yi hastens towards the gacha machine. He sacrifices a rotting long-legged sardine as payment, opening his stomach pouch to retrieve a bottle of fresh water and the remains of the colossal fire spider. However, this fresh water is not intended for drinking. Rather, it is for washing his face. After several days without a cleanse, his visage has become somewhat grimy, which would be detrimental to the gacha process. After scrubbing his face clean, Yang Yi officially begins the gacha, inserting the spider remains twice and spinning the dial of the octopus-headed gacha machine. Soon, 2 unremarkable capsules tumble out. Yang Yi picks one up to inspect it, and his excitement swells at the discovery of a valuable item. Name: Low-tier craftsman S inscription stone. Type: consumable. Quality: rare. Description: can enhance the quality of treasures, elevating items of exquisite quality or lower by 1 tier. Your treasures will be rejuvenated. The other capsule, however, is far less remarkable, containing a bug carapace heart shield, identical to one Yang Yi had previously obtained. This contraption suffices with just one, which can be given to Suna. Once the gacha was completed, he returned to the cabin, only to find that Suna had already returned to the witch's laboratory. Yang Yi glanced at Suna's sanity level, which stood at 72, and thus did not rush her out. He concocted a bottle of vitality coconut juice and downed it in one gulp. The salt nearly depleted. Yang Yi observed that only 30 g of salt remained, and he had merely 2 bottles of coconut juice left, which he intended to keep as reserves. Fortunately, there were still 54 vitality coconuts available. He decided to purchase some salt and transform all the vitality coconuts into vitality coconut juice. He exited the cabin and maneuvered the Nightmare Star to a relatively secure position. Tomorrow, if the island had not sunk, he planned to chop some wood before departing. If it had sunk, then so be it. He scrolled through the chat channel and first exchanged the mountain cutting knife for 2 bags of salt, totaling 1,000 g. Yang Yi rather liked this knife, but its quality was too low. It could merely chop branches or fend off foes. Attempting to use it against the shell of a fully grown fire silkworm spider would be futile unless one possessed immense strength, as it would struggle to even breach the defense and might even break in the process. Yang Yi glanced at his stamina, which remained at 55, as the daytime activities had been quite taxing. Crafting a sweater or a pair of thermal pants consumed 3 stamina, allowing him to create a maximum of 8 items this time. Should he attempt to produce more, his stamina would dip below 30, risking fainting, which was unnecessary. In less than 2 hours, he fashioned 4 sweaters and 4 pairs of thermal pants, preparing to sell them as a set. As for the price, he set it at 4,000 seashell coins for the entire ensemble, which was approximately 3 times the current price of down jackets, around 600 seashell coins each, or 1,200 for a pair. He began to spread the word, advertising fire silkworm sweaters and thermal pants, a set, specific effects for you to discover, 2 pieces per set, each set for 4,000 seashell coins. Only 4 sets left. Attached were the attributes of the fire silkworm sweaters and thermal pants. No sooner had he posted than a flurry of private messages inundated him. 4,000. Did you mistakenly add an extra 0? I'll take it for 400 seashell coins. How about 2,000? Now, a down jacket is only about 600. It's merely winter clothing, not a weapon. Could you sell it for less? Yang Yi glanced at several private messages, all of which were merely attempts to disrupt. He could hardly be bothered to respond. After all, these individuals were not his target clientele. The customers he sought were those players who were doing well. These individuals lacked basic supplies and equipment and would be willing to spend money on superior gear, even if it came at a higher price. Soon enough, his first customer materialized. None other than Shunguan Quan, the leader of the New World Fleet. Didn't I mention? If you have good items, just message me privately. I'll buy all 4 sets. Yang Yi inhaled sharply. This fellow seemed to be thriving lately, exuding an air of affluence even in his purchases. With money in hand, Yang Yi had every reason to profit. The transaction was swiftly completed, and 16,000 seashell coins were credited to his account. Just as he finished selling, he received additional private messages from several other friends, including Yudo Wei, captain of the Iron Heart, and Suda, captain of the Gale. I've sold out. Message me privately when I craft new items. Yang Yi replied to each one, called Suna back to the room, and prepared for bed, readying himself for the actions of the following day. Meanwhile, on the other end, the New World Fleet, Shun Guanchuan received 4 sets of sweaters and woolen pants. After keeping 1 set for himself, he intended to distribute the others among several capable subordinates. Boss, did you perhaps pay too much for this sweater? Captain Zhao Taitu, known for his frugality, lamented. What do you know? When the temperature drops, and this sweater is needed to withstand the cold, you will understand its true value. Shun Guanchuan replied. But if I wear 2 thick cotton jackets, isn't that the same? If it's still cold, I'll just wear 3. Upon hearing this, Shun Guanchuan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to turn his gaze towards Zhao Taitu. Taitu, sometimes I think you are quite clever. Indeed, it's all thanks to the excellent teaching from the boss, Zhao Taitu said, slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. All right then, we shall proceed as you suggest. Just forego the sweaters and pants altogether, and wear 2 sets of cotton jackets instead. With that, Shun Guanchuan prepared to distribute the sweaters to others, leaving Zhao Taitu trailing behind, shouting, No, boss, I was wrong. I prefer wearing sweaters. Chapter 60. The Yellow Potion. The next day, as dawn broke, Yang Yi set sail aboard the Nightmare Star towards the island. The day's tasks were substantial. Not only did they need to fell trees, but they also had to rush to produce sweaters, demanding considerable energy. He glanced at his energy level, noting it stood at a mere 92. But should he perhaps call Sun Na to assist with the logging? Just as he pondered this, he spotted the island ahead, which caused him to abandon the thought. The island had dwindled to just over 200 square meters, likely suffering several significant earthquakes the previous night. There were approximately 70 trees left that were easily accessible, many partially submerged in the sea with only fragments of their trunks visible. Yang Yi assessed the situation and deemed it a beneficial development. This indicated that the grappling hook would readily secure these trees, greatly facilitating the retrieval of materials. All that was required was to shoot them down and then haul the logs aboard, where they would be automatically converted into lumber, thus saving the effort of manual collection. Yang Yi checked the weather forecast. The wind was a mere level 1, and the sea was tranquil, eliminating concerns about driftwood floating too far away. He donned his sharkskin swimsuit, intending to have a bite to eat and warm up before taking action. Meanwhile, Suna had just awakened, discovering herself sprawled over the table. She had not slept well the previous night, having been engrossed in studying the drawings left by Yang Yi. She had attempted to replicate several versions, but always felt something was amiss. Thus, she endeavored to infuse the artwork with her unique interpretation, only to lose consciousness in the process. Now awake, she noticed an unusual painting on the table, surrounded by discarded sketches strewn across the surface and floor, a considerable waste. Fortunately, her room was not lacking in paper. As long as she was willing to spend, she could retrieve an abundance of paper and pens from the shelves and cabinets. She gazed at her creation while casting a glance at her sanity level, which had dwindled to a mere 51. This indicated that she had been in a frenzied state until now, regaining her composure only after having produced this piece. The artwork was composed of 9 lines converging at the center, intertwining to form a complex spiral pattern that could induce dizziness when gazed at for too long. Yuna stared at the painting for several seconds, and then, right before her eyes, the artwork began to curl up, transforming into a tightly compacted ball of paper. You have conjured a spell, unlocking the extraordinary path of truth. Truth. You endeavor to comprehend and master the reality of this world, allowing you to create unique spells without exhausting your sanity. You have learned the curling touch. Curling touch. Bend an object within your line of sight, with power equivalent to your mental value, requiring 7 units of magic essence. After casting the spell, Yuna was beset by an excruciating headache, rendering her nearly incapacitated as she collapsed to the ground. Yuna, how long until the restorative potion is ready? Yang Yi sent a message. Minutes passed before he received a reply. I have a lead. I can provide you with a sample tonight. Okay. Yang Yi paid little heed to the delay, as it was typical for her to respond slowly, unless some peculiar creature piqued her interest. After sending the message, he plunged into the sea, embarking on his timber harvesting for the day. The Nightmare Star was, in fact, quite close to the island, posing a risk of entanglement with submerged trees. However, Yang Yi was unconcerned. As long as he did not run aground, it was of little consequence, since durability would automatically recover. The skeletal armor that encased the hull was formidable, even if the trees were sharpened to a point. It was unlikely they could inflict any damage on the Nightmare Star. Approximately 3 hours later, Yuna emerged from her throbbing headache, having regained 1 point of magic essence, with her current mental attributes. She was still insufficiently equipped to wield that spell. Using it would render her immobile. Fortunately, once her magic essence replenished, her body returned to normal. She exited her room and hurried to the witch's laboratory, eager to commence the creation of the new potion, as only the dilution step remained. An hour later, Yang Yi had felled every tree on the island. He swam back to the ship, discovering that his stamina had dwindled to 52. It seemed he would be unable to craft all the sweaters today. Nevertheless, it mattered not. He would first gather these logs that he maneuvered the Nightmare Star, utilizing its grappling claws to collect the timber. In total, he retrieved 73 logs, though some may have drifted away. Yet that was of little concern that he amassed a total of 635 units of wood, a significantly more efficient endeavor than fishing for floating debris. Excluding the ultimate angler, of course. Once these tasks were completed, he retreated to his quarters for a brief rest, awakening with his stamina restored to 82. Evening had arrived, and Yuna had left him a message, requesting his presence in the laboratory. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the restorative potion should be ready. Yang Yi hastened to the witch's laboratory, where he received 2 vials of yellow potion from Yuna. One was pale yellow, and the other a deep orange. Why are there 2 vials? Yang Yi inquired, somewhat perplexed. This potion is crafted from the gastric juices of a gluttonous creature. The deeper-colored one has a higher concentration, while the lighter one has a lower concentration. However, both are effective for restoring stamina. Yuna clarified, gastric juices. Indeed, after consumption, you may find yourself craving food, so it is advisable to have ample provisions on hand. She added. Yang Yi was left speechless, never anticipating that Yuna would actually use gastric juices to concoct a potion, his expression turning sour. Surely this concoction wouldn't corrode my esophagus. Meanwhile, upon seeing Yang Yi's troubled expression, Yuna assumed he was concerned about the yield, and thus reiterated her explanation. Rest assured, this gastric juice can be produced in abundance. Simply add food to the stomach, and it will continuously generate gastric fluid. She gestured towards the glass jars on the shelf. Yang Yi cast his gaze backward. The jar, with a diameter of 40 centimeters, contained a pale yellow solution, which was steeping a small portion of a stomach that had presumably been excised from a gluttonous creature. This stomach still possessed vitality, occasionally twitching. Upon witnessing the peculiar stomach, your sanity decreases by 3. This, Yang Yi's eyes flickered. Yuna, however, fixated her gaze upon him, seemingly urging him, drink it. Why aren't you drinking? With steely resolve. Yang Yi thought to himself that with the regenerative potion, he wouldn't perish from corrosion. He approached the cabin, glanced at the black bread laid out, and then gulped down the bottle of pale yellow potion in one swift motion. The liquid burned upon entry, akin to swallowing sulfuric acid. You have consumed an unknown potion. You feel ravenous, your appetite widening, sanity -10. Yang Yi's eyes widened in shock, feeling an intense hunger gnawing at him. His stomach growling incessantly. Even if a cow were to appear, he felt he could consume it whole. After devouring several dried fish, 3 pieces of black bread, and 1 sausage, the insatiable hunger finally subsided. Under normal circumstances, such a feast would sustain an adult for 3 days. You are full, achieving a state of satiation, energy recovery rate 100, sanity recovery rate 25, health recovery rate 25. Upon seeing the system notification, Yang Yi was overjoyed. This state was precisely what he desired. Suna, you are truly a genius, he exclaimed, lavishly praising Suna and giving her a thumbs up. Name, appetizer potion. Type, consumable potion unique. Quality, premium. Description, a potion created by the witch Suna. Derived from the gastric juices of a gluttonous creature, specially diluted and neutralized. Upon consumption, it significantly increases appetite and enhances digestive absorption. After ingesting sufficient food, the user enters a state of satiation that lasts for 8 hours. Accelerating recovery. Failure to consume enough food within a short period may result in severe gastric and digestive tract hemorrhaging. This effect activates only once within 24 hours, and repeated consumption may lead to binge eating, resulting in gastric bleeding if insufficient food is ingested. Suna, receiving praise for the first time, was equally thrilled. Previously, Yang Yi would only lament the side effects, but this time was different. After all, the side effect was minimal. One merely needed to prepare ample food. Yet, what went unnoticed was, Yang Yi discreetly concealed another bottle of orange potion, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The pale yellow version already induced voracity. If he were to consume this orange-enhanced variant, it could very well devour the ship itself. This bottle of orange potion might prove exceedingly perilous. Chapter 61. Sail as soon as Yang Yi returned to the deck. Another earthquake struck. The Nightmare Star was also affected. Swaying uncontrollably. 2 minutes later, the island vanished entirely, swallowed by the sea. Along with it disappeared the lair inscribed with the Book of Limbs and Spiders. Or rather, the temple. Yang Yi felt no regret that he believed that such transcendent miracles should not manifest in the mortal realm. The dark, profound depths of the ocean were their only rightful abode. Yang Yi maneuvered the Nightmare Star, turning the bow directly towards the frigid expanse of the Arctic Sea. He had lingered here too long, and the black mist behind him showed no signs of abating. Upon returning to his quarters, Yang Yi planned to craft the remaining sweaters. The total of 31 items required 93 points of energy to complete. It is estimated that the next few days will be spent immersed in the art of knitting. Whenever Yang Yi possesses the energy, he diligently knits. When fatigued, he reclines to rest or slumbers. During this time, he also indulges in a bottle of an appetite-stimulating potion. By midday the following day, he finally completed the knitted garments. He promptly reached out to several friends he intended to sell to the day before. First, he sold a set to Yu Dawei for 2,000 conch coins. This individual, the captain of the Steel Resolve, is known for his generosity and even gifted Yang Yi a sizable portion of a giant bobbitworm's flesh, making him a worthy companion. However, Yu Dawei was not merely purchasing for himself. He additionally bought 4 sets at the price of 4,000 conch coins, intending to distribute them among his subordinates. Next was Captain Su Da of the Gale. Although they had never met in person, they had connected as friends online, and Yang Yi offered him a friendly price of 3,000 conch coins. The other party paid promptly and provided valuable intelligence regarding the extreme winter sea. Currently, the vast majority of players have not ventured into the extreme winter sea and are merely preparing on the outskirts. Only Su Da and a select few players have delved into the depths of the extreme winter sea. According to him, there are numerous large floating icebergs within, which are best avoided, as what is visible above the water may only be the tip of the iceberg. Furthermore, temperatures in the extreme winter sea can plummet to below -10 degrees, making it exceedingly challenging to procure supplies, and it is common to encounter empty-handed fishing ventures. Lastly, after traveling a certain distance within the extreme winter sea, one will encounter a white mist. Su Da himself has not ventured into it, unsure of what lies beyond, but the temperature may be even lower. Yang Yi expressed his gratitude for the intelligence provided by Su Da and continued their conversation. His Gale Brigade differs from most fleets. It is a rather loose alliance comprising young individuals who possess swift vessels and an adventurous spirit. They engage in information sharing, internal trading, and occasionally gather for meetings. Yang Yi also privately messaged a few players who had previously expressed interest in purchasing, successfully selling 3 more sets. Thus far, he had sold a total of 9 sets. Following this, Yang Yi began attempting to contact other friends, as selling in this manner was quicker and did not consume the chat quota of the World Channel, while simultaneously enhancing his presence. For the remaining sets, Yang Yi planned to sell them all to Shun Guanxuan, who always had a substantial appetite for such items. His first point of contact was Captain Zhou Dai of the Radiant Goddess. She should also be well off, and her holy water had aided Yang Yi on several occasions, warranting a friendly price. However, after waiting for over 10 minutes without receiving a response from Zhou Dai, he surmised she might not be interested. Thus, Yang Yi attempted to reach out to the seasoned angler He Qi, inquiring if he desired a fire-wool sweater. This time, the reply was swift, almost instantaneous. He Qi, apologies, I just caught a big fish, accompanied by a photo of a nearly 5-meter-long ribbon fish. Yang Yi, who asked you about fishing? He Qi, haha, this sweater has decent attributes, but I don't need it. As I possess something better, he sent information regarding a piece of equipment. Name, fluffy seal fur coat. Type, treasure. Quality, rare. Description, a coat made from fluffy seal skin, capable of enveloping the entire body, providing both warmth and waterproofing. Even if one unfortunate soul were to fall into the icy sea, there would be no fear of freezing to death. Its only drawback is that prolonged wear may result in an unpleasant odor. After reading the information, Yang Yi was momentarily speechless. This angler truly possesses remarkable skills. Thus, he attempted to inquire, He Xiong, is this garment for sale? I have recently come into a substantial fortune. He Qi replied. Not for sale. This is my only piece. If I give it to you, what shall I wear? Yang Yi responded. In truth, the sweater is rather splendid. It accentuates one's physique quite well. He Qi retorted. Scram. Are you intending to flaunt your figure in the vast ocean to attract passing sea monsters? If you desire this attire, you may fish for it in the extreme winter as long as you catch a fluffy seal and slay it. The chances of obtaining it through a gacha are significantly heightened. He Qi even sent a coordinate, stating that he had caught it at that very location. Yang Yi fell into silence, for he could hardly catch ordinary fish. If he were to attempt it, he might very well end up with a skeletal seal instead. Yet, He Qi remained fervently dedicated to fishing. While other players were still preparing, he had already ventured to the extreme winter sea to fish. No wonder he had become the captain of the fisherman's vessel. Moreover, his ship was unique, but its skills would only manifest after leveling up. Currently, his level 3 ship possessed 2 skills, Blessing of the Angler. In any sea, one can catch normal fish, with an increased probability of obtaining rare items, and angler's tenacity. You will never come back empty-handed. If you are willing to fish for an entire day, you are guaranteed to have at least one bite. Upon reviewing these skills, Yang Yi was left astounded. It seemed that all his luck in fishing had been siphoned away by him. Subsequently, the remaining 6 sets of fiery sweaters and miscellaneous items were sold to Shun Guanxuan, who accepted everything without hesitation. Thus, Yang Yi's account balance of conch coins reached 76,800. This was indeed a considerable fortune. Excluding guilds, players capable of producing such a sum were likely less than 1. Yang Yi intended to utilize this wealth to upgrade his equipment and replenish the supplies aboard his ship. As for medicines, there was no need. Su Na's original potions surpassed the efficacy of any comparable market offerings. Though they were considerably less palatable, he began browsing for equipment in the chat channel and inquired of Su Na if she desired anything. Su Na responded promptly and succinctly, If you have extra funds, why not just transfer them to me? I am out of money. After reading her message, Yang Yi shook his head in dismay. This woman had no need for equipment and seemed intent on pouring all her funds into her laboratory. If a flintlock pistol were in her possession, it might have already been sold. Yang Yi refrained from pursuing the matter further and transferred her 6,800 conch coins. He hoped she would exercise restraint and strive to concoct some potions with great efficacy and minimal side effects. By the way, please prepare another vial of that scarlet potion for me, just in case. He messaged her once more. After receiving the funds, Su Na's demeanor noticeably improved. I will make it for you right away. Yang Yi chose not to dwell on her any longer and continued to plan for supplies. He considered selling the vitality coconut juice, as it could be substituted with an appetizing potion, which would yield better results. However, after some contemplation, he ultimately abandoned this plan, for the vitality coconut juice could be saved for Su Na. Her rationality was limited, and the risks associated with potion consumption were too great. Thus, the coconut juice was far more suitable for her. With a total of 54 bottles, it would suffice for her for quite some time. Yang Yi continued to browse weaponry and equipment, examining food prices in preparation for a grand procurement. Chapter 62. The Grand Procurement Yang Yi meticulously examined the provisions and freshwater supplies in the ship's hold, noting there were 273 liters of freshwater, 32 loaves of black bread, 20 sausages, 4 pounds of dried fish, several spoiled fish, and a small quantity of eyeball fruit. The freshwater supply was deemed sufficient. Furthermore, with the ability to distill water once a fire was lit, they could continuously procure freshwater with merely the purchase of a flint stone. The primary necessity remained dried provisions. Yang Yi consumed an appetite-enhancing potion daily, leading to a threefold increase in his food intake compared to before. Consequently, he needed to prepare rations based on the requirements for 4 individuals, the standard daily diet for an adult being 1 loaf of black bread and half a sausage. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to purchase 200 loaves of black bread and 100 sausages, combined with the remaining provisions. This would suffice for himself and soon Na to sustain themselves at sea for 1 to 2 months. A preparation for the frigid waters of the extreme winter sea. Should they fail to catch fish, they would still be able to endure for a considerable duration. Additionally, it was imperative to acquire some fruits and vegetables to supplement their vitamin intake, particularly vitamin C, as eyeball fruit might become unattainable once they reached the extreme winter sea. He proceeded to check the market conditions. Currently, the market price for black bread was set at 5 units of wood, approximately 25 conch coins. Its texture was coarse and not particularly palatable, yet it boasted excellent preservation qualities. Yang Yi harbored serious doubts that the recipe for this bread included wood. Sausages, on the other hand, were considerably more expensive, providing essential protein and sodium, costing 50 conch coins each. Both food items were commonplace and could be produced in the food processing workshop of a standard ship. Yang Yi was uncertain of the raw material recipes. Nonetheless, this structure was absent from the expansion list of the Nightmare Star. In his view, food could simply be purchased, and with the possibility of fishing and drying fish, there was no need to squander expansion space on such matters. He deemed it far more prudent to construct cannons or other functional buildings instead. Having made up his mind, Yang Yi proceeded to acquire a substantial quantity of black bread and sausages, expending 10,000 conch coins in total. Next, he turned his attention to fruits and vegetables, which were predominantly monopolized by the farmer's ship. Presently, only the farmer's ship could produce fruits and vegetables in bulk, while others were unable to keep pace. Although a handful of players attempted to cultivate crops aboard their vessels, the results were less than satisfactory, yielding slow harvests unlike the farmer's ship, which benefited from skill-enhanced yields. After reviewing market prices, he discovered that an apple cost 100 conch coins and did not have a long shelf life. He decided to contact Shen Guanchuan, who managed the farmer's ship, in hopes of securing a discount. Yang Yi, do you have any fruits or vegetables that can be preserved for a long time? Shen Guanchuan, you're in luck. I just produced some dried fruits, rich in vitamin C. They are made from premium apples, priced at 800 conch coins per pound. Name, dried apples. Description, dried fruit produced by the farmer's food factory, retaining over 90 of its vitamins and resistant to spoilage, with a sweet and sour flavor. Yang Yi, isn't this rather expensive? Shen Guanchuan, if you think it's pricey, I think it's even more so. It takes 10 apples to make 1 pound. You can choose to buy or not. This is the lowest price, as the market price is 1,000 conch coins per pound. Yang Yi scrolled through the chat channel and found that indeed, the farmer's ship now held a monopolistic position in the industry, dictating prices. Very well, I'll take 5 pounds. Sure thing. Yang Yi gritted his teeth and purchased 5 pounds, spending 4,000 conch coins. This item, after all, merely serves to supplement one's vitamins. A moderate consumption will suffice. There are also some eyeball fruits in the warehouse, and I plan to experiment with drying them into eyeball fruit snacks. Once all these tasks are completed, Yang Yi will be left with merely 56,000 conch coins, which he intends to use to enhance his equipment. This process cannot be rushed. One must take their time, observing carefully to find a powerful weapon that suits him and acquire it at the lowest possible price. While fishing, Yang Yi peruses the chat channel, checking the weapons for sale and leaving messages. He seeks melee weapons, preferably long ones. The longer and sturdier, the better. He will only accept weapons of premium quality or above. Ideally relics, with negotiations conducted via private messages. Every hour, he posts such a message, preparing to purchase a large cold weapon. After his encounters with the Spider Queen and the Glutton, Yang Yi has realized a significant flaw. His weapon is too short to inflict effective damage on large creatures. A short sword like the sea serpent's tooth is excellent for dealing with smaller beings, but against colossal creatures measuring several meters, it proves inadequate. Thus, Yang Yi urgently requires a long weapon to compensate for this shortcoming. One capable of delivering effective lethal force against large adversaries. After a lengthy search, he has identified 3 suitable long weapons, each of premium quality and reasonably priced, from which he intends to choose one. Name: Great Slashing Saber. Type: Treasure. Quality: Premium. Description: A slender and sharp saber that can easily sever cow bones. Once mastered, it can decapitate a cow with a single stroke. Price: 15,000 conch coins, accompanied by an image showing a slightly curved blade with a certain arc, measuring nearly 1.5 meters including the handle. The second weapon is a medieval two-handed greatsword. Name: Two-handed greatsword. Type: Treasure. Quality: Premium. Description: A hefty greatsword that is not particularly sharp but exceedingly sturdy. Requires a strength of 7 or higher to wield, and 8 or above to master fully. While it may not cut, it can certainly crush bones. The seller of this greatsword is a female player with a strength of only 5, who can only watch helplessly. It would be better for her to sell it. However, she has struggled to find a buyer for quite some time, as players with a strength of 7 are exceedingly rare. Moreover, her asking price is steep, at 20,000 conch coins, with no room for negotiation. Finally, there is a spear. Name: Fine Steel Spear. Type: Treasure. Quality: Premium. Description: Crafted from cow tendons soaked in tung oil, paired with a fine steel spearhead, it boasts strong penetrating power and remarkable resilience. With proper technique, it can inflict severe piercing injuries. Price: 12,000 conch coins. Each of these long weapons possesses its own strengths and weaknesses. The slashing saber excels in sharpness. The two-handed great sword delivers immense force, while the fine steel spear offers extended reach. After much contemplation, Yang Yi leans towards the formidable two-handed great sword. This weapon requires a strength of 7, and with his frenzy-boosted strength of 2, he is perfectly capable of wielding it. Had he possessed this great sword during his encounter with the Spider Queen, alongside his three-eyed companion, Yang Yi would have had the confidence to shatter the creature's head with a direct strike. Even if he couldn't break it, he could at least deliver a concussive blow that he attempted to negotiate. Yet the other party remained steadfast, resolutely clinging to the price of 20,000 conch coins. Yang Yi, feeling helpless, decided to take another look. If no better option presented itself, he would reluctantly purchase the massive sword. Just then, a private message arrived. Brother, are you interested in the great sword? I guarantee its size will satisfy you. And it's the relic you desire. Chapter 63. The Broken Iron, a Great Sword. Yang Yi's interest was piqued immediately, and he requested the details. I just dragged this weapon back with great effort. The other party appeared to be quite talkative, elaborating on the entire backstory of the weapon. According to him, this great sword was discovered on a desolate island, devoid of any vegetation, with even the soil appearing ash-gray and lifeless. The only structure on the island was a charred blacksmith shop, within which lay the great sword. If it weren't for my dire need for supplies and the urgency of time, I wouldn't part with this sword. As the individual recounted the tale in detail, he added considerable cultural value to the weapon in just a few minutes. Yang Yi, growing impatient, remarked, "Are you selling the sword or the story?" "Selling the sword. Of course, I'm selling the sword. Send me the weapon's attributes." All right, he forwarded the weapon's attributes. Name: Broken Iron. Type: Relic. Quality: Rare. Description: A massive sword forged by a blacksmith consumed with rage. The blade is crafted from an unknown metal, so hard that it is nearly impossible to shape, resulting in a crude appearance. Requires a strength of 9 to wield with difficulty, and a strength of 10, the limit for mundane objects, to master it. Humans are too weak. Only by wielding such an extraordinary object can they slay. Accompanying this was an image of the weapon, and upon viewing it, Yang Yi could not help but exclaim in awe. If one were to call this a sword, it was indeed far too large. Resembling a hefty slab of iron, it was hard to fathom the sort of individual or mental state that could produce such a frenzied weapon. The blade measured approximately 35 centimeters in width and 220 centimeters in length, with the tip seemingly broken off, leaving a diagonal edge. The entire piece appeared exceedingly rough, akin to a half-finished product, its surface marred with uneven hammer marks. Even the blade was similarly flawed, with varying thickness that could easily result in jagged cuts. Should one be struck by this weapon, the The wound would not be a clean incision, but rather a gaping, mangled tear, reminiscent of a beast's ravaging, making the notion of suturing the wound almost laughable. Instantly captivated by the weapon's fierce and rugged appearance, Yang Yi inquired about its price. How much do you intend to sell it for? 50,000 conch coins, no haggling. If it weren't for the high strength requirement, I would keep it for myself. His reasoning was sound. The requirement of 9 strength to wield it was indeed excessively stringent. It is worth noting that the average adult possesses a strength of merely 5, and the growth of attributes is not linear. From Yang Yi's perspective, achieving 8 strength essentially equated to doubling 5, and the disparity only widened as one progressed. Currently, the number of players capable of reaching a strength of 9 was not non-existent, but such individuals were exceedingly rare. Even Yang Yi would need to simultaneously activate both the frenzy and rejection of death states to barely attain that level. Certainly, he is still able to consume potions and employ physique enhancement techniques to meet the requirements. However, for an ordinary player, they can only watch in astonishment and no discounts. None whatsoever. If it weren't for the high attribute demands, I would sell it for 100,000 without hesitation. After perusing the information, Yang Yi shook his head in disapproval. The weapon is indeed impressive, yet selling it for 100,000 would be an affront to reason. The previous exquisite revolver was only sold for 120,000 ISNT, a firearm superior to this colossal sword. Currently, it is an undeniable fact that ranged weapons surpass melee weapons, and firearms outclass cold weapons. Moreover, this colossal sword is an artifact, and artifacts come with their own drawbacks. Consequently, many players explicitly refrain from acquiring artifacts, evidently having been stung by past experiences. Only individuals like Yang Yi, who are unperturbed by the loss of sanity, would willingly wield artifacts. After all, artifacts can be more pronounced in certain aspects compared to treasures. My friend, could you possibly divulge the side effects of this weapon, so that I may be forewarned? Yang Yi sent another message. What else could it be but a deduction of sanity? How much? Why do you have to ask so many questions? Buy or not? The lowest is 40,000. Noting Yang Yi's thorough inquiries, the seller hastily slashed the price by 10,000. Such eagerness indicates that this weapon carries considerable risk, and the seller is anxious to part with it. Thus, Yang Yi pressed on with the negotiation. 35,000. Immediate transaction. No further ado. 38,000. Deal. After countering with 12,000, Yang Yi promptly paid for the colossal sword. As for the weapon's side effects, Yang Yi was indifferent to date. He had never feared any side effects, save for the somewhat perilous exquisite chef's knife. If it merely deducts sanity points, it is of little consequence, as long as it is not excessive. The transaction concluded swiftly that a hefty and rugged colossal sword was ejected from the octopus-headed gotcha machine, crashing onto the deck and creating a deep dent. Fortunately, the current deck is reinforced with bone armor, capable of self-repair. Otherwise, Yang Yi would have to expend materials to mend the ship. Truly weighty, Yang Yi attempted to lift it, but found he could not raise the sword even with both hands. He could only drag the hilt along, leaving a deep gouge on the deck. Soon, a private message flashed on the screen. It was from the seller. He appeared to be in high spirits, sending Yang Yi a warning. My friend, allow me to offer you a piece of advice that if you do not intend to use this weapon regularly, it is best to wrap it tightly in cloth and store it in a corner. I shan't elaborate further. Huh? What do you mean by that? Yang Yi immediately replied, only to realize that his message had been dispatched. The system notified him that he had been blocked by the other party. Such potent side effects? Yang Yi glanced at the broken iron, feeling it was nothing particularly extraordinary. Wait, he noticed that the uneven blade reflected light, revealing a spectral white skull seemingly charging towards him. The spirit of fear passes through you, leaving you feeling unnerved. Sanity decreases by 5. A chill ran down Yang Yi's spine, goosebumps forming on his skin, yet the assault continued, the spirit of fear repeatedly crashing into his being. The spirit of fear passes through you, leaving you feeling unnerved. Sanity decreases by 5. The spirit of fear passes through you, leaving you feeling unnerved. Sanity decreases by 5. This is an invisible specter, imperceptible to ordinary individuals. Yang Yi furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had been duped. No wonder the seller hastily blocked him. This weapon seemed unlikely to be usable in the near future. It required repeated training to acclimate to this overwhelming sensation, reducing the drain on his sanity. before he could wield it normally. The process promised to be quite protracted, as Yang Yi pondered. He prepared to find a cloth to shroud the weapon and toss it into a secluded corner, lest this little vengeful spirit emerge to wreak havoc. However, your sanity is below 50, entering a state of madness that valiant and fearless. The spirit of fear passes through you, and you remain unmoved. The spirit of fear passes through you, and you remain unmoved. Several minutes later, the spirit of fear relinquished its entanglement and departed. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. He had switched to his left eye, yet his third eye could still perceive such intangible entities. In Yang Yi's view, this little skeletal spirit had a sorrowful curvature to its eye sockets, drifting slowly back towards the broken iron. Its appearance seemed somewhat endearing. Yang Yi suddenly found his thoughts amusing. To consider this entity adorable, he must be somewhat unhinged. Chapter 64. Enhancing the weapon, Yang Yi retrieved a piece of cloth and wrapped the broken iron within it before stowing it in his greedy belly pouch. For the time being, unless confronted with large creatures, it would be prudent to refrain from using this weapon. The primary issue was the stringent requirements for its use, necessitating a strength of 9. Yet, if he could elevate his base strength to 6 points, it would be considerably more convenient. After triggering madness, he would only lack 1 point, which could be compensated with a potion. Next, he needed to hastily enhance his strength. After purchasing the broken iron, Yang Yi found his balance reduced to 18,000. With the remaining funds, he intended to acquire some miscellaneous items and take a look at bows, supplementing with resources if necessary. He checked the world channel but found no appealing wares. Currently, the market favored ranged weapons over melee ones, reflecting a trend of scarcity, particularly regarding firearms. After chatting privately with a few individuals, he discovered that the weapons had already been sold. Acquiring a suitable bow would likely prove challenging. Nevertheless, Yang Yi had ample time to wait, as he planned to spend the next few days fishing at sea, not having spotted a suitable ranged weapon. Yang Yi began purchasing other essentials, mostly necessities at reasonable prices. He spent 120 stone materials on a flint. Then he acquired 2 sets of down jackets for 1,200 conch coins, 2 cotton hats for 800 conch coins, and finally, for pairs of long plush boots for 2,000 conch coins. The reason for purchasing down jackets despite having sweaters was the fear that the extreme cold of the winter seas might be unbearable. Should the sweaters and long johns prove insufficient, he could always don the jackets. After all, he wasn't short on funds. Having completed these purchases, it was already deep into the night. He downed a bottle of appetite-enhancing potion, consumed 3 pieces of black bread, a sausage, and drank 1 liter of fresh water before finally succumbing to sleep. Name: cotton hat. Type: treasure. Quality: ordinary. Description: soft and comfortable. It envelopes the head well, preventing the ears from freezing off. Name: long velvet boots. Type: treasure. Quality: good. Description: the sole features a non-slip pattern, thick and sturdy, with a long velvet interior, ideal for traversing snowy terrain, providing warmth and slip resistance. Though lacking breathability, it is not advisable to inhale its interior scent. The following day, the Nightmare Star continued its journey as usual if all went according to plan. It would enter the frigid winter sea in 2 days. Yang Yi was at the bow, fishing. "Hey, mate, can you understand my words?" He attempted to converse with the skeletal captain at the helm. However, the captain remained unresponsive, merely opening and closing its jaw repeatedly. "Here, try this long-legged sardine I caught." Yang Yi stuffed a long-legged sardine into the captain's mouth. While it could bite through, it evidently lacked a digestive tract. And ultimately, the fish flowed out through the gaps in the bones. Yang Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. He realized that this skeletal captain was merely a decorative piece. He wondered if future upgrades might bring about some new changes. Continuing to fish, he aimed to catch more eye fruits before entering the frigid winter sea, hoping to dry them and make eye fruit jerky. With a fire now lit, he could set up a stove and hang the eye fruits nearby to expedite the process. Lost in thought, he hooked another eye fruit. The catch of the day was promising. While fishing, he also perused the chat channel to see if he could procure some equipment for Su Na to enhance her attack power. Her bow's limitations were considerable. It struggled to inflict effective damage on tough-skinned or armored monsters. Thus, Yang Yi had been on the lookout for a more powerful bow or crossbow. However, after an entire morning of searching, he had yet to find anything suitable. Either the prices were exorbitant or the quality was subpar. Ultimately, the crux of the matter was that Yang Yi simply lacked sufficient funds. ranged weapons were significantly more expensive than melee ones, often reaching a price difference of up to double, particularly firearms. Just moments ago, he had seen a fine double-barrel shotgun selling for a staggering 40,000 seashell coins. Name, double-barrel shotgun. Type, treasure. Quality, fine. Description, a double-barrel shotgun favored by hunters. Effective range of 50 meters, capacity of 2, and an automatic loading time of 3 minutes. Suitable for hunting wild boars. Yang Yi had only 14,000 seashell coins left, and if he converted his supplies into cash, he might add another 20,000. With such funds, purchasing a rare bow was akin to chasing a fool's dream. However, opting for a fine bow would yield only minimal enhancement, lacking any substantive change. Perhaps he could buy a fine bow and then use low-tier artisan engraving stones for reinforcement? As Yang Yi pondered this, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. While he couldn't afford a bow, he could certainly purchase arrows. Searching for keywords, he indeed discovered something worthwhile. Although special arrows like explosive or ice arrows were not for sale, armor-piercing arrows were available. Name, triangular armor-piercing arrow. Type, consumable. Quality, good. Description, an arrow with penetrating capabilities, featuring a hollow point that causes profuse bleeding upon impact, making the wound difficult to heal. After reading the description, Yang Yi decided to purchase these arrows. Their effectiveness far surpassed that of the iron arrows crafted through the basic synthesis system. The only drawback was the price, as each arrow cost 300 seashell coins. However, considering that the arrows can be retrieved, this price is quite reasonable. He immediately contacted the seller. 250 conch coins each. Shall I take 30? No deal. The seller was rather resolute. Yang Yi attempted to negotiate and ultimately purchased 40 arrows for 280 conch coins each, totaling 11,200 conch coins. His account now held a mere 2,800 conch coins. The remaining funds, he decided, would be reserved until he recalled something useful. Suna, I have procured some armor-piercing arrows and placed them in your room. Yang Yi sent a message. Suna was often immersed in her laboratory, and Yang Yi had no desire to pry into her activities. A few minutes later, she replied, Got it. After completing these transactions, Yang Yi retrieved the low-grade artisan inscription stone he had obtained earlier. This item could only enhance treasures, and he had yet to utilize it. He initially intended to purchase a suitable exquisite long weapon for enhancement, but unexpectedly, he had acquired a rare item directly. After a brief contemplation, he decided to enhance the sea serpent's fang. For Yang Yi was not one to hoard items. Such enhancement tools should be used when the time is right. Otherwise, it would be quite absurd to perish with potential combat-enhancing items and used. He proceeded to enhance the sea serpent's fang. After a dazzling flash of golden light, the sea serpent's fang transformed in its attributes. Name, scorching sea serpent's fang, degraded. Type, treasure. Quality, rare. Description, a short sword with the fangs of a serpent, infused with fiery power and enhanced. Exceptionally sharp, it inflicts burn effects on wounds. It can unleash the contained flame power in a single burst, emitting a fan-shaped fire that ignites objects within its range, with a cooldown period of 48 hours. After using the flame burst, the short sword will dim and cease to produce burn effects. Upon reviewing the information, Yang Yi felt immensely satisfied that he had not anticipated that the sea serpent's fang would acquire an active skill upon enhancement. This was a significant transformation. It appeared that once weaponry ascended to the rare quality, their attributes would be greatly amplified. Moreover, the skill could also serve to ignite fires, albeit with the risk of incinerating unnecessary items. However, given the lengthy cooldown period of the skill, it would be prudent to refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 65. The ingenious use of the skeletal arm. As evening fell, Yang Yi began to tally today's catch. 15 eyeball fruits, 9 long-legged sardines, 1 red-lipped eel, and 3 cystic pufferfish. The fishing net also contained 3 hand-star fish and 1 unilateral crab. Quite satisfactory. Yang Yi nodded. His goal for today was to gather eyeball fruits. Preparing for the challenges posed by the extreme winter sea, he sent some of the fish he did not intend to consume into the laboratory, then fetched some stones and wood from the cabin. Preparing to attempt to start a fire in the courtyard, he selected an open area and simply circled it with stones, then filled the center with the hairs of fire spider. These spider hairs were no longer useful, as their quantity was too scant to craft into a fire spider woolen garment. Thus, Yang Yi resolved to use them for fire-starting purposes, for the abundant hairs and weak flames made most dried biological fibers highly flammable. Having prepared the wood, He scraped the firestone with the sea serpent's fang, instantly producing a shower of sparks that successfully ignited the fire spider hairs. Witnessing the flames, Yang Yi rarely displayed a look of excitement. Indeed, survival necessitated fire. Seizing the opportunity, he added the prepared wood, all cut into fine strips for ease of ignition. Once the fire stabilized, larger pieces of wood were added. After 5 minutes, Yang Yi finally achieved a steady campfire. Starting a fire aboard the Nightmare Star was remarkably safe, provided that no clutter was placed nearby. This was due to a layer of bone protection on the deck, which rendered it nearly impossible to ignite. It was necessary to find something to suspend the fruit around. Yang Yi glanced around, contemplating a solution. Just then, several bony arms extended from the deck, opening their palms as if seeking to alleviate Yang Yi's troubles. What is this? Yang Yi was slightly bewildered. However, it appeared they were requesting the fruit from him, complying with their unspoken demand. He watched as the bony arms carefully cradled the fruit, lifting it into the air and positioning it around the campfire. Is this really possible? Yang Yi felt as though he had stumbled upon a new frontier, beginning to fervently experiment and explore how these arms functioned. He soon concluded with 2 words: demand. As long as there was a need in his mind, these arms would instinctively gather and attempt to assist. Before long, 9 bony arms were roasting long-legged sardines, entirely eliminating the need for Yang Yi's direct involvement. However, he still had to oversee the cooking process, as the arms lacked an understanding of what constituted done. They merely executed commands mindlessly if left unattended. They would continue to roast the fish until they were reduced to carbon, then ash. Quite useful indeed. Yang Yi nodded, savoring a roasted long-legged sardine, before messaging Suna. Suna, the bony arms on the Nightmare Star can be controlled. They will help as long as there is a demand. Give it a try. I discovered this in the morning. Huh? Why didn't you tell me? I thought you were granting me permissions. Yang Yi was left speechless. He ceased roasting fish and, grabbing 2 perfectly cooked sardines, made his way to the laboratory, only to encounter Suna busy at work. Several bony arms acted as assistants, fetching various tools for Suna and greatly enhancing her efficiency. A few arms were even spinning test tubes rapidly, agitating the liquids within a centrifuge. Yang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Unable to help but admire Suna's ingenuity, he handed her the 2 charred sardines. Give it a try. I seasoned them with salt, and they should taste delightful. Suna took the roasted fish and took a tentative bite. Upon discovering the flavor to her liking, she quickly devoured it. Is there a fire? She inquired. Yes, I acquired a flint and placed it in the cabin. Additionally, I set up a temporary campfire in the courtyard. Excellent. With a fire, we can attempt to concentrate the potion. Suna stroked her chin, seemingly lost in thought. However, time was of the essence. Yang Yi had come to call her back for some rest. Yet, just as he was about to leave, he noticed a large glass tank in the laboratory, housing a dozen juvenile fire silk spiders, along with some dead fish to feed them. Are you raising spiders? Yang Yi asked. Yes, the survival rate is quite low. Out of dozens of eggs, only a handful survived. What are you raising spiders for? Yang Yi frowned. Because these spiders are not particularly beneficial. They are neither tasty nor aesthetically pleasing and lack any real value to nurture. Don't you think the laboratory could use some white mice? Suna casually replied. Very well then. Yang Yi observed a moment of silence for the newly born spiders, then departed from the laboratory. 3 days later, the ship Nightmare continued its voyage across the sea at a speed of 40 knots. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was expected to enter the extreme winter waters by the following day. This morning, Yang Yi was awakened by the biting cold. The first thing he did upon waking was to reach for his left shoulder. Then exhaled deeply. He had experienced a nightmarish dream. In the dream, an additional head had sprouted from his left shoulder, and to his horror, it bore a face that was not his own. The fright was overwhelming. Upon awakening, he discovered that his body was drenched in perspiration, and the sea breeze outside chilled him to the bone, as his room had had a draft. Hastily, Yang Yi donned a fleece sweater to regain his composure. He began to reflect, attempting to recall the visage from his dream. After several seconds, he found an answer, yet it only intensified his fear, for it was the face of a woman. Though indistinct, it was undeniably feminine and rather beautiful. Moreover, she possessed a pair of eyes as red as dripping blood. The thought of this. Goosebumps erupted across Yang Yi's skin. A chill runs down your spine. Your sanity decreases by 10. Had he somehow fused with Suna? Transformed into a 2-headed monster? How could that be? Yang Yi slapped himself to regain his composure. Over the course of time, he had gradually come to understand this nightmare that it indeed bore prophetic qualities. Yet it was not a precognitive dream, but rather a meticulously woven nightmare that it would extract fragments of a future moment, edit, truncate, and exaggerate them into a terrifying vision. He loosely categorized these nightmares into 3 types. The first type was when the nightmare concluded with him still alive, indicating that the danger was insufficient to be fatal. For instance, dreaming of mermaids with Su Na pointing guns at him. The second type involved his demise within the nightmare, signifying a lethal threat. For example, being attacked by a drowned soul. The third type, the most terrifying of all, was characterized by a strong sense of presence, yet left him unable to remember the content. Attempting to recall it would induce severe headaches. Thus far, he had only experienced this once, dreaming of an enormous spider, which likely represented the matriarch of tens of thousands of limbs. This recent nightmare belonged to the first category. Yang Yi had not perished, merely found himself in an unusual state with 2 heads. However, was the fate of having 2 heads truly preferable to death? It was hard to say that to be safe. Yang Yi resolved to avoid the witch's laboratory for the time being. He sat on the bed for a while, allowing himself to calm completely before donning his pirate attire and stepping outside. The cold sea breeze greeted him. That today's weather, the temperature has dropped. You need to wear an additional layer. Location: sea of origins. Duration of sunlight: 7 hours. Remaining temperature: 2 to 7 sea wind speed. Force 4. Has it already plummeted to 2 degrees? They had yet to enter the extreme winter waters. Yang Yi furrowed his brow. Chapter 66. The man with hair on his face. Not long after Yang Yi stepped out, Su Na awoke as well. She opened her door, and the brisk sea wind enveloped her entirely, prompting her to promptly shut the door. 10 minutes later, the door opened once more. This time, Su Na was fully equipped, clad in a sweater and thermal pants, wearing a woolen hat and long plush boots. While her witch's attire could provide warmth, it paled in comparison to clothing specifically designed for cold weather. Yang Yi's keen eyes quickly caught the details. Su Na had clearly gained some weight, prompting him to tease her. Is it really that cold? We haven't even entered the depths of the extreme winter sea. Why eat you na? However, chose to ignore him, tacitly acknowledging her fear of the cold. Meanwhile, Yang Yi engaged in his morning exercises in the courtyard. Ever since acquiring the broken iron, he had developed a habit of testing whether he could lift the massive sword each day, while simultaneously strengthening his physique. Moreover, Yang Yi realized that since he began consuming the appetite-enhancing potion, his efficiency in gaining physical experience had significantly improved, and he was becoming increasingly robust. Thus, he felt the need to exercise to ensure he didn't balloon into his fear. After completing his morning workout, Yang Yi proceeded to the courtyard to check on the fish jerky he was drying that he estimated that it would harden within a day or 2. Since discovering the clever utility of the skeletal arms, Yang Yi had transformed into a nefarious capitalist, employing these skeletal appendages to tirelessly smoke fish jerky and dry eyeballs, operating around the clock without respite. After all, the undead would never tire, even if they wished to complain. They lacked mouths. Once he finished his inspection, Yang Yi prepared to fish. He had attempted to enlist the skeletal arms for this task, but their ineptitude in timing the strike rendered that endeavor futile. Fishing was a task he had to undertake himself. As the morning slipped by, he caught not a single fish, likely due to the influence of the extreme winter. It wasn't until the afternoon that he finally felt a tug on his line, and promptly set the hook. It seemed quite sizable. Yang Yi pulled with all his might, nearly being yanked into the ocean. Adjusting his strategy, he loosened the line to tire the creature, engaging in a prolonged struggle. After 20 minutes, he finally caught a glimpse of his elusive quarry. What was this? A large, grayish-white disc emerged, its surface adorned with translucent, jelly-like tentacles. With a mighty heave, he hoisted the approximately 1-meter-wide disc from the depths. Only then did he discern its true nature. It was, in fact, an enormous jellyfish, semi-transparent, with its underside facing up. As Yang Yi drew it closer, the jellyfish's head formed a large, disc-like structure, seemingly composed of a bony material that was exceptionally hard. Yang Yi prodded it with his spear several times, after which it lay completely still. Name: iron-crowned jellyfish. Description: a colossal jellyfish afflicted by abyssal corruption. Its head hardened. Being stung by its tentacles can cause pain for several days. Edible and non-toxic when heated. The jellyfish's head shell is sturdy, with high calcium and iron content, and can withstand high temperatures. It's even heat-resistant. Could this not serve as a pot? Yang Yi, who had been lamenting his lack of cookware, was astonished to have caught one straight from the seat. He lifted the iron-crowned jellyfish, directing the skeletal arms to make way, and positioned the jellyfish head down over the campfire. Soon, the jellyfish began to melt, transforming into a gooey puddle that bubbled and rolled. Yang Yi took a tentative sip, unable to discern any flavor, his tongue becoming numb and devoid of sensation. Had this jellyfish been raised on Sichuan peppercorns? Initially intending to discard it, he suddenly realized that this could serve as a substitute for pepper oil. Thus, he bottled the melted jellyfish, while the remaining iron-crowned cap proved perfect as a cooking pot. As evening approached, Yang Yi had caught nothing else and decided to forego fishing in favor of physical training. Suddenly, he noticed a change in the sea chart. In the upper right corner appeared an island. Though only a fragment was visible, its expanse was estimated to be considerable. Yang Yi grasped the crystal ball, scrutinizing it intently. Given that they were nearing the frigid waters of the extreme winter sea, how could they possibly stumble upon an island? After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to approach it, for ignoring the island would not be a prudent choice. He altered his course, steering towards the island. The nautical charts began to reveal the full visage of this landmass. Yang Yi misjudged its size. The island was not as vast as he had imagined, being elongated and spindle-shaped, slightly broader in the middle. The entire island spanned approximately 10 kilometers in length, with its widest point measuring about 2 kilometers, larger than the previous Spider Island. Yet not by a significant margin. There were no vessels from other players surrounding the island, indicating a lack of ambush. Yang Yi continued his approach. Before nightfall, the Nightmare Star anchored 2 nautical miles from the island. He retrieved his telescope to observe the land, only to emit a startled gasp. What? How can there be a ship on this island, blown in by the sea breeze? Wait a moment. Yang Yi felt a surge of anxiety that he spotted a pair of glimmering green eyes along the shoreline. However, due to the dim light, he could not discern precisely what it was, though it might be some form of beast. Consequently, he switched to his left eye, which possessed night vision capabilities that a checkered shirt. This individual is a player? Yang Yi was taken aback, but why was he crawling on the ground? Something felt amiss, and he prepared to summon Suna for a closer look at Suna. Come quickly to the bow of the ship. He sent a message. What is it? I have discovered an island. There is a player with a face full of fur crawling on the ground. I'm on my way. Suna rushed over, snatching the telescope from Yang Yi's hands for a closer inspection. Yang Yi, meanwhile, stared at the crystal ball, puzzled. If this mysterious creature was indeed a player, then where was his ship? Surely, he could not have swum here? Suna appeared thoroughly engrossed, taking a considerable time before lowering the telescope. His physique has undoubtedly undergone some transformation. A normal person's arms aren't that long. We must capture one for dissection to investigate. Tomorrow. It's too late today. Yang Yi maneuvered the Nightmare Star away as night fell. He retreated to the captain's quarters, reclining on his bed while pondering the peculiar being on the island. Unlike Suna, he was not intrigued by the creature's physical alterations. Rather, he was baffled as to why he could not locate its ship. After much contemplation, he arrived at 3 possible scenarios. First, the ship had been dismantled by other players. Second, the ship could be cloaked. Third, the ship vanished after the player's demise. Each of these possibilities held merit. Regarding the last scenario, Yang Yi surmised it might relate to the system's recovery mechanism. Upon a player's death, their ship might not persist indefinitely but would instead disappear after a certain period. System recovery? If it were a special vessel, it would be rendered unique, given that only one existed. Alternatively, after recovery, might these blueprints manifest in another form? Yang Yi could not ascertain, but perhaps answers would emerge in due course. Chapter 67. Landing on the island the following day, at the break of dawn. Yang Yi piloted the Nightmare Star closer, anchoring at the southern edge of the island. This was a spindle-shaped landmass, bulging in the center, with a maximum width of approximately 2 kilometers. A damaged, half-submerged colossal ship rests at the heart of the island, seemingly having been stranded there for an extended period. Its hull is cloaked in a considerable amount of vegetation. Had this vessel been intact, its length would likely exceed 100 meters, marking it as a gigantic ship. Yang Yi did not hasten to set foot on the island. Instead, he meticulously examined the crystal ball once more to ascertain that no other player's vessels were in the vicinity. Only then did he proceed with the next course of action, raising his gun above his head and firing a shot into the air. Bang! The gunshot echoed resoundingly. If fortune favored him, The sound would draw the island's peculiar inhabitants towards him. The previous night, he had observed these creatures wandering along the southern coast. 2 minutes later, the island stirred with activity as two hairy beings emerged. 1 was the man in a checkered shirt from the previous night, while the other was a woman, also adorned with hair, her long arms ending in dark, reflective fingertips. They scurried on all fours to the shoreline, lifting their furry faces to gaze upon the nightmare star. Naturally, Yang would not let their effort be in vain. That he maneuvered the nightmare star, adjusting its position, and aimed the thick, rusted cannon at them before unleashing two cannonballs the size of fists. Bang! The waterlogged cannon fired. The sound was not crisp, resembling the pop of a water balloon bursting in a distance of less than 100 meters. The two cannonballs struck true, their formidable destructive force cleaving the creatures in half, scattering parts across the sand and leaving two deep craters in their wake. "Why are you using cannon fire?" Suna expressed her discontent. In the blink of an eye, the two beings, once whole, had transformed before her into mere heaps of parts. This would undoubtedly complicate the dissection process. We are uncertain of their strength. Thus, it was prudent to test the cannon first. If the cannon cannot dispatch them, then it is best to avoid the island altogether. "Far too perilous," Yang replied. His words left Suna without a counterargument. "Rest assured, based on my gaming experience, if there is one, there will surely be a second. When that time comes, you can handle it yourself. I shall not interfere," Yang continued, then steered the ship, seeking a suitable location to anchor and disembark. These creatures posed little threat, far less formidable than the gluttonous ones. Should they have been gluttons, a single cannon shot might not suffice to eliminate them unless it struck their head directly. After waiting a while longer and confirming the absence of further disturbances on the island, he released the raft, preparing to venture ashore with Suna. "What is this?" Suna handed Yang a rudimentary handmade mask, quite simplistic, merely layers of fabric piled together with a bit of tinder interwoven. Although the makeshift mask offered minimal protection, it was better than none at all. These individuals might have contracted some disease, necessitating precautions. After donning her mask, she descended the ladder and skillfully leaped onto the raft, with Yang closely following. The two of them paddled, essentially using long planks of wood, the raft ashore with relative ease. Suna immediately dashed toward the corpse, while Yang remained vigilant of their surroundings, dragging the raft onto the beach. Once he confirmed their safety, he approached to inspect the body. Name: half-werewolf, Xie Donglei. Description: infected with the frenzied wolf disease, a human in the throes of transformation into a wolf. Attributes enhanced during the night. Half-werewolf, frenzied wolf disease. No wonder these beings moved on all fours. Their eyes glimmered green at night. Yang sighed. Then, as if discarding something filthy, he threw away the severed ear he had been holding and washed his hands in the sea. He had not anticipated that Suna's guess would be so accurate. It truly was a disease. He hoped this ailment was not airborne, otherwise it would be troublesome. Yang mused to himself. Meanwhile, Suna, wielding a witch's dagger, crouched before the half-corpse. She used the dagger to slice open the checkered shirt, examining the body. The injuries were severe. It had been cleaved in two, and the internal organs were strewn about. Suna observed the signs of damage on the man's clothing and the healed scars on his skin, deducing this man had been clawed by something before, and the wound had healed. Hence, this rabid wolf disease was likely transmitted through the wound. If that were the case, his claws or teeth might also harbor the pathogen. As Suna spoke, she began to collect the body, placing it into a treasure bag for further examination in the laboratory. Yang felt a sense of regret, for this body could not yield a gotcha prize. Perhaps it was too weak and had not fully transformed into a wolf. "Are you familiar with rabies?" Suna suddenly inquired. "It is a contagious disease that can be contracted through bites or scratches from animals, with a mortality rate reaching 100 once symptomatic," Yang casually replied. "Precisely. The incubation period for rabies varies, and it manifests rapidly. Patients experience extreme hydrophobia, heightened emotions, mental tension, and a propensity for aggression." Suna picked up a piece of skin tissue, scrutinizing it closely. "Did you notice? Even in death, their muscles remain tense, their body hairs elongated and erect, accompanied by profuse sweating." She then examined the half-werewolf's eyeball and teeth, as well as its distorted, elongated arms and claws. The pupils were constricted to pinprick sizes, the teeth sharpened, the arm bones elongated, and the phalanges pierced through to form claws. Suna recorded her observations while Yang sensed a hint of danger, his gaze fixed on the trees of the island. Noticing the leaves rustling, soon, 3 half-werewolves emerged from the forest, one of which was covered in gray bristles, its nose elongated, transitioning towards a wolfish visage. Their constantly twitching noses suggested they had been lured by the scent of blood. "Which one do you want?" Yang Yi asked nonchalantly, his flintlock rifle silently aimed. "The one with the most fur is mine," Su Na replied, drawing her longbow and knocking a tri-blade armor-piercing arrow. Agreed. The 3 half-werewolves charged forth. But before they could cover 2 meters, one of them had its head explode on the spot, falling lifelessly. The furriest half-werewolf was struck in the knee by an arrow, instantly losing its balance and collapsing to the ground. Shortly thereafter, an armor-piercing arrow found its mark in its throat, knocking it over. By the time the last half-werewolf ran 5 meters, it was the only one left standing. Yet, undaunted, it lunged towards Yang Yi and Su Na. Then, it saw Yang Yi lifting the eye patch from his left eye, and darkness enveloped its vision before it could comprehend anything further, for the sea serpent's fang had accurately pierced its eye socket. Yang Yi donned the eye patch again and fired a shot into the werewolf's eye socket, shattering its other eye to prevent it from feigning death. Only then did he withdraw the sea serpent's fang. Meanwhile, the furriest half-werewolf rose again. Despite the arrows lodged in its knee and throat, it astonishingly managed to stand. The wound was gushing with blood, for the penetrating arrow possessed a bleeding effect. The arrowhead contained a cavity, rendering the injury difficult to heal and resulting in a relentless flow of blood. Su Na furrowed her brow and took aim at his neck, releasing several more arrows. Had she not wished to preserve a complete brain, she would have aimed for his eyes long ago. Ultimately, the half-wolf's neck was adorned with several more arrows, blood pooling around him, rendering him unable to rise again. Drag this fur-laden werewolf a bit closer. "I will board the vessel and use the grappling hook to haul him aboard," Su Na commanded before turning and sprinting towards the wooden raft. Yang Yi approached the more fur-covered half-wolf and discovered that he was not yet entirely deceased, though his breaths were growing increasingly faint. Judging by the volume of blood lost, survival was impossible. Under Yang Yi's watchful gaze, the half-wolf ceased to breathe entirely. He then dragged the lifeless body and positioned it suitably on the shore. Gesturing unoke towards the nightmare star, the grappling hook soared through the air, precisely seizing the half-wolf's corpse. Chapter 68. The radiant goddess once aboard, Su Na had no intention of disembarking. She set about dissecting the almost werewolf carcass in the laboratory. Yang Yi remained on the shore, surveying the surrounding bodies and noting their thin garments, indicating that their arrival on the island coincided with mild temperatures, far removed from the frigid winter seas. It was likely that these individuals had perished days prior, succumbing to the madness of the werewolf disease. While wandering this isle, he rummaged through the half-wolf corpses and discovered some equipment and items. Name: survival knife. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: a sturdy and durable survival knife, easy to carry, favored by survival enthusiasts, capable of skinning, cutting meat, whittling, and hammering, with a non-slip handle and corrosion-resistant properties. Name: hand axe. Type: treasure. Quality: ordinary. Description: a well-balanced small axe, convenient to carry, specifically designed for throwing. Name: flare. Type: consumable. Quality: good. Description: a spherical device that emits a powerful light when struck against the ground, illuminating the surroundings and dispelling creatures that favor darkness. Name: quick healing bandage. Type: consumable. Quality: good. Description: a remarkable bandage that halts bleeding and accelerates healing in the applied area and its surroundings. Yang Yi gathered the items together, his brow furrowed in concern. These individuals were well-equipped, not only possessing secondary weapons, but also practical tools and restorative items. Moreover, this was not the entirety of their arsenal. They had undoubtedly utilized some of it, and it was likely that their primary weapons lay scattered somewhere on the island. However, the reason for Yang Yi's frown was not this, but rather the 2 bottles of transparent liquid among the gathered items. He was quite familiar with this liquid, having consumed it several times. Name: holy water. Type: consumable. Quality: fine. Description: blessed pure water, suitable for internal or external use, can also be utilized as a throwable item. When facing otherworldly demons, holy water is always in demand. It can cure various toxins and curses, accelerate wound healing, and slightly restore vitality. Could this holy water cure the werewolf disease? Yang Yi picked up a bottle. Simultaneously, a message flashed through his mind, one he had encountered in the first edition of the weekly publication At that time. Zhou Dai was recruiting teammates to strategize an assault on an island inhabited by werewolves. This island, he surmised, was indeed the one beneath his feet, for the coincidences were too numerous to dismiss. Had they been annihilated by the werewolves? Yang Yi pondered. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss if they had been attacked by werewolves. How could there be so many intact corpses? They would have long since been unrecognizable. Moreover, why hadn't the werewolves been drawn in by the scent of blood? Were they lurking at the other end of the island? Yang Yi cast his gaze towards the island's forest. Sensing a lurking danger within, he resolved to halt his exploration temporarily and attempt to utilize his scrying skill to ascertain the status of the ship. Radiant Goddess, Suna, pull me aboard. Yang Yi sent the message. Moments later, a claw seized him and drew him into the cabin of Nightstar. First, Yang Yi handed his survival knife to Suna. This small blade was of a higher grade than his witch's dagger and should prove sharper. Subsequently, he ascended to the deck, retrieving a crystal ball to activate his scrying skill. However, before invoking the skill, he sent several messages to Zhou Dai to confirm her well-being. The ability to send messages indicated she was alive and had not been marked as deceased. She was still among the living. The messages were sent successfully. Yang Yi recalled an incident from a few days prior involving a sweater sailed AT that time. He had reached out to Zhou Dai, but she had not replied that it was highly probable that she had encountered trouble even then. Searching, Radiant Goddess. The crystal ball swiftly displayed coordinates and imagery. Yang Yi cross-referenced the coordinates with a maritime map, confirming they pointed to this very island. Yet the imagery revealed no ship, merely depicting the coastal waters of the island. Had the ship sunk? He noted the coordinates and then steered Nightstar towards that location. The distance was not great, situated on the right side of the spindle-shaped island. Upon arriving near the coordinates, Yang Yi stood on the deck, scanning the surroundings, yet saw no sign of the ship, and the sea appeared normal. However, the scrying skill indicated that the coordinates of Radiant Goddess were indeed here. An idea struck him. He removed his eye patch and attempted to look through his third eye. At last, a vessel nearly 40 meters in length came into view, a three-masted sailboat adorned with exquisite carvings along its edge, with a majestic statue of a goddess at the bow and a layer of translucent gauze cascaded from above the mast, enveloping the entire ship. Observing the vessel, Yang Yi noted the presence of a sizable chapel within, located in the ship's midsection. Through the windows, he could discern intricate decorations and a statue of a goddess devoid of arms, exuding a solemn and sacred aura. Gazing at it for a prolonged period instilled a sense of tranquility, as if one had found redemption. Quickly, Yang Yi averted his gaze, for he held no fascination for such deities. He stroked his chin, pondering. An invisible ship or an invisibility artifact. Were it not for the third eye, he would have been utterly blind to this ship, even if it were placed directly before him. The scrying skill of the astrologer could only reveal the ship's coordinates. He fetched a wooden plank, attempting to board, but failed, thwarted by a layer of translucent force field. This indicated that Zhou Dai was indeed alive, most likely somewhere on this island. He swept his third eye around once more, discovering no second invisible vessel. What to do now? Yang Yi felt a twinge of frustration. Bound by the rules, he could not plunder this unmanned ship, nor could he even consider sinking Radiant Goddess. It appeared the system was intent on concentrating the conflict around the captain. Only by slaying the captain can one seize the fruits of victory. He pondered for a moment and resolved to initially disregard this vessel. He held little animosity toward Zhou Dai, nor did he possess any profound sense of loyalty. The notion of risking one's life to rescue someone was utterly inconceivable to him. His curiosity merely piqued. What secrets did this island harbor that warranted her recruitment of so many individuals for its conquest? Yang Yi cast his gaze towards the island. The location was in close proximity to the grand ship anchored there. Yang Yi had reason to believe they had come for this magnificent vessel. Unfortunately, the dense thicket obstructed his view, and even with the aid of his third eye, he could only ascertain that this ship was ancient, older than Yang Yi himself. Yet, what lay within its confines remained a mystery. One thing was certain. When this ship was intact, it was of considerable size. Should he venture forth? Yang Yi hesitated. From a risk-averse perspective, he ought to retreat, to seize the moment and withdraw. However, one cannot traverse these vast seas by merely evading danger. Should he abandon this island, he might have to forfeit the next one as well. After a few such concessions, Yang Yi's maritime career would effectively be over. He might as well seek refuge within an organization for protection. Having come to this realization, Yang Yi made his decision. Henceforth, when encountering islands, unless faced with insurmountable peril, he should not abandon exploration. Even if this island harbored werewolves, Yang Yi felt no trepidation. After all, he was no longer the same man, empowered by the third eye. He was confident he could dispatch a werewolf with a single shot. Moreover, he still possessed the fangs of a sea serpent. Resolute in his intention to set foot on the island, Yang Yi maneuvered the Nightmare Star back to the spot where he had first landed. The shoreline remained tranquil, with a few corpses strewn about, and no new half-werewolves in sight. Yang Yi surmised that the congregation of these half-werewolves in this location was undoubtedly purposeful as for the ship on the island. It likely resembled a spider's lair and warranted cautious exploration. That it would be prudent to ascertain what had transpired with these players before embarking on further explorations. Chapter 69. The Werewolf Den Suna. Have you made any new discoveries? Yang Yi inquired from the threshold of the witch's laboratory, refraining from stepping inside. Since the advent of fire, the laboratory had undergone some changes. It was now illuminated by flames. Additionally, there was a large black cauldron nestled in the corner, reminiscent of the stereotypical giant pot one might envision in a witch's abode, large enough for an adult to bathe within. Inside, a perplexing liquid simmered, bubbling with vigor, while unidentified substances occasionally churned within. Upon hearing the commotion, Suna glanced at Yang Yi and then returned her focus to her dissection. Donning a mask and plastic gloves, she was examining what appeared to be the stomach and digestive tract of a half-werewolf. She was currently scrutinizing its contents. After a few moments, Suna finally responded. The skeletal structure of this half-werewolf exhibits numerous deformities, making it more adept at running, yet there is a tendency for its brain to regress. I did not inquire about that, Yang Yi interjected, cutting off Suna's lengthy exposition. What I wish to know is whether you can concoct a poison, perhaps something akin to a death wolf elixir, capable of exterminating the werewolves on this island in one fell swoop. Suna paused her work, casting Yang Yi an exasperated look as she replied, No, the cellular activity of these half-werewolves is remarkably high, and their metabolism is swift that in their complete form. They could be even more formidable. Toxins would be ineffective. Yang Yi grimaced. It appeared that poison was not a viable option, having failed to obtain what he desired. He prepared to turn away, yet at that moment, Suna spoke up again, cautioning him. You would do well to avoid being scratched or bitten by a werewolf, should you contract the rabid wolf disease. I cannot guarantee that I will be able to restore you. Fear not. I am fully aware of my limits. Yang Yi waved his hand dismissively and returned to the deck, stepping into the captain's quarters. Upon emerging, he had changed into a different attire, donning a sweater, thermal pants, webbed gloves, and plush boots. His choice of clothing was not born from a fear of the cold, but rather a precaution against potential scratches. A thicker layer would provide a degree of protection. Moreover, Yang Yi had no intention of engaging in close combat with these half-wolves. It was entirely unnecessary. Subsequently, he meticulously checked the items he intended to bring, which included weapons, potions, drinking water, and provisions. Among the potions were crimson elixirs, 2 vials of regeneration potions, and an unidentified orange potion. Once adequately prepared, and having confirmed that everything was in order, he lowered the wooden raft and set foot once more on the island. The coastline remained unchanged, save for the arrival of several black seabirds, scavenging upon the corpses, larger than crows. To Yang Yi's surprise, they did not flee upon noticing his approach. Instead, they opened their beaks and emitted a harsh, guttural sound. Bang! The gunfire erupted, feathers scattering like confetti. One seabird was instantly reduced to a pulp, sending the others into a frenzied escape. The coast returned to its tranquil state. Yang Yi approached and picked up a feather. Name: Sea Crow. Description: a scavenging seabird resembling a crow, equipped with sharp teeth, often appearing during low tide to feast on the remains of dead fish, edible, with a taste reminiscent of putrid flesh. Upon reading the information, Yang Yi promptly dismissed the notion of roasting the seabird, for he had no desire to engage in such unsavory culinary endeavors aboard his vessel, departing from the coastline. He ventured towards the forest, ascending and exploring further. He discovered a multitude of chaotic footprints on the ground, undoubtedly left by the pack of half-wolves. Numerous claw marks marred the nearby trees, indicating their frequent comings and goings in this vicinity. As Yang Yi delved deeper, he stumbled upon remnants of shells and scales scattered across the ground, likely from fish and marine mollusks that appeared they had come to the coast in search of sustenance. Following the trail of food remnants, he soon caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. It was the scent of beasts, a foul amalgamation of excrement, decay, and body odor. Indescribably repugnant, he followed the source of the stench and, as anticipated, uncovered the den of the half-wolves. That a large heap of soft branches had been gathered, laid upon the ground, adorned with numerous tattered fragments of clothing, suggesting they served as bedding. Scattered across the ground were a multitude of thoroughly gnawed white human bones. Devoid of any traces of flesh, Yang Yi casually picked one up, acquiring information. Bone, Zhongfan. He collected several more, discovering some belonged to the same player while others were from different individuals. In the end, Yang Yi concluded that 8 players had met their demise, having been devoured by this pack of half-wolves. He snapped a photograph and sent it to Suna. Suna, I have located the den of the half-wolves, where a significant number of human bones remain, indicating that at least 8 individuals have perished. Before long, a response arrived from Suna. These half-wolves possess a formidable digestive capability and are not discerning eaters. I discovered putrid flesh and fragments of bone within their stomach. This suggests they are scavengers with a robust digestive system. The bones on the ground are likely too hard for them to chew, which is why they remained. As they fully transform into wolves, their biting force will further intensify, at which point, not a single bone will remain for you. Scavengers? After reading the information, Yang Yi picked up a large thigh bone, marked with numerous bite impressions. This indicated that a half-wolf had bitten it, yet failed to shatter it. He even speculated that these bones were kept by the half-wolves for the purpose of dental grinding. However, this could not have been a bite. He then picked up a segment of a cervical vertebra, its cross-section smooth, as if severed by a sharp blade or sword. In Yang Yi's memory, the creatures most prone to wielding sharp instruments were humans. So, was it a case of infighting? Or perhaps there are other unique beings on the island? Yang Yi furrowed his brow in confusion. Just as he was about to depart, a glimmer caught his attention. The reflection emanated from beneath a soft branch. Yang Yi picked up a thigh bone to clear the branches. What unfolded before his eyes was a trove of weapons and gear, including armor, long swords, shields, battle axes, and even flails, crossbows, and bows. That seemed to have been collected by this pack of werewolves. They may have forgotten how to use these items, yet subconsciously retain the knowledge of their significance, thus concealing them beneath the branches. Name: steel plate armor, damaged. Type: treasure. Quality: ordinary. Description: a sturdy full-body plate armor. While providing robust protection, it impacts mobility and visibility, increasing energy consumption. However, it has severely deformed, rendering it unwearable. P.S. Armor with over 30 damage will be marked as damaged. Those below will recover after 24 hours. Name: chainmail. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: a chainmail composed of small iron rings, designed to protect the upper body and legs, light and agile, effectively resisting cutting and piercing attacks. Name: fine steel longsword. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: a robust and sharp longsword, a staple for knights. Name: iron shield, damaged. Type: treasure. Quality: ordinary. Description: a wooden shield covered with a layer of iron, but severely damaged, significantly reducing its protective capabilities. Name: long-handled axe. Type: treasure. Quality: good. Description: a sturdy and durable long-handled axe, effective for felling trees and self-defense. Name: spiked flail. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: a flail adorned with spikes, the hammerhead weighing 10 pounds, capable of easily crushing skulls. Name: hunter's bow, degraded. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: a hunter's bow infused with the power of the wind, enhanced by the breeze for greater range and penetration, making arrows prone to causing severe bleeding and tearing. Name: rough crossbow. Type: treasure. Quality: good. Description: a small crossbow that is easy to handle, capable of firing small arrows, with a capacity to load 10 arrows at once. While other weapons are singular, the crossbow appears in a set of 7, suggesting a wholesale procurement. This group is well equipped, possessing both armor and weaponry. This hunting bow is perfectly suited for Suna. Yang Yi relayed the bow's details to Suna, and then picked up the ironwood shield from the ground. It bore clear claw marks, having not only torn through the iron, but nearly penetrated the wooden shield as well. How formidable is a fully formed werewolf? Yang Yi pondered, his brow furrowed. He donned the chainmail beneath his clothing and gradually stowed the various pieces of equipment into his storage pouch. Considering it an unexpected boon, with a swift motion, Yang Yi tested the crossbow. It was operational, and arrows remained within. He opened the quiver to inspect it, discovering it could accommodate 10 arrows, all specially crafted, shorter in length and lesser in power. Its mechanism resembled that of a bolt-action rifle, requiring a press on the quiver for each shot. Although it could not compare to firearms, it was undoubtedly simpler than a bow, with a respectable firing rate. After securing his belongings, Yang Yi departed from the den of wolves. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, there must have been a fierce battle on the island, surely leaving signs of conflict. There, he anticipated uncovering further clues. Chapter 70. The Sacred Box. 2 hours later, Yang Yi approached the center of the spindle-shaped island. He was still about a kilometer away from the wreckage of the colossal ship. Here, he discovered an abundance of combat remnants. The ground was scattered with overturned soil, flattened grasses, and even several broken trees. Though these trees were no thicker than a wrist, breaking them was no trivial feat. Additionally, he found several damaged weapons strewn about, all lacking any recuperative value, including 2 shattered swords, a shield with gaping holes, and a broken sickle in a nearby clearing. A considerable number of damaged arrows lay piled, evidently collected after the battle. Had someone scoured the battlefield? Yang Yi frowned. To him, only players would engage in such a task, and only after vanquishing the werewolves would they have the opportunity to do so. The 3 pits on the perimeter further substantiated this theory. These pits were approximately half a meter deep, just large enough to entomb a person. It appeared that they had been buried, only to be unearthed by some entity, absconding with the corpses. Yang Yi scrutinized the traces, noting they seemed to have been dug out by hands or claws. Thus, the perpetrators were undoubtedly half werewolves. They possessed acute senses and a penchant for carrion, ensuring that no shallowly buried corpse would escape their notice. Upon examining the remnants of the battlefield, Yang Yi concluded that this group of players had indeed triumphed over the werewolves. Subsequently, they must have tidied the field and buried their fallen comrades. However, what of the werewolf corpses? Surely they did not share Suna's inclination to transport bodies away. Yang Yi mused, re-examining the battlefield once more. Although the corpse of the werewolf was not discovered, a robust and powerful finger was found, covered in gray bristles and featuring sharp, black claws that emitted a metallic sheen. Name: Claw of the Gray Werewolf. Description: a claw left behind by a patient fully transformed due to the rabid wolf disease. Upon reading this information, Yang Yi was rendered speechless. The display contained only details about the claw, not the individual werewolf itself. This indicated that the gray werewolf must still be alive, having left behind a finger, which led to such information being presented. Yang Yi placed the decaying finger into his pouch. Feeling that the situation had become increasingly enigmatic, that he gazed toward the distant colossal ship, which presumably held more intelligence and clues. Nevertheless, Yang Yi felt that this group of players had triumphed, at least managing to repel the werewolf. He glanced at the time. There were still 6 hours until nightfall, allowing for ample opportunity. With his energy at 88 and other metrics nearly full, he could continue his exploration. Thus, he set off toward the massive vessel. From this point onward, Yang Yi needed to remain fully alert, ready to confront potential enemies, and prepared to utilize his 3-eyed vision, potions, and even spells. After traversing a bit further, he was now merely 500 meters from the giant ship. Here, the trees could no longer conceal the ship's imposing presence. The vessel was only half intact, its hull mottled and cloaked in moss, vines, and various vegetation. The edges were adorned with rusted metallic patterns, exuding an ancient and distant aura. Nearby, an overturned cannon, towering as high as a person, lay covered in dust and even sprouting weeds. Rendered unusable, Yang Yi stood still, employing his 3-eyed vision to scan the ship. However, he could not penetrate its interior, leaving him uncertain about what lay within. One thing was clear: this ship had remained here for an extended period, at least several decades, if not centuries. Suddenly, within the scope of his 3-eyed vision, he detected a peculiar area, a section of felled trees. Yet, it was unusual to commence logging in the heart of the island. Moreover, the timber had not been removed. Yang Yi approached cautiously. He noted that the cut surfaces of these trees were smooth and cleanly severed, indicating that the cutting tool must have been exceedingly sharp. Additionally, a metallic scent permeated the air. Yang Yi recognized this odor. It was reminiscent of the stench that lingered in the spider's lair, the site where human bodies were dismembered, akin to the remnants of a slaughterhouse. Such a smell could only arise from a significant amount of spilled blood, suggesting that a massacre had likely occurred here not long ago. Saturating the ground with blood, Yang Yi surveyed the surroundings, but found no corpses. Only traces of dragging. This indicated that the bodies had been removed by some creature. Judging by the direction of the drag marks, it was highly probable that half-werewolves were involved, as they seemed to have a penchant for consuming corpses. However, one particular mark stood out. It was a dark brown shoe print, stained with blood, leading toward the giant ship. Yang Yi approached and compared it with his own foot. His foot was not large, resembling that of a sneaker, suggesting it likely belonged to a female. Yang Yi speculated further. Upon closer examination of the marks, he discerned additional details that it appeared that only 5 bodies had been dragged away, aligning with the bones discovered in the half-werewolf camp. These half-werewolves were likely survivors of this brutal slaughter. That it is a remarkable coincidence that they all contracted the wolf fever, swiftly succumbing to its effects, only to return to drag away the corpses. Could it be that the creature responsible for this massacre can discern who has been afflicted by the wolf fever and intentionally allowed them to escape? Yang Yi speculated. After scouring the vicinity, Yang Yi found no additional traces, save for a finely crafted wooden box that had fallen to the ground, its lid lying askew. Name: Holy Box. Description: a blessed wooden box, the contents of which are known only to the Holy Army responsible for it. Remarkably sturdy and nearly impossible to open from within. No classification or type? Yang Yi was somewhat taken aback as he picked it up and examined it closely. The box was entirely white, adorned with intricate golden metallic patterns resembling thorns, exuding an aesthetic elegance. Both the interior and exterior of the lid were decorated with the image of a robed man. This figure possessed striking features, an expression of sorrow etched upon his face, with his eyes obscured by a cloth from which tears streamed forth, creating 2 trails of sorrow. His right hand extended from the robe, grasping a set of scales, while his left hand was concealed within the folds of his garment. Yang Yi did not recognize this individual, yet he could ascertain that this being was not human. Despite the close resemblance, the left arm hidden beneath the robe appeared unusually large, causing the fabric to bulge. Of course, he could also be a distorted being. What did it matter? Yang Yi chose to disregard the construction of the box, and instead turned his attention to its interior. Inside was a cubic space, perfectly symmetrical in length, width, and height, measuring approximately 25 centimeters, insufficient to contain anything of significant size. By a strange twist of fate, Yang Yi leaned in and inhaled, catching a whiff of a fragrant aroma. It was the scent of some high-end perfume, indicating that the box had not been empty prior, but contained some object. Furthermore, all signs suggested that this holy box was anything but ordinary. What lay within was likely some form of living creature. A group of players who had ventured to the island had discovered the holy box, and one among them, unable to quell their curiosity, had opened it, releasing whatever resided inside, thereby precipitating the massacre. This was Yang Yi's conjecture. He attempted to place the holy box into his greedy pouch, but to his surprise, the pouch promptly expelled the box. Yang Yi tried 3 times in succession, yet each time the pouch rejected it. On the 4th attempt, even when offered food, it remained obstinately closed. How peculiar is this pouch, fussy about its contents? Yang Yi pondered in confusion, ultimately cradling the box in his arms as he made his way toward the colossal ship. The situation had become increasingly clear. The remaining clues should be found aboard the vessel. Chapter 71. Setting fire. Yang Yi followed the bloodied footprints, ultimately arriving before the immense ship. The footprints vanished approximately 2 meters from the vessel. Directly ahead lay not a gaping open hatch or deck, but rather the slanted bottom of the ship. Had they ascended by some means? Yang Yi speculated. He stepped back a few paces, removed his eye patch, and attempted to peer inside the ship's hull with his 3-eyed vision, as there was a particular window that stood out, free from the entanglement of weeds and vines, seemingly having been deliberately cleared away. At that moment, Yang Yi caught a glimpse of a shadow darting swiftly towards him in his left peripheral vision. The shadow moved with remarkable stealth, treading silently upon the grass. By the time a potential prey heard the sound, it would be far too late to evade. However, Yang Yi was different. He captured the shadow with his 3-eyed sight. Without hesitation, he pivoted, took aim, and pulled the trigger of his flintlock pistol. Click! The weapon misfired. Yet, Yang Yi did not hesitate. He instantly hurled a hand axe. This was a throwing weapon he had previously picked up. Though of inferior quality, it was convenient to carry and quite effective. the flying axe struck true, colliding with the shadow's knee and producing a crisp sound. However, the damage it inflicted was minimal, as the axe was deflected by the creature's spiny fur and failed to penetrate. Moreover, the shadow did not pause for even a moment. Advancing towards Yang Yi with accelerated speed, its appearance was utterly tragic, covered in scars, riddled with arrows, and bearing numerous gaping wounds that revealed exposed flesh. Even a broken spear protruded from its back. The dark gray fur was unmistakable. It was undoubtedly the missing werewolf. The reason it could still move despite such grievous injuries was not due to an exceptional vitality, but rather because its body no longer required life itself. The wounds had rotted and become infested with maggots, emitting a pungent stench of decay. This was likely a mobile corpse. Discovery of an anomalous creature. Sanity decreases by 5. In an instant, Yang Yi reacted. Upon realizing the ineffectiveness of the hand axe, he switched to the sea serpent's fang and an ironwood shield. Faced with such a swift and formidable monstrosity, fleeing was not an option for Yang Yi. Instead, he prepared to confront it head-on, activating the sea serpent's fang skill, flame eruption. He refrained from employing the musket's cannon mode, as he wished to preserve it for a potential second creature. Calculating the distance, Yang Yi unleashed the skill, releasing a fan-shaped torrent of fire from the short sword. This blaze, akin to a Molotov cocktail, ignited everything within a 3-meter radius, approximately 110 degrees in front of him, including the werewolf. Although its spiny fur provided some defense against sharp weapons, it was intolerant of high temperatures and was quickly engulfed in flames, transforming it into a fireball. Yet, it felt no pain and feared not the flames. It lashed out with a claw, which Yang Yi hastily blocked with the ironwood shield. Crack! Wood splintered everywhere as the shield could no longer withstand the force, shattering completely. Yang Yi was hurled backward, colliding with the ship's hull, his left arm numb and devoid of sensation. The fabric of his sleeve was torn, revealing the chainmail beneath. Had he not been wearing this armor, he would have suffered grievous wounds. Not far away, the werewolf had become a blazing inferno. Though it was unafraid of fire, the flames inflicted real damage, charring its flesh and filling the air with a foul odor. Seizing the moment, Yang Yi switched to the musket and fired a second shot. This shot accurately struck the werewolf's knee. Without the protection of its fur, the knee shattered upon impact, causing it to stumble and fall to the ground. Yang Yi, not pausing, threw the sea serpent's fang, piercing the werewolf's left eye and embedding the blade's hilt. The intense heat traveled up the blade, swiftly incinerating the werewolf's brain, rendering its body rigid and motionless. Yang Yi did not revel in his victory. Instead, he remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings with a watchful eye before retreating into a thicket. After several tense seconds, confirming that all was quiet near the colossal ship, he donned a masked by this time. The werewolf had begun to char, its body transitioning toward carbon, releasing plumes of thick black smoke. The earlier flame eruption had ignited a substantial area of nearby vegetation. Fortunately, there were no trees surrounding the massive vessel, and the moist earth prevented the fire from spreading. Otherwise, the entire island would have been ablaze. Leaving Yang Yi no choice but to flee, he approached the charred werewolf. Wielding a long-handled axe he had retrieved from his satchel and struck at the creature's head. Clang! The first blow resonated with the sound of metal striking metal, failing to sever the werewolf's neck. This indicated just how formidable the creature's bones were. He withdrew the axe and swung it 3 more times before finally decapitating the blackened wolf's head, after extinguishing the flames with dirt to adequately cool it down. Yang Yi reclaimed his prized short sword and discovered a silver bullet lodged within the werewolf's jaws, caught between its lower teeth. White rose. The sight of the silver bullet instantly reminded Yang Yi of a white revolver he had once encountered. Described as capable of firing silver bullets, with properties that hindered regeneration and vanquished evil. Yang Yi also gleaned information about the werewolf. Name: Gray Werewolf, reanimated. Description: a gray werewolf corpse, awakened by necromancy. Regaining mobility, its surface covered in hard, dark gray fur, attacking all living beings except the caster, can be deposited into a monster gacha machine. Reanimation at the caster. Yang Yi noted the keywords. This suggested that some entity had employed necromancy to revive the gray werewolf's corpse. Another enemy must undoubtedly exist. Yang Yi stowed the charred, still warm, menacing wolf's head into his satchel, preparing to take it back for gacha purposes. Since it was already burnt, it seemed devoid of any value for dissection, and he had no intention of divulging this to Su Na. to avoid her scolding him for not preserving the entire corpse. As for the werewolf's body, it had nearly been reduced to ashes. Yang Yi did not rush into the colossal ship, but instead concealed himself nearby, consuming a vial of holy water to restore his condition. Only when the flames had diminished did he emerge once more. Remarkably, there had been no activity from the giant ship during this interval. This indicated that the enemy was likely not aboard the vessel. Glancing at the time, he noted that there were still 4 hours until dusk. Ample time at his disposal. 2 hours for exploration and 2 hours for the return journey would suffice. Moreover, he felt relatively well. After drinking the holy water, his energy had partially replenished, and his vitality was above 85. Aside from the loss of the sea serpent's tooth skill, he had scarcely expended any resources. With resolve firmed, Yang Yi approached the massive ship. Utilizing his webbed gloves to scale its side, he intended to select a suitable entry point, such as the deliberately cleared window. Minutes later, he arrived beside the window, casually tossing in a long-legged sardine to ascertain if anything stirred before cautiously peering inside. Something was amiss. This vessel had clearly suffered a shipwreck, ultimately stranding it here. Thus, its interior should logically be in disarray. Yet, this room contained neatly arranged tables and chairs, as well as shelves, albeit relocated, for the original floor had transformed into a wall. However, a thick layer of dust remained. This suggested that when the ship had washed ashore on the deserted island, there had likely been survivors aboard. He refrained from recklessly leaping inside, opting instead to observe with his left eye. The interior of the ship was dim, requiring third-eye vision to discern details. That he soon spotted a row of peculiar objects. It was a series of glass jars, which he recognized well from Suna's laboratory, containing a lineup of human heads, no more, no less than 5, displayed on a shelf that had evidently been tidied up. Chapter 72. The malevolent which Yang Yi's gaze traversed the 5 severed heads, discerning a commonality among them. The necks bore impeccably clean incisions, as if sliced by a razor-sharp instrument. After a few moments of contemplation, he swiftly recalled the remains he had encountered within the half-wolf encampment. At that time, he had discovered a plethora of human bones, yet the number of skulls was surprisingly scant. Initially, he had surmised that this pack of half-wolves had misplaced the skulls, but it now appeared evident that these corpses were devoid of heads altogether. It seemed that some entity had deliberately collected them. Employing his third eye to scan every nook of the room, he detected no immediate threats, only a scattering of erratic footprints, likely left not long ago. This indicated that players had indeed ventured aboard this colossal vessel, and the holy box was most likely concealed within its confines. Utilizing his webbed gloves, Yang Yi stealthily ascended into the chamber, causing minimal disturbance. Upon landing, he immediately adopted a defensive stance, his left hand gripping a firearm, while his right wielded the tooth of the sea serpent, his body coiled with tension, prepared for any potential ambush. However, his concerns proved unwarranted. The room remained eerily silent, devoid of even the slightest insect. He promptly commenced his exploration, acutely aware that the duration of his third eye was limited. Thus, he aimed to ascertain the layout of the ship within 8 minutes. Name: head jar. Description: human heads preserved through some arcane technique, capable of long-term storage, particularly the brain, which remains suspended in the moment of preservation. A brain in a jar? A chill coursed through Yang Yi. Apart from the head jars, there were no other suspicious items within the room. Without lingering, he swiftly proceeded to investigate the adjacent chamber. Due to the angle of inclination, entry into the room was not feasible in a conventional manner. He could only access it by climbing. Confirming that the adjacent room posed no danger, Yang Yi crawled inside. This chamber differed from the previous one. The floor was strewn with shards of glass and stains, remnants that persisted even after the passage of time. But he surveyed the area, ascertaining that the glass fragments were remnants of shattered vessels and tools. Among them, several glass jars remained relatively intact, containing unidentified substances. However, the liquid within had become murky, likely due to prolonged exposure. Yang Yi endeavored to examine a few. Name: melting decayed human heart. Description: contaminated due to prolonged storage. This heart holds no value. Name: melting decayed human eyeball. Description: contaminated due to prolonged storage. This eyeball holds no value. Name: melting decayed human brain. Description: contaminated due to prolonged storage. This brain holds no value. Name: decayed human right foot. Description: contaminated due to prolonged storage. this right foot has begun to rot. The jars were filled with human organs. The more he observed, the more familiar they seemed. Reminiscent of the array he had encountered in the witch's laboratory, albeit those had contained the organs of aberrant creatures. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Was there a witch aboard this ship, and did she possess a particular penchant for anatomical research? Furrowing his brow, he refrained from lingering any longer, acutely aware of the constraints of time that he crawled out of the room and ventured deeper into the ship's interior. Although it was merely a fragment of the hull, its spaciousness surpassed even that of the Nightmare Star. Below, there were 3 adjacent rooms. The central chamber featured a larger door, flanked by smaller rooms on either side. Yang Yi descended along the ship's cabin floor. Halfway down, he stumbled upon a fixed white platform. Despite the passage of time, the platform exhibited no signs of fading or decay, merely cloaked in a thick layer of dust. As Yang Yi reached out to touch it, he noted the material bore a striking resemblance to that of the Holy Ark, suggesting that the Holy Ark may have once been placed here. He continued his descent until he reached the bottom chamber. First entering the largest room, this space felt somewhat damp, lined with 2 rows of weapon racks. Strewn across the floor were numerous suits of armor and weapons, all severely corroded. These armaments appeared to be part of a set. Each suit of armor adorned with a radiating spherical pattern at its center, resembling a luminous orb. Name: Holy Knight Armor. Damaged. Description: the standard armor used by the Radiant Holy Knights. Capable of emitting a faint glow in darkness. This piece has suffered from prolonged neglect, resulting in corrosion and damage, rendering it of no salvageable value. Name: Holy Knight Sword. Damaged. Description: the standard longsword wielded by the Radiant Holy Knights. Capable of emitting a faint glow in darkness. This piece has suffered from prolonged neglect, resulting in corrosion and damage, rendering it of no salvageable value. Name: Holy Knight Shield. Damaged. Description: the standard shield employed by the Radiant Holy Knights. Capable of emitting a faint glow in darkness. This piece has suffered from prolonged neglect, resulting in corrosion and damage, rendering it of no salvageable value. Yang Yi glanced around briefly, noting the complete lack of salvageable items. Before exiting this chamber and proceeding to the adjacent one, this room was markedly different. It contained a bed and furniture, suggesting someone had once inhabited this space. The thick layer of dust coated the floor, and the furniture had decayed, indicating that this individual had not returned for quite some time. The only relatively fresh footprints belonged to players, among which was a trail stained with blood, halting before the bed. As if someone had lain there for a while, Yang Yi meticulously examined the bed, and then discovered a severely damaged parchment beneath it. The writing was largely illegible, rendered in a peculiar script that Yang Yi did not recognize. Discover Universal Tongue, 500 conch coins required to learn. A notification promptly appeared. Without hesitation, Yang Yi spent the currency to acquire the language, enabling him to comprehend the text, grateful for the radiant guidance. A few days prior, we received reports of a massacre occurring in a deranged one-eyed man slaughtered his adulterous wife and her lover, along with all those around them. His strength was astonishingly great. With his left eye consuming nearly half of his face, we purified him with holy fire. Subsequently, we followed the leads and located a lurking witch. To capture her, we sacrificed 1 knight and 2 knightly attendants. They were valiant souls, and we buried them. Only this hideous, evil, and fearsome witch remains. We are to escort her back to the holy capital, where she shall comprehend the depth of her sins, yet the divine shall not grant her forgiveness. The middle of the text is marred by numerous stains, rendering it indecipherable. Alas, we encountered a sea whirlwind, which pursued our vessel relentlessly. Cursed be it. This is undoubtedly a hex summoned by the witch. The ship was torn asunder, plummeting from the heights, resulting in the deaths of the majority. We buried them, wishing that in their afterlife, they might return to the embrace of the radiant goddess. Damn it. That which harbors a vile vessel of disease. Some among us began to suffer from fevers, hair sprouting upon their faces. Holy water could not cure this malevolent affliction. They descended into madness, tearing at everything before them. Sir Will and I slew these frenzied souls, leaving only the 2 of us, that accursed which ought to be bound to the pyre. Before all the holy citizens, let her soul be redeemed with the most stringent sacred implements. And let the divine flames purify her spirit and flesh. 7 days have elapsed, and this island is too desolate. It is impossible for Will and I alone to repair the vessel. Sir Will has resolved to set sail in a spare boat to seek rescue. To which I wholeheartedly consent, for the radiance shall guide him. He will surely accomplish his task. My duty is to guard the sacred box, ensuring that the malevolent entities within cannot escape. I have all the time in the world. Hair has begun to sprout upon my face, my teeth have sharpened, and I even find myself yearning to excavate the corpses of my compatriots to feast upon. Perhaps I have already begun to do so. My waking moments grow shorter, yet I shall not forget my mission, that I will ensure that this ship remains undisturbed, that the sacred box within remains unopened. The holy order of knights shall undoubtedly arrive. And when they do, I shall find eternal slumber, eternal radiance, eternal order. The handwriting becomes increasingly erratic, reflecting the deteriorating mental state of the writer. Upon reading this, Yang Yi furrowed his brow into a deep furrow. He judged incorrectly. This vessel did not belong to the witch, but rather to the holy order of knights. Their duty should be to vanquish heresy. They merely encountered misfortune whilst escorting the witch home. However, the sacred box, can it contain a living person? Yang Yi deemed it improbable. Such an item is cumbersome to transport. He had not brought it, instead leaving it in a thicket outside the grand ship. At that moment, a feminine voice emanated from behind Yang Yi. Just stepping out for a meal, he had not anticipated a thief would infiltrate, even slaying my watchdog. Yang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Although his back was turned, he could see quite clearly. Half a head peeked around the doorframe behind him, presumably that of a woman, her eyes tightly shut. Without turning, he aimed and pulled the trigger of his flintlock. Chapter 73. Intrusion. The shot did not misfire. The bullet struck the doorframe with precision, splintering it and sending debris flying. To shoot so accurately while facing away. Could it be that your eyes are situated on the back of your head? A voice of confusion came from above Yang Yi. That last shot had gone astray. It seemed the creature could anticipate his aim and deftly evade. Thus, in the moment before he pulled the trigger, she had darted in, swiftly scuttling across the wooden beams above. The fire outside was also your doing, wasn't it? Quite impressive, the unidentified creature above commended, brazenly confident. Yang Yi felt a chill run down his spine, and a layer of goosebumps erupted on his skin that he had just witnessed a head crawling above him. Indeed, it was merely a head. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to belong to an exquisite woman, with finely chiseled features and cascading curls of lustrous hair. Although her eyes remained shut, she possessed the uncanny ability to perceive her surroundings even in the darkness, the principle of which remained a mystery. Moreover, her speed of movement was astonishing. She was propelled forward by slender, elongated appendages extending from the base of her neck, rapidly scuttling along. The tips of these appendages were blade-like scythes, and Yang Yi had no doubt as to their sharpness, as 5 players had already tested them against their own heads. Upon encountering an aberrant creature, your sanity decreases by 10. A flash of cold light streaked through the air as the scythe aimed for the nape of Yang Yi's neck with alarming swiftness. For an ordinary person, evasion would have been utterly impossible, as their eyes would be unable to keep up, rendering the attack invisible. However, Yang Yi was no ordinary individual. At the last moment, he spun around and narrowly deflected the strike with the blade of his sea serpent's tooth. The clash of metal rang out, sparking a shower of fire. The weapon nearly slipped from his grasp, and a gash was left on his face from the deflected scythe, blood pouring forth like a torrent. Ah! The woman exclaimed in surprise. She had not anticipated that Yang Yi could withstand her assault. Yet, it did not take her long to deduce the reason. Yang Yi possessed a peculiar left eye, a triune orb that was slowly rotating. What a beautiful eye! She exclaimed, her excitement palpable. What is the secret of your left eye? Allow me to take a look. With that, she lunged toward Yang Yi, her speed surpassing that of a gray werewolf. Though Yang Yi could see her clearly, evasion was futile, as the space around them was exceedingly confined, merely 7 or 8 meters in length. One of her appendages stretched a staggering 3 meters, nearly encompassing half the room within its reach, not to mention her capacity for rapid movement. In this dire predicament, Yang Yi dared not hold back. He immediately activated cannon mode. Even if the strike might lead to the collapse of the colossal ship, he was willing to pay that price. Boom! The trigger was pulled, and the deafening report of the flintlock echoed in the air. This shot was aimed directly at the creature, piercing through the wooden ceiling and into the ship's hull. The already decaying vessel buckled under the impact, collapsing a third of its structure and sending up a massive cloud of dust. Yang Yi was propelled backward by the tremendous recoil, crashing through a wall and emerging outside the ship's wreckage. Even he had not anticipated escaping the ruins of the colossal ship in such a manner, It seemed the vessel was frilier than he had imagined. Now, surrender your body to me, the accursed woman's voice echoed in his ears. Although the power of that last shot was formidable, it had missed its mark, given the close proximity between them. The woman's head, being both clever and perceptive, recognized the firearm and dodged based on the direction of the muzzle. Thus, she evaded the shot just as she had before. Yet, the gun's power exceeded her expectations, severing a significant portion of her appendages. Now, the woman's head had crawled onto Yang Yi's left shoulder, with only 6 appendages remaining, attempting to ensnare him. Damn, Yang Yi cursed under his breath. This was more tormenting than having a spider crawling on him. With an aberrant creature in close proximity, your sanity decreases by 10. Yang Yi grappled with the woman's head on his shoulder. He clutched her hair with his left hand while thrusting the sea serpent's tooth forward with his right. Unexpectedly, this woman saw through his intentions and sank her sharp teeth into the fangs of the sea serpent. The scene became momentarily frozen, with neither side able to claim victory. However, in reality, this creature's physical prowess far surpassed that of Yang Yi. With a single tentacle, she secured herself, tightly gripping Yang Yi's left shoulder. The remaining 5 tentacles burrowed into Yang Yi's neck, writhing beneath his flesh, inflicting immense agony upon him. Yet soon, Yang Yi found himself numb to the pain. You are under the invasion of the Mind Eater. Rationality decreases by 20. You will lose control of your body. Yang Yi, upon reading the information, was utterly astonished. At last, he comprehended the name of this monster. The Mind Eater. This creature was attempting to invade and seize control of Yang Yi's physical form. Vying for dominance, he could even sense the tentacles slithering within him. They were heading toward his spine, seemingly burrowing into it, attempting to usurp the central nervous system and command his limbs. How could he allow her to succeed? You damned parasite! Yang Yi cursed vehemently. Releasing his grip on the short sword, he clenched his right hand into a fist and struck towards the creature's head. Yet, this blow never landed. For, unbeknownst to him, his left hand had already lost control and was now restraining his right wrist. The standoff resumed. Setting aside the head on his left shoulder, Yang Yi appeared to be a deranged individual. His hands grappling with each other, neither able to gain the upper hand. Seizing the opportunity, the Mind Eater spat out the sea serpent's fangs, a viscous purple blood trickling from her mouth. It appeared that she was not entirely unscathed from the previous strike. Nevertheless, with victory seemingly assured, she erupted into laughter, her expression rich with mockery, the corners of her mouth curling upwards, her eyes gleaming with derision. Ha. Do not resist. It will only bring you more suffering. Instead, submit to me, and I promise not to kill you, allowing you to forever bask in the bliss of sweet dreams. To hell with you. Yang Yi refused to yield, fiercely resisting, with his hands incapacitated. He resorted to using his head. Bang! The Mind Eater, taken by surprise, was struck by Yang Yi's headbutt, stars dancing before her eyes. Though agile, she was currently pinned to Yang Yi's left shoulder, unable to evade, with the successful hit. Yang Yi felt a momentary stillness within his body, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy, and he charged forward with even greater force. Judging by his determination, he was willing to batter his own head until it bled. Bang! 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 Are you out of your mind? The Mind Eater exclaimed in exasperation. This was her first encounter with such a tenacious adversary. Unable to withstand the onslaught, she retracted one tentacle, coiling it like a spring to brace against Yang Yi's head, preventing further collisions. In her eyes, this man was a lunatic, seemingly impervious to pain. Ultimately, Yang Yi's headbutting was halted, but he had achieved a commendable outcome. Though his head bore several bumps, the creature's nose had been distorted from the impact. 2 streams of deep purple blood flowing forth, and there were traces of tears at the corners of her eyes, as if she had cried out in pain. Yet Yang Yi harbored no sympathy. He was fighting for his life. Realizing that headbutting was futile, he immediately sought alternative methods. He attempted to regain control of his limbs, discovering that he had fully regained command of his right leg, while his right hand and left leg were barely under his control. Thus, he struggled to rise, eyeing a nearby tree, and with a powerful push, he charged straight towards it. The target of the collision was naturally the back of the Mind Eater's head. With considerable force aimed at shattering her skull, the Mind Eater was taken aback by Yang Yi's frenzied actions. She hastily positioned Yang Yi's left hand to cushion the impact, yet he still managed to land a blow, resulting in a bump on the back of her head. Seizing this opportunity, Yang Yi's right hand escaped the entanglement of his left, regaining its freedom. Have you lost your mind? This is your own body. Moreover, my tendrils are currently within you. Should anything go awry and you sever something you shouldn't, you will instantly become a mere shell of yourself. The Mind-Eater attempted to warn him. However, she had misjudged her audience. Without hesitation, Yang Yi clenched his right fist and struck her squarely in the eye, bestowing upon her a delightful black eye. He then retorted, "Rather than surrender my body to you, I would prefer to become a cripple." Unfazed, he continued to unleash his fists. Chapter 74. The clash of nervous systems near the colossal vessel. The battle between Yang Yi and the Mind-Eater raged on, albeit with diminishing intensity, gradually descending into a semblance of calm. Initially, Yang Yi had caused considerable trouble for the Mind-Eater through a reckless strategy of inflicting injuries upon himself in exchange for damage to her. Yet, as he gradually lost control over his body, his capacity for resistance waned. Now he could only command his right leg, lying helplessly on the ground with no means to counter the Mind-Eater. Regret washed over him. If only he had practiced high kicks earlier. He surely could have shattered her head with a blow to her left shoulder. On the other side, the Mind-Eater was not faring much better. After enduring a relentless assault from Yang Yi, her face had swollen to the size of a pig's head. "If only I had been compliant from the start," she muttered, her voice slightly muffled due to the loss of several teeth that Yang Yi had knocked out. Both of her eyes were swollen, resembling ripe peaches. Even if she wished to open them, it seemed an impossible task. Yet, she was undeniably the victor, though her appearance was far more dismal than Yang Yi's. It did not detract from her status as the winner. "What kind of gaze is that?" the Mind-Eater continued, her dissatisfaction evident. This was prompted by Yang Yi, who had turned his head to the side, glaring at her with two utterly distinct eyes, filled with ferocity. In truth, however, Yang Yi was merely putting on a facade of bravado, for he had lost his sight. He could see nothing at all. The three-eyed condition had reached its limit, and his brain had once again severed the transmission of visual signals. Yet, he did not wish for the Mind-Eater to discover his blindness. Thus, he glared at her fiercely. Widening his eyes in a futile attempt to feign vision, two streams of crimson blood flowed from his nostrils, enhancing his menacing appearance. Time ticked away, and Yang Yi felt a tendril creeping along the back of his neck, slithering upwards along his spine, attempting to penetrate his brain. Strangely, he felt no pain. In fact, it was rather comfortable, evoking a sense of anticipation for the tendril's intrusion. This might be the effect of the Mind-Eater's secretions, aiming to weaken the host's will to resist in such a manner that in just over a minute, perhaps even less, that tendril would inevitably invade Yang Yi's brain at that point, whether it sought to replace the host's mind, transmit signals, or even destroy and consume it. The scene would be one of irretrievable despair. Moreover, according to the Mind-Eater's implication, she did not seem inclined to kill Yang Yi. Rather, she aimed to ensnare him within a meticulously woven dream, ensuring his complete descent into oblivion, devoid of any awareness of the outside world. You are truly tenacious. Having persevered for such an extended duration, it is noteworthy that the woman could only endure for a mere few seconds. The brain devourer continued, whether in praise or derision of Yang Yi, maintaining an air of superiority. You believe you have triumphed?" Yang Yi retorted coldly. "Certainly. Could it be that you possess the power to overturn fate?" Yang Yi, disinterested in explanation, felt a bold plan surging within him. He would employ magic. The first incantation would be the restoration of limbs. The target of this spell was none other than the brain devourer. Those well-versed in the Book of Limbs are aware that any organism comprises three components: the essence, the vessel, and the limbs. The essence corresponds to the self-awareness, which, for humans, resides in the brain. The vessel encompasses the torso, serving to connect and support both the essence and the limbs. The limbs are all remaining tissues and organs, which may belong to oneself or another. This includes another's head. Thus, Yang Yi could utilize the restoration of limbs to affix the brain devourer to his left shoulder. Just as in his dreams, it seems this nightmare may not solely portend ill, but could also present a means of survival. Resolute in his decision, a frenzied expression emerged upon Yang Yi's face as he grinned maliciously. "You desire my body, do you not? Then let us unite more thoroughly." "What?" The expression on Yang Yi's face caused the brain devourer to feel a pang of unease. In the next moment, the restoration of limbs was activated. Yang Yi, having thoroughly read the Book of Limbs, required no incantation for the spell. Soon, strange symbols emerged from his left shoulder, characters that had appeared within the tome. These symbols swiftly spread, rapidly covering the brain devourer's cheek. What is this? The brain devourer exclaimed in shock, desperate to flee. Yet, she was incapable of escape, for in ensnaring Yang Yi, she had inadvertently ensnared herself. Now, her 4 tentacles had penetrated Yang Yi's body, and in the short term, they could not be retracted. Moreover, she was reluctant to damage this experimental subject. Thus, the brain devourer could only watch helplessly as the spell took effect, observing the transformation of these runes as they sprouted limbs, morphing into tiny spiders. Then, she beheld these diminutive arachnids working in unison, exuding silk, like seamstresses, meticulously stitching together the left shoulders of the brain devourer and Yang. Even the chainmail was dismantled by these spiders. After several seconds, the symbols vanished. The brain devourer's head was now irrevocably connected to Yang Yi's left shoulder, flesh and blood fused, rendering them inseparable. Simultaneously, Yang Yi gained dominion over the brain devourer's body, including her tentacles. Thus commenced a new confrontation. The brain devourer was aghast to discover that her own tentacles had spiraled out of control, as if suddenly endowed with their own will, achieving freedom. In truth, it was Yang Yi who orchestrated this from behind the scenes. The two engaged in a struggle for control over the tentacles, each claiming victories and defeats. "What have you done?" the brain devourer exclaimed in a panic. Experiencing for the first time the sensation of being controlled by another, the tentacles that remained outside had gone awry, striking her several times and leaving deep purple whip marks. This was the result of the brain devourer's strenuous attempts to maintain control. Otherwise, she would have been severed by her own tentacle size. The two continued their silent battle, even as onlookers might find it perplexing. Yet, the inherent peril of their conflict was known only to themselves. A few minutes later, Yang Yi once again found himself at a disadvantage. Fatigue had begun to take its toll, and he realized that his reflexes, or rather his cognitive speed, could not keep pace with the Brain Eater. Once the Brain Eater had regained its composure, Yang Yi began to retreat steadily. At this moment, he had lost nearly all control. The tendrils at the nape of his neck began to advance once more. Cursed be it. If it weren't for the insufficient magical essence, I would have undoubtedly unleashed the body explosion technique upon you. Yang Yi thought fiercely. His thoughts, coursing along the neural signals, were transmitted to the Brain Eater. The body explosion technique. Are you a heretic of the limb spider cult? The Brain Eater spat. This cult is a clandestine sect that venerates a deity known as the Mother of 10,000 Limbs. Its adherents are obsessively fixated on their bodies, often attaching bizarre and grotesque limbs, rendering themselves neither human nor ghost, and brazenly proclaiming that they are undergoing a transformative evolution. The Brain Eater had heard of this cult, but never anticipated encountering its core representative here. Fortunately, its skills were superior. Victory was assured, though it had exhausted its magical essence and could not employ the body explosion technique. Yang Yi's subsequent thoughts plunged it into a state of icy dread. Damn, I truly cannot hold on any longer. If push comes to shove, I will have no choice but to resort to the invocation of the Mother of 10,000 Limbs. I shall deliver this monster to the Mother of 10,000 Limbs. You have lost your mind. This signal sent the Brain Eater's soul reeling. Chapter 75. The Light of Truth Halt. Urgent neural signals surged into Yang Yi's mind. Do you understand what summoning a deity entails? It is far more than mere death. If a human appears before a deity unprepared, they will only descend into an abyss of madness, unable even to maintain their corporeal form. The Brain Eater issued a dire warning. The two communicated through neural signals. What seemed to be lengthy exchanges were in fact instantaneous transmissions, instantly comprehended by the other. Yet, to the Brain Eater's astonishment, Yang Yi disregarded the warning, resolutely affirming his intention to employ the invocation of the Mother of 10,000 Limbs. This was no empty bravado. It was a neural signal, a profound exchange of consciousness. Whatever Yang Yi conceived would be synchronously conveyed to the Brain Eater, rendering deception nearly impossible. He was utterly serious. The Brain Eater was horrified, regretting its decision to invade the mind of this lunatic. It could only unleash a torrent of curses, transmitting a barrage of signals to disrupt Yang Yi's incantation. You madman, heretic, insufferable lunatic. How dare you call me a monster? I doubt you even qualify as a monster. Even a monster would not summon a deity. A multitude of neural signals, interwoven with confusion, fear, shock, and despair, flooded into Yang Yi's mind. causing him immense discomfort. It felt as though 10 mouths were cursing at him within his head. This was more than he could bear. Silence. Yang Yi interrupted the brain eater's signal transmission that I am remarkably calm at this moment. This is the only method that can utterly eradicate you. You crimson-eyed lunatic. Crimson-eyed. How do you know I possess crimson eyes? Have I ever mentioned it to you? Confusion resonated through the signals. Yang Yi promptly replied. Is that even a question? Yet what he remained oblivious to was that his thoughts had also been transmitted. Despite his reluctance to vocalize them, in an instant, the brain devourer beheld a scene reminiscent of the nightmares that had haunted Yang Yi. You dreamed of this scene? The brain devourer inquired, a hint of astonishment in its voice. I did not utter a word. Have you encountered other red-eyed individuals? I have not. What about Suna? Where is she now? You damn it. Yang Yi seethed with indignation, realizing that he could conceal no secrets. His every thought laid bare to the adversary. This sensation was particularly dreadful, akin to being stripped bare before an audience, utterly exposed. However, Yang Yi swiftly devised a countermeasure, to cease all contemplation and refrain from interpreting the signals from his opponent. Quickly tell me where she is now. What is your relationship with her? Yang Yi remained indifferent, preparing to invoke the art of the mother of all spiders to eradicate this menace. This notion was rapidly apprehended by the brain devourer. Stop. Let us converse. I harbor no hostility at present, as you should be able to perceive. Indeed, Yang Yi felt no animosity. Rather, he was overtaken by excitement, anticipation, and a sense of relief. Emotions typically do not deceive, unless one possesses the ability to hypnotize oneself. Moreover, the brain devourer's actions further substantiated her claims, as the tendrils within Yang Yi's body began to withdraw, allowing him to regain control almost instantaneously. What do you truly intend? Yang Yi pondered, though he remained vigilant, instinctively searching his person for a new weapon from his satchel for self-defense. Yet his intentions were fully discerned by the brain devourer, whose two tendrils ensnared his hands tightly, rendering him immobile. Cease your aggressive actions. I have stated that I merely wish to converse, but I cannot see you. What if you flee? I can share my vision with you. A peculiar visual signal was transmitted, comprised solely of outlines and devoid of color, akin to a radar scan of the surroundings, rendered through intricate calculations. Simultaneously, the tendrils released Yang Yi's hands, enabling him to rise. What do you want? Find a place to sit. My face aches terribly, and I have no desire to speak. Furrowing his brow, Yang Yi leaned his left shoulder against a head, resembling a two-headed demon as he meandered toward the ruins. Eventually locating a piece of timber lying on the ground to sit upon. On the other side, the brain devourer appeared to wield some form of magic. Yang Yi could not comprehend the intricate incantations. Yet he felt a warm, water-like energy caress the brain devourer's cheek, swiftly mending much of her injury. I feel considerably better now, the brain devourer remarked, glancing at Yang Yi's perception. It was akin to gazing at himself. An exceedingly peculiar experience, given their shared vision. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yi donned a blindfold and inquired what the brain devourer wished to convey. Thus commenced the formal exchange between the two heads, with the brain devourer's diction taking on an elegant tone. Greetings, Mr. Yang Yi. You may refer to me as immersed. As you may have surmised, I am indeed a witch who embodies both beauty and wisdom. She began to elucidate her identity. Once upon a time, she was merely an ordinary yet strikingly beautiful and exceptionally intelligent witch. She conducted her affairs with a sense of humility, preferring to retreat to the corners to pursue her small studies. However, her fortunate circumstances were short-lived, as she was discovered by members of the Holy Knight Order, who deemed her a heretic and prepared to escort her to the Holy City to face the judgment of the Holy Light. This betrayal surely stemmed from someone. Undoubtedly that wretched Peter. He had once knelt before me, pleading for my assistance to cure his blindness, so he might behold his newlywed wife. In response, I acquiesced, excising his afflicted eyeball and replacing it with a healthy eye from a cyclopean giant. The operation was a resounding success, and before he departed, he expressed his gratitude. Lady Ranette began to seethe with indignation. Yet, scarcely half a month had passed when the Holy Knight Order arrived. Fortunately, I had prepared for this eventuality, transforming myself into a brain eater, enabling me to move even with but a head remaining. Otherwise, should I leave the sacred box, I would perish instantly. The sacred box? Indeed, the sacred box is a device employed by the glorious Holy Church to contain the severed heads of heretics, each uniquely numbered and inscribed with holy marks. Whenever the Holy Knight Order captures a heretic, they wield a divine spell known as the Holy Decapitation, severing the head with a single stroke. This holy decapitation is a profoundly malevolent and cruel spell, ensuring that the victim does not die immediately after decapitation. They then confine the heretic's head within the sacred box, transporting it to the holy city. As long as the sinner remains within the sacred box, they will not truly die. Such a barbaric method is utterly unheard of. Ronette recounted the mercilessness of the Holy Knight Order to Yang Yi. Yet, he remained unmoved, for he believed that witches were not much better. Both parties were equally culpable. His sentiments were soon discerned by Ronette. You harbor a profound misunderstanding of witches. In truth, compared to witches, I would prefer the world to refer to us as scholars. Ronette divulged a wealth of clandestine information to Yang Yi. The world often deems us as forbidden entities, accusing us of desecrating the dead and trifling with life. Yet, these are nothing but misconceptions and biases. In reality, we are the true guardians of this world, its sole hope. Those inquiries that touch upon taboos and transgress human morality are merely the growing pains of the quest for truth. If we persevere, we shall one day reignite the light of truth. We will compel all hidden entities to retreat into the shadows, daring no longer to reveal themselves in the radiance of truth. We shall accomplish this. We shall realize it, for the light of truth exists eternally, forevermore. Lady Ronette's visage became fervent, a manifestation of faith. Unlike devotion to deities, their belief was rooted in truth, the essence of all things. In her fervor, her eyes had opened wide, revealing not eyeballs but only the scars of fiery torment. It appeared they had been torn out by scalding pincers. What exactly do you wish to convey? Yang Yi inquired. Surely it is not merely the result of prolonged confinement that prompts a desire for conversation. No, Ronette shook her head. I initially intended to infiltrate the glorious Holy Church in hopes of locating and rescuing another witch or warlock. Yet now it seems that such efforts may no longer be necessary. She gazed at Yang Yi with her hollow eye sockets. Before me stood a witch, capable of bequeathing her entire legacy with her tendrils. She delved into her own mouth, rummaging about before extracting a red gem, glistening with purple slime, and presenting it to Yang Yi. This is the stone of truth, which encapsulates the efforts of countless generations of our lineage. While I possess considerable intellect, it remains insufficient, and I can only inherit a fragment of its wisdom. Should someone of greater talent take on this inheritance, they would directly access the truth and grasp the essence of this world. I, however, am beyond redemption and shall soon perish, yet the transmission of truth must not cease. Yang Yi took the stone of truth, absorbing its knowledge. Name: Stone of Truth. Type: Relic. Quality: Description: Ingesting this stone grants vast forbidden knowledge, but failure to withstand its burden may lead to cerebral death. Usage is not recommended for individuals outside the realm of witches and warlocks. Should this stone be surrendered to the radiant Holy Church, unparalleled glory will be bestowed upon you. After perusing the information, he comprehended her intent. She wished for him to deliver this stone to Suna. Why do you presume I would comply with your request? Yang Yi queried, perplexed. You will, Ms. Ronette replied with unwavering conviction. Yet Yang Yi found himself in disagreement. What is your perspective on the aberrant demons? Ronette suddenly posed a peculiar question. That I believe that only the deceased aberrant demons can be deemed benevolent. Yang Yi responded. Excellent. I hope you remember this phrase. Ronette expressed her satisfaction with his reply, revealing a radiant smile. From an unknown corner, she procured a bottle of wine, deftly removing the cork with her tendrils before pouring 2 glasses from a dusty measuring cylinder. Come, indulge with me in a drink. She extended 1 glass towards Yang Yi. That I do not partake in alcohol. Yang Yi declined. Before crossing over, his health had been poor, and he had never consumed alcohol. Just this once. Make an exception. After all, it is but a single glass. Ronette insisted firmly, pressing the measuring cylinder against his lips with her tendrils. Upon finishing, I would like you to fulfill a promise. To end my life. Chapter 76. Death. You wish for me to kill you? Yang Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that after all her discourse, this witch sought to embrace death. Indeed, Ronette affirmed once more. From the moment I became a brain eater, I set a limit on my existence. Before I consume my 5th brain, I must bring my life to a close. Ronette drank from the measuring cylinder. The wine, uncertain in age, had become murky, yet its aroma remained rich and robust. She continued to elucidate. in truth that not all beings possess the courage for self-destruction, particularly those species that are intelligent and long-lived. They harbor a profound fear of death. The brain eater is one such entity. It is a formidable and cunning creature, virtually devoid of the concept of aging. Typically, it prefers to reside within the cranial cavity of a host, using the host's exterior to approach prey, seizing the opportunity to devour their brains or reproduce. Ronnet spoke from an objective standpoint, as if recounting the traits of a creature entirely unrelated to herself. Yet, she was indeed a brain eater. Nevertheless, Yang Yi grasped her implication. She was exceedingly afraid of death, but found it difficult to articulate, seeking his assistance in her plight. I am a scholar, and more importantly, I am human. At least for now, I still believe myself to be human. Even though I have a strong desire to devour your brain. As Ronnet articulated these thoughts, her tentacles writhed restlessly. One of the tentacles, resembling a straw, appeared to be intended for the consumption of brains. Not long ago, it was this very appendage that attempted to penetrate Yang Yi's mind. Ronnet seemed oblivious to the agitation of her tentacles and continued. In 1 year, or perhaps 10, as I consume more brains, my perspective will inevitably shift, and I shall consider myself a noble brain eater, while humans will be deemed nothing more than wretched livestock. This is an unavoidable, insidious process, and by that time, I shall find myself standing in opposition to the truth, a reality I cannot abide. Hence, I have set a deadline for my existence. Ronnet's thoughts infiltrated Yang Yi's consciousness. He hesitated momentarily, then ultimately seized the measuring cylinder and downed the contents in one swift motion. He then rose to his feet. This seemingly trivial action caused Ronnet's tentacles to tense up entirely, their sickle-like blades flailing dangerously close to Yang Yi, including the straw-like appendage that seemed intent on piercing his temple. I sincerely apologize. This is merely a physiological stress response of the brain eater, one beyond my control, Ronnet expressed regretfully. Due to their neural connection, Yang Yi sensed all of Ronnet's emotions: tension, panic, fear, hesitation, all overshadowed by a veneer of rationality. Ignoring the threatening tentacles, he began to rummage through the ground, swiftly retrieving his flintlock pistol and the sea serpent's fang that had fallen into the forest. During the process of reclaiming his weapons, he was grazed by several of the tentacle sickles, resulting in shallow wounds that nonetheless oozed a line of blood droplets. Where would you like to be buried? Yang Yi suddenly inquired. The holy casket, for there is no more exquisite coffin than that. Subsequently, it can be entrusted to the glorious Holy Church, which might pacify those religious zealots, Ronnet replied with composure. Are you prepared then? Yang Yi asked, his gaze fixed on Ronnet, each hand wielding a weapon perilously close to her head. There are two potential demises here. Which would you choose? The flintlock, that. The neural signals abruptly became chaotic, devolving into a jumble of illogical gibberish. Ronnet's hollow eyes widened in surprise, for Yang Yi had made his move. With lightning speed, the sea serpent's fang pierced her temple, embedding itself into the hilt. The strike was so sudden, occurring within the span of their conversation, that Ronnet had no time to feel fear. Viscous, deep purple fluid streamed from her nasal cavity, while her tentacles flailed wildly, entangling Yang Yi's head like a drowning victim, leaving tracks of blood across his face. After several agonizing seconds, the tentacles lost their strength and drooped limply. Yang Yi withdrew the sea serpent's fang. Even while collecting his weapons, he had deliberately ceased all thought, maintaining a tranquil mind. It was only in that final moment that he revealed his murderous intent. Crafting an unexpected strike in the brief span of mere minutes, Yang Yi had mastered the art of concealing his true thoughts on a conscious level, which was simply to refrain from thinking. As soon as Ronnet comprehended Yang Yi's intentions, it was already too late for her to feel fear. With the dust settled, Yang Yi acquired the information about Ronnet. Name: Ronnet, Brain Eater. Description: the Brain Eater transformed from the witch Ronnet, a heretic fleeing from the Radiant Church, can be placed into the monster gotcha machine or handed over to the Radiant Church in exchange for a handsome reward. She bears the mark of grave sin within her, detectable by the nearby church soldiers. Brain Eater, an extremely perilous creature that delights in consuming brains, engaging in parasitism and reproduction. Prolonged abstinence from brain consumption leads to weakness and thirst. Particularly adept in mental magic. Yang Yi's expression remained impassive as he commenced the excision. After Ronnet's demise, he found himself blind, unable to see anything. He could only rely on memory to crudely sever the head from his left shoulder. After approximately 1 to 2 minutes, Yang Yi finally detached Ronnet from his left shoulder. The effectiveness of this limb restoration spell was truly difficult to articulate. The spell took nearly a minute to activate, consuming 10 points of sanity, making it ill-suited for use in combat. Moreover, strictly speaking, it should be classified as a logistical spell. Yang Yi opened his stomach pouch containing long-legged sardines and retrieved the regeneration potion within. Consuming it, a fierce itch compelled him to rub against the wall. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself. Though the noise he made was considerable, he checked his attribute panel, particularly his sanity, and discovered he had 32 points remaining. Thankfully, there was no further contamination. Yang Yi let out a sigh of relief. Previously, he had suffered an invasion that altered his physical form, deducting a significant amount of sanity. However, as long as it did not drop below 10, he remained within a safe threshold, which was inconsequential. Just as Yang Yi felt reassured and prepared to notify Su Na to come and retrieve him, another disturbance echoed through the wreckage of the giant ship. "Who's there?" A gentle female voice resonated. "Yes, there's someone else?" Yang Yi's heart raced. Yet, he quickly recalled the missing Zhou Dai. If there was still a survivor, it could only be Zhou Dai. However, her survival amidst the collapse of the great ship could only be attributed to sheer luck. Yet, her appearance might not bode well. Given that Yang Yi was blind, he could see nothing that if Zhou Dai perceived him as an enemy, it could spell disaster. In a moment of desperation, Yang Yi deliberated thoroughly, deciding to minimize the possibility of conflict and alleviate the tense atmosphere. Thus, he boldly confessed his true identity. "I am Captain Yang Yi of the Nightmare Star," he responded. "Yang Yi," Zhou Dai echoed. "Indeed, who are you?" Yang Yi inquired. Zhou Dai furrowed her brow. This name rang a bell. After all, they had engaged in 2 transactions and had even added each other as friends. In her perception, Yang Yi was a formidable individual, frequently injured, with a penchant for slaying aberrant beings, and who also sold useful items. However, Zhou Dai did not immediately accept this revelation. Instead, she opened the chat interface, attempting to privately message Yang Yi, where she saw his previous messages. There were 2 in total. One was from a few days prior, where Yang Yi inquired if she wished to purchase a fire fleece sweater. The other was from this morning, asking if she needed stone or wood materials. After reading them, Zhou Dai responded with a message. "Are you on the island? I have encountered someone claiming to be Captain Yang Yi of the Nightmare Star. Is that you?" "Of course, it is I." The voice of Yang Yi resonated through the air. From that moment onward, both individuals confirmed each other's identities, and the tension diminished significantly. Chapter 77. Zhou died a few days prior. Zhou Dai had assembled a 14-member team to conquer this island. They made extensive preparations, acquiring an array of equipment. Notably, Zhou Dai spared no expense in procuring a revolver capable of suppressing regeneration, the White Rose, specifically to counteract the werewolf's healing abilities. The others also acquired suitable weapons and armor according to their needs. Those wielding shields and clad in plate and chainmail took on the responsibility of attracting and deflecting the werewolf's assaults, while the rest utilized crossbows for ranged attacks against the creature. Should misfortune befall them and the werewolf draw near, there were warriors assigned to engage in close combat. In summary, their preparations were thorough. Their collective resolve to tackle this island stemmed from a shared undertaking, a task enticing enough to spur adventure. Dubbed the Oath Precursor Task, this mission was first entrusted to Zhou Dai by a unique undead entity who had crawled aboard the ship, the Radiant Goddess. Like a pilgrim, he disregarded Zhou Dai and dashed into the ship's prayer chamber, kneeling to offer his supplications. Subsequently, this undead being was engulfed in the brilliance emanating from the Radiant Goddess, leaving behind only a handful of ashes and a sealed letter in a bottle. Zhou Dai retrieved the letter and opened it to reveal. Oath Precursor Task activated. Retrieve the lost sacred box for the Radiant Holy Church. The sacred box is located at coordinates. This is a precursor task. Upon completion, you will have the opportunity to join the Radiant Holy Church and formally bind your oath upon the next great sea, gaining extraordinary power. This task can be completed by a maximum of 15 individuals. Zhou Dai was momentarily stunned, her heart brimming with joy. A woman of faith, she had been captivated by the sacred demeanor of the Radiant Goddess upon her arrival in this world. After several prayers, she had become a devoted follower of the deity. The prospect of joining the Radiant Holy Church was not an opportunity she could afford to miss. Thus, Zhou Dai hastened to the specified coordinates. Discovering the island, which boasted a dilapidated giant ship. According to the letter, the sacred box was housed within this vessel. However, during her approach, she also spotted a werewolf foraging along the shoreline. She initially intended to use the ship's cannon against the creature, but it appeared the werewolf was aware of the cannon's threat. Before the barrel of the radiant goddess could be aimed at him, the werewolf darted into the woods. Zhou Dai, reluctant to set foot on the island, circled it for 2 days, encountering only that solitary werewolf. Consequently, she began to seek allies, preparing to organize a team to conquer the island. After a rigorous selection process, she ultimately recruited 13 companions. Together, they accepted the Oath Precursor task. Resolved to complete it, join the Radiant Holy Church, and attain extraordinary power as the original instigator, the unique ship captain, and a prodigious talent, Zhou Dai naturally assumed the role of the team's leader. Once their preparations were complete, they set foot on the island, sacrificing 3 lives before successfully slaying the werewolf, and thereafter, events unfolded much as Yang Yi had anticipated. Time now returns to the present. Yang Yi and Zhou Dai were not in a rush to meet each other. Instead, they engaged in a series of discussions regarding the circumstances on the island. Yang Yi conveyed that he had stumbled upon this island by chance, intending to gather resources. However, he encountered the half-wolves and the undead wolves, which he swiftly dispatched with remarkable efficiency. Ultimately, he boarded a colossal ship, only to confront a brain-devouring demon, whom he managed to eliminate after considerable effort. Zhou Dai, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless in astonishment. It was worth noting that their party of 14 had besieged the werewolf, sacrificing 3 of their own to bring it down, only to be subsequently annihilated by the brain-devouring demon contained within the holy box. Yet, here was Yang Yi, a solitary figure, whose achievements eclipsed those of the entire team. Zhou Dai found it hard to believe, but the intricate details he provided, such as the names of the victims on the island, the werewolf missing a finger, and the brain-devouring demon's penchant for parasitism, compelled her to accept the truth. After all, he spoke nothing but facts, without any discernible flaws. Yang Yi had merely simplified his narrative, omitting his exchanges with Ronit and instead portraying himself as a formidable force, effortlessly vanquishing the invaders and the brain-devouring demon. Following their conversation, the tense atmosphere dissipated. Zhou Dai recognized Yang Yi as an extraordinarily powerful player, fervently dedicated to exterminating otherworldly creatures. Moreover, he seemed to harbor little animosity towards her. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago. Thus, she attempted to seek assistance. As she found herself trapped, the colossal ship had collapsed, and she had yet to regain consciousness, lying on a metallic table, unfortunate enough to have her left ankle pinned beneath a fallen wooden plank. The plank had tilted downwards, simultaneously compressing her ankle while inadvertently creating a narrow, safe space that spared Zhou Dai's life, an unexpected stroke of fortune in her misfortune. However, extricating herself from this confined space was beyond her capabilities, for she could not even rise to her feet, let alone ascertain the state of her ankle. Her only recourse was to call upon Yang Yi for help. Yang Yi, I am trapped beneath a wooden plank. Please assist me, Zhou Dai implored. Yang Yi raised an eyebrow, initially believing Zhou Dai to be unscathed, only to realize she was indeed ensnared. But was she truly trapped? Lacking sight, Yang Yi could not verify. After a moment of hesitation, he responded, I have just utilized my talent, rendering me temporarily blind. I fear. You are blind. Only for a brief duration, after a few seconds of silence. Zhou Dai beckoned Yang Yi to approach, for he was her sole hope of rescue. Under her guidance, Yang Yi stepped toward a slanted wooden plank. Beneath it lay the trapped Zhou Dai, who, at that moment, held a white rose in her right hand, aimed squarely at Yang Yi's head. She was testing whether Yang Yi was truly blind, that if he were deceitful, it would indicate malicious intent. Yet, in truth, she was overthinking. Yang Yi was utterly blind, with an eye patch over his left eye and his right eye seeing nothing. He was smeared with blood and dust, as if he had just crawled out of a trench. Even if Zhou Dai pressed the barrel of her gun against Yang Yi's nostrils, he would remain oblivious. Blindness was absolute. Unbeknownst to her, however, Yang Yi was secretly gathering his strength. Should Zhou Dai make any sudden moves, he would pounce immediately, for he had already discerned through sound that she was beneath him. With 5 minutes of locked blood, even in blindness, Yang Yi was confident he could extinguish Zhou Dai's life. The atmosphere once again grew tense for a few seconds, only to dissipate swiftly. Zhou Dai withdrew her weapon, requesting Yang Yi's assistance. Crouching down, I found myself in your presence, wedged between the crevices of a wooden plank. With the weight of it pressing upon the back of my left foot, Zhou Dai remarked, Wait a moment, shouldn't we first reach a consensus on a certain matter? For instance, the issue of loot distribution? Yang Yi did not rush to rescue, but continued. It is worth noting that the werewolves and mind-eaters that perished were both slain by my hand. Chapter 78. Zhou Dai. The allocation of spoils was indeed an urgent matter. Zhou Dai could not afford to yield. Her purpose for coming to this island was to obtain the sacred box. This artifact was her gateway to the Radiant Church, and she would not relinquish it under any circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, she tentatively proposed, "How about this? Why not undertake this oath task together? We could complete it as a team and join the Radiant Sanctum." However, her words were swiftly dismissed by Yang Yi. "No, I have no intention of joining any cult." Zhou Dai was taken aback. She could not fathom how anyone could refuse the guidance of the goddess of radiance. After a brief silence, she put forth another suggestion. "All right then, other items are of little consequence. But could you possibly part with the sacred box and the corpse of the mind-eater? I can offer you valuable items in exchange." Before Yang Yi could respond, Zhou Dai privately sent over some item details. There were 3 exquisite pieces of equipment. The first was the White Rose, a rare revolver capable of firing silver bullets that suppressed regeneration and dispelled evil. The second was a ship equipment, the Twilight Veil, which rendered a stationary vessel invisible. The third was the sword of the Church's Knight Commander, a prized long sword obtained from a previous encounter with an undead creature. Upon reviewing the information, Yang Yi's breath hitched, especially upon seeing the second piece of equipment. This was indeed a remarkable item. The ship's invisibility would greatly facilitate exploration. He would no longer need to worry about being raided by malevolent players while exploring the island. As for the terms of the trade, Yang Yi found them entirely acceptable. He had already intended to hand over the sacred box to Zhou Dai for her to deliver to the Radiant Church. After all, his vessel was a ghost ship. Once the members of the Radiant Church laid eyes upon it, they would likely purify him on the spot. Moreover, the sacred box and Ronet's corpse bore holy seals, detectable by the nearby Church's forces. How far that vicinity extended, Yang Yi could not ascertain, but holding onto them felt like handling a hot potato. It was far better to entrust them to Zhou Dai, as she would inevitably deliver them, thus fulfilling Ronet's last wish. They asked for leaving Ronet's corpse for the chance of a gotcha roll. Yang Yi didn't even consider it, having consumed that cup of wine. He had no intention of using her remains for such a purpose. Therefore, Yang Yi decided to acquiesce to Zhou Dai's terms. However, to agree outright felt too abrupt, so he haggled a bit and ultimately conceded. Pocketing an additional 10,000 sea-conch coins. In truth, the collapse of this grand vessel was connected to me. I was unaware of your presence inside at that time. Yang Yi expressed his final concern. This cannot be laid at your feet. Had you not vanquished the Mind-Eater, I may have already been devoured. Zhou Dai did not dwell on this matter. Thus, Yang Yi crouched low and began attempting to extricate Zhou Dai from her predicament. By the way, I cannot see. So if there is any offense at a time like this, who cares about such things? Zhou Dai exclaimed anxiously. All she desired was to extricate herself swiftly, for her left ankle had already lost all sensation. Very well, Yang Yi declared with a serious demeanor, prepared to commence the rescue operation. Under Zhou Dai's guidance, he maneuvered himself beneath the wooden board, burrowing deep into the recesses. Although visibility was compromised, his sense of touch remained intact, revealing that Zhou Dai's left ankle had been utterly shattered. Even if he were to devise a means of displacing the wooden board, it would do little to salvage her foot. In fact, such an action might jeopardize the precarious balance of the colossal ship's wreckage, potentially leading to a further collapse. After a brief silence of 2 seconds, Yang Yi spoke up. "Zhou Dai, I can save you. But the question is, do you trust me?" "You mean?" Zhou Dai hesitated, and Yang Yi nodded, stating coldly, "Indeed, your ankle has been crushed beyond repair." Zhou Dai paused momentarily, her body trembling slightly. She was unable to rise, and thus unaware of the exact state of her ankle, clinging instead to hopeful thoughts. Yet the outcome was the most dire of possibilities. Moments later, Zhou Dai gradually regained her composure, her initial panic swiftly transforming into calm. The speed of this transition astonished even her. As if the loss of her left foot were of little consequence. Perhaps it was a result of enduring too much. Once she had steadied herself, Zhou Dai spoke resolutely. "Then let us proceed with the amputation. I cannot remain trapped here forever." Her words took Yang Yi by surprise. He had already discerned that Zhou Dai was a woman of exquisite beauty and remarkable stature. Yet, this seemingly vain woman showed no hesitation regarding the amputation of her ankle, as if she had become an entirely different person. Yang Yi dared no longer underestimate Zhou Dai. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the sea serpent's fang and severed her left ankle, causing blood to gush forth profusely. Freed from the encumbrance of her ankle, the two swiftly extricated themselves from the tilted space beneath the wooden board. As soon as they regained their freedom, Zhou Dai retrieved a vial of holy water from her storage pouch and poured it over the severed end of her ankle. Subsequently, she drank another vial of holy water and procured bandages to dress the wound. Yang Yi remained at her side, offering no assistance, for he was utterly blind to the scene before him. Once she had completed the task, a fine sheen of perspiration adorned Zhou Dai's skin, her complexion slightly pale. Strangely, however, the loss of her left foot did not seem to weigh heavily upon her spirit. The sensation of pain was gradually diminishing, as if it were merely a minor injury, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. With a serene expression, she finalized the bandaging and staunched the bleeding. Suddenly, Yang Yi broke the silence. "Miss Zhou, I possess a means to provide you with a new foot, though I cannot ascertain whether you would be willing to accept it. What method do you propose? I am proficient in restorative magic, capable of affixing a new foot for you. However, as your original foot has been crushed, it would necessitate a replacement," Yang Yi elaborated. Zhou Dai appeared taken aback. She had not anticipated that Yang Yi wielded healing magic, which explained his formidable abilities. "You might consider searching amidst the ruins that I previously discovered a right foot, but perhaps I overlooked a left one. Additionally, it would be prudent to gather some flesh and blood for the restoration process." "Must it truly involve flesh and blood?" Zhou Dai inquired, her brow furrowing. She could not comprehend why healing magic required such materials. Yet, the absence of her left foot rendered her life exceedingly inconvenient. Even walking became a formidable challenge. Given the prospect of healing, she was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity, likely the only one she would have. "Very well, then assist me, and I shall search if it can be cured. I shall additionally grant you 10,000 Seekonk coins as medical fees, and no need for that," Yang Yi declined. "For this limb restoration procedure is not without its downsides. Indeed, even after repair, Zhou Dai might choose amputation. It is entirely possible. Furthermore, there are some corpses along the coast, but they carry the risk of rabid wolf disease, which could prove perilous," Yang Yi added. The two swiftly set about their task. Zhou Dai led the way while Yang Yi provided support. Suddenly, a warm current surged through Yang Yi's body. "You have been blessed. Your mind and body have been cleansed. Rationality limit 20. Energy limit 20, lasting for 2 hours." This was Zhou Dai's innate ability, which allowed her to enhance others' numerical limits through blessing. Yet, this unexpected boon caught Yang Yi off guard, for alongside the increase in limits, it also restored the corresponding values of rationality and energy. This resulted in Yang Yi breaking free from his frenzied state, yet his left shoulder erupted in excruciating pain. "How do you feel?" Zhou Dai inquired with a smile. "This is my talent. I can bless up to 5 individuals at once." "It's tolerable." Yang Yi could only respond evasively, sensing that this woman that was perhaps not entirely compatible with him. Zhou Dai rummaged through the ruins and, guided by Yang Yi, retrieved the sacred box hidden within the thicket. This sacred box seemed capable of being stowed in her storage pouch. After about 10 minutes, Zhou Dai produced several glass jars, some of which were well sealed, such as the severed heads of his former teammates. Others were damaged, like a slightly decayed right foot, alongside a mass of putrid flesh. As for the left foot, it was nowhere to be found. "Does the flesh need to be fresh?" Zhou Dai queried. "Not necessarily, but fresh material yields better results. If it's not fresh, it would be prudent to have a larger quantity." Yang Yi, unable to see, was unaware of what Zhou Dai had collected. "All right, this should suffice. What should I do?" "Attach the foot to the severed end, aligning it properly. As for the flesh, just place it beside." Zhou Dai complied and informed Yang Yi that she was ready. Subsequently, under her direction, Yang Yi placed his hand upon the severed limb that he invoked the spell, Limb Restoration. Ancient and peculiar runes emerged, swiftly transforming into tiny spiders that stitched the severed limb together. Simultaneously, the nearby flesh was incorporated into the restoration. After about a minute, the spell concluded. Zhou Dai's left foot was restored. Although its shape was somewhat peculiar, resembling a right foot, its hue was a grayish-green, and embedded upon the instep was a murky, non-functional eyeball. She tested it, and the results were remarkably effective. Though the 2 feet were asymmetrical, their lengths were consistent, and she walked with steady grace, evidently altered by the spell. Furthermore, she could control her toes. utilizing this newly formed left foot as if it were her own limb. An astonishing feat. This healing magic had surpassed the medical practices of the 21st century. Zhou Dai was immensely satisfied. Though it appeared somewhat unappealing, she suddenly realized that she was less concerned about her appearance as long as her face was attractive. It sufficed. After all, the feet would be encased in shoes. Others would be none the wiser. She discreetly retrieved a pair of shoes from her storage pouch and donned them. Thank you. This spell is truly remarkable. Zhou Dai expressed her gratitude. As long as you are content, Yang Yi replied. He could not see, and thus remained oblivious to the fact that Zhou Dai had transformed into 2 right feet. Were he able to perceive it, he would undoubtedly question the woman's sanity. Chapter 79. The Eccentric Prayer. Are you certain you do not wish to join me on my ship for a while? Zhou Dai inquired. After healing her left foot, her spirits had significantly lifted. No, I have numerous matters to attend to. Yang Yi decisively declined. What a pity. Shall I assist you back to your ship? It must be quite inconvenient to walk without sight. There is no need for that. My crew is already en route to fetch me, Yang Yi replied. Half an hour prior, he had already sent the coordinates to Suna, instructing her to come and collect him. She should be on her way by now. The combined card. I noticed your ship's name has changed. It must be a rather rare artifact. How I wish I could obtain one as well. Zhou Dai expressed enviously. She performed a series of maneuvers in her logbook, proposing a transaction to Yang Yi. The trade involved the corpse of the brain-eating demon in exchange for the Twilight Veil, along with 20,000 conch coins. Although Yang Yi had not requested this medical fee, Zhou Dai insisted on providing it, making further refusal unnecessary. The two then confirmed the details of the transaction, pressing the confirmation button. This transaction was mandatory, and breaching it would incur the punishment of the monster gacha machine, requiring completion within 8 hours. Having concluded these arrangements, Zhou Dai stood up, but before she could fully rise, Yang Yi, who was seated quite close, grasped her arm. Let us linger a moment longer, otherwise, I may find myself alone here. Which might prove somewhat unsafe, Yang Yi remarked. Zhou Dai paused for a moment. Why now? All the anomalous creatures on the island should have perished, posing no real danger. Yet, she did not dwell on it, nor did she refuse. After all, it was merely a matter of sitting a little longer, which would not disrupt anything. Moreover, Yang Yi appeared incredibly charming in her eyes. It was difficult to articulate this fondness. He simply looked exceedingly agreeable, particularly with regard to his visage. After more than an hour had passed, Suna arrived. She was fully equipped, donning a cotton hat, clad in long plush boots, with a newly acquired survival knife at her waist, wielding a pirate longbow in her hands, and carrying dozens of armor-piercing arrows on her back. Apart from her down jacket, she had donned nearly everything she could wear, as she was somewhat averse to the cold. Having lived in the southern coastal regions, approximately 2 hours earlier, she had received a private message from Yang Yi, stating that he had gone blind and urging her to hurry over to assist him, mentioning the presence of a peculiar woman by his side. What was peculiar about her? Suna beheld Yang Yi seated alongside a graceful, dignified woman clad in white robes. They were engaged in lively conversation, appearing as if they had known each other for ages. Furthermore, Yang Yi's left hand remained clasped around the woman's wrist. It seems you are not in need of assistance. Suna emerged from the woods, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing her voice, Yang Yi immediately recognized it was Suna. He exhaled a sigh of relief and released his grip. My teammate has arrived. Very well. In that case, I shall take my leave. May the radiance protect you. Zhou Dai performed a gesture of respect towards Yang Yi, crossing her arms over her chest, her silhouette appearing as though she bore no arms at all. Subsequently, she stepped away, gradually distancing herself as she made her way towards her ship. The radiant goddess. The sound of footsteps faded away. Yang Yi hastened towards Suna's position. Unable to see, he could only rely on his previous auditory cues to guide him forward, only to be halted by the cold tip of a bow pressed against his cheek. Recognizing the familiar aura, Yang Yi relaxed his nerves. You finally arrived, he murmured, still unable to restore his sight. He grasped the bow and leaned closer. She hasn't. He looked back. Has she? No. Suna glanced in that direction. Good. Let us hurry back. She seems off. We can discuss it on the way, Yang Yi urged. Eager to set off, however, Suna, with a smile that did not reach her eyes, replied, Is that so? I thought you were having quite an enjoyable chat. That was merely to catch her off guard. Yang Yi's expression turned serious. You think a normal person can control their pulse to drop below 10, or even stop it for a brief period? especially shortly after losing a limb. Su-na furrowed her brow, casting another glance towards the direction Zhou Dai had departed, then stated, "Let us discuss it in detail on the road." The two swiftly made their way towards the nightmare star. Along the way, Yang Yi shared his observations. When he had pulled Zhou Dai out, he had noticed that she seemed to lack a pulse. Further perception revealed that her heartbeat was exceedingly slow, a condition that had arisen after her limb was severed. A normal person cannot deliberately control their heartbeat to minimize blood loss. Moreover, the contrast before and after is striking. I even suspect that had we not rescued her, she would have torn her own left foot off to crawl out. Yang Yi elaborated. Su-na listened intently, her brow knitted in concern. If what Yang Yi said was accurate, then Zhou Dai had undoubtedly undergone some transformation, one that would simultaneously affect her cognition and physical state that I cannot see, and I am beside a woman who is mentally unstable. Thus, I can only hold on to her wrist to feel secure. This way, even if danger arises, I possess a fighting chance. Suddenly, Su-na felt a wave of irritation. After all, she was right next to Yang Yi and was also a woman. Abruptly, she halted her steps and interjected. "Why do I get the impression you are indirectly referring to me? How could that be? Are you not afraid I might shoot an arrow through your skull?" "Not really. It's not the first time I've been blinded." Though Su-na felt slightly annoyed, she chose not to pursue the topic further. The duo soon reached the coast, having taken approximately an hour, and the daylight had begun to wane. Su-na first returned to the nightmare star, then used her grappling hook to pull Yang Yi into the cabin. Upon boarding, Yang Yi instructed Su-na to examine the nautical charts, closely monitoring the movements of the glorious goddess. The ship was visible on the chart, indicating that Zhou Dai had removed the twilight veil, likely in preparation for a transaction. Yet, her position appeared unchanged, still anchored in the same spot. Rewinding the clock by several minutes, Zhou Dai had just returned to the goddess and made her way straight to the chapel. This had once been a prayer room, but following the upgrade of the glorious goddess, it had evolved into a chapel. Inside stood the statue of the glorious goddess. A prayer offered before it would instill an unparalleled sense of tranquility within the heart, dispelling fear and gradually enhancing one's sanity. Holy water was also concocted here. By placing ordinary fresh water before the statue and praying sincerely, one could obtain it. Although this process requires 24 hours, a prayer lasting merely half an hour will suffice. Yet this time, the glorious goddess was accompanied by an unusual sight. 5 glass jars, each containing the heads of Zhou Dai's former comrades. May you all find your way back into the embrace of the glorious goddess. Zhou Dai knelt upon the ground, her arms crossed, praying before the armless statue of the glorious goddess. These individuals had once aspired to join the glorious holy sect, though they had met their untimely demise. She still hoped that they might bask in the radiance of glory. After approximately a quarter of an hour of prayer, Zhou Dai rose, feeling a profound purification of body and spirit, save for a slight itch at her neck. As she scratched, she discovered a fine seam had appeared on her neck, secreting a faintly purple viscous fluid. This, she paid it no mind, having no inclination to consult her attribute panel. Instead, she retrieved a silk cloth to delicately wipe her neck, ensuring she did not soil her sacred white robe. Then she turned once more to the statue, crossing her arms anew in prayer. "May the light of glory protect you all." Zhou Dai offered her blessings to the 5 glass jars. Upon closer inspection, one of the heads appeared altered, seemingly wrinkled and partially dehydrated. Zhou Dai dismissed it. Those slender tendrils occasionally emerged from the seam on her neck, exhibiting signs of restlessness and excitement. After completing her devotions, she turned to exit the church and made her way to the deck, preparing to fulfill the agreement she had established with Yang Yi. However, had she consulted her panel, she would have noticed a new entry, Extraordinary Path, Brain Devourer, Chapter 80. The spreading extreme cold on the Yinqing, Yang Yi received a private message from Zhou Dai. "Would you care to join me in forming a fleet?" She proposed. "No, I have grown accustomed to being a lone wolf. Besides, other players may not be particularly welcoming towards me." Yang Yi declined. "What a pity." Zhou Dai seemed somewhat disheartened. "Please send me the corpse of the Brain Devourer promptly. We must complete our transaction swiftly, for the extreme winter sea is drawing near." Yang Yi immediately consulted the maritime map. He noted that the spread of the extreme winter sea was accelerating, poised to reach this island imminently. Those players still in preparation found themselves caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, hastily altering their plans to enter the extreme winter sea ahead of schedule. The chat channel was rife with curses and exclamations. Yang Yi, indifferent, navigated his way to the deck in the dim light. The biting wind howled, and the temperature seemed to drop further, accompanied by soft, icy objects striking his cheek. Snow was falling, and quite heavily, imparting an additional chill to the vast sea. Braving the frigid gusts, Yang felt along the ship's edge until he reached the bow. Halting before the octopus-themed gacha machine that he rummaged through his clothing, retrieving the concealed corpse of the brain devourer. He had no choice. The body could not be stored in his stomach pouch, so he had hidden it in his attire, creating a noticeable bulge. Perhaps Suna had noticed, but as he did not mention it, she refrained from inquiring. The light of truth, indeed. Yang cradled the corpse of the brain devourer, which could also be referred to as Lady Ronette, a witch endowed with both beauty and intellect. Memories of Ronette's last words flickered in his mind. She had implored him to hand over the stone of truth to Suna, allowing her to inherit its knowledge. Yang had no intention of doing so. He had not even disclosed the existence of Ronette to Su-Natom. Unrestrained exploration of uncharted territories and the acquisition of forbidden knowledge was as perilous as the veneration of deities. Such pursuits could very well summon tremendous horrors, akin to moths dancing around a street lamp. It might be sufficient to merely observe from the periphery, but attempting to fly into the lamp would only lead to death. Or perhaps something even more terrifying. Moreover, after swallowing the stone, would Suna still remain the same Suna? Yang retrieved the truth stone concealed within his garments, weighing it in his palm. It felt surprisingly heavy. In the next moment, he made a motion to hurl the stone into the sea. Yet, just before releasing it, he halted, suddenly reconsidering. What if this stone were to be consumed by some creature of the ocean, leading to dreadful transformations? This thought struck him with sudden clarity. After much contemplation, Yang resolved to keep the stone close at hand. It would provide him a sense of security. Subsequently, he cast Ronette's corpse into the monster gacha machine, preparing to fulfill his transaction with Zhou Dai. Warning: the corpse of an aberrant cannot be used for gacha after trading, and its physiological structure may change or become incomplete. A notification abruptly appeared. Could it be that this monster gacha machine would devour during the transmission process? Yang was taken aback. He was increasingly inclined to believe that the gacha machine possessed life of its own. Once the transaction concluded, Zhou Dai's quickly transmitted the items. Yang's account was credited with 20,000 sea snail coins, and in his possession was a neatly folded square handkerchief. It had a texture reminiscent of silk, almost weightless, layered many times, with each layer thinner than paper. Simultaneously, he received information regarding the Twilight Veil. Name: Twilight Veil. Type: ship equipment. Quality: rare. Description: must be installed at the top of the mast. When the ship anchors and ceases its voyage, the Twilight Veil can be unfurled to conceal the ship's form. The entire process takes 15 minutes, after which the ship will become optically invisible, merging with the surrounding environment. It cannot be used in hazardous conditions, and the invisibility will be dispelled upon taking damage. After reviewing the information, Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. Although there were limitations, the fundamental functionality was still assured that in future explorations of islands, as long as he anchored in a secluded spot, he need not worry overly about disturbances from other players. After all, most players relied on telescopes to survey their surroundings and would be unable to detect the concealed nightmare star. Following the transaction, Zhou Dai sent another private message. Are you sure you don't want to come aboard my ship for a gathering? It's quite spacious, and there's a chapel with a statue of the radiant goddess. If one prays before the statue, it can enhance the speed of sanity recovery and even bestow beneficial positive effects. No need. Yang decisively declined. I am not favored by the deities by nature. Should I pray, I might well be denounced as a heretic and burned on the spot. Impossible, Zhou Dai promptly replied. The radiant goddess is merciful and loving. She welcomes every sincere devotee who prays to her. Yang chose not to engage further in discussions regarding faith, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, the communication came to an end. Shortly thereafter, the illustrious vessel, the goddess of radiance, officially set sail, departing from the island and heading towards the frigid sea. Although Yang could not observe the vessel's movements directly, with Suna's assistance, he quickly became aware of its trajectory. After a brief contemplation, Yang made a similar decision to leave the island, albeit with a change in direction to avoid an encounter with Zhou Dai, whose presence he found rather unsettling. As for the supplies on the island, Yang resolved to forego them, recognizing that the frigid sea was rapidly encroaching. Remaining there would only squander time and risk falling behind the main body of players. The rear, as he had learned from the previous stormy waters, was potentially the most perilous position. Thus, this time, Yang Yi intended to position himself further ahead. Once Suna had adjusted the course and stabilized the speed, Yang Yi approached the gacha machine once more, for he still had one capsule left to unbox. After rummaging through his bag, he extracted a charred werewolf skull, the burnt flesh having been consumed entirely. This peculiar action did not escape Suna's notice. She caught sight of the wolf's head but remained silent, merely wrinkling her nose in mild discontent. But in contrast, Yang Yi began to pray earnestly, having been swayed by Zhou Dai's words, imploring the deities for a fortuitous outcome in his gacha endeavor. Upon concluding his prayer, he caressed the tentacled mouth of the monster gacha machine and, after locating the slot, inserted the werewolf skull. He then commenced a rhythmic rotation of the gacha machine's dial adorned with an octopus head. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, heed my summons. Gurgle, gurgle. A capsule was promptly ejected from the gacha machine. Yang Yi instantly bent down, feeling around on the ground, and soon his face lit up with unrestrained joy. It appeared that fortune had favored him. He attributed his success in acquiring a fine item to his good luck, momentarily forgetting the deities he had just invoked. Perhaps in his next gacha attempt, he would once again remember to beseech them for a stroke of luck. Chapter 81. The Life Hearth. Yang Yi had acquired a prized piece of equipment, one that would prove immensely effective in the frigid sea. Name: Life Hearth. Type: ship equipment, relic. Quality: prized. Description: a special hearth that ignites upon the introduction of living creatures. Capable of being installed on any wall within a room. Occasionally emits a glow of life, enhancing the rate at which players acquire attributes, excluding mental ones. This hearth could be installed within a room to elevate its temperature, proving invaluable during the harsh winter. The requirements for ignition were relatively simple. Merely tossing in a living creature would suffice. The easiest method would be to throw in a live long-legged sardine. Furthermore, the hearth was equipped with a chimney, alleviating concerns about fumes accumulating or igniting furnishings, such as beds. Yang Yi planned to install it at the first opportunity once his vision returned, and to catch some long-legged sardines to keep as fuel for the fire. As for the installation location, he would need to confer with Suna, deciding to discuss it the following day. Suna, it is getting late. You should return to your quarters and rest. Prepare yourself mentally for the biting cold ahead. For the temperature in the frigid sea will only continue to plummet, Yang Yi instructed. Afterward, he returned to the captain's cabin and lay down on his bed to rest, in a state of total blindness. He found himself nearly incapacitated, limited to perusing logs and browsing the global chat channels. The fervor of complaints directed at the system had yet to subside, especially given the sudden acceleration of the encroachment of the extreme winter sea. However, at this juncture, very few players were adequately prepared. Most merely resisted the stark reality of entering the perilous waters. Yang Yi swiftly skimmed through the information, seizing the opportunity while material prices remained stable. He spent 11,000 conch coins to procure a total of 2,000 units of timber in batches. Both the fireplace and campfire required wood. Stockpiling additional resources would inevitably prove beneficial, alleviating the need for future gathering efforts. Next, he attended to the equipment he had previously collected, followed by the acquisition of some new gear. The wind attribute hunting bow would be reserved for Suna, while the original pirate longbow could serve as a backup weapon. Not in a hurry to sell as for the other weapons that the longsword could be retained, as its weight was suitable for Suna's use. The poleaxe could also be kept, serving as a tool for processing wood and felling trees. Regarding the remaining weapons, Yang Yi planned to sell them for currency. In terms of armor, he intended to keep only the chainmail. For the plate armor, he contemplated attempting repairs the following day. If he could restore it to a wearable condition, it should fetch a substantial sum, given that it constituted a complete set, far surpassing the value of ordinary protective gear. Lost in thought, Yang Yi succumbed to slumber. The next day, Yang Yi awoke punctually. His vision restored, he attempted to push the door open, only to encounter resistance. After exerting some effort, he managed to pry the door ajar. Outside on the deck, snow had accumulated to knee-deep levels, and the biting cold wind howled fiercely. He instinctively shrank his neck. Now acutely aware of the chill, he promptly checked the weather information. Today's weather: biting cold winds, reduced catch. Remember to don winter clothing before venturing outside, lest you risk hypothermia. Location: origin sea, extreme winter sea. Remaining daylight: 9 hours temperature. -4 to 0 sea wind speed. Level 4. Is it truly -4 degrees? Yang Yi furrowed his brow. He retreated to the captain's quarters, donning a sweater, thermal pants, a wool hat, and long fleece boots before stepping outside. The deck was blanketed in thick snow, crunching beneath his feet. Furthermore, the snowfall showed no signs of abating in the near future. He resolved to clear the snow from the deck, as it posed safety hazards and impeded movement. However, this snow.it should be fresh water, right? Yang Yi scooped up a handful of snow, sniffed it, and then licked it. As the snowflakes melted, they revealed no taste that it was indeed fresh water. Thus, this snow could be collected and melted down as a source of potable water. Yang Yi commanded the skeletal arm to accumulate the snow from the deck into a designated area in the midship, sweeping the excess into the sea. After all, the volume of snow was excessive. Yang Yi could not afford to melt it all in time. Should the pile grow too high, it would compromise the safety and mobility of the vessel, thus defeating the purpose. He decided to set up the fireplace and boil water in his quarters to obtain fresh water, as the campfire outside would likely be too difficult to ignite. Yang Yi made his way to the bow of the ship, surveying the sea's surface in the distance. Small bits of floating ice had begun to appear. These ice fragments were thin and brittle, presenting negligible threat to the nightmarish star. Yet as we delve deeper, the looming icebergs may indeed increase in size, inevitably colliding with these floating masses, potentially inflicting damage upon the vessel's hull. However, the Yinqing is exceptional, capable of disregarding such minor injuries, as its durability will regenerate automatically. The key lies in avoiding larger icebergs or glacial formations. I pondered this. The door to Su Na's room creaked open. She emerged, curled up, seemingly hesitating over whether to don her down jacket. However, after a brief stretch, she acclimatized, discovering that the warmth of her fire-fleece sweater exceeded her expectations. Her compact posture was merely a reflexive response to the sight of the abundant snow, instinctively invoking a sense of cold. I was just about to seek you out. I drew a fireplace yesterday. Could you assist me with its installation? Yang Yi sent the fireplace details to Su Na. If installed in the captain's quarters, its effects would be limited solely to that space. Conversely, placing it in Su Na's room would not benefit the adjacent captain's quarters. After a brief discussion, they ultimately resolved to create an opening in the wall and install the fireplace centrally, akin to a shared air conditioner in a co-rented space, with each taking half. However, the opening needed to be substantial, given the fireplace's size. Once they reached an agreement, Yang Yi set to work, brandishing a long-handled axe against the wooden wall. After carving out an appropriate opening, he refined the edges with a sharper sea serpent's tooth. Upon completion, he installed the life fireplace, transforming the entire room structure. Between the two rooms, a grand fireplace emerged, exuding an antiquated charm, composed of dark bricks. It featured a lid that, when closed, extinguished the flames within. The ceiling underwent a transformation as well, incorporating a chimney connected to the fireplace, which bent to the right at its apex, effectively preventing rain and snow from pouring in. As for the opening created, Yang Yi certainly could not pass through it. The lit fireplace would surely scald him. Let's test its efficacy, Yang Yi declared, crossing his arms, harboring a wary stance towards the fireplace, for it was an artifact of the past. If unlit, the fireplace would emanate an oppressive chill, akin to a menacing beast with its maw agape. Su Na, do you have any living spiders? Bring one over to try it out, he suggested, knowing there were no other available creatures aboard to ignite the fire, and it would be impractical for him to venture inside. Catching fish temporarily would take too long, prompting Yang Yi to recall the spiders Su Na had been nurturing. A few minutes later, Su Na returned from the witch's laboratory, clutching a juvenile fire spider. There are only 8 left. I can spare you one, but I must keep the rest for my purposes. She handed the spider to Yang Yi. Don't worry. I'll raise a few long-legged sardines specifically for ignition. He took the spider carefully, gripping its back to avoid being bitten, and tossed it into the prepared firewood of the life fireplace. Chapter 82. Exercise and harvest. As soon as the fire spider was cast into the fireplace, its surface ignited with a bright white flame, emitting a piercing shriek. Hearing the wails of souls, your sanity decreases by 5. The ignited spider did not perish immediately. Rather, it struggled and leapt from the fireplace, its body engulfed in brilliant flames, seemingly attempting to flee. Fortunately, Yang Yi was prepared, seizing the nearby long-handled axe to swat it back down. The fire spider returned once more to the hearth, remaining motionless this time. Before long, its body began to dissolve, igniting the wood within like a catalyst, unleashing a roaring blaze. Unexpectedly, it managed to leap out, nearly setting the house ablaze. Yang Yi set down the long-handled axe, having grasped the nature of the hearth. Indeed, living creatures that entered would catch fire, yet they would not perish immediately, possessing the potential for resistance. If they managed to escape, they could easily ignite other items in the room, leading to a conflagration. Thus, prior to usage, it was prudent to incapacitate any creatures intended for the hearth. If it were a spider, one should remove all its legs, and for long-legged sardines, the same measure applied, ensuring no unforeseen incidents would arise. The warm glow of the fire emanated from the hearth, causing the temperature within the room to gradually rise. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot forth from the flames in the hearth. Bathe in the light of life. All attribute experience growth rate 25, lasting for 1 hour. Yang Yi's eyes brightened upon seeing the information. This effect arrived most opportune. He had been troubled by the sluggish pace of his attribute enhancement, rendering the use of the broken iron greatsword impossible. With the blessing of this light of life, he believed that with diligent practice, he could swiftly elevate his strength to 6 points at that point. By triggering a state of frenzy and consuming the scarlet potion, he would be able to wield the greatsword. After setting up the hearth and understanding its utility, the two resumed their respective tasks. According to Suna, she was developing a new potion with ingredients derived from the rabid wolf virus culture. However, she had yet to discover an effective method to inactivate this virus. While high temperatures could eradicate these pathogens, they would also render the culture liquid worthless, necessitating further time. Yang Yi, upon hearing this, expressed no urgency, assuring her to take her time. After all, this virus was impervious even to holy water, and he feared turning into a werewolf himself. Upon leaving the captain's quarters, Yang Yi set about preparing to sell the weapons and armor. He first attempted to repair the deformed plate armor with a stone hammer, laboring for nearly 2 hours, and indeed managed to restore it. Name: unsightly iron plate armor. Type: treasure. Quality: good. Description: a metal plate armor clumsily repaired by an inept craftsman through sheer force, though it may be unappealing. Its protective efficacy is commendable. It offers substantial protection to the entire body, though wearing it results in increased energy consumption, restricted joint mobility, and limited visibility due to the helmet. After reviewing the information, Yang Yi felt it was satisfactory. After all, the appearance of equipment held little value in this vast ocean. He personally never cared for the aesthetics of gear, never judging by appearances. Ultimately, this unsightly plate armor was sold for 16,000 conch coins, a considerable sum for a complete set covering head to toe. Once the transaction was complete, he proceeded to prepare to sell other items, first selling 7 crude crossbows for 2,000 conch coins each, netting 14,000 conch coins. Objectively, these weapons were passable, yet several players could craft them, leading to a continuous drop in price. Thus they were sold at a bargain. Next came the quick healing bandages, which were plentiful on the market, with low quality, fetching only 700 conch coins. The hand axe was even cheaper, being of ordinary quality, selling for merely 500 conch coins. The spiked flail, a splendid melee weapon, fetched a price of 15,000 conch coins. Ultimately, the total earnings amounted to 46,200 conch coins, and with the remaining balance from before, Yang Yi's conch coin account soared to an impressive 57,500. This was truly comparable to the last sale of sweaters. It is no wonder that a group of players is fervently engaged in piracy, resorting to robbery. Although Yang Yi had not encountered any pirates himself, he had witnessed several players berating them in the chat channel. Their language so profane that it was beyond description. These pirates do not proactively kill. Instead, they opt to surround their target vessels and extort exorbitant tolls. Should one refuse to pay, their stance becomes unyielding, leading to dire consequences. Consequently, many players choose to pay up to avoid trouble, only to become increasingly enraged afterward, venting their frustrations in the chat channel. After selling his second-hand gear, Yang Yi began to contemplate his next purchases. He had already procured food supplies, so he intended to allocate all his funds towards upgrading his equipment. First, he purchased a shield for Suna, perfectly complementing her longsword and providing a balanced offense and defense. Name: lightweight steel round shield. Type: treasure. Quality: exquisite. Description: a lightweight and sturdy round shield that can be strapped to the arm. The shield surface features a protruding, smooth mirror finish. offering excellent protection against sharp blades, though its effectiveness against blunt weapons is limited. This shield was chosen by Yang Yi, priced at 11,000 Kank coins, making it quite suitable for Suna. Its lightness allows for minimal hindrance to her archery while being readily accessible for close combat, providing some defense against incoming attacks. Upon purchasing the shield, Yang Yi transferred an additional 16,500 Kank coins to Suna as research funding. She had persistently requested financial support, and given the commendable effects of the potion she crafted, Yang Yi decided to grant her this sum. After these expenditures, only 30,000 Kank coins remained. Yang Yi was uncertain about his next purchase and opted to wait until he discerned what he lacked. Alternatively, he considered saving up for rare equipment, as exquisite gear had already become less impactful for him. After delivering the newly acquired round shield to Suna's room, he began to focus on physical training, striving to elevate his strength to 6 as soon as possible. 3 days passed. The Nightmare Star sailed steadily through the extreme winter sea, encountering no peril during this time. Yang Yi was pleased with this fortune and devoted most of his energy to training. With the augmentation of life light, he trained tirelessly. In the absence of life light, he would boil snow to collect fresh water and only indulge in fishing during his spare moments, as fishing in the extreme winter sea often resulted in empty catches. Over the course of 3 days, he managed to catch only 4 long-legged sardines, which he kept in a wooden barrel to prevent these sardines from succumbing to the cold. Yang Yi carefully housed them in the warm captain's quarters, covering them with a lid that had holes for ventilation. However, fishing did yield some rewards. Yang Yi caught a new species, impressively large, with a diameter exceeding 1 meter, resembling a sphere. Initially, he could not identify it, but once it surfaced, he recognized it as an adorably fuzzy seal, which he naturally dubbed the fluffy seal. After all, Hichi had mentioned this creature before. Once slain, it could potentially yield a fluffy seal fur coat in a gacha. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Yi discharged his firearm, and then the seal before him erupted in a spray of crimson mist, its explosive power considerable. This singular strike directly sapped the Abyss Star's durability by 200 points. Had Yang Yi not been on the vessel, at a safe distance, he might have sustained severe injuries, leaving him with a lingering sense of dread. Subsequently, he retrieved a small portion of the fragmented flesh, only to uncover the seal's information. Name: adorably explosive seal. Description: a special seal tainted by abyssal corruption, possessing an endearing appearance yet posing extreme danger. It detonates when provoked. It seems that in the future,